Chapter 1. The Pitiful System. What kind of ridiculous system is this? Are you trying to deceive me? Xiao Fan lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, cursing vehemently, his eyes filled with despair. 9 years ago, he was bound by an invincible system and transported to a fantastical realm known as the Seven Realms. In this world, humans, ghosts, spirits, demons, immortals, fiends, and deities coexist, each corresponding to one of the seven realms. Within the seven realms, one can cultivate and seek the path to eternal life. Eternal life is an irresistible temptation for anyone. Upon arriving in the seven realms, armed with the invincible system, Xiao Fan was destined for longevity, and he was exceedingly exhilarated. After 9 years of learning from the system, he mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even culinary skills, forging, and hunting, reaching an extraordinary level in all these auxiliary crafts. However, just as he was preparing to immerse himself in cultivation, the system froze during an update. The progress bar stuck at 99%. This situation was akin to downloading a movie in his previous life, where he was held back by that last 1%. In utter helplessness, Xiao Fan could only wait. Yet after a full 3 months, there remained no signs of progress. Damn it! He had learned everything except for the cultivation update, which evidently indicated a desire to hinder his progress. Was this not a form of deception? System, can you send me back? If he could not cultivate, what meaning was there in staying in the seven realms? He might become an unwitting victim in battles between cultivation masters, or perhaps one day, while hunting, he would find himself preyed upon by a monster. This world was far too perilous. In such a dangerous world, without the ability to cultivate, it would be better to return to Earth. At least on Earth, his father had a lucrative business, allowing him to live a life of leisure as a wealthy heir. The system did not respond to Xiao Fan's plea. Stop calling yourself the invincible system, you should be named the pitiful system. Sighing, Xiao Fan resigned himself to the fact that he had already been deceived. Even without the ability to cultivate, he must strive to live well. Living was the only hope. After lying on the ground in despair for 3 days and nights, Xiao Fan finally accepted reality. Perhaps I should get up and cook, although I am but a mortal. With my exceptional talents, I could easily achieve the top scholar title. Who knows, the emperor might take a liking to me and marry off his daughter, allowing me to become a prince consort, thus reaching the pinnacle of my life. Determined, Xiao Fan resolved to pack his bags and set off in pursuit of fame. Even as a mortal, he intended to live a brilliant life. To be honest, the women of the seven realms were all fair-skinned and beautiful, resembling celestial beings, and Xiao Fan found himself somewhat looking forward to it. Wow, what a delightful aroma! Where is that coming from? It has truly awakened my appetite. Not far from the wooden cottage, an extraordinarily beautiful girl wrinkled her delicate nose, her eyes reflecting surprise. The girl was Princess Qin Yuer of the Great Qin Kingdom, a practitioner at the pinnacle of Qi refinement in order to appease the mightier Great Zhou Kingdom. Her father had betrothed her to Prince Zhou Chong of the Great Zhou. The only way to escape this marriage was to join the zenith sect. The 5 realms of Qizhou, encompassing the east, south, west, north, and central realms, had the zenith sect as the largest sect in the eastern region. Neither the Great Qin nor the Great Zhou kingdoms could compare to the overall strength of the zenith sect. She was seeking the protection of the zenith sect, but unexpectedly, her appetite was piqued on the way there. Princess, there must be a nearby household. Shall we search for it? The maid beside her was also enticed by the aroma, her mouth watering. Let's go. Qin Yuer beckoned her maid, their noses twitching in unison. Soon, they arrived outside the fragrant wooden cottage. What a beautiful wooden house! The idyllic scene described in books must be nothing compared to this. This cottage blends seamlessly with its surroundings, is truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Qin Yuer exclaimed in astonishment, her cherry lips parting in awe, recognizing that the occupant must be a master artisan skilled in design. This place resembled a fairyland. Princess, the fragrance is emanating from here. Let us go inside. The maid pulled Qin Yuer back to reality. Qin Yuer came to her senses and instructed, Xiao Yu, you must not call me princess later. We shall refer to each other as sisters. She sensed the occupant held an extraordinary status and wished to establish a connection without the barrier of her title. Having given her instructions, she approached and politely knocked 3 times on the door. "Who is it?" Hearing the knock, Xiao Fan opened the door, and the scenery outside took his breath away. Standing before him was a woman of ancient elegance. As if she had stepped out from a painting, her skin shimmered like amber, with specks of starlight glimmering on her surface, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Even the top-tier starlets he had seen in television shows in his past life paled in comparison to the beauty before him, who radiated an ethereal grace. "Greetings, sir. My name is Qin, my sister, and I happened to pass by and found ourselves quite hungry. May we kindly request a meal from your home?" Qin cherry-red lips parted, her voice clear and ethereal, akin to a heavenly melody. "It would be my honor." Xiao Fan stepped aside, performing a gentlemanly gesture, inviting the two inside. "Just in time. I have cooked a pot of porridge if you do not mind. May I serve you both a couple of bowls?" "Not at all. We would be grateful," Qin responded with a respectful bow. "It is a pleasure to serve you both." The more Xiao Fan looked at Qin, the more pleased he became. Such a woman, beautiful and polite, would surely make a fitting wife. Entering the kitchen, Xiao Fan took the extra step of boiling 3 eggs in the porridge, as it would not do to serve a mere porridge in the presence of such a beauty. Though the meal may be simple, I assure you, you have never tasted porridge and pickles as delicious as these. Xiao Fan was confident in his culinary skills as he placed the porridge and eggs before the 2 ladies. Yue could no longer contain herself, eagerly lifting her bowl and devouring it, while Qin sat primly, refraining from immediately reaching for her chopsticks. When dining out, it is customary for the host to begin eating before the guests follow suit. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also polite. She would make an excellent wife, Xiao Fan thought. Increasingly satisfied with Qin decorum, he took the initiative to begin eating and encouraged, "Miss Qin, you must be starving after a day of travel. Please enjoy the porridge while it is hot." Seeing Xiao Fan start, Qin finally picked up her chopsticks. With her first mouthful, she sensed a sweetness spreading across her palate, followed by a gentle warmth filling her stomach, the fragrant porridge leaving a lingering taste that was utterly irresistible. "This is delicious, truly exquisite." Qin, unable to maintain her demure composure, began to eat heartily. After finishing 1 bowl, she felt a yearning for more, glancing longingly towards the kitchen. "Miss Qin, there is plenty of porridge left. Allow me to serve you more." Seeing her relish the food, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. It seemed he had a chance. With a beauty like Qin by his side, he no longer needed to pursue fame. He could spend his life on Phoenix Mountain, living a life envied by many. "Thank you." Faced with the delicious porridge, Qin succumbed to temptation, handing her bowl back to Xiao Fan. He rose and headed to the kitchen. Just as he left, Qin felt something unusual within her body. An incredibly pure energy surged into her dantian, breaking the bottleneck that had kept her stuck at the 10th level of qi refinement for a year. The lowest level of cultivation is qi refinement, and one must break through to the 10th level to reach the foundation establishment stage. Though the 7 realms are conducive to cultivation, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage remains exceedingly challenging, with 7 out of 10 practitioners spending their lives below this threshold. Qin talent was quite ordinary, and she had been stuck at the 10th level for a year with no hope of breaking through. Her journey to the Zenith sect was twofold: to escape marriage and to leverage the sect's power to break through to foundation establishment. Yet now, 1 bowl of porridge had enabled her to achieve that breakthrough. Could this porridge be spiritual porridge? Qin eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 2. A person of great talent. This room is filled with energy. Is this the essence of Tao? In her astonishment, Qin speculated that Xiao Fan might be a remarkably powerful cultivator. She surveyed the room and noticed special energies flowing around every item. She had heard her father mention that cultivation is, in essence, the pursuit of the Tao. The more formidable a figure, the deeper their understanding of the Tao. When one's understanding reaches a certain level, it becomes tangible, manifesting as the essence of Tao. The items in the Rumgikin, Paintings, bows, and even the stool and table radiated brilliance. Exuding unique energy fluctuations, was this not the essence of Tao? Could he possibly be on par with the leader of the Zenith sect? In Qin Yuer's understanding, the most powerful figure in the eastern region of Qizhou was the leader of the Zenith sect, yet she felt that Xiao Fan might be equally impressive. A single bowl of porridge had allowed her to break through to foundation establishment. Only a master of such caliber could achieve this. She was utterly astonished to be dining with such a remarkable individual. She began to lose her sense of the extraordinary within the room, primarily because she had yet to reach the foundational stage and was utterly incapable of perceiving such advanced energy. It was akin to a newborn infant, whose awareness of the external world is exceedingly feeble. Only becoming sensitive to its surroundings through gradual growth, it was only after she had made a breakthrough to the foundational stage that her sensitivity to the energies of the universe began to awaken. Here comes the porridge. While Qin Yuer was deep in thought, Xiao Fan cheerfully placed a bowl of porridge before her. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Unaware of Xiao Fan's true identity, Qin Yuer was taken aback upon learning it, her speech faltering in her astonishment. The very notion that a person of such high caliber would serve her porridge was simply astounding. "Esteemed senior?" At her words, Xiao Fan felt a flicker of confusion, tinged with a hint of annoyance. To be referred to as senior suggested a level of knowledge, but to be called esteemed senior, was she implying that he was old? Sensing Xiao Fan's slight irritation, Qin Yuer was filled with trepidation. Would such a powerful figure strike her down with a mere wave of his hand? Did high-ranking individuals dislike being called senior? Her mind raced with thoughts. Yes. The emperor had once mentioned that many high-level beings prefer to comprehend the ways of the mortal realm, requiring them to embody the essence of an ordinary person. Surely, the esteemed senior was currently in the midst of such contemplation. Swiftly, she replied, "Sir, I apologize. Your kind gesture of serving me porridge was so warm that I momentarily mistook you for a senior I am acquainted with." "Is that so?" Xiao Fan's face broke into a smile. That was more like it. It was delightful that she felt a sense of familiarity. If they could grow even closer, that would be splendid. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yuer rejoiced inwardly at her cleverness. Here, have an egg. Eggs are beneficial for the body and can nurture one's foundation. In his elation, Xiao Fan cracked an egg and placed it into Qin Yuer's bowl. Qin Yuer shivered in shock. Oh my heavens! The esteemed senior was personally peeling an egg for her. Was he trying to frighten her to death? Noticing her apprehensive expression, Xiao Fan inquired, "What's the matter? Do you not like eggs?" No, eggs are my favorite. Sir, I am simply overwhelmed with excitement that you have given me this egg," she exclaimed, hastily swallowing the egg in 2 bites to demonstrate her fondness. Once the egg was consumed, something miraculous transpired. She discovered that her somewhat unstable state following her breakthrough to the foundational stage had, in fact, stabilized. Sir mentioned that the egg nurtures one's foundation, and indeed, it has solidified my realm. This egg must also be a spiritual egg. Not only did the Sir assist me in overcoming my bottleneck, but he also helped to stabilize my realm. He is truly too kind. I will surely repay this kindness in the future. As Qin Yuer reflected on Xiao Fan's words, her eyes brimmed with deep emotion, turning red with sentiment. Aside from her parents, no one had treated her with such kindness. She even felt a sudden urge to forsake the Zenith sect and directly take Xiao Fan as her master. Yet, that would not do. I had just called him esteemed senior, and he was already upset. If I were to take him as my master, would I not be exposing his true identity? The thought of him flying into a rage is something I could hardly endure. Though she could not take him as her master, Qin Yuer at Xiao Fan's kindness in her heart, vowing to repay it whenever the opportunity arose. After finishing her porridge, Qin Yuer stood up and began to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Diligent and sensible, Xiao Fan observed. Increasingly pleased with her, however, it felt inappropriate to have a guest perform chores on her first visit to his home. "I shall do it." Qin Yuer dared not usurp Xiao Fan's task. While he washed the dishes, she quietly surveyed the living room. The living room featured a wooden rack specifically designed to display jade ornaments. Though the material of the rack was indiscernible, she could faintly sense the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from it. This was an exceptionally rare spiritual wood, highly beneficial for cultivation. On the rack, dozens of jade ornaments were displayed, including earrings, bracelets, and waist ornaments, each carved into various exquisite shapes. There were dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, as well as blades and arrows, and even jade tokens inscribed with symbols of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. These jade ornaments appeared almost lifelike, as if they had come to life, their energies circulating vibrantly under the sunlight, shining brilliantly. Oh my! That piece of jade seems to have come to life. I can see a firebird soaring within it. Qinyue briefly doubted her own vision as she witnessed the firebird ornament dance gracefully within its confines. Surely, these jade ornaments must be unparalleled treasures. The value of any single piece likely surpasses the entirety of our great Qin's treasury. She chuckled at herself once. She had believed the treasures in her father's treasury were priceless, but now she felt as though she were merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Pray tell, does Miss Qin hold a fondness for this waist ornament? As Xiao Fan turned from washing dishes, he noticed Qinyue gazing intently at the jade accessory, and he inquired with a smile. Indeed, I do. Qinyue nodded vigorously. This jade ornament was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also a treasure of immense value. Who could possibly resist such a gift? Here, allow me to present it to you. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan removed the vermilion bird waist ornament and offered it to Qinyue for me. Qinyue could hardly believe that Xiao Fan would bestow such a precious protective jade upon her. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, exuding a certain endearing innocence. What? You do not desire it? If not, I shall reclaim it, Xiao Fan teased, playfully pretending to retract the ornament. I do. Thank you, kind sir. Qinyue quickly grasped the jade in her hands. This ornament possessed protective qualities that could potentially save her life in critical moments. Given the considerable debt of gratitude she owed the gentleman, she felt compelled to cherish her life, as it would afford her the chance to repay him in the future. Little Yu here, this azure phoenix waist ornament is for you. Noticing that Little Yu also admired the jade accessories, Xiao Fan casually handed her the matching azure phoenix ornament. Little Yu, shouldn't you express your gratitude to the gentleman? Little Yu, lacking any knowledge of the ornament's worth, remained oblivious, while Qinyue quickly prompted her. Thank you, kind sir. Little Yu responded promptly. While they were merely two ordinary jade ornaments, there was little merit in expressing gratitude for them. It was a pity that the quality of the jade was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the craftsmanship would have been even more exquisite. These jades had been purchased in the town and were rife with impurities. Lacking purity. Kind sir, I happen to possess a piece of superior jade at home. Why, next visit, I shall bring it for you, Qinyue suggested, her heart stirred by the thought. She could not simply take from someone of such high standing. Now that she had an opportunity to assist him, her spirit was elated. Ha! Very well. When you return, I shall prepare smoked cured meat for you. The jade's quality was inconsequential to Xiao Fan. What mattered most was that Qinyue intended to visit again. Indeed, Qinyue nodded gently, glancing at the sky. She needed to hurry to Zhiyin's sect, so she rose to take her leave. Kind sir, I have matters to attend to, so I shall bid you farewell for now. I will visit again another day. Very well. I shall escort you. Xiao Fan accompanied them until they reached the edge of the small bridge, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Chapter 3. The qualities of an ascendant. It appears I must venture out to hunt some game to prepare smoked cured meat. After seeing Qinyue off, Xiao Fan stretched lazily. He needed to procure meat in advance for his next culinary endeavor for her. Although he could not cultivate, he had perfected his hunting skills to the highest level. Even formidable beasts like tigers and lions would fall to his arrows. Hunting was childish play for him. Outside Phoenix Town lay Evergreen Mountain, aptly named for its year-round verdancy. The hunters of Phoenix Town frequented Evergreen Mountain for their pursuits. Mr. Xiao, off to hunt again, are you? I've heard that Evergreen Mountain has been rather unsettled lately, with beasts roaming about. Take care. Cautioned Molly, who had just arrived at the town's entrance, carrying freshly washed clothes from the riverside. Xiao Fan was well regarded in town. his reputation soaring high as he excelled in various traits. "Thank you, Ma Li," he replied with a warm smile. Li appreciated Xiao Fan's politeness, and, recalling that her niece had just turned 16, asked with a grin, "By the way, sir, my niece has come of age. She is the most beautiful girl in our town, and you are the only one worthy of her. Shall I arrange a match for you two?" In the realms of the Seven Realms, children mature early, with 16 marking adulthood and the allowance for marriage. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Ma Li, but I am not considering marriage at this time." Xiao Fan had already set his sights on Qin Yuer and held little interest in other young ladies. "Even if you are not considering it now, it would be good to meet her. You never know. Sparks of romance may ignite between you two." As Molly spoke, she reached out to draw Xiao Fan closer. Startled, he stumbled back and fled. "Come back. I must tell you, my niece excels in all arts. Do not leave." Molly lamented as she watched Xiao Fan's swift retreat, unable to keep pace. Meanwhile, at the foot of Ji Yin's sect, "Princess, I have heard that Ji Yin's sect has stringent requirements for accepting disciples. Are we truly able to join?" Little Yu stood beside Qin Yuer, her brow furrowed with concern. "How can we know if we do not try? In any case, I refuse to marry Zhou Chong. Only by joining Ji Yin's sect can I escape this betrothal," Qin Yuer declared, her gaze resolute. "Moreover, my father bears great pressure. Only by joining Ji Yin's sect can I assist him in sharing the burden." Qin Yuer was the princess of the Great Qin Kingdom. Adjacent to the Great Qin was the Great Zhou Kingdom, which boasted a significantly stronger national power to prevent the Great Zhou from annexing the Great Qin. The Qin Emperor sought to marry his daughter off as a means of alliance. The overall strength of Ji Yin's sect surpassed that of the Great Zhou. Should Qin Yuer join, the Great Qin would also receive its protection, rendering any marriage unnecessary and dissuading the Great Zhou from making aggressive moves. Despite her determination, Qin Yuer felt uncertain about her prospects of joining Ji Yin's sect, as the largest sect in the eastern region. Ji Yin's sect maintained a high bar for accepting disciples. Prior to her arrival, Qin Yuer had assessed her own talent and discovered that she possessed merely a 4-star fire root, considered below average for admission. The criteria for cultivation talent encompass 2 tiers. The first tier pertains to the presence of a spirit root. Common spirit roots include the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as light, darkness, wind, and thunder. The second tier evaluates the star rating of the spirit root. The lowest is 1 star, while the most exceptional is 9 stars. That a 4-star fire root is thus classified as below average. This level of talent would likely disqualify her from Ji Yin's sect, yet a glimmer of hope lingered in her mind. What if an elder happened to take notice of her during the assessment? "Are you also here for the entrance test?" Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a gatekeeper disciple clad in Ji Yin's sect robes approached and inquired. "Indeed, we are," Qin Yuer replied, somewhat apprehensively. The gatekeeper disciple remarked, "You are in luck. Today is the testing period. Follow me." Ji Yin's sect conducts disciple recruitment only once a month, and those seeking entrance undergo a unified arrangement for food and lodging during the testing period. On the day of testing, an elder from the sect presides over the evaluations. Qin Yuer and Little Yu entered the grand hall of the sect's recruitment, overwhelmed by its majestic atmosphere. Truly, this is the largest sect in the eastern region. Far more imposing than our Qin Imperial Palace. "I must join," Qin Yuer vowed silently, clenching her fists in determination. Inside the hall stood over 100 children, all aspiring to join Ji Yin's sect. Cultivation begins at a young age, hence the majority of applicants were children. Although there were rare cases like Qin Yuer who were adults seeking to test their qualifications, they were few and far between. For instance, some rogue cultivators without a sect might wish to join and thus would undergo testing, similar to her situation. "Testing of the spirit root shall commence," declared Elder Kong Yongchong with a commanding voice. As several disciples brought forth the spirit testing platform to commence evaluations for the children in the hall. Earth attribute, 4 stars. Water attribute, 2 stars, and cultivation aptitude. With each evaluation, Elder Kong Yongchong shook his head and sighed. The environmental conditions of the world had shifted. Discovering a genius was increasingly difficult. Ji Yin's sect had not recruited a 7-star disciple in centuries, and even 6-star talents had become rare. Most disciples possessed only 5-star aptitude. If this trend continued, Jian's sect would gradually decline. After all the children had been tested, Elder Kong Yongchang sighed deeply once more, expressing disappointment at the results. None had achieved even 5-star aptitude. Collect the spirit testing platform. The standards for accepting disciples into Jian's sect required a minimum of 5-star aptitude. Given the current unfavorable environmental conditions and the scarcity of cultivation resources, accepting disciples with low aptitude would waste substantial resources. Such individuals were better left uninvited. Princess, will you not test your own aptitude? Upon hearing Elder Kong Yongchang's command to collect the spirit testing platform, Little Yu nudged Qingyue. I shall not test. Qingyue shook her head gently. After witnessing the recent evaluations, she understood that only those with 5-star aptitude would be considered for admission, and since her own aptitude was merely 4 stars, further testing seemed unnecessary. Princess, did you not just say that we cannot know unless we try? Jian's sect primarily cultivates fire, and although your aptitude is only 4 stars, you possess a fire spirit root. What if you catch the attention of an elder? Little Yu, unwilling to see Qingyue leave empty-handed, insisted. Very well, I shall give it a try. After some internal conflict, Qingyue ultimately allowed herself to be persuaded and stepped forward. Elder, I have yet to test my aptitude. Kong Yongchang's gaze fell upon Qingyue, his displeasure evident as he remarked, why did you not come forward for the test earlier? He was already disheartened by the lack of new disciples this session. And now, the fact that someone had not followed instructions to participate in a timely manner only intensified his anger. Apologies, Elder. Qingyue replied softly, I was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the sect and needed time to collect myself. Haha, you indeed have discernment. Our sect is the largest in the eastern region. Naturally imposing, Kong Yongchang responded, his mood lifting at her flattery. I shall grant you another chance for the test. I hope you do not disappoint me. The spirit testing platform. The disciple summoned the platform once more, and Qingyue gently stepped upon it. A faint red glow emanated from the platform, indicating her constitution was of the fire attribute. Though the radiance was exceedingly weak, alas, while her constitution aligns with our sect's primary cultivation method, it is regrettable that she possesses only a 1-star aptitude. Were it 4 stars, I might have reluctantly taken her in. Kong Yongchang lamented, shaking his head, resigned to the fact that his quest for disciples this month would yield no results. Why do I only have 1 star? Qingyue was taken aback, her delicate face turning pale as snow. If she could not join the sect, she would have no choice but to accept her father's arrangement to marry Zhou Chang at the tea that moment. However, the glow of the spirit testing platform intensified. The red light ascending in layers. 1 star, 2 stars. Soon, the red light surged to 5 stars. The children who had failed their tests looked at Qingyue with envy. Remarkable. 5 stars. I shall take you as my disciple shortly. Kong Yongchang said, his eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckled, stroking his long beard, clearly pleased with this articulate disciple. What? 6 stars? Excellent, excellent. A worthy candidate for focused cultivation. Hiss, 7 stars. Only the sect leader possesses such aptitude. Right? Kong Yongchang was taken aback by Qingyue's talent, instinctively taking a step forward. This is 8 stars akin to our ancestral master's aptitude. My sect, Xian's sect, is destined for greatness. In a brief moment he stepped forward. His eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. 9 stars, an unparalleled genius. Given a century, my Xian sect could unify Qizhou. Kong Yongchang took several more steps forward, overwhelmed with excitement, his breath growing heavy, with a 9-star fire root. She had reached the pinnacle of her constitution. This was an extraordinary physique, enabling her to master any fire attribute cultivation method with ease. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the implications, the light of the testing platform surged dramatically. The red glow blossoming like a small sun, bursting through the heavens, a fire spirit body. My heavens, a fire spirit body. Kong Yongchang trembled with excitement, nearly fainting from sheer exhilaration. 9 is the utmost. 9-star fire roots are already exceptional. But beyond 9 lies the legendary 10-star fire root, the fire spirit body. This is a heaven-defying constitution, possessing the potential for immortality, one so rare that even in the ancient immortal era, pure spirit bodies were scarcely seen. Is my Xian sect about to produce an immortal? Chapter 4. The contest for a disciple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred, drawing the attention of dozens of elders, their eyes sparkling with intensity. The sect leader, Xiancheng, appeared, landing in the center of the grand hall. Like a gathering storm, the brilliance was dazzling, and ethereal beings danced within the red light, faint echoes of the Tao resonating from within. The sounds of the Tao. A celestial hymn, only manifest when a favored child of heaven emerges. Truly, heaven blesses my Xian sect. Xiancheng trembled with excitement, his eyes glistening with emotion. His sect was on the verge of resurgence, perhaps even surpassing its former glory to reach new heights. Little girl, I am Xiao Fan, the master of the sword peak. Should you pledge yourself to my tutelage, I shall teach you unparalleled swordsmanship, and all resources of my peak shall be prioritized for you. Xiao Fan gazed at Qin, his eyes alight with ambition, envisioning her as a future sword immortal. The sword master's prowess would ensure that Qin could stand invincible in the realm of cultivation, a fact he would take pride in as her master. Dear girl, my Yuan peak is comprised solely of female disciples. You will find no discomfort among us. Furthermore, should your strength surpass mine, I will bequeath the position of peak master to you. Yin peak master Lu Panqing stepped forward, her gaze fervent as she extended an invitation to Qin. You need not quarrel. She is under my tutelage and shall rightly take her place as my disciple. Kong Yongchang interjected, smiling at Qin as he continued. Little girl, within me resides the unique fire of heaven and earth. Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall impart this extraordinary fire to you, greatly enhancing your cultivation of fire attribute methods. The extraordinary fires of heaven and earth possess spirit. Once refined and assimilated into one's body, they offer immeasurable benefits to those practicing fire attribute techniques. Kong Yongchang was determined to have Qin as his disciple. Of course, the competition for Qin was not limited to these few elders. Others among them rolled up their sleeves, bickering like common folk at a market, their faces flushed with fervor. The onlooking disciples were taken aback. When did the sect elders resemble market vendors? They could not help but cast envious glances at Qin, their eyes brimming with admiration and jealousy. Typically, they had to complete sect tasks to earn cultivation resources, yet here was Qin with various elders offering generous conditions, practically begging her to join their peaks. Enough with the noise. You are all elders of the sect. Do you not care for your image before the disciples? Sect leader Xiancheng could no longer tolerate the scene, his voice stern as he commanded silence. Your conduct today is unbecoming. I hereby impose a 1-month ban on all of you from recruiting disciples. The young lady's training must not be delayed. Thus she shall rightfully become my disciple. Sect leader, how shameless. You exploit your position for personal gain. This will surely incite public outrage. The elders were initially taken aback, then vociferously berated Xiancheng for his lack of integrity, accusing him of ulterior motives in wanting Qin as a disciple, suggesting he need not impose a ban on them. How absurd. What if I incite outrage? Do you wish to confront me? Xiancheng unleashed the aura of a peak nascent soul cultivator. The elders involuntarily shrank back, muttering under their breath. You criticize us for lacking decorum. Yet here you are, engaging in this brawl? How shameless. However, they could not match Xiancheng's strength, so they had no choice but to endure. Xiancheng's expression turned satisfied as he looked toward Qin, asking, little girl, do you wish to become my personal disciple? I wish to. Qin obediently knelt, swiftly paying her respects. Master, please accept my bow. She had initially sought merely to join the Xian sect, but now, to become the personal disciple of the sect leader, her status would rival that of the grand elders. How could she possibly refuse? I have accepted an unparalleled genius as my disciple. Xiancheng's spirit soared, and he composed himself, stating solemnly, Elders, everything that transpires within this hall today must remain confidential. Should any of you divulge this information, there shall be no mercy. Qin aptitude was extraordinary, and the future of Xian's sect seemed promising. But it hinged on her growth that if she did not flourish, all would be for naught. Yet rival sects would not stand idly by as Xian's sect grew stronger, if they learned of an unparalleled genius within. they would surely devise means to eliminate her. Thus, it was imperative to keep matters concerning Qin under strict wraps. Understood, we shall honor the sect leader's command, the elders replied gravely, recognizing the severe consequences should Qin's situation be leaked. After conveying his instructions to the elders, Xiancheng's gaze fell once more on Qin, his joy unmistakable as he said, "My dear disciple, let us depart. I shall introduce you to the foundational cultivation method of our Xian sect. The Xian heavenly art. Cultivation methods are classified into 4 tiers: earth, heaven, profound, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heaven the highest. The Xian heavenly art is classified as a quasi-heaven level technique. Already the most formidable in the eastern region of Qizhou, second to none. Master, may I request a moment's pause?" As Xiancheng prepared to leave, Qin called out to him. "What is it?" Xiancheng inquired. Halting his steps, my sister has yet to undergo her aptitude test. Qin pointed to Xiao Yu, explaining. Upon hearing this, both Xiancheng and the other elder's eyes brightened. Could it be that if the elder sister possessed such extraordinary aptitude, the younger sister would also be remarkable? "Master, I've been tested before and found myself completely devoid of aptitude for cultivation," Xiao Yu interjected. Xiao Yu felt a sense of melancholy. She yearned to cultivate. Yet alas, she had already undergone testing within the royal palace and discovered that she possessed no spiritual root. The prospect of cultivation was utterly beyond her reach in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Xiancheng and the elders present were instantly cast into gloom. Xiancheng, with a reassuring smile, said, "Do not fret, my disciple. Even if your sister lacks the aptitude for cultivation, I shall ensure that she is protected for life. Along with your family, it is imperative that we first address the safety of Qin's family, so safeguarding them is a necessity." "Thank you, Master." Qin expressed her gratitude upon learning that Xiancheng would arrange for the protection of her parents. And she continued, "However, Master, my sister must be tested once more. Perhaps she can surprise you and everyone else is that so? I am indeed curious to see what this surprise might be." Xiancheng feigned astonishment, though internally he remained composed. Since Xiao Yu had previously been tested and found lacking in cultivation aptitude, it was impossible for her to suddenly possess any extraordinary talent. He agreed to Qin's request solely to preserve her spirits. "Xiao Yu, you shall be tested again," Qin commanded, and Xiao Yu, not daring to defy her, stepped onto the spirit testing platform. Boom! Suddenly, the testing platform erupted with a brilliant azure light, and the intensity of the light surged without pause to reach the remarkable level of 9 stars. The azure hue signified a wind attribute, marking a 9-star wind aptitude. Another prodigious talent. The assembly within the grand hall was rendered speechless, and Xiancheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was it not stated that Xiao Yu lacked cultivation aptitude? How then could she possess a 9-star wind attribute? Although a 9-star wind attribute may not rival a pure spiritual body, it was nonetheless a rare quality, exceptionally difficult to find in a millennium. In an instant, all the elders began proposing various enticing offers to recruit Xiao Yu as their disciple. "Silence," Xiancheng interjected. "I have just decreed that you are forbidden from accepting disciples for a month. Thus, Xiao Yu will be placed under my tutelage." Ultimately, Xiancheng shamelessly took Xiao Yu as his disciple, only to be met with collective scorn from the other elders, branding him as an old rogue without shame. Xiancheng remained unfazed. Should he acquire more disciples of such caliber, he would readily accept any insults thrown his way, even those aimed at his ancestors. Indeed, the prowess of the master was akin to a nourishing porridge and eggs. In light of Xiao Yu's 9-star wind attribute, Qin felt an unusual calm. After discovering her own fire spiritual body, she had surmised that it was perhaps the porridge and eggs prepared by Xiao Fan that had altered her constitution. With Xiao Yu's subsequent testing revealing a 9-star wind attribute, her speculation was confirmed. Both she and Xiao Yu had transformed into extraordinary talents thanks to the porridge. The master's abilities seemed to far surpass even those of Xiancheng. Such effortless capacity to bestow rare attributes upon Xiao Yu and herself was astonishing. Never before had she encountered anything of the sort. Comparing Xiao Fan to Xiancheng, she concluded that the former was vastly superior, rendering any comparison moot. For if Xianchong possessed such extraordinary means, he would not resort to such disreputable tactics to vie for her, and Xiao Yu. Chapter 5. A little fox master is off to hunt again. Upon reaching the foot of Chongqing Mountain, the 8-year-old Hunyao, dressed in a floral dress, leaped onto a high spot and called out loudly to Phoenix Town. What? Master is hunting again. Wait for me. I'll help you carry the arrows. Master, I'll help you carry the tiger. Master, don't leave yet. My niece has just turned 16, and I want to introduce her to you. At the sound of Hunyo's voice, the townsfolk rushed out of their homes, gathering ropes and carrying poles to join Xiao Fan. Typically occupied with farm work, they seldom ventured to hunt. However, whenever Xiao Fan embarked on a hunt, they would follow without hesitation. With his exceptional archery skills, they knew that with him present, they were bound to return with a bountiful haul. When hunting alongside Xiao Fan, their roles were clearly defined. He would handle the archery while they contributed their strength. The spoils of the hunt would first be selected by Xiao Fan, and the remainder would be equally divided among them. Are you crouching again? Xiao Fan looked at Hunyao, his tone reproachful, yet his eyes filled with affection. Though she was a girl, she was recognized as the town's little leader, wild and free-spirited, often leading the local children on escapades. Collecting bird eggs was merely part of her routine. She had even once brought home a tiger cub to raise for a while. Earning her the nickname Hunyao, Xiao Fan found her mischievous nature endearing, treating her as a younger sister. The meat at the homes of the uncles and aunties in town is running low. Since Master S hunting skills are so remarkable, it's only fair that those who should take on more labor. Hunyao flashed her small tiger teeth and pounded her chest, speaking with a sense of authority. But if Master is willing to teach Hunyao archery, then I'll take care of all the wild game in this town from now on. You wish to learn archery from me? Xiao Fan felt a flicker of intrigue as he inquired. Occasionally, wild beasts would emerge from the mountains, posing some danger. If Hunyao were taught archery, she could better protect herself and the townspeople in his absence. Hunyao nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Fan, who had long captivated her with his extraordinary archery skills. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and said, Very well, come with me into the mountains, and I shall teach you. Long live Master! I love Master! Hunyao, filled with excitement, clung to Xiao Fan, her face radiant with joy, her eyes shining like stars in the night sky. When drawing the bow, you must establish a firm stance, ensuring the bowstring is taut. When aiming, the arrow's tail, tip, and target should not be perfectly aligned. Elevate it slightly to ensure a hit. Additionally, when releasing the arrow, your grip should be firm yet gentle, and the hand holding the bow must remain steady. As they enter the mountains together, Xiao Fan meticulously instructed her. The nearby hunters also absorbed the lessons, recognizing that their hunting endeavors yielded not only game, but also proper archery techniques. With everyone's skills improving, especially Hunyao, who received hands-on guidance from Xiao Fan and was diligently learning, her progress was remarkable. Despite being only 8 years old, she was already capable of hunting small animals. Master, we've already caught quite a bit today, and it's getting dark. Shall we head back? One of the hunters suggested as dusk approached. All right, just a moment. Xiao Fan was about to agree when he heard a commotion in the distance and said, There's something happening ahead. Let me take a look. Not far from them, a golden rock flitted through the forest, sending leaves cascading to the ground, while beneath it, a snow-white little fox was desperately fleeing. Princess Ning Shuang, you cannot escape, the golden rock proclaimed, its voice human-like. The Princess Ning Shuang it referred to as the little fox. This fox was the daughter of the nine-tailed fox king, who was the monarch of the demon clan. Born as the princess of the Chongqing mountain demon tribe, she had once enjoyed a life of privilege. Unfortunately, 3 days prior, the nine-tailed fox king was treacherously slain by his sworn brother, the golden rock king, leading to the extermination of the nine-tailed fox clan. Only she had managed to escape using a secret technique that consumed her bloodline, reducing her from a six-tailed fox to an ordinary little fox due to severe injuries. Regrettably, she was still not entirely out of danger and was pursued by a foundational-level golden rock. If I were at my peak, I would slay you like a pig or a dog. Ning Shuang seethed with hatred, lamenting her inability to escape and her lack of opportunity to avenge her kin. Yet now, your strength is even less than that of a pig or a dog. The golden rock scoffed, saying, "No, your corpse is worth far more than a pig or a dog. If I bring your body back, the king will surely reward me with a demon pill, aiding my breakthrough to the demon pill realm. So, you shall die." The golden rock, growing impatient, transformed into a streak of light, its claws reaching for Ning Shuang. "Father, mother, and my kin, I am so sorry. I have no chance to avenge you." Realizing she was no match for the golden rock, Ning Shuang closed her eyes and ceased to resist, allowing herself to be captured. However, in that fleeting moment of surrender, she noticed a young hunter suddenly appear, drawing an arrow and releasing it in one fluid motion, targeting the golden rock. Yet, she thought to herself, he was merely immortal. How could he possibly breach the defenses of the golden rock and save her? Hope faded once more for Ning Shuang, and despair enveloped her as she relinquished any remaining thoughts of survival. Thud. However, just then, she heard the sound of an arrow piercing flesh, and when she glanced back, she was astonished to see that the golden rock had been struck, its core shattered, hanging motionless from a tree. This left Ning Shuang utterly astonished. Unable to utter a word, a mere mortal had effortlessly slain a foundational-level golden rock. Who would believe such a tale? "Little one, would you be willing to accompany me home?" Having shot down the golden-winged rock, Xiao Fan gazed at the frail little fox, a sense of pity stirring in his heart. He crouched down and opened his palm, prepared to take her in. Human cultivators frequently hunt down demon beasts, and Ning Shuang harbored animosity towards humans. Although Xiao Fan had rescued her, she perceived his actions as mere hunting, with the rock treated as prey and her rescue merely incidental. Thus, she felt no gratitude or fondness towards him. However, now that she was bereft of her bloodline power, remaining in the forest posed great danger, not only from being pursued by other demon beasts, but even from encounters with tigers, wolves, or leopards, which would render her nothing more than their meal. Xiao Fan's hand became her sole hope of escaping the forest, and with great reluctance, she crawled into his palm. She resolved to endure humiliation and bear burdens to survive, driven by a desire for vengeance for her kin. After saving Ning Shuang, Hunyao also appeared. "Wow, sir, this fox looks delightful. I guess it a gift for Hunyao to roast tonight." Upon seeing Ning Shuang, Hunyao's eyes sparkled, her little hands reaching out eagerly. Ning Shuang was terrified, trembling in fear. She would rather perish at the hands of the golden-winged king than be roasted by Hunyao. "Go away, do not covet her. I intend to keep her as a pet." Xiao Fan swatted Hunyao's paw away, a dark line forming on his forehead. This child was truly like a bear, daring to eat anything. The little fox secretly breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly finding Xiao Fan a tad more agreeable. Chapter 6. Frantic breakthrough. The hunters placed the corpse of the golden-winged rock in the backyard of the wooden house, exchanged greetings with Xiao Fan, and departed. Xiao Fan contemplated how to prepare the majestic bird. Should he braise it, steam it, stew it, or grill it? Just then, a faint sound escaped Ning Shuang's lips. He turned to find her weakly lying on the ground, gazing at him with pleading eyes. "Oh, not fear, little one. I will avenge you shortly and turn that vile bird into roasted meat for you." Xiao Fan assumed that Ning Shuang was still shaken from her encounter with the golden-winged rock. He crouched down to stroke her head, saying, "Wait here. I will fetch you some water." He went to the kitchen, filled a bowl with water, and placed it before the little fox, having gone a long time without water during her escape. Ning Shuang was indeed parched. She approached the bowl and licked as the water entered her mouth. She experienced a sweetness that seeped into her heart, akin to the refreshing sensation of rain after a long drought, particularly invigorating. Moreover, she felt her internal injuries healing rapidly. This is not merely water. It is spiritual liquid. Ning Shuang was utterly astonished. Spiritual liquid, formed from spiritual energy, contained a concentration of spirit far beyond that of ordinary water. In a world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dwindling, the formation of spiritual liquid was exceedingly rare, and any drop held unimaginable value. To her surprise, she had consumed an entire bowl of such precious liquid. Without hesitation, Ning Shuang buried her little head in the bowl, drinking eagerly. "Drink slowly. I will prepare some roasted meat for you," Xiao Fan remarked, pleased to see the little fox rejuvenated. He then carried the golden-winged rock into the kitchen. Indeed, the 7 realms were incomparable to Earth. A rock of such enormous size was a sight to behold. Xiao Fan felt the weight of the bird and sighed in admiration. After finishing the water, Ning Shuang realized that her injuries had dropped her to the early foundation establishment stage, and she had now ascended to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Once her injuries healed sufficiently, she stealthily observed Xiao Fan from the corner of the door. By rights, a master should have recognized her as an injured demon beast. Otherwise, he would not have provided her with spiritual liquid for healing. What puzzled her was why the master pretended not to know she was a demon beast. Treating her merely as an ordinary fox, the thoughts of such a high-level being were beyond her comprehension. As long as he harbored no ill intentions, he could perceive her however he wished. After contemplating for a while, Ning Shuang decided it was futile to ponder further. She licked the spiritual liquid that clung to her lips and drifted into slumber. After days of fleeing for her life, she truly needed a good rest to recover her spirit. Time passed quietly, and in her dreams, Ning Shuang caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Her nostrils twitched as she sleepily opened her eyes. Upon awakening, the fragrance had intensified. The scent wafted from the kitchen. Could it be that the master had indeed transformed the golden-winged rock into a dish? Peering towards the kitchen, she mused, the meat of the rock is tough and gamey. How could the master make it so fragrant? The enticing aroma stimulated her taste buds, igniting her appetite, and saliva nearly spilled from her mouth. Little one, eat some meat. It will benefit your health. Just then, Xiao Fan placed a plate of roasted meat before Ning Shuang, casually patting her head. Initially, Ning Shuang was averse to consuming the flesh of the golden-winged rock, but the aroma proved irresistible, compelling her to nibble a piece. In an instant, her mouth was filled with a rich, savory flavor, complemented by a hint of spice and numbness that excited every cell in her being, sending signals of delight to her brain. This is exquisite. How could the meat of the rock be so delectable? Ning Shuang quickly finished the meat in her bowl, and upon doing so, she gazed longingly at Xiao Fan, her eyes filled with desire. You have already eaten quite a bit. If you consume more, it will be hard for you to digest. Xiao Fan gently refused, having already offered her a substantial portion of meat. You're stingy. Ning Shuang whimsically rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan, believing he was simply unwilling to share more food. However, at that moment, she felt a surge of pure and immense energy in her stomach, coursing through her limbs and ultimately converging at her dantian. Her once-injured body was rapidly recovering. How can this be? This is the meat of a foundation establishment rock. How can such pure and vast energy reside within it? Ning Shuang was incredulous. She had only heard of pills capable of healing injuries and had never considered that food could serve the same purpose. It soon dawned on her that this was likely due to the master's influence. Not to mention the meat of a foundation establishment demon beast, she had consumed the flesh of demon beasts at the Dan core stage. Yet the energy within them was but a fraction of what was contained in this roasted meat. And oh wonder the master had not allowed her to continue eating. The energy in this roasted meat was too immense. If she were to consume more, her body would be unable to bear it. Both human cultivators and demon beasts have limits to the energy they can absorb according to their realms. Surpassing that limit would be detrimental rather than beneficial. The roasted meat Xiao Fan provided was precisely at her threshold. Should she consume more, it could harm her foundation and hinder her future cultivation. With the master's assistance, she believed her injuries would soon heal, and she would undoubtedly break through to a higher realm. Once she became a 9-tailed fox, she would take vengeance on that old bird. The old bird she referred to was, of course, the golden-winged king who had ambushed her father. While Ning Shuang was silently resolving her determination, she suddenly sensed a cataclysmic change occurring within her body. She quickly turned her focus inward and witnessed a remarkable sight. The demon core, which had shattered due to her injuries while fleeing, was visibly reassembling at an astonishing rate thanks to the roasted meat. In mere moments, the demon core was restored, radiating a brilliant glow from her dantian that a single meal of roasted meat had allowed her to restore her realm. The excitement did not cease there. The energy from the roasted meat continued to flow into her demon core, causing it to expand. Her original early-stage demon core realm was being surpassed, the mid-stage demon core. Late-stage demon core. Perfected demon core. Crack. Once her demon core reached perfection, it shattered within her, transforming into pure energy that coalesced into a miniature fox in her dantian, identical to her original form. But I have broken through to the demon infant stage. Ning Shuang's eyes brimmed with astonishment, her mind reeling in disbelief. Chapter 7. The golden-winged king. Deep within the evergreen mountains, the sun gradually rose, accompanied by a stream of purple mist from the east. A golden-winged rock, as large as a small mountain, hovered motionless in the high sky, basking in the sun while absorbing the essence generated by the interplay of day and night. Damn it, always just a fraction short. The golden dipping bird uttered a low curse, transforming into human form as it descended upon the throne of the demon king. Its gaze shrouded in gloom. It was the king of Golden Punk, who had slain the nine-tailed fox king to become the new monarch of the 100 demons, currently striving to break through to the out-of-body realm, yet always falling short of that elusive breakthrough. Beneath the throne of the demon king knelt the leaders of the various demon clans, my esteemed subjects. I have already touched upon the threshold of the out-of-body realm, yet the insufficiency of my bloodline's power hinders my ascendance. The king of Golden Pong declared. With a cold glance sweeping over the leaders, he continued, "In order for me to grow stronger and better protect all of you, I require the most pure-blooded beast lineage from each clan. I intend to utilize the bloodlines of the 100 demons to break through to the out-of-body realm. The demon beasts possess the power of bloodlines. The higher the level of the beast, the more esteemed its lineage, facilitating cultivation and breakthroughs. Lower-tier bloodlines could be refined and elevated by devouring the bloodlines of other beasts for growth. The king of Golden Pong had slain the nine-tailed fox king precisely to absorb its bloodline power. Regrettably, even after consuming the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox king, he still could not achieve the breakthrough to the out-of-body realm. Thus, he set his sights on the bloodlines of the 100 demons. Your Majesty, this is unwise. The purest bloodlines of the 100 clans represent our future. I implore you to reconsider," interjected the dear king. "Since you are so concerned for the clans, then you shall be the first to make the sacrifice and contribute your bloodline power." The king of Golden Pong retorted, disdainful of any dissent from the beasts. In a fit of rage, he clawed into the air, and the dear king felt an overwhelming force drawing him uncontrollably toward the king of Golden Pong. The king's claw pierced the dear king's dantian, shattering his corporeal form, as the demon core fell into the hands of the king of Golden Pong, who tossed the core into his mouth like a sweet. Crunching down with satisfaction, he surveyed the assembly with a gaze filled with brutality and bloodshed, his voice low and commanding. "Listen well, I am issuing a command, not seeking your counsel." The leaders of the 100 clans fell silent, too intimidated to speak. The king of Golden Pong displayed a satisfied expression as he turned to Peng Yi, asking, "Have you captured the six-tailed fox?" "Your Majesty, she escaped from Evergreen Mountain and was taken in by a young man from Phoenix Town." Peng Yi replied, his countenance dark. He had transformed into human form and infiltrated Phoenix Town, learning that Ning Shuang was in the possession of Xiao Fan. However, concerned about encountering skilled humans, he dared not delve too deep or linger in the town, opting to withdraw instead. "You are a waste, a formidable late-stage demon infant, yet you allowed the six-tailed fox to escape." The king of Golden Peng's expression darkened ominously as he commanded, "I give you but one day. If I do not see her by this time tomorrow, I shall refine your demon infant." Ning Shuang possessed the ancestral bloodline of the nine-tailed fox clan, an exceedingly noble lineage that the king of Golden Pong had coveted for a long time. He believed that by absorbing Ning Shuang's bloodline power, his own would be significantly enhanced, enabling him to successfully break through to the out-of-body realm, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. "Yes, Your Majesty," Peng Yi responded respectfully. As the 100 Demons Conference concluded, the various demons dispersed. After their departure, the leader of the Peacock clan, Kong Xianzi, secretly sought out a small monkey demon from the Monkey clan. Although this monkey demon was of low power, it shared a close bond with Ning Shuang, and Kong Xianzi intended to send it to find the princess discreetly. Ning Shuang possessed the strongest bloodline power among the demon clan, with the highest innate talent. Were there to be anyone with the potential to slay the king of Golden Pong in the future, it would undoubtedly be her. If Ning Shuang were to perish, the king of Golden Peng would brutally decimate the entire demon race, leaving the 100 clans without any hope. Thus, Ning Shuang must not die. Kong Xianzi refrained from seeking out Ning Shuang herself, for any demon beast with even a modicum of power was under the watchful eye of the king of Golden Peng subordinates. Should she venture out, she too would be monitored. Only the lowly little monkey demon would not attract the attention of any demon beasts, thus providing it the opportunity to reach Phoenix Town. The little monkey demon was acutely aware of the importance of the task. It had to find Ning Shuang before Peng Yi did. Consequently, it hastened towards Phoenix Town without exposing its presence. In a quaint wooden house nestled by the mountains and waters, a small fox lay at the doorway, quietly gazing at the distant sunset, momentarily forgetting its hatred. How wonderful it would be, she mused, to watch the sunset with a great being by her side. Xiao Fan had gone to the town to buy rice. She awaited his return at the door, her heart longing for his swift arrival. Why do I feel like a little wife waiting for her husband to return home in the human world? The little fox's lips curled into a charming smile as she chuckled softly to herself. Over the past few days spent alongside Xiao Fan, she had grown increasingly grateful for his meticulous care, gradually developing a reliance on him. Her own strength was steadily advancing, now placing her firmly in the mid-stage of a demon infant. Ning Shuang, as she fell into her reverie, a voice abruptly broke the tranquility. Ning Shuang turned at the sound and was surprised to find the little monkey demon before her. She dashed over, whispering, "Little Sheng, how did you find me?" "Kong Xianzi informed me that you were in Phoenix Town and sent me to find you," the little monkey demon replied, aware that Peng Yi could appear at any moment. It spoke quickly. She said Peng Yi would come to capture you today, urging you to leave immediately. She also mentioned that the king of Golden Peng is preparing to refine the bloodlines of the 100 beasts in an attempt to break through to the out-of-body realm, and he is highly likely to succeed, that if you have not reached the out-of-body realm, you must not return for revenge. What? He intends to refine the bloodlines of the 100 beasts? Ning Shuang was taken aback. The act of refining the bloodlines of the 100 beasts would entail selecting the most elite bloodlines among the clans, a process that would lead to the extinction of their talents. Once their talents were extinguished, the clans would be on the brink of decline. While the king of Golden Peng might enhance his own power through such means, it came at the cost of the demise of the 100 clans. Such cruelty and callousness. Regrettably, her own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, she would certainly fight back against the demon clan. Indeed, our demon race is truly in a dire state. Ning Shuang, you must cultivate diligently. Everyone awaits your return to save us. The little monkey demon chirped urgently. You must leave now. I must go as well. If Peng Yi discovers us, our entire monkey clan will be doomed. Understood. Ning Shuang nodded softly. She indeed needed to depart. With her current strength at mid-stage demon infant, and with Peng Yi being a late-stage demon infant, she was unlikely to be his match. She had to seek out Xiao Fan. Only by remaining by his side would she be safe. Leave? None of you shall escape today. Just as they prepared to depart, a golden daping bird swooped down upon them. Chapter 8. The Unfounded High Being. Ning Shuang quickly shielded the little Sheng behind her, eyeing Peng Yi warily. Ning Shuang, there's no need to be on guard. I am here to assist you, Peng Yi declared, transforming into human form as he landed before her. Assist me? Ning Shuang raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her expression. Not doubt. Your escape from Evergreen Mountain was facilitated by my deliberate leniency. Otherwise, given your meager abilities, how could you have evaded the pursuit of so many demon beasts? Peng Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang recalled several instances during her time on Evergreen Mountain when she had narrowly escaped and had assumed it was merely good fortune. Now it appeared it was due to Peng Yi's intervention. State your purpose, she urged, her vigilance slightly lessened but still cautious. Seeing her relax, a glimmer of interest flickered in Peng Yi's eyes before he concealed it, continuing to speak candidly. Among all the demon clan, I hold your father in the highest regard, yet he was treacherously slain by the king of Golden Peng. This king would even kill his sworn brother in his quest for power. A disgrace to the demon race. I am merely one of his subordinates. Should he seek to enhance his strength further, he may decide to eliminate me as well, rather than await my demise at his hands. I would prefer to take action and eliminate him first. I have come to seek your assistance. Peng Yi's initial praise of the nine-tailed fox king instantly garnered Ning Shuang's favor, followed by his denunciation of the king of Golden Peng's lack of loyalty, igniting a shared animosity. Finally, he expressed his desire to slay the king of Golden Peng, effectively positioning himself as an ally in Ning Shuang's eyes. Ning Shuang's reservations about Peng Yi nearly evaporated. But with my insignificant abilities, how could I possibly assist you? Ning Shuang, allow me to build suspense. First, let me elucidate the current situation of the demon race, and then you can decide whether to help me. Peng Yi felt the timing was not yet ripe to persuade Ning Shuang to assist him. So he continued, recently, the king of Golden Peng has been striving to break through to the out-of-body realm. Yet his attempts have proven fruitless. He is now demanding the bloodlines of the clan's prodigies to prepare for the refining process, and it is highly probable that he will succeed in breaking through. You must be aware of the formidable challenge it poses to break through to the out-of-body stage. Even if one possesses ancestral bloodlines, it does not guarantee success in such a breakthrough. The only chance to slay the Golden Peng King lies in acting against him now. Am I correct in my analysis? Indeed, you are. Ning Shuang regarded Peng Yi with keen interest, sensing that he had more to say. With Ning Shuang's affirmation, Peng Yi proceeded. As it stands, the sole opportunity to eliminate the Golden Peng King rests upon my intervention, contingent upon my successful breakthrough to the pinnacle of the demon infant stage through a stealthy assault. Do you concur with this assessment? I do. And then what? Although Ning Shuang maintained a smile, a murderous intent brewed within her. The mere mention of achieving the pinnacle of the demon infant stage unveiled his ambitions. His gestures of goodwill were merely a fa to elicit her favor, sympathy, and shared indignation, laying the groundwork for his ulterior motives. Indeed, Peng Yi had intentionally allowed himself to depart from the Evergreen Mountain, evidently preparing for this very moment. Within the confines of the Evergreen Mountain, Peng Yi dared not refine her bloodline power. To do so would create a disturbance that would undoubtedly alert the Golden Peng King. Sealing his own fate at this juncture, Peng Yi continued to speak that I possess a secret technique. Should you willingly offer your bloodline power as a sacrifice to me, I would have an absolute guarantee of breaking through to the apex of the demon infant stage. At that point, I shall wield your bloodline power and vengeance to annihilate the Golden Peng King, avenging your father and kin, thus rendering your demise meaningful. Indeed, this statement confirmed Ning Shuang's suspicions. His true intent was to refine her bloodline to augment his own strength. The methods by which demon beasts absorb bloodline power are twofold: forcibly absorbing it or enticing other demon beasts to willingly sacrifice it. The efficacy of forced absorption is far from ideal, often resulting in merely half of the bloodline power being assimilated. Conversely, voluntary sacrifice allows for nearly complete absorption of the donor's bloodline, provided that the act is genuinely heartfelt. Otherwise, the forces of heaven will not recognize the sacrifice, rendering it futile. Had Ning Shuang not encountered Xiao Fan, she would undoubtedly have acquiesced to Peng Yi's demands given the current circumstances. However, Xiao Fan's appearance had irrevocably altered her fate. Peng Yi, you may leave. I cannot possibly offer my bloodline power to you. Ning Shuang refrained from uttering anything overly harsh, mindful that they were in Xiao Fan's courtyard, fearing that overly aggressive words might provoke Peng Yi into a violent confrontation, thus damaging the premises. The courtyard belonged to a powerful figure. She dared not allow any harm to befall it. Alas, Princess Ning Shuang, I recognize that my proposal may seem somewhat cruel, yet this is the only opportunity to slay the Golden Peng King. I'm also aware that you bear the future of the nine-tailed fox clan upon your shoulders and do not wish to perish so easily. Observing that Ning Shuang had not acquiesced, Peng Yi remained unperturbed, continuing to appeal to her emotions and reason. In fact, prior to my arrival, I contemplated the notion of sacrificing my own bloodline power to empower you to slay the Golden Peng King. However, upon reflection, I realized that your strength is far too inadequate. Should I bestow my bloodline power upon you, you would be unable to withstand it, leading only to your own demise, were your strength to reach the demon infant stage. I would willingly sacrifice my bloodline power to you. This declaration was delivered with fervor akin to that of a passionate orator. Yet, Ning Shuang had already seen through his scheme and would not fall for his ruse. The glint of mockery in her eyes deepened as she inquired, "If I were to attain the demon infant stage, would you truly be willing to sacrifice your bloodline power to me? Indeed, your father is my idol, and as the last of a nine-tailed fox clan, I cannot permit your father's lineage to extinguish. I must not allow the nine-tailed fox clan to lose its roots." Peng Yi's words seemed to echo the sentiments of a die-hard loyalist to the nine-tailed fox clan, while he himself, even in death, would still have many golden peng to continue his legacy. However, is it not the case that choices are scarce now? No, you do have options. Ning Shuang had come to understand Peng Yi's purpose for coming, and fearing that Xiao Fan might return to discover her true nature as a demon beast. She resolved to conclude the conversation, unleashing her own mid-demon infant stage aura to dissuade Peng Yi from his intentions. After departing for the Evergreen Mountain, I encountered a powerful being who provided me with extraordinary sustenance, and I have now advanced to the mid-demon infant stage. I thank you for your admiration of my father. I firmly believe that in the afterlife, you shall earn his forgiveness. 1,000 curses surged through Peng Yi's mind as he felt his sanity wane. Ning Shuang had unexpectedly achieved the mid-demon infant stage, her strength now nearly on par with his own. Should she successfully refine his bloodline power, it was indeed plausible that she could eliminate the Golden Peng King under favorable circumstances. He inwardly berated the mysterious figure that had aided Ning Shuang. Was there truly no cost to such miraculous elixirs? To elevate her from the initial demon pill stage to the mid-demon infant stage required an unimaginable quantity of potent elixirs. Ning Shuang had slipped from his grasp, and any further attempts to persuade her to willingly relinquish her bloodline power were now futile. His only recourse was to capture her, leaving her with no alternatives, thereby ensuring her cooperation. What if you have reached the mid-demon infant stage? Your current state merely reflects your level. You possess no practical combat experience, and it would not be a challenge for me to eliminate you. Recognizing that emotional appeals had borne no fruit, Peng Yi cast aside any pretense of civility, unleashing his formidable aura with an air of menace, hands clasped behind his back as he declared, "Abandon your cultivation and come with me. For should I be compelled to act, the little monkey behind you shall not remain unharmed. Little saint, you must depart." Ning Shuang could never forsake her cultivation, and she too radiated her formidable aura, shielding the nearly unsteady little saint from Peng Yi's oppressive presence. It seems you wish to engage in combat. Very well, that I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. Peng Yi transformed into a colossal avian form, darkening the sky and obscuring the sunlight from the wooden dwelling. Peng Yi, I advise you not to act rashly. A powerful being resides here, with strength beyond your wildest imagination. Ning Shuang warned, should you destroy this dwelling, the master will undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. Is that so? Then I am eager to witness whether the master will indeed slay me and roast me for dinner after I demolish this abode. Peng Yi sneered, summoning a tempest as he surged toward the wooden house, that he held no belief that a powerful being truly resided here. How could such a figure inhabit such an unremarkable dwelling? Moreover, despite the ruckus he and Ning Shuang had created, no one had emerged. The wooden house was devoid of inhabitants. Ning Shuang's breakthrough might have stemmed from some fortuitous encounter, and her mention of an elusive master was merely a ruse to intimidate him. Would he fall for such tricks? Chapter 9, A Lantern. Peng Yi, I urge you not to deceive yourself. Ning Shuang implored earnestly. I assure you, the master's power is beyond your comprehension, and if you truly proceed to destroy the wooden house, the consequences will be dire. Peng Yi unleashed his full might, causing significant destruction. Despite her utmost efforts, Ning Shuang could not dissipate the force of his attack, leading her to resort to persuasion as her only recourse. Spare me your boasts about that so-called master. Once I demolish the wooden house, I shall subdue you. Peng Yi not only refrained from moderating his assault, but intensified it further. A ferocious whirlwind erupted above the wooden house, forming a tornado that surged toward it. That it's over. A jolt of dread coursed through Ning Shuang's heart. The tornado had formed, and even Peng Yi could not retract it. The wooden house was certain to be destroyed, and the master would undoubtedly be enraged, leading to unimaginable repercussions. Peng Yi, prepare to be made into roast meat. Ning Shuang quaked with fury, her entire being trembling. Even now, you continue to threaten me. If there were truly a master present, they would have intervened by now to halt this tornado. Peng Yi chuckled coldly, declaring, "No, the tornado has already formed. Even an ancient demon at the out-of-body stage could not dissipate it. The wooden house is doomed to destruction." While ancient demons could easily withstand such an attack, to render it null and void was an impossibility. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, a seemingly ordinary lantern that had been hanging at the gate of the courtyard suddenly soared into the air. Radiating a crimson glow, the tornado, with its force exceeding that of a 12-level typhoon, was effortlessly engulfed by the lantern. "This is preposterous." Peng Yi rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Merely a lantern had so effortlessly neutralized his attack. Could it be that this lantern surpassed even the ancient demons of the out-of-body stage? That was the lantern hung at the gate by the master before departing. Ning Shuang also noticed the lantern. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Could it be that the master foresaw Peng Yi's intent to capture me and deliberately hung the lantern at the gate? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, elevating the master's status in her mind once again. "Yi, do you see now? Such is the prowess of the master." Ning Shuang, with a cold smile, gazed at Peng Yi and said with a sense of triumph, "A master is not only a master of alchemy, but also a sage of destiny. He has long foreseen your arrival, and thus placed treasures here, awaiting you. Before such a master, you are but a mere jester. Were I in your position, I would flee for my life at once, lest I end up as roasted meat." Ning Shuang fondly recalled the delectable meat of the golden peng bird, having not savored such exquisite flesh in days. "Do not attempt to intimidate me here. That lantern must be a protective treasure left to you by your father, right? Even if it can absorb my attacks, it must have its limits. Let me see if I can make it burst." Peng Yi remained unconvinced of the master's existence, firmly believing that Ning Shuang was merely trying to frighten him. He unleashed torrents of wind, sending fierce whirlwinds towards the lantern, with the lantern in her possession. Ning Shuang felt utterly unconcerned for the wooden cabin. Today, Peng Yi was destined to be roasted. Peng Yi's assaults were formidable, scattering the clouds above, yet as the whirlwinds approached the lantern, they obediently formed a regiment. As if tamed, the lantern then gently swayed its tassels, and the whirlwinds, as if possessed of consciousness, surged towards Peng. Alas, Peng Yi was taken aback, feeling a foreboding unease. The protective treasure was meant solely for defense. How could it possibly rebound his attacks? He unleashed a barrage of strikes, and now, these attacks were returning to him, akin to being besieged by numerous beasts of equal might. How could he withstand such an onslaught? He fled swiftly. Yet, as he attempted to escape, he found himself powerless against the forces of nature, unable to break free despite his frantic flapping of wings. "No!" Peng Yi cried out in a frenzy. Terror-stricken, "Ning Shuang, where is the master? Call him off. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shall leave at once." In his final moment of crisis, Peng Yi realized the truth. That lantern could not possibly be the protective treasure gifted by the nine-tailed Fox King. With such a treasure, Ning Shuang would have no need to escape, for she could easily deal with the golden Peng King, who would fall in an instant. This treasure must indeed belong to the master she spoke of. The master truly exists. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of a master's power if even a mere artifact by their side was so formidable. Fear, dread, and despair enveloped him. The master could not simply be called to cease his actions at will. "I warned you against aggression and urged you to depart, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Prepare to be roasted." Ning Shuang, too, was astounded by the lantern's might, realizing she had underestimated Xiao Fan's strength, which perhaps surpassed her understanding. Dozens of whirlwinds descended upon Peng Yi, mercilessly shredding him, leaving only a carpet of feathers in their wake. Stripped of his plumage, Peng Yi fell, barely clinging to life amidst the down. The whirlwinds had severed his meridians, even annihilating his demonic essence. Now, he was but a powerless bird, ready for slaughter. Observing his sorry state, Ning Shuang laughed with glee, saying, "Do you see? The master has intentionally stripped you of your feathers, intending to roast you. Thank you for today. I shall feast splendidly." The already feeble Peng-yi, upon hearing this, nearly spat out his last breath at a dignified golden peng bird at the late stage of demonic essence. Reduced to being made into roasted meat, the lantern, having dealt with Peng-yi, flew to Ning Shuang and suddenly spoke, "Since my master has accepted you as a pet, you are now one of us. There are matters I must impart to you. You must never transgress my master's taboos." Ning Shuang was rendered speechless, astonished that the lantern possessed a spirit and could speak. She took a deep breath and inquired, "Senior Lantern, what are the master's taboos? My master seems to harbor a bias against cultivators, often muttering to himself about his cultivation and shaking his head in disapproval. Thus, I believe he is seeking enlightenment as a mortal and does not wish for others to perceive his formidable strength. Henceforth, treat him as an ordinary human. You must never see through his facade, for to do so would disrupt his mortal path, and neither of us could bear the consequences," the lantern instructed. Ning Shuang's heart sank. Her suspicions were indeed correct. Xiao Fan was a master, and he was comprehending the ways of the mortal realm. Fortunately, she had not acted inappropriately these past few days. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Lantern. I shall remember your words." Ning Shuang expressed gratefully. "There's no need for thanks," the lantern said, its crimson glow intensifying. "Why master is returning. Heed my advice." With that, it dimmed its glow and resumed its ordinary lantern form at the entrance. Chapter 10. The Sage of Destiny. As the lantern returned to its normal state, Xiao Fan arrived, carrying a sack of rice. Who has delivered this game? Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered a featherless bird lying in the yard. It must be Brother Zhang who brought this. How thoughtful of him to pluck the feathers clean. However, what method did he use to remove the feathers? The bird had been completely stripped yet remained alive. I must ask him next time. Such a technique could maximize the freshness of the meat. Definitely worth learning from. Having said this, he approached and patted Peng Yi's flesh, grinning widely. "The meat looks promising. Tonight, I shall indulge in a barbecue." Hearing this, Peng Yi wanted to weep. Xiao Fan truly intended to roast him. "Master, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. If you desire golden peng birds, I shall fetch them for you, however many you wish." Peng Yi attempted to transform into human form to plead for mercy, but to his dismay, he found himself restrained by an inexplicable force. He could not even shift into human form, and his words came out as mere bird calls. "I am doomed. Why did I not heed Ning Shuang's warnings? I truly am a foolish bird." Peng Yi lamented, unable to convey his pleas, filled with regret. When the heavens rage, rain must follow. When a bird rages, calamity must ensue. He should never have been so arrogant before Ning Shuang, nor should he have attacked the wooden cabin. Brother Zhang also sent a little monkey. Xiao Fan suddenly noticed a small monkey in the yard. Taken aback, the little saint trembled at Xiao Fan's words, fearful that he too would be roasted, having heard of the cruelty of humans, who were said to relish monkey brains. Seeing this, Ning Shuang summoned her courage to shield the little saint. Barking twice at Xiao Fan, though she did not speak human words, instead feigning the demeanor of an ordinary fox. She feared that revealing her true identity as a demon beast might displease Xiao Fan and bring calamity upon herself and the little saint. "Have you two become friends in such a short time?" Xiao Fan, aware of Ning Shuang's intelligence, inquired. "Yip yip." Ning Shuang nodded her little head. "You were worried I might roast him too? Are you?" Xiao Fan chuckled. "Rest assured, this little monkey is so adorable that even if he weren't your friend, I would not lay a hand on him." Ning Shuang sighed in relief and approached Xiao Fan, rubbing her head against his trousers, bringing him immense joy. "This little monkey cannot simply be called Little Monkey. He needs a name." Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and declared, "You share a kinship with a mythical creature I admire, often referred to as the Great Saint. Henceforth, you shall be known as Little Saint, Sun Shaoxing." Upon hearing this name, Ning Shuang felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Fan, silently exclaiming, "The master is truly a sage of destiny." He even divines the name of Little Saint, adding a sun before it. Sun Shaoxing sounds profoundly intriguing. She had grown accustomed to the extraordinary events surrounding Xiao Fan, witnessing far too many wonders in his presence. Anything that transpired around him seemed to become the norm. Little Saint stared in astonishment at Xiao Fan, amazed that he knew his name. Ning Shuang nudged Little Saint, signaling him to express gratitude to Xiao Fan for the bestowed name. The little monkey excitedly hopped around, even performing a little bow as a gesture of thanks. You both possess spirits, yet, like me, cannot cultivate. How wonderful it would be if you could, observing Ning Shuang and Little Saint. Xiao Fan's thoughts drifted to the troublesome system, leaving him slightly melancholic. Let us indulge in barbecues and rice wine to dispel our sorrows. Xiao Fan resolved to prepare a grand feast to alleviate his discontent. He entered the kitchen, seized a knife, and began to slaughter Peng Yi, who, despite being a formidable demon infant, was left without a chance to plead for mercy, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Fan severed his neck. Xiao Fan's proficiency in barbecuing was remarkable. He completed the task in no time, but a rich, savory aroma wafted into the courtyard, igniting an insatiable appetite. Ning Shuang could not help but salivate, and Xiao Sheng was no exception, constantly swallowing in anticipation. Xiao Fan sliced a plate of roasted meat and placed it in Ning Shuang's bowl. But when he turned to Xiao Sheng, he found himself in a dilemma. Little one, you cannot eat roasted meat. Wait here while I fetch you some bananas. As Xiao Fan departed, the little monkey gazed longingly at Ning Shuang, lamenting his inability to enjoy such delectable food. But you know why Sir won't let you have meat? Because it is infused with potent energy, and your current physique is too frail to absorb it, Ning Shuang gently explained. Everything Sir does is for a reason that in the future, unless he offers you something voluntarily. You must not take it. If he gives it to you, it is a blessing. If he withholds it, your blessing has yet to arrive. You understand. Xiao Sheng did not fully grasp Ning Shuang's words, but obediently nodded in agreement. Upon returning with the bananas, Xiao Fan handed them to Xiao Sheng. The little monkey, having been tantalized by the aroma of the roasted meat, found it difficult to muster any interest in the bananas. Nonetheless, he dutifully munched on the fruit, pretending to relish it. As he peeled the banana, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, and to his astonishment, his chi refinement level surged from the 7th to the 10th tier. These bananas are extraordinary. Just the scent alone elevated my cultivation by 3 minor realms, Xiao Sheng thought, his eyes wide in disbelief. Suddenly, the roasted meat lost its allure, and he devoured the bananas with fervor. After consuming 2 bananas, his cultivation had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Following the feast, taking advantage of the gentle breeze, Xiao Fan began to paint in the courtyard. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting could refine one's character, and during his leisure, he often played the lute, penned poetry, or painted in the courtyard. He desired to play chess, but aside from himself, there was no one in town capable of such a pastime. As summer arrived, the weather grew increasingly warm. After a moment of contemplation, he painted a cloud, hoping for snow to descend. Yet, feeling that this alone would not suffice to cool him, he added mountains adorned with trees, infusing the scene with refreshing greenery. Then, a breeze swept through, rustling the trees and causing the leaves to flutter, their undersides glinting with a silvery sheen, as if kissed by frost. Once the painting was complete, a surge of inspiration struck him, prompting him to inscribe 2 lines of poetry beneath it. Clouds roll over the mountains, snow, winds gather frost on 1,000 trees. This was a poem by a late Tang poet named Shirhan, perfectly fitting the moment. Ning Shuang gazed at the painting, sensing a unique ambience emanating from it, a quality that loosened the constraints of her cultivation, hinting at a breakthrough to the late stage of demon infancy. Sir's painting has actually aided my advancement, she thought joyfully, rushing closer to meticulously contemplate the painting's essence. So, little one, do you fancy this painting? Seeing Ning Shuang approach, Xiao Fan smiled and said, It's a pity you cannot take on a human form. Otherwise, I would gift this painting to you. By the way, since Xiao Sheng has a name now, I have yet to bestow one upon you. Since you adore this painting so much, I shall name you after the poem inscribed upon it. Ning Shuang. From now on, you shall be called that. Indeed, Sir is a master of the heavenly secrets. Nothing escaped his notice. He knows my name is Ning Shuang, she thought. With the painting's power supporting her, Ningxuang successfully broke through to the late stage of demon infancy. Overjoyed, she scampered to Xiao Fan's side, nuzzling against his pant leg. Haha, you are so delighted by your name. It's my fault for not naming you sooner, Xiao Fan chuckled, feeling a sense of joy in Ningxuang's happiness. With a companion by his side, life had indeed lost some of its previous monotony. Chapter 11. The Crisis of the Purple Flame Sect. 1,000 miles away from Phoenix Town, an active volcano loomed among the mountains. The fiery glow from the crater cast a hue of flames across the sky. The Purple Flame Sect was situated on a mountain adjacent to this volcano, where 5 elders stood guard at the crater, as if vigilant against some impending threat. Suddenly, the once boiling magma within the volcano fell silent, and a wisp of black smoke slithered out, swiftly entering Elder Chi's body. Elder Chi's form shuddered slightly, his eyes gradually turning black, and dark energy began to seep from his body. Elder Chi, Elder Zhou called out, noticing something was amiss with Elder Chi. Die. Elder Chi did not respond but stepped forward, gripping Elder Zhou's neck with one hand. Lifting him off the ground. Elder Chi, what are you doing? It's me, old Zhou Maokai. Elder Zhou struggled, shouting in an attempt to rouse Elder Chi. However, it was as if Elder Chi did not hear him, as he effortlessly snapped Elder Zhou's neck and began to absorb the energy from his body. Laughing maniacally, there is no longer an Elder Chi in this world. Remember my name, Dihei. This is bad. Something has gone awry beneath Purple Flame Mountain, Elder Zhang exclaimed, his voice trembling as he addressed the other 2 elders. Liao Elder, you must report this situation to the sect master immediately. Lu Elder and I will stay behind to hold off this creature. The Purple Flame Sect was the largest eastern gate of the eastern region of Qizhou, bearing a significant responsibility. Purple Flame Mountain was an active volcano transformed by the sect's founder through immense power, said to be a prison for certain malevolent entities. Only the founder knew the specifics of what was being contained, but having ascended to the celestial realm long ago, the nature of the imprisoned entity remained a mystery. They only knew that whatever was being suppressed was immensely powerful, and if the seal were to falter, the entire Qizhou and even the 5 great regions would be plunged into calamity. Understood. Liao Elder acknowledged the urgency of the situation and wasted no time in taking to the skies. Think you can escape? You will all perish. Dihei cackled sinisterly, stretching out his hand. The 3 elders felt an irresistible force drawing them in, rendering them powerless as they fell into Dihei's grasp. An out-of-body realm monster, Elder Zhang, now caught in Dihei's clutches, was filled with shock. His own strength had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and only an out-of-body realm monster could leave him utterly defenseless. Our Purple Flame Sect is doomed. Elder Zhang's face turned ashen as Dihei swiftly broke his neck. This sect is far too weak. They are all merely at the nascent soul realm. Dihei scoffed, having absorbed the energy of several elders that I in that case. Allow me to raise this Purple Flame Sect to the ground. He showed no restraint in unleashing his formidable aura as he soared toward the Purple Flame Sect. This is bad. We have an enemy. Xianchong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and shot into the sky. Elder Chi, upon recognizing the newcomer, he was filled with confusion and shock, exclaiming, "How had you broken through to the out-of-body realm?" At his current strength, Xianchong had reached the peak of the nascent soul. The only beings whose aura could surpass his were those of the out-of-body realm. In this entire sect, you are the only one who can see. I hope you do not disappoint me, Dihei disdainfully replied to Xianchong, his fingers twisting in the air, causing the surrounding space to warp. A massive black sphere manifested before him, radiating a plethora of negative energies. Evil, fear, anger, greed. You are the malevolent entity suppressed beneath Purple Flame Mountain. As the sect master of the Purple Flame Sect, Xianchong held more knowledge about the circumstances beneath the mountain than ordinary elders. Die. Dihei arrogantly dismissed Xianchong's inquiry, full of disdain. Sect master, we are here to assist you. At that moment, other peak masters and elders, sensing the turmoil, swiftly flew to Xianchong's side, joining forces to unleash the Purple Flame Sect's combined attack technique. Their collective power was immense, nearing the out-of-body realm. Boom! The clash of their attacks erupted in the air, warping space as the black sphere suppressed their combined assault. sending them hurtling back. They crash to the ground, coughing up blood, their faces pale. The enemy is too strong. Sect Master. What happened to Elder Qi? Kong Yongchong recognized Di He as the former Elder Qi. Elder Qi has been possessed. He is the malevolent entity beneath Purple Flame Mountain that He Xianchong sensed the negative energies emanating from the Black Sphere and deduced Di He's likely identity. Painfully, he closed his eyes, sighing, I once thought that by taking you as my disciple, the rise of our Purple Flame sect was imminent. I never anticipated we would face such a calamity. This individual is an ancient fiend in the out-of-body stage. Within my Xian sect, none can rival me, and it appears our sect is destined for destruction in my hands. The demon and humanity have always been adversaries. Di He will undoubtedly spare no one from the Xian sect. It is no wonder that you are so easily vanquished. Your cultivation aptitude is woefully inadequate, with the highest talent barely reaching 7 stars. Di He possesses the remarkable ability to see through cultivators. And as he stands in the void, his hair billowing, he emanates the formidable aura characteristic of a strong practitioner in the out-of-body stage, sneering. Yet even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. I shall refine every member of your sect. This should aid me in regaining a modicum of strength. Many of the weaker elders, confronted with this overwhelming presence, find themselves on the verge of collapse, nearly kneeling before him. Elders, assist me in activating the sect's great formation. Today, we shall slay this demon here. Otherwise, our Xian sect is in peril, and the Eastern Territory is in danger. The Xian sect stands as the mightiest sect in the Eastern Territory. If they cannot withstand this demon, he will undoubtedly annihilate all the inhabitants of Qizhou in the Eastern Territory. Boom! The sect's grand formation is activated, illuminating the surroundings as brilliantly as daylight, stirring all disciples into a frenzy. Do you truly believe this grand formation can thwart me? Di He's eyes glimmer with disdain as his aura intensifies once more. He clenches his hand towards the sky, summoning a massive black blade. With a sharp command, he declares, break. The black blade crashes against the protective formation, shattering it with a resounding crash, and the blade dissipates into nothingness, unleashing a tempest of demonic energy that fills the air. As if the apocalypse has descended, Ti Xianchong and the others are struck by the backlash of the formation's power, left weakened and pale as snow. Despair begins to engulf all disciples. Elder Lu, shortly, I will compel all the elders to burn their innate abilities to halt this demon and buy you time. You must take your and flee. As long as she survives, there remains hope for the Xian sect's revival. He Xianchong pulls Lu Panxin close, whispering his instructions before rising with a resolute expression. The cultivation abilities of demonic beasts are manifested through their bloodline powers, whereas human cultivators exhibit their prowess through innate talents. Both innate abilities and bloodline powers can be forcibly ignited. Once ignited, they dramatically enhance one's combat capabilities, but post-battle, even if one survives, they will be reduced to mere mortals. He Xianchong, in my capacity as the 13th generation master of the Xian sect, command all peak masters and elders to ignite their innate powers and engage in a final battle with the demon. He ascends into the sky, commencing the ignition of his innate powers. Lu Panxin realizes her presence here serves no purpose. She bears a far more significant mission, which is to escort the sisters Qin Yuerer and Xiao Yu to safety. She swiftly flies towards their location. Chapter 12. The might of the jade ornament the Xian sect has reached a critical juncture of life and death. Striving desperately, there remains hope for the future of the Xian sect. If they do not fight with all their might, they will all be refined by the demon. There is no retreat. A counterattack from the brink, even at the cost of everything, must ensure the safety of Qin Yuerer and Xiao Yu. The tolling of the sect's death knell reverberates, a somber resolve spreading among the sect's practitioners, from the sect leader to all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Without exception, they ascend into the sky, ready to unleash their innate powers. We vow to live or die alongside the Xian sect. A chorus of voices filled with defiance and determination pierces the heavens. Yuerer, Xiao Yu, remember this day, remember this scene. The future of the Xian sect rests upon your shoulders. Lu Panxin gazes at the sect leader, her master, and friends from various peaks. She yearns to join them in battle here. Yet she cannot. She must lead Qin Yuer and Xiao Yu to safety. She is tasked with nurturing their growth, bearing the mission of revitalizing the sect. Let us depart. Lu Panqing envelopes the two with her spiritual energy, propelling them swiftly into the distance. Should I allow you to expend your innate powers? What purpose would there be in refining you? Dihei commands the battlefield. His gaze encompassing all, he unleashes several colossal palm strikes from the sky, toppling all sect members, mercilessly interrupting the sacrificial ceremony. He then vanishes from his original position, reappearing before the fleeing Lu Panqing and the others, sneering. Did you truly believe you could escape? No. He Xianchong and the others plunge into despair. Qin Yuer and Xiao Yu represent the future of the sect. Yet they have been intercepted. The Xian sect is utterly doomed. Let me see why you are so insistent on protecting them. Dihei's gaze fixates on Qin Yuer and Xiao Yu, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes, followed by a maniacal laugh. No wonder you are so intent on shielding them. One possesses a fire spirit body, while the other is a pure wind-attributed 9-star root. Such extraordinary talents appearing within your modest Xian sect is truly exhilarating. Once I devour their innate powers, I shudder to think of how far I might ascend. Truly, heaven has favored me. Even one as powerful as he cannot possess such a monstrous physique, with such a constitution. His path of cultivation will stretch ever farther. Come to me. Dihei reaches for Qin Yuer, attempting to seize her. Great heavens, why grant me hope only to plunge me into despair? He Xianchong had believed that with Qin Yuer, the Xian sect would rise and become a super sect. Now, not only does she not possess the means to revitalize the sect, but she is also on the verge of being refined by the demon. His heart seethes with rage, resenting the heavens for playing such a cruel jest upon him. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Qin Yuer does not succumb to Dihei's grasp. Instead, a jade ornament emerges from her waist, transforming into a vermilion bird that soars directly towards Dihei, is enveloped in flames as radiant as the sun, warping the very fabric of the void. This is the vermilion bird from the jade ornament gifted to me by a master. Could it be that the master foresaw my impending calamity? Qin Yuer gazes at the vermilion bird. Lost in reverie. Not good. Flee. Dihei senses the overwhelming danger emanating from the vermilion bird. He knows he is no match for it. Utilizing his immense power, he tears through the void, preparing to escape. However, the vermilion bird follows suit, diving into the void, and soon after, Dihei's anguished cries echo through the air as his body is engulfed in flames, appearing above the Xian sect before disintegrating into ash. The vermilion bird reverts to a jade ornament, landing gently in Qin Yuer's palm. Gasp! A collective intake of breath resonates among the crowd. The demon, who could not be defeated even with the full might of the sect, has been vanquished by the jade ornament that flew from Qin Yuer's waist. This ornament is extraordinarily powerful. It is nothing short of a priceless treasure. Though they recognize its invaluable nature, none dare covet it. Today, Qin Yuer has saved them, becoming the savior of the entire sect, and all express their gratitude, refraining from harboring any ulterior motives regarding the ornament. Where did you acquire this ornament? He Xianchong approaches Qin Yuer. Trembling with astonishment that it was given to me by a master just a few days ago when I passed through Phoenix Town, Qin Yuer initially intends to fabricate a tale, but decides to be truthful since he Xianchong is her master. This was bestowed by a master. Such a treasure cannot simply be given away. He Xianchong is utterly astounded. The Xian sect is already the largest sect in the Eastern Territory, yet its entire worth pales in comparison to this jade ornament. Is this truly something that could be casually gifted? Indeed, he genuinely gifted it to me. He also gave one to Xiao Yu, and he has plenty more of such ornaments, Qin Yuer affirms earnestly. Gulp, he Xianchong swallows hard. The existence of multiple such ornaments is an overwhelming revelation. Can you tell me the whereabouts of this esteemed master? He inquires eagerly. Qin Yuer hesitates. Faced with her master, she is reluctant to lie. Recounting everything, but when it comes to Xiao Fan's specific location, she feels compelled to withhold. She fears that Xiao Fan may not wish to meet strangers, potentially leading to dire consequences. What? you are even hesitant to disclose to your master. He Xianchong continues to press for answers. Qin Yuer finds herself in a quandary. Senior brother, your inquiry is rather hasty. At this moment, Kong Yongchong steps forward, stating, consider this. That master specifically gifted the vermilion bird ornament to Yuer during her passage, which indicates he anticipated our Xian sect's plight and sought to aid us. With such an individual's prowess, he could easily arrive at our Xian sect in an instant. Yet he chose not to intervene directly, but instead utilized Yuer as a medium. What does this imply? It suggests he prefers to remain elusive. I understand that your inquiry into his whereabouts stemmed from a desire to express gratitude for his life-saving intervention, but are you not concerned that such actions might anger him and bring calamity upon our Xian sect? It seems I have indeed acted rashly. Upon being reminded by Kong Yongchong, he Xianchong awakened to clarity. He gazed at Yuer and said, let it be thus. I shall prepare a substantial gift for you to convey to the esteemed gentleman, expressing my gratitude for his benevolence in saving our sect. His emotions, having oscillated greatly, led him to make inquiries that were perhaps ill-considered. This, however, posed no issue. Qin Yuer had already intended to express her gratitude to Xiao Fan. But, master, she interjected, I must first return home. When I departed from the esteemed one last time, he remarked that the material for carving the jade ornament was inadequate. Otherwise, it could have been sculpted to greater perfection. At that moment, I mentioned that I possess a piece of exquisite jade at home, which I shall bring to him next time. He Xianchong and the others were rendered speechless. The jade ornament's capabilities were already of paramount value. What further material could be needed? They truly did not comprehend the ways of the esteemed world. Very well. He Xianchong nodded slightly. You may return home first, and I shall likewise prepare a significant gift. Take that piece of jade and return to the sect. When the time comes, you can present the sect's token of gratitude to the esteemed one. Chapter 13. The Emperor's Doubts, the Great Qin Kingdom. Vast in its expanse. The east of the Great Qin, a magnificent palace stood tall, awe-inspiring and majestic, evoking a sense of reverence. This was the imperial palace of the Great Q. At its heart lay the resplendent Golden Phoenix Hall, where the Qin Emperor held court, a place of sanctity and authority. Here, the Qin Emperor wielded dominion over all. Yet today, an unusual atmosphere permeated the air. The Qin Emperor stood respectfully, welcoming a knife-wielding envoy. Despite the envoy's presence radiating only the initial aura of Foundation establishment, he commanded the profound attention of the pinnacle golden core Qin Emperor, as he was a messenger for the great Zhou, representing the might of that kingdom. The Qin Emperor, the knife-wielding envoy, declared coldly, My sovereign commands that you arrange for Princess Yuer to wed Prince Zhou Chong within 7 days. Should there be any delay, my sovereign shall personally journey to the Qin. Such insolence, truly, such insolence. Once the envoy departed, the Qin Emperor overturned his dragon throne in fury, exclaiming, to command me to arrange the marriage of Yuer and Zhou Chong in 7 days. Does he presume my Qin to be a vassal of Zhou? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The chief guard, alarmed, consoled, in truth, marrying Princess Yuer to Prince Zhou Chong is not entirely unfavorable. The prince harbors aspirations of becoming the Emperor of Zhou, and Yuer would ascend as the Empress. A position of incomparable grandeur. What do you understand? The Qin Emperor shot a fierce glare at the chief guard. This is not a matter of marrying Yuer off to Zhou. It is distinctly a matter of her becoming a hostage. As long as she resides in Zhou, my daughter becomes a pawn in their hands, and the Qin shall be led by the nose. The chief guard felt a chill run down his spine and dared not speak further. Have you located Yuer? The Qin Emperor inquired, attempting to regain his composure. Reporting to your Majesty, Princess Yuer has gone to participate in the assessments of the Xian sect. However, the Xian sect has stringent requirements for admission. I fear her qualifications may fall short, the chief guard speculated. According to the timeline, she should return within a day or two. Sighing, the Qin Emperor lamented. Indeed, her qualifications are rather ordinary. How could she possibly gain entry into the Xian sect? If only she could, I would not have to endure the indignity imposed by the Zhou Emperor. Yet alas, it remains but a fleeting wish. Report. Just as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in swiftly, kneeling before the Qin Emperor, declaring loudly, Your Majesty, Princess Yuer has returned and is making her way here. Upon hearing this, the Qin Emperor's countenance brightened, and he promptly exited the Golden Phoenix Hall, soon spotting Qin Yuer striding towards him. Father, Yuer brings good news, Qin Yuer announced as she approached, performing a respectful BOWIS. That's so. I too have good news to share with you, the Qin Emperor replied, masking his displeasure with a smile. Curious, Qin Yuer asked, Oh, what good news do you have, father? Perhaps you should speak first. In 7 days, I shall arrange for you to wed Zhou Chang. In the future, you shall become the royal consort of Zhou. Moreover, there is a significant probability that Zhou Chang will ascend as the new emperor, and you will thus become the empress of Zhou, a position of unparalleled prestige. Do you not agree this is good news? The Qin Emperor forced a smile as he conveyed this information. The chief guard observed this exchange with a heavy heart, recognizing that while the Qin Emperor was evidently furious about the situation, he must still wear a facade of cheerfulness for Yuer's sake. Such is the heart of a parent. Every parent wishes for their children to be happy, even if it requires a benevolent deception. In this moment, the Qin Emperor, despite his exalted status, was no different from any other parent in the realm. Father, what sort of good news is this? Your daughter knows precisely what is on your mind. Qin Yuer responded with a smile. You do not wish for me to be wed far away. My marriage would merely serve as a means of becoming a hostage. Am I not correct? Sigh, you are far too astute, my child. Your father truly cannot bear the thought of you suffering, but our Qin lacks the strength of Zhou, leaving me with no other choice. Please do not blame your father for his apparent coldness. The Qin Emperor sighed. Father, you are the best emperor in the world. You are not cold-hearted in the slightest, Qin Yuer said, wrapping her arms around the Qin Emperor's, playfully teasing. Would you like to hear the good news I have brought you? Indeed, I must hear it. The Qin Emperor chuckled heartily at her antics. Yuer has joined the Zenith sect and has even become the personal disciple of the sect leader. Henceforth, my marriage will not be dictated by Zhou, and they will no longer dare to interfere with our Qin. That is indeed good news. The Qin Emperor nodded in agreement, only to suddenly realize, astonished, what do you mean you have become the personal disciple of the Zenith sect's leader? Surely you jest, father. Why would I deceive you? Look at this, Qin Yuer said, producing the sect's disciple token. The token shimmered as if imbued with violet flames, with her name, Qin Yuer, engraved prominently at its center. The token bore the unique insignia of the Zenith sect, one that could not be replicated by others. It was undeniably genuine. Could it be that you have caught the eye of some elder, and they made an exception for you? No. As the personal disciple of the sect leader, you must possess at least a 7-star spiritual root, which you cannot possibly meet, the Qin Emperor exclaimed in shock. Yuer, is there not another disciple named Qin Yuer in the Zenith sect? Have you stolen her token? This could bring calamity upon our Qin. You must return the token at once. The Qin Emperor understood that Qin Yuer possessed only a 4-star fire attribute qualification, making it impossible for her to be the personal disciple of the Zenith sect's leader. Thus, her previous assertions must have been deceitful. Father, please do not panic. Allow me to explain, Qin Yuer interjected. Indeed, my qualifications are quite ordinary, and I held no hope of admission to the Zenith sect. However, while passing by Phoenix Mountain, I encountered a gentleman who offered me porridge and eggs, and as a result, I broke through to the foundation establishment stage. When I underwent the sex assessment, it was discovered that my constitution had transformed into that of a fire spirit body, leading the sect leader to accept me as a personal disciple. The sect leader is now devoting the full resources of the sect to nurture me, and with my fire spirit body, I face no obstacles in cultivating fire attribute techniques that in just a few short days. I have reached the pinnacle of golden core. Qin Yuer recounted the events that transpired within the Zenith sect to the Qin Emperor. Yuer, when did you become such a storyteller, and your tales grow ever more absurd? The Qin Emperor's countenance grew stern, his displeasure evident. Father, do you not believe me? Then observe my current strength, Qin Yuer declared, unleashing the formidable aura of her golden core pinnacle. The Qin Emperor gasped in astonishment, recognizing that her power surpassed even his own maximum output. In just a few days of separation, his daughter had grown so formidable. Is everything you said true? He exclaimed. Come, We must test your abilities at the spirit testing platform. Still skeptical of Qin Yuer's claims. Could a mere bowl of porridge and an egg truly alter one's innate talents? He took her hand and led her towards the Royal Training Hall's spirit testing platform. Chapter 14. So you are a cultivator. The Royal Training Hall of the Great Qin was a sealed space, housing a spirit testing platform within. Boom! As Qin Yuer's feet touched the spirit testing platform. Radiant hues filled the room, ethereal sprites danced around, and the resonant sounds of the Tao echoed throughout. The Qin Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. He was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This is real, truly real. My great Qin shall no longer be beholden to the whims of Zhou. Father, your vision is limited. Qin Yuer smiled lightly and said, Once I grow stronger, I shall take you to trample Zhou beneath our feet, rendering it a vassal of our great Qin. Indeed, it appears your father has been short-sighted. Upon being lightly touched by Qin Yuer, the Qin Emperor experienced a sudden epiphany and deduced, My royal father ought to accompany you to meet the esteemed gentleman, seeking from him a bowl of congee. Surely, this will enhance my father's constitution, and before long, he shall surpass the strength of the Zhou Emperor. At that time, my father can personally trample upon the Zhou kingdom. Qin Yuer fell silent, pondering whether her father's leaps of logic were somewhat excessive. Father, the gentleman is not someone who can be summoned at will. That I shall first visit him to gauge his disposition and ascertain whether he is inclined to meet you. If he is amenable, then we shall proceed from there, she further cautioned. Moreover, you must not presume to request anything from him. Should he choose to bestow treasures upon you, consider a blessing. If he withholds such gifts, it is merely a reflection of your own fortunes. Approach him as the citizens of our great Qin do with you, with reverence and respect, as one would towards the heavens, realizing the gravity of his earlier thoughts. The Qin Emperor felt a shiver of apprehension, that he understood that had his common subjects dared to solicit favors from him, a foul mood could easily result in their imprisonment or, worse, their execution. Should he provoke the gentleman's displeasure, the consequences could be dire indeed. That I shall convey this to you. And now I must retrieve the he-sure jade back to the sect. After concluding her instructions, Qin Yuer recalled something and continued. Oh, father, you should adopt Xiao Yu as your goddaughter. She shall be a princess of our great Qin, remaining within the realm, so that should any misfortune befall you, she might be of assistance. That on the journey back, she contemplated and arranged matters concerning Xiao Yu and even conferred with her. Xiao Yu, possessing the exceptional 9-star wind attribute physique, could effortlessly grasp any martial arts. And with the Qing Yuan jade adornment upon her, she would ensure the safety of the Qin Emperor should peril arise. Indeed, splendid. The Qin Emperor was not a fool. He recognized the significance of having a daughter with such a prodigious talent. Gaining such an ally was a fortuitous stroke of luck, akin to finding a rare gem in the dark. Meanwhile, Xianqiong remained within the sect's treasury, racking his brain to determine what to gift Xiao Fan. Though the sect possessed numerous treasures, he knew that these trinkets would hold no value in Xiao Fan's eyes, being mere mundane objects. Junior brother, what do you think would be a fitting gift for the gentleman? He inquired of his companion, Kong Yongchang. After a moment as thought, Kong Yongchang replied, Perhaps we should present the purple flame spirit map painted by our founder. Junior brother, are you out of your mind? That is a painting left by our founder, which may harbor our sect's greatest secrets. You wish to simply gift it away? Xianqiong was taken aback by Kong Yongchang's suggestion. With an eye roll, Kong Yongchang retorted, Brother, in all these years, what have you discovered from your studies of that painting? Nothing at all, Xianqiong admitted, momentarily speechless. The painting reveals no secrets to us. It is but a useless relic. However, should the gentleman uncover its mysteries, we would have maximized its value, Kong Yongchang asserted, stroking his white beard. Moreover, if the secrets contained within are of great significance and the gentleman is pleased, he may reward our sect with a jade ornament, ensuring our enduring prosperity. Recalling how Qin Yuer's jade ornament had effortlessly vanquished the demonic entity threatening their sect, he felt a surge of desire. Very well. Let us present the purple flame spirit map to the gentleman. Xianqiong gritted his teeth in determination. In the tranquil courtyard of green mountains and rivers, Xiao Fan reclined in a rocking chair, the rich aroma of cured meat wafting through the air, causing Ning Shuang beside him to swallow hard. The cured meat had been smoked for several consecutive days and was now perfectly seasoned, that I wonder how the cured meat of the golden pung bird will taste. Let us have it for lunch, Xiao Fan suggested to Ning Shuang, who wagged her tail in agreement. Meanwhile, little Saint, concerned that his kin were searching for him, stealthily left to report his safety and to inform Kong Xinzi about Ning Shuang's circumstances. With the cured meat ready and rice wine at hand, Xiao Fan wished for a lovely companion to share the moment. His thoughts drifted to Qin Yue, a girl of both grace and beauty. Truly an unparalleled choice for a wife. It has been some time since Yue visited me. Xiao Fan regretted not having inquired about her residence during his previous encounters, for had he done so, he could have sought her out by now. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xiao Fan mused, a knock echoed from the front door. Who could it be? He stepped out of the courtyard and opened the front door, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Qin Yue's graceful figure. Truly, speak of a beauty, and she appears. It is Yue, please come in. Xiao Fan welcomed her with delight. Esteemed gentlemen, this is the exquisite jade I mentioned previously. I humbly ask you to accept it. Qin Yue presented the He-Shur jade to Xiao Fan upon entering. Yes, he accepted the jade. Xiao Fan noticed its superior quality compared to the ordinary jade he had previously carved. This piece was translucent and exuded a subtle glow from within, radiating warmth in his palm. Indeed, it was a remarkable specimen. You are most considerate. Did your father raise any objections to your gifting me this jade? Xiao Fan inquired curiously. I showed him the jade ornament you crafted, and he praised your exquisite craftsmanship, calling it a work of divine skill. He further remarked that such a jade should only be entrusted to someone of your caliber. Lest it be dishonored, Qin Yue replied, My father, being a connoisseur of jade, had intended to personally deliver it to you, but alas, he's been too occupied with matters at home. Is that so? Once I have carved this jade into an ornament, I shall choose a set to present to your family as a token of gratitude for your father's generosity. Xiao Fan expressed, surprised to learn that Qin Yue's father was indeed an honorable man who wished to present him with such a gift. Is this truly the case? Qin Yue felt a rush of excitement. Her father had long wished to meet the gentleman, and now it seemed the gentleman was inclined to visit her father. Could it be that he sensed her father's intentions? Xiao Fan nodded and replied, Indeed. Once I have completed the carving in a few days, I shall pay a visit. However, how shall I contact you? Esteemed gentlemen, I have recently joined the Purple Flame sect. Will you come to the sect when the time comes? I shall seek you out in a few days, Qin Yue suggested, her eagerness evident, not daring to let the gentleman come looking for her. She spoke hastily, nearly revealing too much. So you're a cultivator. No wonder you radiate an ethereal aura. Xiao Fan mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had assumed Qin Yue to be an ordinary person, someone with whom he could share his myriad skills. But now that he learned she was a cultivator, it seemed they belonged to entirely different worlds. Are you displeased that I have joined the Purple Flame sect? Qin Yue noticed a change in Xiao Fan's demeanor and inquired gently. Not at all. The Purple Flame sect is the largest sect in the eastern region, and I am genuinely happy for you, Xiao Fan replied, shaking off his earlier gloom and smiling. Qin Yue beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with J-O-Y. In truth, my ability to join the Purple Flame sect is partly thanks to you. Moreover, your jade ornament has greatly benefited the sect, and my master has expressly tasked me with delivering a painting to you, hoping you'll find it to your liking. Could my ornament truly have aided the Purple Flame sect? Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. Indeed, recently, our sect hosted an exhibition showcasing various artworks, and I took your ornament to display. Its lifelike beauty captivated all, earning us the top prize and bringing honor to our sect, Qin Yue explained, mindful of Xiao Fan's preference for maintaining a humble persona as a mere mortal. Do cultivators truly engage in art exhibitions? Xiao Fan pondered, intrigued. I see. Since there are female cultivators as well, it is only natural for them to showcase beautiful items. Understanding this, he felt enlightened and smiled. If such an event occurs again, could you kindly inform me? I would like to participate and witness how well my carved jade is received. The more unattainable something is, the more one yearns for it. This is a universal truth. Despite his inability to cultivate, Xiao Fan longed for the life of a cultivator. eager to learn more about their world and interact with them. Certainly, if you were to enter such a competition, I am confident you would emerge victorious. Qin Yuer responded immediately, expressing her desire for Xiao Fan's jade ornaments to participate in the event, asserting that all other jade pieces would undoubtedly pale in comparison. As she spoke, she handed the Zenith spirit painting to Xiao Fan. The painting sent by your sect must be extremely precious. Let me take a look. Cultivators are formidable figures, far surpassing ordinary mortals. And their artistry is certainly not something mere mortals can match. However, when Xiao Fan unveiled the Zenith spirit painting, he felt a slight disappointment. The artwork appeared rather ordinary and lacked the vividness he had envisioned. But wait, there seems to be a hidden layer in this painting. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was indeed a painting within the painting. Using a thin knife, he carefully separated the layers and retrieved the inner artwork. Suddenly, boundless purple flames sprang to life on the paper. This was a depiction of the purple flame. Indeed, this Zenith spirit painting was quite well done, yet it seemed to lack a certain spirit. Could it be that the esteemed members of the Zenith sect were testing me, challenging me to bring it to life? Grabbing a brush, Xiao Fan made a few swift strokes on the purple flame painting. And it truly came alive. The purple flames appeared to transform into roaring fire dragons, soaring through the air. The artwork was now perfect. Xiao Fan set down the brush, thoroughly satisfied with his masterpiece. Meanwhile, Qin Yuer, who had witnessed the entire process, stood beside him with her mouth agape in astonishment. The painting sent by her master was utterly devoid of soul. The so-called Zenith spirit painting bore no relation to the essence of spirit. Yet, with just a few simple strokes from the gentleman, the painting was imbued with life, exuding a unique aura that enveloped the space. Upon merely glimpsing that aura, she felt her own realm poised to ascend. Come, let this painting be passed on to your Zenith sect. Xiao Fan believed that the Zenith sect was aware of his artistic prowess and was testing him. Thus he returned the painting. Ah, very well. This painting had now become a true treasure. And yet, upon further reflection, Qin Yuer realized that anything belonging to the gentleman could not be considered simple. These items were treasures for cultivators. But for him, they were merely trifles crafted with ease. The higher her own strength, the more she felt that the gentleman was unfathomable. After completing the painting, Xiao Fan rose to head to the kitchen, where he specifically prepared smoked bacon from the golden pung bird for Qin Yuer that smells so good. The aroma of the smoked bacon wafted through the air, nearly making Qin Yuer drool. When the bacon was served, Xiao Fan offered her a piece with a smile, saying, "Here, give it a try." Oh, however, just as Qin Yuer was about to eat, Ning Shuang entered and called out, "Haha, I almost forgot about you." Seeing Ning Shuang emerge from the backyard, Xiao Fan went to the kitchen and cheerfully said, "Just a moment. Let me get you a plate of bacon." Wow, what a beautiful little fox. Qin Yuer was captivated by Ning Shuang's pure white fur and reached out to stroke her. Ning Shuang quickly dodged, displaying her imposing demeanor, baring her teeth at Qin Yuer. "This is a monster." Qin Yuer sensed the aura emanating from Ning Shuang, utterly shocked. This was a pet nurtured by a powerful being, and it turned out to be a demon beast, its realm surpassing her own. She had no way of discerning the exact level of Ning Shuang's strength. Her admiration for Xiao Fan deepened. She estimated that this pet's power was not inferior to that of her own master. Truly, she envied this demon beast for being able to stay beside the gentleman every day. If only she could. She would gladly serve as his maid, bringing him tea and water, making his bed and folding his clothes. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, since the gentleman had not invited her to stay. She felt unworthy to make such a request. "Come, little one, my apologies for forgetting to cut your bacon. Today, you shall have a bit more as compensation." Xiao Fan placed the smoked bacon before Ning Shuang, who excitedly yipped twice and began devouring it, mumbling as she ate. "Humph, who is this woman? She is utterly annoying. When I transform into human form in the future, I will definitely outshine her and make sure the gentleman sees only me." As a princess of the nine-tailed fox clan, Ning Shuang was stunningly beautiful, capable of captivating an entire era, and she held great confidence in her appearance. "Thank you for the lunch, gentlemen, in a few days. Yuer will come to find you and take you to visit our Qin kingdom. Our marketplace is quite lively." Qin Yuer, needing to return to her sect, rose after finishing her meal to bid farewell. She recalled Xiao Fan mentioning he would visit her home in a few days, interpreting this as his way of experiencing the mortal realm, and thus did not summon her father, but instead planned to take him to witness the mundane world. The marketplace was the place where mortals congregated, a reflection of their human experience. Sounds good, Xiao Fan rejoiced, inwardly pondering whether this could be considered a visit to meet her parents. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Xinyuwerer was a cultivator while he was merely an ordinary mortal, causing a slight sense of dejection to wash over him. Cursed system. Xiao Fan cursed the system countless times in his mind, lamenting how it had maxed out all his skills yet prevented him from cultivating. What was the difference between this and being stopped right before climaxing? In the depths of Chongqing Mountain, the little monkey was tightly embraced by the old monkey. "You little rascal, where have you been? You've worried everyone for a day and a night. We thought you had been refined by King Peng." Little Sheng was the most gifted child of the monkey clan, possessing the strongest bloodline power. He was the future of the clan, and everyone dared not let anything happen to him. "Grandpa Monkey, I'm sorry. Master Kong was worried that Peng Yi would harm Sister Ning Shuang, so he sent me to deliver a warning. Time was of the essence, and I couldn't ask for your permission." Little Sheng mischievously stuck out his tongue, apologizing. The old Monkey King was extremely angry and gave Little Sheng a light slap on the head, saying, "You little rascal, such an important matter, and you didn't consult me. What if he got captured? And that Peng Yi, if you encountered him on the way, he could easily crack your monkey brain open and eat it raw." "Grandpa Monkey, I really did encounter Peng Yi, but he was so arrogant that he offended a powerful being and was killed by a lantern made by that being." Little Sheng's eyes darted around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before whispering to the old Monkey King. "You little brat, now you're learning to lie." The old Monkey King said, clearly displeased. "As far as I know, the most formidable being in this area is the leader of the Xian sect, whose strength is comparable to that of King Peng. Peng Yi's power is not much weaker. Even if he were to lose, he possesses unique wind manipulation techniques as a member of the Golden Peng clan. And escaping would surely not be a problem. Who would believe that he was subdued by a mere lantern?" Chapter 16. The gentleman does not wish to meet you all, Grandpa Monkey. "I know you don't believe me, but if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either," Little Sheng exclaimed animatedly. Although the lantern was merely crafted by the gentleman with ease, he was a powerful being, and even a casually made lantern could subdue Peng. "I want to be as formidable as the gentleman in the future." Little Sheng became so excited that he even began gesticulating. However, after saying this, Little Sheng sighed. "The gentleman is too powerful. I might never reach his heights." Bam! The old Monkey King delivered another light slap to Little Sheng's head, dragging him deeper into the clan's territory. "I see you've been daydreaming outside for a day and a night, making your head all muddled. Come back with me. I'll have to confine you for 3 days at no. Grandpa Monkey, please listen to me. I still need to warn Master Kong. I must tell her that Peng Yi is dead, and Sister Ning Shuang's strength has greatly increased. She will soon return to rescue everyone." Little Sheng struggled to reason with the old Monkey King. "Clearly, your head is muddled. I think 3 days of confinement won't suffice. You'll need 7, the old Monkey King declared. "Grandpa Monkey, I truly did not lie to you. Feel my aura. I've already reached the foundation establishment stage. This is all thanks to the food the gentleman provided. He is incredible." Little Sheng resolved to prove his reality with his true strength. However, the old Monkey King had just been worried that Little Sheng would run off. So he immediately sealed Little Sheng's cultivation, thus failing to notice that Little Sheng had indeed reached the foundation establishment stage. "Alas, the future of my monkey clan seems doomed. Your mind is clearly addled," the old Monkey King concluded, firmly disbelieving any of Little Sheng's words and not preparing to investigate his level. After all, no matter how powerful a being might be, it was impossible for them to elevate Little Sheng's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage in such a short time. And so, Little Sheng was confusedly confined at this very moment. King Peng sat upon his throne and inquired of the Peng Ko below, "Has Peng Yi not returned yet?" He granted Peng Yi merely a single day to bring back Ning Shuang. Yet now nearly half a day has passed, and Peng Yi remains absent, which provokes a growing agitation within King Jinping. The prodigies from the various clans have already arrived, yet there is concern that they will still be unable to break through to the out-of-body stage despite refining the bloodline powers of these talents. Thus, the plan is to wait for Ning Shuang to be captured before proceeding with the refinement in one decisive effort to achieve the breakthrough. My lord, he has yet to return, Punka reported. I suspect he failed to capture Ning Shuang and, fearing his own fate of being refined, has chosen not to return. Should I make a trip to Phoenix Town? Humph, if he dares to betray me, I shall ensure he has no place to die, King Jinping declared, his wrath surging, causing Punka to tremble in fear. He then tossed a puppet to Punka, stating, "This is a doppelganger I crafted some time ago, possessing 70% of my original strength. You are to leave for Chongqing Mountain and accomplish 2 tasks for me. First, locate Ning Shuang and bring her back. Second, if Pingyi fails to fulfill his mission and does not dare to return to see me, eliminate him and retrieve his demon infant." The doppelganger, initially intended for confronting the 9-tailed fox king, had not been utilized due to the latter's misplaced trust, which allowed for a successful ambush. Recently, King Jinping had sensed Pingyi's instability, and combined with Punka's words, he resolved not to spare Pingyi any longer. After all, he was on the verge of entering the out-of-body stage. Once he solidified his position in Chongqing Mountain, the Jinping clan could suppress the demon tribes there even without Pingyi. "Yes, my lord, I shall ensure the tasks are completed," Punka affirmed, as the 3rd strongest of the Jinping clan, at the early stage of the demon infant realm. With the combat prowess of the doppelganger reaching the late stage of the demon infant realm, eliminating Pingyi would pose no significant challenge. Tizian sect. As dusk fell, he Xianchong stood atop the mountain, gazing at the sunset, sighing, "Junior brother, with Yuer and Xiaoyu in the sect, the future is promising. Alas, my lifespan, akin to this sunset, draws to a close that I fear I shall not witness the day of the sect's rise." He paused momentarily before continuing, "I intend to pass the position of sect master to you, and then, before my time runs out, seek opportunities for a breakthrough. Should I fail to return, when Yuer's strength surpasses yours, you shall pass the position to her." With a lifespan of 1,000 years in the nascent soul stage, he Xianchong already surpassed 900. If he could not break through to the out-of-body stage before reaching a millennium, he would face demise. Now, he must seize the fleeting opportunity before his time is up, making one final effort. "Senior brother, the opportunity lies within our reach. Why venture out in search of it?" Kong Yongchong suggested pointedly. "You refer to the master mentioned by Yuer, but he is a person of great stature. If he is unwilling to meet us, even if I were to kneel in supplication, I would gain nothing. In fact, I might incur his displeasure and invite disaster upon the sect." He Xianchong shook his head. "Indeed," Kong Yongchong nodded, hesitatingly suggesting, "Let us wait for Yuer to return before making any decisions." As they conversed, a disciple arrived with news of Qin Yuer's return. Hearing this, both men exchanged glances of joy and flew toward the foot of the mountain. "Yuer, you have finally returned. What did the master say?" Kong Yongchong inquired eagerly. "The breakthrough to the out-of-body stage is no trivial matter. He Xianchong have been brothers for centuries, understanding that this quest for opportunity likely held peril for his senior brother. He wished to avert the grim fate of witnessing his brother's death. I hinted to the master, but he is unwilling to meet with you." Qin Yuer replied apologetically. She had indeed signaled to Xiao Fan, but could not be overt, uncertain if the master understood her intent. "I see." The hearts of the 2 brothers sank. By the way, the master returned the Zenith spirit diagram that our master had sent him. Though he made some alterations, IT should be beneficial for our master, Qin Yuer added with a smile, convinced that if she could derive benefits from the Zenith spirit diagram, then so could her master and uncle. "Very well, you may leave for now. I shall discuss this with your master," Kong Yongchong said, sighing upon learning that Xiao Fan had merely made a few strokes on the Zenith spirit diagram. "Yes, master and uncle, I take my leave." Qin Yuer bowed to He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong, swiftly returning to the sect. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged glances, both displaying bitter smiles. The master was not only unwilling to meet them, but he had also returned the Zenith spirit diagram. It appeared they would not gain any opportunities from him. "Junior brother, Let us return to the sect, that I will transfer the position of sect master to you. And once that is done, I shall seek opportunities for a breakthrough. He Xianchong sighed, heading toward the sect master's hall, with Kong Yongchong following closely behind, their figures appearing somewhat desolate. Chapter 17. A grave mistake. Follow me to the sect master's secret chamber. Once back in the sect master's hall, He Xianchong led Kong Yongchong toward the secret chamber, which contained the sect's hidden secrets known only to the sect master. And he intended to pass the position to Kong Yongchong before venturing out in search of opportunity. Standing outside the secret chamber, He Xianchong instructed Kong Yongchong, "Junior brother, set the Zen spirit diagram aside for now. I will teach you a palm technique. It is the key to opening the secret chamber." Kong Yongchong placed the Zen spirit diagram on a nearby stone table. This palm technique emphasizes the essence of spirit, requiring the nascent soul's fire to permeate through the fingers, which must then push against the stone door to unlock it. He Xianchong began demonstrating the technique, and as he practiced, a gust of wind emerged, causing the Zen spirit diagram to flutter and reveal a corner. Boom! In an instant, that corner burst forth with radiant brilliance, emanating a unique ambience. He Xianchong's gaze was immediately drawn. How can this be? The ambience from the Zen spirit diagram is so powerful, and it is of the same origin as our sect's foundational technique. The Zen gong, the bottleneck that I have not budged from for centuries, has at this moment begun to shift. Having merely glimpsed that ambience, He Xianchong felt his inner spirit and energy surge to life. He rushed toward the Zen spirit diagram, fully unfurling it, and was instantly enveloped by this extraordinary ambience that He Xianchong seemed to sense something, seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a deep state of enlightenment. Kong Yongchong was similarly captivated by this ambience and began to experience his own enlightenment. Boom! Before long, a powerful aura erupted from He Xianchong, his spirit coalescing into nascent soul energy, soaring above him and gazing down upon the realms. He Xianchong felt his consciousness expanding at an astonishing rate, his nascent soul emerging and soaring through the heavens. He had broken through to the out-of-body stage. Simultaneously, Kong Yongchong's aura surged dramatically, ascending from the late nascent soul stage to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Once they stabilized their realms, they exchanged astonished glances. "Senior brother, it seems we were gravely mistaken." Kong Yongchong broke the silence first. He Xianchong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we initially thought the master returned the Zen spirit diagram because he was unwilling to see us. It appears that was not the case. The master must have discovered the secret of the Zen spirit diagram, unlocked it, and tasked wearer with bringing it back. No wonder wearer mentioned that we would surely gain from viewing the painting. How foolish we were to dismiss it and nearly miss this monumental opportunity. Senior brother, I fear this matter is not as simple as you suggest." Kong Yongchong replied, shaking his head. Where said, "The master made a few strokes on the Zen spirit diagram, and therein lies the crux. Indeed, it is these strokes that breathe life into the painting, imbuing it with spirit and ambience. These strokes are the true strokes of genius, serving to complete the painting." He Xianchong echoed in agreement, lamenting, "What terrifying strength must the master possess to refine the Zen spirit diagram so effortlessly? I yearn to witness his extraordinary presence, yet without his permission, I dare not approach." "Alas, we can only look up to the master's grandeur," Kong Yongchong echoed, sharing in the sentiment. After the initial excitement faded, He Xianchong collected himself and stated, "Junior brother, I have decided to present the Zen spirit diagram for all within the sect to study, thereby enhancing our collective strength. When the next demonic threat arises, our sect must possess the strength to resist. If the Zen spirit diagram could elevate their prowess, it would undoubtedly benefit the disciples, elders, and peak masters alike." He Xianchong was determined to make use of it. "That is unwise," Kong Yongchong interjected urgently, shaking his head. "Though the master returned this diagram to us, it has passed through his hands, and within it lies the opportunity he granted us. Without his permission, how can we dare to use it at will? Just a moment ago, the profound essence of the diagram revealed itself to us, purely by chance, an arrangement of the heavens. However, should we present the Zen spirit diagram for the disciples of our sect to observe, it would be a deliberate act, if the master were to learn of this. He might take umbrage that, in my humble opinion, we ought to send where to gauge the master's sentiments. If he permits the disciples of the Xian sect to freely observe the diagram, we can unveil it to everyone thereafter. Xianchong felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing this. He found Kong Yongchang's words to be quite reasonable, even speculating that this might be a test imposed by the master upon them. You are absolutely right. I have acted rashly, Xianchong admitted. Come, let us seek out your. Before long, the two appeared before Qin your. Xianchong began, when the master instructed you to return the Xian spirit diagram. Did he say anything else? The master merely said to return the diagram, and then he invited me to enjoy some roasted meat. Qin Yuer replied earnestly, though somewhat perplexed. Xianchong and Kong Yongchang exchanged glances. Falling into confusion, the implication of his words did not suggest they were to view the painting. Master, why are you both inquiring about this? Qin Yuer asked, puzzled by their silent exchange. Sighing, Xianchong recounted the events that had transpired. Master, you and my uncle are actually concerned about this matter, Qin Yuer remarked. The master asked me to retrieve the Xian spirit diagram, which is surely meant for the enjoyment of the Xian sect members. Is it not? Her implication was clear. The Xian spirit diagram should be accessible to all members of the sect. Yuer, you're still rather young, Xianchong responded, shaking his head. What manner of person is the master? Every word and action of his is laden with profound meaning. Why would he be disinclined to see me and your uncle? It is highly probable that we initially failed to pass his test. The bestowal of the Xian spirit diagram may very well be a new trial for us. If we do not succeed this time, we may never be deemed worthy to see him again. Qin Yuer replied uncertainly, Master, could you be exaggerating? I believe the master is quite gentle. Surely he wouldn't treat you so harshly. Kong Yongchang interjected, that may be true for you, as you are already acquainted with the master. Naturally, he treats you with kindness, but to us, he remains a stranger. Pray tell, if a stranger were to disrespect you, would you not feel anger? Indeed, Qin Yuer conceded, acknowledging the validity of Kong Yongchang's point. How about this? I am due to visit the master in a few days. I shall subtly inquire whether he permits the entire sect to observe the Xian spirit diagram. How astute you are, Xianchong remarked, having anticipated her response. Before you go, please visit me. I intend to prepare a gift for the master, to express my gratitude for his generous gift of the painting. Remember to speak a few kind words on my behalf when you meet him, and do not forget to mention me as well. Kong Yongchang added urgently, anxious not to be overlooked by Qin Yuer. Very well, master and uncle. Qin Yuer replied with a light laugh, her heart brimming with gratitude as she thought of Xiao Fan. Were it not for the master, not only would she not have become Xianchong's disciple, but joining the Xian sect would have been an impossibility. Chapter 18. The Unapproachable Secrets of Heaven Deep Within the Chongqing Mountain. An old black dog lazily lay beneath a tree, its eyes drooping in lethargy. My lord, the dog king, have you resigned yourself to your fate? At an indeterminate moment, Peng Ku appeared before the old black dog, a mocking glint in his eyes. Your reputation once overshadowed that of the nine-tailed demon king, yet here you find yourself in such a dismal state. Truly, it evokes pity among the beasts. If I were you, I would prefer death over such a wretched existence. The old black dog, known as the dog king of the demon race, possessed immense power. However, after a failed attempt to break through to the next realm, he sustained irreversible injuries, leading to a significant decline in his physical capabilities, rendering him weaker than a demon infant, with his lifespan nearing its end. The Dog King cast a dispassionate glance at Peng Ku. Remaining silent, as the sovereign among dogs, he possessed a degree of foresight and divination skills. Following his failure to break through, he had contemplated ending his life, yet before doing so, he divined his fate, which suggested a chance for rebirth amidst adversity. Thus, he had been patiently awaiting the arrival of such an opportunity over the years. TSK. Seeing the Dog King's indifference, Peng Ku continued to provoke. Had the former Dog King been so affronted by Mir Jr., he would have swatted me away with a single paw. Alas, how regrettable! Engaging in such banter with a venerable figure was rather enjoyable for Peng Ku. He spat at the Dog King, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The Dog King chose to ignore Peng Ku, closing his eyes to doze off. Over the years, he had endured countless taunts and ridicule from the demon race and had long since grown accustomed to it. Noticing that he had failed to provoke a reaction from the Dog King, Peng Ku felt a surge of murderous intent. Suppressing it, he said, "Old dog, I suppose you must yearn to kill me." "Yes, unfortunately, you are no longer the formidable Dog King of OLD. Oh, you wish to restore your strength? I can offer you such an opportunity," Peng Ku inquired, and upon receiving no response from the Dog King, he continued, "The lord of the Peng clan has commanded me to capture Ning Shuang and Peng Yi from the human realm. I do not know their current whereabouts, but I am certain that with your abilities, locating them would be a trivial task. Assist me in finding them, and I shall beseech the Peng Lord to provide you with the 9 curves due to mend your injuries." But a glimmer of light flashed in the Dog King's eyes at the mention of 9 curves due. This treasure of heaven and earth indeed had the power to heal his injuries, but such a precious item would likely be beyond the reach of the Golden Peng King. I thought you were truly prepared to await your demise." Seeing the Dog King's interest piqued, a triumphant glint appeared in Peng Ku's eyes. "So, what will it be? Will you accompany me?" Although he had contemplated coercing the Dog King, he feared that forcibly taking him would lead to insincerity in the search for Ning Shuang and Peng. By first trampling upon the Dog King's dignity and then offering him hope, he aimed to ignite the desire within the Dog King to restore his powers, thereby ensuring his willingness to seek out Ning Shuang and Peng. As for the 9 curves due, it was merely a fabrication. He sought only to exploit the Dog King's abilities for his own ends. Once they had located them, the Dog King would serve no further purpose. And Peng Ku could decide his fate. "I will go and consult the Golden Peng King, that if he's willing to grant me the 9 curves due, I can guarantee with my life that I will help you find Ning Shuang and Peng Yi." The Dog King, being quite astute, would not be easily swayed by such empty promises. "To call you a Dog King is to flatter you. Old dog, do not overstep your bounds. You dare make demands of me? Do you believe I would not slay you and feast on dog meat?" Seeing that the Dog King remained unyielding, Peng Ku unleashed his initial stage demon infant power, applying pressure upon the Dog King. "Is this to be my opportunity?" The Dog King mused internally, realizing that if he chose not to comply, Peng Ku would surely kill him, and the prospect of rebirth amidst adversity would become a futile dream. With this thought, he expelled a copper coin from his mouth, which spun in the air before crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground erupted violently, shattering the copper coin into fragments. The Dog King's eyes widened in shock. This copper coin had been crafted by a skilled artisan, impervious to damage. Yet, it had shattered during a mere divination. Something extraordinary was afoot. Have I stumbled upon some untouchable secret of heaven, or is there an unforeseen turn of events awaiting me? But is this turn of events fortuitous or disastrous? The Dog King murmured to himself. "What trickery are you up to, old dog?" Peng Ku, unaware of the significance of the copper coin's explosion, assumed the Dog King was preparing to confront him and quickly assumed a defensive posture. Without further ado, the Dog King stood and declared, "I will accompany you. Lead the way. Fortune and misfortune often coexist. Many times, calamity and opportunity are intertwined, dependent solely on one's ability to grasp them. Remaining here would yield no opportunities." He resolved to venture forth. Upon hearing this, Peng Ku reined in his outward display of power and took to the skies, with the Dog King closely following. The 2 beasts emerged from Chongqing Mountain, landing outside Phoenix Town, where they transformed into human forms and entered the town. The Dog King arrived at the center of Phoenix Town, closed his eyes, and began to take deep breaths as he inhaled. Streams of air coalesced into wisps of azure smoke, flowing into his nostrils, and his mind became flooded with countless images. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the far end of Phoenix Town, opposite Chongqing Mountain, and spoke, "Follow me." Soon, 2 beasts descended outside Xiao Fan's small courtyard. The Dog King gazed at the courtyard, his eyes revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Possessing the ability of divination, he could foresee certain dangers. And from his small courtyard, he sensed the ominous scent of peril. How could the humble abode of a mere mortal evoke such a feeling? Were Ning Shuang and Peng Yi inside? Seeing this, Peng Ku inquired with delight. "They should both be within," the Dog King replied uncertainly. Their aura dissipated here, indicating they likely entered the courtyard. This place is peculiar. It is entirely cut off from the outside, and I cannot catch even a whiff of any presence inside. It's simple to find out by entering. Peng Ku disregarded the Dog King's warning and stepped forward. The Dog King quietly urged, "Wait. What is there to fear? It is merely a place inhabited by a mortal. How strange could it be?" Peng Ku scoffed, dismissing his concerns, and continued his advance. "This courtyard is not ordinary. It may harbor dangers. So caution is warranted." The Dog King, anxious that Peng Ku might trigger unforeseen events and miss out on his opportunity, hurriedly cautioned him. "What fear could a farmer's small courtyard possibly inspire? I shall enter and investigate." Peng Ku, equipped with a puppet clone bestowed by the Golden Peng King, felt no trepidation, confident in his ability to escape even from the likes of Xianchong, and pushed forward once more. The Dog King, observing Peng Ku's insistence on entering, refrained from further intervention. Perhaps Peng Ku's entry might not be entirely detrimental. Persistently obstructing him might not yield favorable results, so it was better to let events unfold naturally. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it is all in the hands of fate. Just as Peng Ku approached the courtyard door, the lantern before it began to emit a faint glow. Meanwhile, several streaks of light descended outside Fengwang Town. "Master Shu, it seems that the gentleman is somewhat resistant to our presence. You must completely conceal your auras. A strikingly beautiful woman, her lips like rubies, spoke. Furthermore, upon reaching the gentleman's courtyard, you shall wait outside while I gauge his inclination. If he is amenable to meeting you, I will return to inform you." "Understood." He Xianchong and Elder Kong Yong blushed, excitement evident on their faces. The gentleman's guidance had enabled both of them to break through. Originally, they had prepared gifts for Qin Yuer to present as thanks, but later concluded that personally expressing their gratitude would convey greater sincerity. However, they feared that Xiao Fan might not wish to see them, thus consulting Qin Yuer to probe his sentiments first. Once they confirmed his willingness to meet, they would pay their respects. If not, they would await a more opportune moment. The trio concealed their auras entirely, transforming themselves into mere mortals. They did not continue to fly, but walked to the courtyard's exterior, showing respect for Xiao Fan. Qin Yuer maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet he Xianchong and Kong Yong felt akin to students before a teacher, filled with trepidation and anxiety. "Master Shu, the gentleman will not devour you. Why the excessive nervousness?" Qin Yuer lightly covered her cherry lips, finding their demeanor amusing. Yet, it was true. Had she not been familiar with the gentleman and aware of his kindness, she might have felt even more anxious than the two of them. Approaching the gentleman's small courtyard, Qin Yuer discovered someone brazenly attempting to intrude. This was the gentleman's domain. Who dared act so recklessly? She stepped forward and called out, "Halt!" Just as Peng Ku was about to assault the courtyard, he suddenly heard someone commanding him to stop. Turning around, he found several mortals confronting him. How dare a few mere mortals obstruct him? They were utterly oblivious to their impending doom. He glared at Qin Yuer, coldly demanding, "Was it you who commanded me to cease?" "Indeed, it was I, this young lady, who commanded you to halt." Qin Yuer nodded seriously, stating, "Do you comprehend where you are? To dare cause a ruckus here is akin to courting death. You presume to educate me." The cold light in Peng Ku's eyes intensified. How could he be taught a lesson by a mortal? Rising fury surged within him as he grimly stated, "Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Leave this instant, or else you shall invoke my wrath, and I shall summon my master to subdue you." Sensing Peng Ku's overwhelming aura, Qin Yuer recognized he was beyond her capabilities. However, with Xianchong's backing, she felt no fear. She refrained from calling upon Xianchong to act, concerned that a confrontation would disturb Xiao Fan. Truly, ignorance breeds boldness. The fury in Peng Ku's gaze deepened. He transformed into his massive golden Peng form, towering over Qin Yuer, declaring, "Let me demonstrate who I truly am. Behold, I am a member of the demon race. A golden Peng, my strength rivaling that of a demon infant. With a mere flap of my wings, I can conjure a whirlwind today. I have pressing matters to attend to. Depart swiftly if you wish to avoid death." With a powerful flap of his wings, a demonic wind surged through the air, crashing toward Qin Yuer, nearly toppling her. Growing increasingly arrogant, he coldly commanded, "I have no time for you. clear out at once, or my wing shall bring about your demise. Initially, he assumed the trio were mere mortals, but it was evident they could not withstand his demonic wind. They were clearly cultivators, given their proximity to Xian's sect. These individuals could very well be its disciples. Should they perish here and be discovered by Xian's sect, he would face relentless pursuit. Although he claimed to fear nothing from Xiancheng, the reality of facing him left him somewhat apprehensive. Since you are so stubborn, I shall have our master subdue you. Qin Yuer crossed her arms and huffed, but oh, you intend to summon your master to subdue me. Peng Ku replied with amusement. Come, summon your master. I am eager to witness whether he can subdue me or I him. Master, someone seeks to subdue you. Qin Yuer playfully winked at Xiancheng, cautioning, when you strike, be gentle. We must not disturb the gentleman. Understood. Xiancheng emerged, determined to avoid alarming Xiao Fan, and refrain from releasing any aura. He beckoned to Peng Ku, stating, Go ahead. I shall allow you to strike first, lest you miss your opportunity. Seeing Xiancheng emerge, Peng Ku solemnly declared, Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With a powerful flap of his wings, a colossal black whirlwind materialized, hurtling toward Xiancheng that a sneer of disdain danced in Peng Ku's eyes. Yet in the next instant, that sneer vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. The tremendous whirlwind was effortlessly dispelled by a single slap from Xiancheng. Xiancheng then reached into the air, conjuring a massive spiritual hand that seized Peng Ku by the neck, slamming him to the ground. This impact scattered his entire demonic energy, rendering him powerless, akin to a lifeless bird sprawled on the ground. Old man, you seek death. Peng Ku, feeling humiliated, immediately summoned the puppet clone of the Golden Peng King. The clone transformed into a colossal golden peng, diving down to attack Xiancheng. Let us see how you will defend against this. Peng Ku roared in anger, refusing to believe that even this demon infant-level clone could be easily subdued by Xiancheng. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. With a mere grasp, Xiancheng captured the clone by its neck and slammed it into the ground, rendering it a mere puppet. Is that all? Xiancheng coldly regarded Peng Ku, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Although he had only just broken through to the out-of-body stage, the gap between them was vast. He could effortlessly suppress him. Peng Ku gasped sharply, trembling on the ground. This was not suppression. It was a unilateral crushing. He had initially thought to subdue his opponent. Was he seeking to court death? By his estimation, the other must surely be a formidable out-of-body expert. Otherwise, how could he so easily overpower a demon infant-level clone? Senior, who exactly are you? Could it be that you are the master of this small courtyard? Peng Ku lay on the ground, still shaken, inquired. However, Xiancheng's response filled him with a primal terror. I, the master of this small courtyard? I am unworthy. I am not even qualified to hold the shoes of the master of this small courtyard. Xiancheng was already a formidable expert of the out-of-body stage. If he deemed himself unworthy to even hold the shoes of the owner of this small courtyard, how powerful must that owner be? How foolish of him to attempt an attack here. It was sheer folly. Chapter 20. You're always welcome to visit. He was utterly convinced that the person opposite him was undoubtedly a formidable being in the out-of-body stage. To eliminate someone of such caliber would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Senior, I assure you, I am not in league with him. I harbor no ill intentions towards the courtyard. The Dog King, fearing he might also be suppressed, hastily delineated the boundary between himself and Peng Ku. Oh, you truly think this old man is easily deceived? Reveal your true form. Xiancheng snorted coldly, unleashing an overwhelming pressure towards the Dog King, who, unable to withstand it, transformed into an old black dog. With both demon beasts now present, Xiancheng was skeptical of their claims of having no connections. The Dog King's words distinctly gave him the impression of a clumsy attempt to hide the truth. Your insistence that you're not allied only confirms that you undoubtedly are. He swiftly took action, subduing the Dog King as well. After suppressing the two demon beasts, Xiancheng concealed his aura. Returning to a mortal guise. At this moment, Qin Yuer spoke up. Master, Uncle Master, I shall go meet the gentleman first. Please keep a watchful eye on these two demon beasts. The gentleman has a fondness for them. And should he wish to see you, You may present these two as small gifts, which he would surely appreciate. Upon hearing this, Peng Ku and the Dog King were filled with despair, realizing they had come to the human realm for a task that was now at risk of ending with them being turned into cured meat. After relaying her message, Qin Yuer approached the courtyard entrance. As a frequent visitor, the lantern did not deter her. Knock, knock, knock. She stood there and politely tapped on the door. Who is it? A voice soon echoed from within. It was Xiao Fan. Upon opening the door, Xiao Fan's eyes immediately brightened as he smiled and said, Ah, it's you. In just a few days, you have become even more beautiful than before. Hearing Xiao Fan as compliment, a delightful blush crept onto Qin Yuer's face. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head slightly, performing a small bow as she murmured, Thank you for your kind words, sir. Come in, please, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Have a seat for a moment. I will fetch you a glass of water. He welcomed Qin Yuer into the living room, gesturing for her to sit, before heading to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I happen to be preparing lunch as well, so please wait a moment. As he spoke, he returned to the kitchen. Sir, your cooking is truly delicious. May I learn from you? Qin Yuer had been contemplating how to broach the subject of her master and uncle, knowing that more interaction and conversation with Xiao Fan would provide her the opportunity to suggest her master's visit. Of course, I will teach you how to cook later. The chance to showcase his culinary skills in front of a beautiful woman was an opportunity Xiao Fan eagerly welcomed. He had great confidence in his cooking abilities, firmly believing that, even though Qin Yuer was a cultivator, her culinary skills could not compare to his. Leading Qin Yuer into the kitchen, Xiao Fan inquired, Have you cooked before? No, but I can learn. Qin Yuer clenched her small fists, rallying herself, secretly chiding herself for not having learned to cook earlier. Surely, the sir must think her quite useless. Ha! Xiao Fan chuckled, saying, Then how about this? I will cook, and you can help me stoke the fire. While you do that, observe closely how I prepare the dishes. After you've watched me cook a few times and you've grasped the methods in your mind, I will teach you to cook hands-on. Yes, yes, Qin Yuer nodded eagerly, taking her place by the stove to start the fire. She had witnessed palace maids tending to the fire before, so after a moment of recollection, she imitated them, attempting to light the fire with a fire starter. However, after several attempts, the fire starter failed to ignite. Allow me. Xiao Fan approached her side, saying, This fire starter is a bit tricky. You need to blow from a distance, and when you do, blow with force. If only I had the lighter I used in my childhood. It would ignite instantly. A lighter. This was the first time Qin Yuer had heard such a term, and she curiously asked, What is a lighter, sir? A lighter is a small device that can create fire. You merely press down on it with your thumb and apply gentle pressure, and it ignites, Xiao Fan explained. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized the opportunity to say, Sir, my master possesses a treasure that, when placed in the air, burns continuously, and its flames are purple. Truly beautiful. Should I ask him to send it to you? It might resemble the lighter you used in childhood. You are from the Purple Flame sect. Your master should at least be an elder. It would not be appropriate for him to personally deliver such a treasure to me, Xiao Fan remarked, feeling somewhat tempted by the idea of a continuously burning treasure, as he found igniting flames to be quite the hassle. It's all right. Last time, the painting you repaired was impeccable, after I brought it back. My master and uncle kept insisting on thanking you, but they hesitated to visit as they feared it might be too forward. Qin Yuer waved her hand in dismissal. How can I not welcome them? Xiao Fan said with a smile, As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Moreover, your master and uncle are beings of celestial nature. It would be my honor for them to visit. When you return to the sect, please convey to them that they are welcome to come at any time. Though he spoke kindly, the underlying reason was Xiao Fan's fear of danger. He valued his life highly. This world was nothing like the civilized society of Huaxia, filled with demons and monsters, lacking any legal constraints. Establishing a good relationship with these cultivators was a way of securing a safety net for himself. Should he encounter demons or monsters in the future, having the Purple Flame sect on his side would be advantageous. Shall I call them over now? Qin Yuer eagerly proposed. Your round trip would consume considerable time, wouldn't it? Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, replying, How about we save it for next time? Being a cultivator, it would not be appropriate for him to let Qin exhaust herself with back-and-forth trips. It won't take long. Our sect is nearby. I can return in the blink of an eye. As Qin grew increasingly excited at the prospect of Xiao Fan meeting her master and uncle, she inadvertently revealed her identity as a cultivator. I quite forgot you were a cultivator. I truly envy those like you who can fly through the air. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's mood dipped, cursing inwardly at the frustrating system that prevented him from cultivating. Sir, I apologize. It was not my intention. Qin suddenly realized she had become a bit too self-satisfied, as Xiao Fan disliked discussions about cultivators. Xiao Fan waved his hand, forcing a smile as he said, "It's all right. Since your return to the sect will be swift, go quickly and return quickly, that I will prepare more food. When your master and uncle arrive, I will be ready to entertain them." "Thank you." "Sir," Qin exclaimed, promptly dashing out of the small courtyard. As she closed the gate, she excitedly whispered, "Master, Uncle Master, hurry out. The gentleman wishes to meet you." Chapter 21. Lower than a dog outside the small courtyard, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong displayed elation upon hearing Qin's words, their old faces flushed with excitement. After such a long wait, their wish had finally been granted. The gentleman was willing to meet them. Once their emotions settled, Qin inquired, "By the way, Master, just to confirm, is the gift you prepared the purple flame pearl?" Back at the sect, He Xianchong had informed her that the gift was the sect's treasured item, the purple flame pearl, but she wanted to reconfirm. The gift was meant for the gentleman, and it absolutely could not be wrong. They could not endure his wrath. Is the gentleman displeased with the gift I prepared? He Xianchong asked nervously. "Not at all." Qin shook her head and replied, "The gentleman mentioned earlier that fire starters are difficult to use and reminisced about the lighter he used in his childhood. He said that a lighter ignites with just a gentle touch. I believe this item bears resemblance to the purple flame pearl, suggesting that you possess it and are preparing to present it to him. If what you offer now is not the purple flame pearl, the gentleman would undoubtedly be angered." He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged shocked glances before He Xianchong spoke. "The gentleman mentioning the lighter is a hint for us. Did he anticipate that we were to present the purple flame pearl? It must be so. The gentleman's abilities are beyond our comprehension." Qin nodded and added, "Also, Master, Uncle Master, although the gentleman is aware that you are cultivators, when you enter, you must behave like ordinary people and never reveal your powers. You may not realize it, but when I accidentally mentioned my ability to fly earlier, the gentleman's expression soured." "Understood. We will keep that in mind." The two individuals nodded earnestly. After Qin conveyed her instructions, she pondered on what else needed to be addressed, for they were about to meet Xiao Fan, and she wished to avoid offending him through her master and senior uncle. She glanced around, and her attention fell upon the two demonic beasts, prompting her to add, "Senior uncle, I have observed that mortals, when raising chickens, bind their legs to prevent them from escaping. Similarly, to restrain dogs, they place collars around their necks. Since our esteemed master wishes to live as a mortal, we must likewise adopt that way of life. You should completely seal the demonic powers of these two beasts and bind them, allowing our master to decide their fate." Your foresight was commendable. Upon receiving this reminder from Qin, Kong Yongchong praised her. "No wonder you are so favored by the master. You are always considering his needs. Your master and I must learn from you in the future." After speaking, he suppressed the demonic powers of Peng Ke and Dog King, binding them securely. Once Qin felt her instructions were sufficiently conveyed, she led the two men and the two demonic beasts into the small courtyard. The lanterns, understanding that they were there to visit their master, did not hinder their entry. As He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong stepped into the courtyard, astonishment filled their eyes. The ambience was suffused with a profound essence of Tao, and after only a brief stay, they sensed a subtle enhancement in their powers. That it is known that at their level of cultivation, any increase in strength is arduous, yet now they could palpably feel their abilities growing. This place was truly a treasure trove, supremely suitable for cultivation. Qin knocked on the door of the inner room, and Xiao Fan emerged. The gaze of He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong was immediately drawn to him. Xiao Fan, however, appeared as unremarkable as an ordinary person, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that commanded their respect. Master. These two are my master and senior uncle. Qin broke the silence, addressing Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded and offered a respectful gesture to He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. Smiling gently as he said, Xiao Fan pays his respects to the two esteemed elders. Esteemed elders? He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged puzzled glances, quickly realizing that, as cultivators, they were indeed regarded as elders in the eyes of Xiao Fan. Who is now an ordinary person, He Xianchong pays his respects to the master. Kong Yongchong pays his respects to the master. They dared not be negligent, promptly returning the greeting. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such courtesy from cultivators towards an ordinary individual. It was indeed a display of remarkable politeness. Not wishing to appear dismissive, he promptly invited, esteemed elders, please, come inside. Master, wait a moment, He Xianchong called out to Xiao Fan, saying, I heard from you that you enjoy wild delicacies. Coincidentally, we encountered 2 wild beasts on our way here. I brought them along, hoping you would find them to your liking. You two are truly too kind. Merely coming here is gift enough. There was no need for such offerings. Upon seeing the golden rock and Dog King, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Just a few days ago, I roasted a golden rock, and its meat was exquisite. Now that we have fresh golden rock meat, I shall prepare a small golden rock stew with mushrooms for you. Ponko lamented his misfortune upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. Dog King had constantly warned him of the peculiarities of the small house and advised him against recklessness. Yet he had disregarded this caution and charged in, and now it seemed he had sealed his own fate. After determining Peng Ku's destiny, Xiao Fan's gaze shifted to Dog King. The latter shivered involuntarily, pondering whether this extraordinary individual intended to stew him as well. Regret flooded him. This outing had been a disaster rather than an opportunity. He could have stayed safely in Chongqing Mountain, where his remains would at least be buried in his birthplace. But now he faced the prospect of becoming unrecognizable bones. Hey, this dog is quite good. I happen to need a watchdog. You will guard my premises from now on. However, just as Dog King was wallowing in regret, Xiao Fan suddenly spoke. What? Dog King's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. Not only was this extraordinary individual not planning to eat him, but he also wanted him to serve as a guard. Accompanying such a master could only lead to a prosperous future. This was akin to leaping through the dragon's gate. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong couldn't help but share a wry smile. They truly wanted to ask their master if he needed another guard, for the courtyard was brimming with Tao essence. Even merely being present, there would offer immeasurable benefits for cultivation. While Dog King's current strength might not match theirs, after some time spent cultivating in the courtyard, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass theirs. They felt a tinge of envy. Wong, Dog King, unexpectedly alive, excitedly barked at Xiao Fan. This dog has some spirit. The more Xiao Fan observed Dog King, the more he liked him. He personally secured him at the entrance to guard the premises, but then reconsidered and loosened the leash, allowing him to roam freely in the courtyard. After concluding his tasks, Xiao Fan welcomed He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong into the house, saying, Esteemed elders, please take a seat inside. Chapter 22. The voice-controlled light are my heavens. The moment they stepped inside, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong were astounded by the scene. Particularly He Xianchong, whose formidable strength allowed him to perceive the extraordinary nature of the living room in his eyes. Xiao Fan's small courtyard could rival a sacred place of cultivation, but the living room surpassed even that. It was nothing short of a celestial realm. The air was saturated with rich spiritual energy, which seemed to possess a life of its own, eagerly infiltrating their bodies with every breath. They could distinctly sense their power increasing. Simply remaining here, even without actively cultivating, would lead to rapid enhancement. This was indeed a heavenly abode. The interior of the Zihuasek's mountain housed a spiritual vein, and the cultivation chamber utilized the energy from that vein, rendering it a revered site in the eastern region. Yet compared to Xiao Fan's small courtyard, it was scarcely worth mentioning. Gulp. Kong Yongchong, whose strength was not on par with He Xianchong's, did not feel the impact as intensely, but he too recognized the remarkable nature of the living room. His gaze fell upon a display of jade ornaments, and he was immediately entranced. The jade ornaments that Qin had acquired after slaying the demon were displayed prominently. There were dozens of them, each radiating a brilliant luminescence. Such jade ornaments could incite fierce battles within the entire cultivation community. Yet here, there were dozens. How astonishing! What level must the master's cultivation be to possess such treasures? The more they interacted with Xiao Fan, the more they sensed his unfathomable depth, and their respect for him grew ever stronger. Master, Qingyue noticed He Xianchong lost in reverie upon entering, gently nudging him and signaling with her eyes. He Xianchong snapped back to reality, understanding Qingyue's intent, and quickly produced the Zihua pearl, presenting it to Xiao Fan with both hands, saying, "Master, this is a gift we prepared for you. We hope you will like it." "Is this the Zihua pearl you mentioned?" Xiao Fan regarded the purple crystal sphere in He Xianchong's hands, taking it with curiosity that I heard that the Zihua pearl burns with purple flames. Where are the flames? As soon as he spoke, the Zihua pearl ignited in his palm, startling him. His instinct was to toss it away, fearing it would burn him, yet he felt no heat at all. This flame isn't hot. Can it even be used to ignite anything? Xiao Fan questioned He Xianchong, his expression one of bewilderment that it can ignite. He Xianchong's lips twitched in disbelief. Normally, when they harnessed the power of the Zihua pearl, its intense heat made it impossible for them to come near it. Yet now, Xiao Fan held it effortlessly and scathed. What terrifying strength he must possess! Receiving a positive confirmation, Xiao Fan felt relieved, although he still found it somewhat contrary to the physical laws of combustion that hot temperatures were necessary to ignite. He fetched a wooden stick and held it over the purple flames. Indeed, the flames instantly consumed the stick. "Great! I now have a lighter!" Xiao Fan exclaimed joyfully, intending to extinguish the flames with a blow. However, the purple flames remained unaffected. Remembering Qingyue mentioning that the Zihua pearl was akin to a lighter, he assumed that letting go would extinguish it, so he placed the Zihua pearl on the ground. Yet, the flames continued to burn. Xiao Fan could not help but lament, "What a pity! The Zihua pearl and a lighter are still different. Even when I release my grip, it continues to burn." Just as he finished speaking, the purple flames suddenly extinguished, leaving only the purple crystal sphere quietly resting on the ground. Wait, could it be that the Zihua pearl is voice-activated? That's far more advanced than a mere lighter. What an incredible item! Xiao Fan was quite astonished. Indeed, the other world was remarkable. Even lighters were voice-activated. This was irrefutable evidence of his extraordinary capabilities. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged a glance, further solidifying their belief that Xiao Fan was a master in the realm of cultivation. The Purple Flame Pearl was the most treasured possession of the Purple Flame sect, and they had deliberated for a long time before agreeing to part with it. Firstly, with Xiao Fan's generous gift of the Purple Flame Spirit Diagram. The Pearl's enhancement to their cultivation had diminished significantly. Secondly, activating the Pearl's power required a sacrifice of their own blood essence, a steep price to pay. Yet, as Xiao Fan held the Purple Flame Pearl in his hand, he effortlessly wielded its power. Unafraid of its flames, he commanded it to ignite, and it did. He commanded it to extinguish, and it complied. This was an ability beyond their reach. Was he not a true master? However, what He Xianchong did not realize was that the Purple Flame Pearl possessed sentience. Its awareness was far beyond his meager capabilities. Without offering blood essence, he could never hope to harness its power. Yet before Xiao Fan, the Pearl exhibited an innate fear and reverence, actively seeking to please him, requiring not even the slightest sacrifice from him. That moment, Xiao Fan mused aloud. If only this flame could grow a bit larger, it would be splendid for boiling water. Then, I wouldn't need firewood for cooking. I could even enjoy hot pot. Having traversed this other world for quite some time, he found himself longing for the taste of hot pot. Yet firewood was unsuitable for such a dish, forcing him to endure. If the flame of the Purple Flame Pearl were to intensify, it would undoubtedly suffice for hot pot. Just as he finished speaking, the Purple Flame Pearl surged with vibrant purple flames, seemingly comprehending his desire. How intriguing. This was truly fascinating. Observing this, Xiao Fan turned to He Xianchong and inquired, "Senior, can this Purple Flame Pearl control the size of the flames?" He Xianchong's lips twitched in disbelief. Every time they required the pearl for their cultivation, they had to offer their blood essence, resulting in a flame no larger than that of a candle. The intensity of the flames now was something he had never witnessed. He finally understood that the flame pearl was indeed sentient, currently attempting to curry favor with Xiao Fan, like a sycophant. How infuriating! We treat you like an ancestor, yet you act like a bootlicker. Clearing his throat, he replied uncertainly. It should be possible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan declared, larger, smaller, even smaller, larger, larger. As his voice resonated, the flames on the purple flame pearl fluctuated in size, responding to his commands. Remarkable! Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was no mere lighter. It was evidently a voice-controlled gas stove. From now on, he wouldn't need to trek up the mountain for firewood. Cooking hot pot would be far more convenient. How could he accept such a precious gift from Xianchong and Kong Yongchong without reciprocating? With this thought, he tucked the purple flame pearl into his pocket, considering it now his own. Esteemed seniors, allow me to brew some tea for you. After accepting the gift, Xiao Fan felt compelled to express his gratitude and decided to prepare some fine tea for the two. Chapter 23. The cultivator's etiquette tea ceremony is a secondary vocation, and Xiao Fan had long since mastered it. Throughout his practice of the tea art, he had received system rewards in the form of 2 different qualities of tea leaves. The finest variety was scarce, and he had only dared to indulge in it once. Typically, he consumed the handcrafted tea he produced himself. Today, he intended to serve the second-best tea to Xianchong and his brother, as they had bestowed upon him such a valuable gift. Upon hearing that Xiao Fan would be treating them to tea, both Xianchong and Kong Yongchong were instantly filled with excitement. The tea he produced would surely not be of ordinary quality, and their anticipation heightened. However, when Xiao Fan retrieved a plain tea canister, their expressions shifted to disappointment. Tea and its canister complement each other. A superior canister preserves the tea's essence, enhancing its aroma over time. Yet the simplicity of Xiao Fan's canister led them to doubt the quality of its contents. Nevertheless, when Xiao Fan extracted the tea leaves from the canister, a sudden jolt of realization struck them. The leaves were a vibrant emerald, reminiscent of precious jade, appearing as fresh as if just picked. This was top-grade Zweiking, perpetually verdant. It seems we have misjudged the gentleman. His offerings could never be subpar. Xiao Fan brought the leaves to his nose, frowning slightly as he remarked, "The tea leaves are indeed exceptional, but alas, this canister is inadequate, causing a slight loss of the leaves' essence. It appears I must seek out some quality clay to craft better canisters." With that, he placed 8 leaves into the teapot and poured in boiling water. The moment the hot water was added, an enchanting aroma wafted from the spout, instilling a sense of tranquility within. Just inhaling the scent of the tea brought Xianchong and Kong Yongchong into a state of clarity, illuminating their previously obscure understandings of cultivation. Next, Xiao Fan discarded the first infusion, replenishing the pot with boiling water. This step, known as waking the tea, was essential to awaken its properties. Once the second infusion was poured, the fragrance intensified, enveloping the entire room in its essence. And both Xianchong and Kong Yongchong felt as though they were on the brink of enlightenment. A cultivator can only enter a state of epiphany under rare conditions, and such moments are exceedingly precious. Within this state, their comprehension of cultivation elevates significantly. Even the nearby dog King, drawn by the aroma, sensed his own injuries beginning to heal. He gazed longingly at the teapot, convinced that a sip of this tea would fully restore him. Xiao Fan poured the second infusion into a serving vessel, and then poured 2 cups for Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. "Here, esteemed seniors, please sample my tea." He presented the cups with a smile. "Thank you, kind sir," they replied, their excitement palpable. Just the aroma alone ignited their urge for enlightenment. They could scarcely fathom the power contained within the tea they were about to drink, containing their eagerness. They lifted the cups and took a delicate in that moment. They experienced a lingering fragrance, and their minds fell into an absolute state of clarity, unraveling the confusions they had faced during their usual practices. They had genuinely entered a state of epiphany. Recognizing this opportunity bestowed by Xiao Fan, they closed their eyes and began to immerse themselves in deep contemplation. That a cultivator's etiquette is evident. Having consumed merely a sip of tea, they were able to close their eyes and savor the moment for an extended period. Though Xiao Fan had mastered the art of tea, he did not focus on savoring it. He approached tea as one would water. Unlike He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong, he did not possess the same appreciation. Observing the two in their meditative state, Xiao Fan refrained from disturbing them and retreated to the kitchen to prepare a dish of little golden pung-stewed mushrooms. Meanwhile, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong completed their epiphanies. Having only recently broken through to their current levels, they had now firmly stabilized their realms. Brother, what do you think our esteemed sir truly is? A nascent soul, or perhaps an even more formidable master? Kong Yongchong gazed at He Xianchong in astonishment. They had barely overcome their recent breakthroughs. Under normal circumstances, they would need at least a year to solidify their current levels. Yet now, after merely sipping a cup of tea, they had saved an entire year. The efficacy of this tea was truly extraordinary. What level of master he is, I cannot say. I only know that before him, I am but an ant. Reflecting on Xiao Fan's previous gifts and this tea invitation, He Xianchong expressed, he is indeed nurturing us younger generations that I believe that as long as we dedicate ourselves to serving him, he will surely reward us. The two engaged in conversation. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, the scent of little golden pung-stewed mushrooms. Upon catching the whiff of the savory dish, both felt a peculiar sensation of fullness, their expressions shifting dramatically. Brother, it seems we may not be able to partake in this meal, Kong Yongchong said with a wry smile. He Xianchong echoed the sentiment, lamenting, alas, in times past, such a pot of meat would have been a true delicacy for us. Now, we find ourselves unable to even approach it. Within their bodies, a swelling indicated that their capacity to absorb spiritual energy had exceeded its limits. If they continued to absorb more, the two might face the dire consequence of bodily explosion. Such a situation was rare, yet not impossible. It resembled the scenario in martial arts novels where masters impart their skills to ordinary individuals. The capacity of an ordinary person's body is finite, and if forced to receive such teachings, it could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Their rapid increase in strength had stabilized their realms, yet their bodies had yet to acclimate. Should they suddenly absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the likelihood of their bodies failing under the strain was high. The exquisite dish of golden rock stewed with mushrooms prepared by the master was something they dared not consume lightly. Should they perish on the spot, it would be a tragic waste, and the resulting mess would be an even greater sin against Xiao Fan. Thus, with palpable regret, they rose to take their leave. Master, I sincerely apologize, but urgent news has just arrived from the sect. We must return immediately and may not have the opportunity to enjoy this meal. The meal is already prepared. Why not eat before you depart? Xiao Fan warmly extended the invitation. No, thank you. He Xianchong shook his head. Master, I truly regret this, but we have pressing matters. Heaven knows, as he uttered these words, his heart bled. After all, it was the master's golden rock stew. How could it possibly be lacking in flavor? Very well, if that is the case, allow me to see you off. You are always welcome to visit again. Seeing their insistence, Xiao Fan escorted them out. Master, I too have matters to attend to at the sect. I shall return to seek you in a few days. Upon noticing He Xianchong and his companion preparing to leave, Qin also followed suit. All right. Xiao Fan suspected that something must have occurred at Xian sect and did not press Qin to stay. Yuer, why do you not remain with the master? After the three left the small courtyard, He Xianchong remarked to Qin, being by the master's side allows for constant benefits. Master, do you think I do not wish to savor the golden rock stew before departing? Qin sighed, adding, the reason I pursued you was to prevent you from neglecting the master's affairs. Chapter 24. Alas, little saint is not present him. He Xianchong and his companion were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Qin with confusion. Qin spoke up, Master, uncle, every word from the master carries profound meaning. You should reflect upon what he has communicated to you. She could have directly revealed Xiao Fan's intentions, but chose not to. Wishing to avoid fostering dependency in her master and uncle, they needed to perceive the master's intentions, much like subjects discerning the emperor's will. Having grown up as a princess within the palace, she was accustomed to observing the ministers and guards interpreting her father's expressions. Thus, scrutinizing Xiao Fan's every word and action was a simple task for her. I just remembered, the master mentioned wanting to find some fine soil to craft a few tea jars. Was he asking us to help him source the soil? Kong Yongchang's face lit up with realization as he inquired uncertainly. Indeed, such an obvious hint, and you initially failed to recognize it, mistaking it for the master's jest. Qin Yuera replied, "This is the finest opportunity for Xian sect to curry favor with the master. If we serve him well, he may bestow upon you treasures, alleviating your concerns regarding any obstacles in your cultivation." Hearing this, the eyes of both men brightened. Initially, they had lamented that as long as they assisted Xiao Fan, he would not treat them unfairly, yet they had failed to grasp the task he had entrusted to them. You are indeed impressive. Otherwise, master and uncle would have jeopardized a significant matter for the master. Let us seek out the finest soil immediately. Xianchong felt a wave of trepidation. Had he neglected to find the soil, it could have displeased Xiao Fan, making future visits to this courtyard exceedingly difficult. Let us return to the sect. This matter requires careful planning. Qin Yuer nodded in satisfaction. Addressing the two, "Master, uncle, you are still under the master's trial period. Do not let any mistakes occur." Meanwhile, Ning Shuang took the initiative to approach the Dog King. As the Dog King entered the room, both parties noticed each other, but they refrained from conversing due to Xiao Fan's presence. "Dog King, may I trouble you for a moment?" Concerned that Xiao Fan might overhear their discussion, Ning Shuang spoke in the living room and gestured for the Dog King to follow her to the kitchen. The Dog King had queries of his own for Ning Shuang and followed her into the kitchen, leading with, "You wish to inquire about the situation of the demon race, correct? I can share that with you. But in exchange, I require knowledge of the master's preferences and taboos." The environment here was akin to a celestial realm, and he was prepared to fulfill his role as a watchful guardian. Thus, understanding his master's likes and dislikes was imperative. To know his preferences was to delight the master, while understanding his taboos was to avoid becoming a culinary ingredient himself. A once great Dog King. He had a natural advantage in the art of servitude. Certainly, Ning Shuang readily agreed, subsequently sharing her insights about Xiao Fan with the Dog King, before inquiring, "Now, it is your turn to enlighten me about the demon race." The two demon beasts had little interaction in Chongqing Mountain, each possessing their own pride. Thus, their exchange was simply an information transaction. Recently, the Golden Rock King had commanded the various clans to offer up their talented bloodlines. The clans, fearing the Golden Rock King's wrath, complied and sent their prodigies forth. These talented demons were subsequently imprisoned by the Golden Rock King, who intended to refine them alongside her once captured. However, should he fail to capture her for an extended period, he might preemptively refine the talented bloodlines to advance to the out-of-body stage, with a high likelihood of success. Following this, the Dog King relayed the latest developments concerning the demon race to Ning Shuang. A frown creased Ning Shuang's brow as she listened. Among those talented demons were several whom she counted as friends. Now that they were in peril, she could not remain indifferent. "It seems I must find a way to return to Chongqing Mountain," Ning Shuang murmured to herself. Moreover, the master has frequently mentioned Little Saint these past few days, clearly missing him. Aside from dealing with the Golden Rock King, I must also bring Little Saint back. I only wonder how he is faring now. While the two conversed, Xiao Fan returned to the room. Upon seeing Ning Shuang and the Dog King in the kitchen, he chuckled. "Are you two so eager for a meal? I happen to be hungry as well. Let us prepare to eat." With that, he served a large bowl of meat before Ning Shuang. "Yay!" Ning Shuang's aloof demeanor vanished in an instant, and like a small animal, she wagged her tail at Xiao Fan before beginning to devour the meat. The Dog King observed this with disdain. The princess of the Chongqing Mountain demon race was now wagging her tail before a human. How absurd. At that moment, Xiao Fan placed a piece of meat before the Dog King. The rich aroma wafting from the meat made the Dog King gulp. This meat was irresistibly tempting, igniting its appetite. "Never mind. I shall not waste this meat. You can gnaw on the bone instead." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan retracted the meat and placed it in his own mouth. He was not one to waste. Any leftover meat could be saved for dinner, but the bones were only suitable for the Dog King to chew. After all, a dog was born to gnaw on bones. The Dog King felt a wave of despair. Was it because he had not wagged his tail before Xiao Fan that the master was displeased? With this thought, he began wagging his tail in hopes of demonstrating his earnestness as a loyal servant, hoping for a morsel of meat in return. Regrettably, Xiao Fan remained unmoved. Ning Shuang, Having finished her bowl of meat, shot a smug glance at the Dog King, as if to say, "What is with your aloofness before the master? You deserve it." With their presence, the household was livelier, yet they lamented little Saint's absence. Otherwise, it would have been even more vibrant. Seated at the dining table, Xiao Fan mentioned little Saint once more. "By the way, Ning Shuang, do you know where little Saint is?" "Yay!" Ning Shuang exclaimed excitedly. Did the master know of her plans to return to Chongqing Mountain for vengeance, while also bringing little Saint back? Otherwise, how could he bring up little Saint's home? It seemed he indeed knew. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, saying, "After we finish eating, take me to find him." He genuinely cared for little Saint. It was unfortunate that the little fellow had departed without a word. Upon hearing that Xiao Fan intended to accompany her, Ning Shuang immediately shook her head, pointing at herself, as if urging the master to understand her intent. "You wish to find little Saint by yourself?" Xiao Fan chuckled, inquiring, "Do you know the way?" Ning Shuang nodded vigorously. "All right, if that is the case, you may go find him on your own. After we finish eating, I will make a tag for you to wear around your neck. Should you lose your way, just ask the townsfolk, and they will guide you back to me." Jian Ningxiang resolved to seek out Xiao Sheng on her own. Xiao Fan consented, albeit with a lingering concern about her potentially losing her way. He decided to fashion a tag for her. While dining, Xiao Fan discarded the leftover bones from his meal onto the ground, signaling for Dog King to come and gnaw at them. However, Dog King sensed no essence within the bones and wore a look of disdain. Yet, fearing that rejecting the bone given by his master might provoke Xiao Fan's ire and result in being shooed away, he reluctantly approached the bones and bit into one with great reluctance. The moment Dog King sank his teeth into the bone, his eyes widened in astonishment. Although the bone appeared ordinary, it concealed an essence of Tao deep within its marrow, which was even richer than the essence found in the meat. His injuries from Tao were healing rapidly. Did my master know of my injuries and deliberately reserve the most precious bones for me? Dog King felt a twinge of shame for having misjudged his master. It turned out that his master had indeed saved the finest parts for him. Chapter 25. The Millennium Monkey head whined as Xiao Fan tossed more bones onto the ground. Dog King swiftly consumed them. With each bone he devoured, he felt his Tao injuries mending at an astonishing rate, and before long, a shimmering aura enveloped him, signaling the complete restoration of his injuries. Once at the pinnacle of the monster infant stage, his strength had plummeted to the peak of the monster dance stage due to his injuries, but thanks to the bones, he had fully recovered and returned to the early stage of monster infant, poised to reclaim his former glory in no time. Who would have thought that mere bones could possess such extraordinary efficacy? The prowess of his master is truly astounding, Dog King marveled. Though Pengku contained essence within him, even if Dog King were to swallow him whole, he could never mend his Tao injuries, let alone break through to the early stage of monster infant. The only explanation lay in his master's miraculous ability to transform decay into the miraculous. This golden Peng had been transformed into something remarkable under his master's influence that belied the heavens. I shall take a page from Princess Ningxiang's book and become a devoted admirer, Dog King resolved as he munched on the bones. After finishing his meal, Xiao Fan crafted a delicate tag from bamboo, inscribing the characters for Xiao Fan upon it. He then hung the tag around Ningxiang's neck, gently ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, "Go seek out Xiao Sheng, but remember to return early and tread carefully on your journey." "Yo-yo," Ningxiang called out to Xiao Fan twice before swiftly darting out of the small courtyard. With her departure, only Dog King remained, determined to earn his master's affection before Ningxiang returned. He barked excitedly at Xiao Fan, wagging his tail furiously in an attempt to elicit a smile from him. Xiao Fan, growing somewhat impatient, admonished Dog King, "Cease your barking and guard the courtyard. I intend to take a nap." Dog King felt as if he had miscalculated his attempt to curry favor, his head drooping as he exited the room, settling down by the entrance of the small courtyard. Deep within Chongqing Mountain, the Golden Peng King sat upon his throne, his expression clouded with displeasure as the Monkey King of the monkey tribe knelt before him. "Old Monkey King, do you dare to deceive me? Are you seeking the annihilation of your tribe?" The old Monkey King trembled before him, feigning ignorance. "Golden Peng King, I know not what you speak of. Has the bloodline power of your monkey tribe grown so thin?" The Golden Peng King questioned coldly, I grant you a stick of incense as time to select talented individuals to present before me, or else your tribe shall face extinction. Every race within the demon realm held its secrets, reluctant to present their most gifted descendants to the Golden Pung King for refinement, as those individuals represented the future of their tribes. Thus, they resorted to sending forth those of mediocre talent, with the monkey tribe suffering as a prime example. The Golden Pung King aimed to make an example out of the monkeys to intimidate the other demon races. Golden Pung King, I beseech you to spare my tribe. The old monkey king prostrated before the Golden Pung King, his forehead bloodied from repeated blows. The talents of the monkey tribe were their future and hope. How could they be sacrificed for the Golden Pung King's ascension? The Golden Pung King closed his eyes, focusing on his own cultivation. With a heavy sigh, the old monkey king resolved to make a monumental decision. Pung King, if I can provide a means for you to break through to the out-of-body stage, will you spare my tribe and the talented individuals of the 100 races? The Golden Pung King's eyes snapped open, locking onto the old monkey king with intensity. You can help me achieve the out-of-body stage. He flew before the old monkey, scrutinizing his gaze for signs of deceit. Indeed, the old monkey nodded, confessing, my tribe possesses a small vial of Millennium Monkey Head wine, brewed by our ancestors, which greatly enhances a demon beast's chances of breaking through. Just one sip, and you shall surely ascend. Initially reluctant to part with the Millennium Monkey Head wine, as it was reserved for the first monkey of their tribe to achieve full monster infant stage, the old monkey king felt compelled to compromise, recognizing that the future of his tribe, and indeed, the future of the 100 races, hung in the balance. Ha! Come, old monkey king, please rise. The Golden Pung King, momentarily taken aback, soon laughed heartily as he helped the old monkey to his feet. Why did you not mention such a treasure sooner? My intent in absorbing the bloodline powers of the talented individuals from the 100 races was already to break through to the out-of-body stage. If I can achieve it directly, why would I need to absorb their powers? The old monkey king, filled with anticipation, inquired. So, does this mean you agree? The Golden Pung King replied decisively. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. You must bring forth the Millennium Monkey Head wine at once. Once I break through, I shall release the talents of the 100 races. Very well. Although the old monkey king would part with the Millennium Monkey Head wine, he had secured the future of his tribe's talents. As long as these gifted monkeys remained alive, they would still have the potential to reach the out-of-body stage, and he did not consider this transaction a loss. The preservation of the talents of the 100 races was merely a bonus. The old monkey king had not yet reached the level of selflessness that would compel him to sacrifice his tribe's precious wine for the sake of others. Upon returning to his tribe, the old monkey king promptly presented the Millennium Monkey Head wine to the Golden Pung King. The Golden Pung King took the vial and immediately entered the cultivation chamber. He retrieved prepared spirit stones from his spatial ring and arranged them around the room. Spirit stones, formed from solidified spiritual energy, serve as the universal currency within the cultivation realm and could also be utilized for training. However, they were quite precious and typically reserved for critical moments in cultivation. For instance, as the Golden Pung King sought to break through to the out-of-body stage, he required a substantial amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Insufficient energy could lead not only to a failed breakthrough, but also to backlash. Having made ample preparations, he had gathered numerous spirit stones. Once the chamber was set up, the Golden Pung King uncorked the vial of Millennium Monkey Head wine, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. He could distinctly sense the loosening of his bottleneck. The effects of the Millennium Monkey Head wine were indeed miraculous. Elated, he hesitated to consume it all at once, instead sipping a third, but fearing he might not achieve his breakthrough. He drank another third, and finally, with resolve, downed the remainder in one go. As the wine touched his lips, an intense aroma surged into his brain, and he felt a profound clarity wash over him, illuminating the previously obscure aspects of his cultivation. The wine flowed into his stomach, releasing an immense energy that coursed through his limbs and ultimately directed itself toward the monster infant residing in his dantian. I'm on the brink of a breakthrough. The Golden Pung King felt an overwhelming sensation that he was about to ascend, focusing all his thoughts on the out-of-body realm. Suddenly, an invisible, small golden pung appeared above his head. amplifying his sensory perception 100-fold, 1,000-fold. His primordial spirit had emerged. The emergence of the primordial spirit signified his entry into the out-of-body stage. He had succeeded at the moment of his breakthrough. The spirit stones within the chamber shattered into pure spiritual energy, flooding towards his body. The heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged forth wildly, creating a massive vortex in the chamber, and a terrifying aura emanated from within. Chapter 26. Slaying monkeys to warn the 100 races. The Golden Pung King had broken through. This surge of power startled the demon beasts from the 100 races. The weaker among them trembled and cowered on the ground, their souls quaking in fear. Ha! This sensation of commanding heaven and earth is exquisite. Upon breaking through, the Golden Pung King erupted into laughter, his voice echoing like rolling thunder, transforming into an imposing golden pung. He soared into the sky and proclaimed, "Leaders of the 100 races of demon beasts, heed my command. I have ascended to the out-of-body stage, and I summon all leaders to present themselves before me. In the realm of demonic beasts, those in the infant demon stage may ascend to the rank of king, while those in the out-of-body stage are capable of achieving the status of emperor. Presently, the Golden Rock King has risen to become a supreme demon emperor. Wherever the aura of the Golden Rock King's soul extends, his voice reverberates, echoing throughout the entirety of Evergreen Mountain. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of an out-of-body soul, whose perception capabilities far surpass those of the infant demon stage by numerous magnitudes. The Golden Rock King relishes this sensation, akin to floating among the clouds. Cursed be the Golden Rock King. With his recent breakthrough, our entire demon clan is destined for hardship. Indeed, having just ascended, he summons us for an audience, clearly demanding tribute for his momentous achievement. Can we present him with mere ordinary gifts? We should prepare for migration. Some clan leaders of the demons began to murmur amongst themselves. The Golden Rock King is too tyrannical. Remaining on Evergreen Mountain will surely lead to our demise. Beyond Evergreen Mountain lies the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, home to numerous clans of demon beasts, whose strength is generally superior. Surviving there would pose its own challenges, yet staying on Evergreen Mountain would inevitably lead to extermination by the Golden Rock King. The leaders of the 100 clans of demon beasts, albeit reluctantly, prepared lavish gifts to congratulate the Golden Rock King. The Ice Crystal Mouse clan presented a millennium-old ice crystal. The Red Sun Serpent clan offered 1,000 spiritual stones. The Flame Tiger clan gifted a 3,000-year-old fire spirit mushroom. As the Demon Clan leaders arrived to pay their respects, the minions of the Golden Rock clan crowed with delight. The Golden Rock King, now an emperor, would elevate their clan to the foremost position among the 100 clans of demon beasts on Evergreen Mountain. How could they not be elated? After the leaders had delivered their gifts, the Golden Rock King's gaze fell upon the Old Monkey King, and he inquired in a deep voice, "Old Monkey King, do you harbor objections towards me?" "I dare not," the Old Monkey King replied, now compelled to refer to himself as a subordinate, thereby demonstrating his loyalty. The Golden Rock King intensified his tone, asking, "Then why did you not bring a congratulatory gift? Do you look down upon me?" "I dare not," the Old Monkey King, trembling, prostrated himself on the ground, stating, "Your Majesty, our clan possesses only a millennium-old monkey head wine worthy of being called a treasure, which I have already offered to you. I truly have no other suitable gifts to present. It is not my intention to neglect my duty. I hope your Majesty can see this, that I, in light of your millennium-old monkey head wine aiding my breakthrough, I shall spare you this time." Upon hearing the words millennium-old monkey head wine, the Golden Rock Emperor slightly tempered his fury. The other Demon Clan leaders, having overheard the exchange between the Golden Rock Emperor and the Old Monkey King, turned their attention to the latter. They finally understood the reason behind the Golden Rock King's breakthrough. It was indeed due to the Old Monkey King's offering. The Golden Rock King's ascension was not necessarily a boon for all the demon clans on Evergreen Mountain. An old sycophant, the glances directed at the Old Monkey King by the clan leaders were far from friendly. "Esteemed leaders, although I have ascended to the out-of-body stage, the path of cultivation is boundless. I aspire to reach even greater heights and require your assistance." The Golden Rock King proclaimed as he surveyed the 100 demon leaders. I am aware that the so-called geniuses you have sent are not the most potent of your bloodlines. I grant each of you an opportunity to return and present me with your true talents, or else I shall annihilate your clans. When he was at the pinnacle of the infant demon stage, he had refrained from forcing the clan leaders to present their true talents, as his power was insufficient to fully subdue them, fearful of inciting a rebellion among the clans. But now, the situation was different. Having ascended to the out-of-body stage, his strength was such that he regarded the clans as mere ants, and any who dared defy him could be swiftly dispatched. He was determined to refine the bloodline strength of the talented demon beasts. For only by doing so would he have the opportunity to strive for a higher realm. Golden Rock Emperor, we have an agreement. I offered you the millennium-old monkey head wine, and you promised to spare the clan geniuses. How can you now go back on your word? Upon hearing the Golden Rock King's declaration, the old Monkey King's expression shifted dramatically, and he stepped forward urgently. At this moment, the leaders of the 100 clans comprehended the old Monkey King's good intentions. His offering of the millennium-old monkey head wine was, in fact, to save the clan geniuses. They felt foolish for perceiving him merely as an old sycophant. Old Monkey King, it seems you are unwilling to present the true talents of your clan. Thus, I shall have no choice but to eradicate the Monkey Clan today as a warning to the others. The Golden Rock King cast another glance at the clan leaders, inquiring, "Who among you is willing to assist me in exterminating the Monkey Clan?" He reveled in the sensation of power, enjoying the sight of the clan leaders trembling before him, relishing the feeling of wielding authority. It appears you all harbor grievances against me. I shall remember this. Observing that no leader stepped forward to assist in the annihilation of the Monkey Clan, the Golden Rock King's expression darkened, stating, "Today, you shall witness the might of the out-of-body stage firsthand." Today, he intended to decisively obliterate the Monkey Clan, serving as an example to the others. Only by allowing the leaders of the 100 clans to witness this process would they refrain from harboring any rebellious thoughts against him. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang appeared behind Evergreen Mountain. Yet she did not immediately seek revenge against the Golden Rock King. She held great respect for Xiao Fan and prioritized the task he had entrusted to her, preparing to locate the little saint first. Upon arriving at the territory of the Monkey Clan, she sensed that the little saint was hidden deep within the Monkey Clan's domain. And oh wonder the little saint had not returned for so long. He had likely been confined by the old Monkey King. Ning Shuang muttered to herself, silently making her way to the innermost part of the Monkey Clan's territory. Her strength was now formidable, and the monkey demons were oblivious to her presence. "Little Saint," she called out in the depths of the Monkey Clan. "Sister Ning Shuang." An excited voice emerged from a crevice in a stone chamber, asking, "Did the master send you to rescue me?" Ning Shuang said little more, scanning the area outside the confinement chamber, locating the mechanism controlling the door, and swiftly opening it. The little saint transformed into a streak of light, bursting forth from the chamber and standing before Ning Shuang. Only then did Ning Shuang chide, "You knew the master sent me to save you. How could you leave without saying a word? Do you have any idea how angry the master is?" I was just afraid Grandpa Monkey would worry about me, that I planned to return and assure him of my safety before looking for you and the master. Who would have thought he wouldn't believe me and locked me up? The little saint replied, feeling quite aggrieved and frustrated. "Come, let us find your grandfather. I will explain the situation to him and then take you to the master," Ning Shuang said, leading the little saint outside. Just then, a colossal golden rock appeared in the sky above the Monkey Clan, nearly blotting out the entire sky, emanating an aura of destruction from its being. It's the Golden Rock King. He has broken through to the out-of-body stage. Sensing this aura, Ning Shuang's complexion turned pale. She had initially believed the Golden Rock King's strength remained at the pinnacle of the infant demon stage. And now that she had also reached that level, combined with her superior ancestral bloodline, she thought she could contend with him. However, the Golden Rock King had now ascended to the out-of-body stage. The pinnacle of the infant demon stage was utterly insignificant in comparison, and she feared she might perish here today. Chapter 27. Display of Authority. The Golden Rock King had intended to unleash his devastating power to obliterate the Monkey Clan. But he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from within the clan that it resembled that of the nine-tailed fox clan, and out of curiosity, his consciousness instantaneously locked onto that aura. It's Ning Shuang. In the next moment, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the Golden Rock King's eyes. Today truly was a day of double joy. Not only had he broken through to the out-of-body stage, but he had also encountered Ning Shuang here. His bloodline strength was insufficient, and to ascend to a higher level, he needed to replenish it. Ning Shuang's ancestral nine-tailed fox bloodline was a tremendous boon for him. He transformed into human form and descended before Ning Shuang, his voice booming like thunder as he laughed heartily. What a stroke of luck! To find you here without any effort, I had thought you had fled to the realm of humans. Yet you were hiding within the monkey clan. Indeed, the most perilous places are often the safest. You are fortunate to be the first target of my assault following my breakthrough. The Golden Rock King paused momentarily, his expression shifting to surprise as he continued. Oh, you have also reached the pinnacle of the infant demon stage. It seems you have experienced a fortuitous encounter. However, he added smugly, but even with your breakthrough, it matters not. I am now an out-of-body powerhouse, and I will demonstrate the vast chasm that separates you. As he spoke, the Golden Rock King unleashed the overwhelming aura characteristic of an out-of-body strongman, advancing towards Ning Shuang, who felt a sense of suffocation under his oppressive presence. Golden Rock King, do you wish to know why I have ascended to this realm so swiftly? Not entering the foundation stage. I regard mortals as ants, not entering the out-of-body stage. I regard cultivators as ants. The out-of-body powerhouses possess the strength of the soul, their very essence transformed, although he was only a single realm above her. The difference was utterly crushing. Ling Shuang comprehended the vast chasm that lay between herself and the Golden Rock King. In a desperate bid to avoid her demise, she resolved to lure the Golden Rock King to Xiao Fan, intent on annihilating him. She recognized that this would amount to utilizing Xiao Fan, a course of action that might incite his ire. However, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Once the Golden Rock King was vanquished, she planned to take her own life before Xiao Fan as an act of contrition, pleading for his forgiveness. For the sake of the demon clan of Chongqing Mountain, she felt compelled to proceed in this manner. Yet, the Golden Rock King was not so easily deceived. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Save your tricks for another time. Once I capture you and extract your soul, I shall know everything." Ling Shuang was taken aback by the Golden Rock King's resilience. But she refused to surrender. She conveyed a message to the little saint. "You must flee and seek out the master. There will come a time for you to avenge me." The little saint understood. Given the current might of the Golden Rock King, fleeing was indeed the wisest choice. Upon receiving Ling Shuang's message, he swiftly ascended into the sky. You dare to escape beneath my very nose." The Golden Rock King sneered, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged toward the little saint, who, unable to withstand the pressure, plummeted to the ground. Ling Shuang unleashed her own formidable presence, simultaneously charging at the Golden Rock King, commanding, "Little saint, hasten your flight." The little saint gritted his teeth and soared upward once more. "That I shall demonstrate the true capabilities of a transcendent being." As Ling Shuang approached, the Golden Rock King's thoughts coalesced, summoning a spectral golden rock that materialized above him. The spirit roared forth a unique pressure that barreled toward the little saint, who felt a piercing pain erupt in his skull, his body uncontrollably crashing to the earth. Under the weight of the spirit's dominance, Ling Shuang, too, experienced immense psychological strain, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel in reverence before the Golden Rock King. "Break from me!" She transformed into her true form, her silver fur billowing majestically as she forcibly suppressed her fear of the Golden Rock King, launching herself at him like a moth drawn to flame. Unfazed, the Golden Rock King advanced, his hand reaching out to grasp Ling Shuang's neck. A sinister grin spreading across his face. "With you added to the mix, the bloodline power of the 100 clans demon beast shall be complete. Once I refine your bloodlines, my own shall ascend to greater heights, allowing me to reach unparalleled realms and become a supreme entity among the demon race." The Golden Rock King's spiritual force surged toward Ling Shuang, rendering her mind blank and propelling her uncontrollably toward him. When clarity returned, she found herself ensnared by his grasp. Ling Shuang's countenance paled. Although she understood the vast disparity between her strength and that of a transcendent being, she had not anticipated the extent of her helplessness. "Forgive me, master. I can no longer be your little fox." Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes in despair. What a pity! The assembled demon beast sighed, aware of Ling Shuang's ancestral bloodline that could have potentially heralded her rise as a formidable force among their kind. Now seemingly extinguished, die. The Golden Rock King tightened his grip on Ling Shuang's neck. A malicious smile etched across his face. Once she was eliminated and her bloodline refined, he would harness the bloodline powers of the 100 clans demon beasts, propelling himself to the pinnacle of strength. The mere thought sent exhilaration coursing through his very soul. Boom! In that instant, a resplendent radiance erupted from Ling Shuang's neck, blindingly brilliant. The Golden Rock King felt an immense force strike him, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. In the wake of this, he sensed his newly acquired transcendent aura rapidly dissipating, plummeting from the initial stage of transcendence to the peak of the demon infant realm. Then further down to the mid-tier of the demon infant stage. No. The Golden Rock King descended into madness. His composure shattered. He screamed in anguish, his frustration palpable. He had barely grasped the power of his newfound realm, only to be cast down to the demon core level. It was the talisman around Ling Shuang's neck, an artifact of unparalleled significance. All the demon beasts were rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events, their gazes drawn inexorably to Ling Shuang's neck. It is the master. He has bestowed upon me this talisman. Ling Shuang, having narrowly escaped death, was equally astounded, realizing that her master had foreseen her peril and crafted the talisman specifically for her. Seeing that the tides had turned against him, the Golden Rock King resolved to flee. "You think you can escape before this princess?" Ling Shuang, witnessing his attempt to flee, unleashed her tail, striking him down to the ground. Mirroring the earlier incident with the little saint, she advanced step by step toward the Golden Rock King, her aura of vengeance intensifying. "Spare me, princess. I am willing to serve you as your steed." The Golden Rock King, sensing the palpable intent to kill emanating from Ling Shuang, humbled himself, bowing low before her and pleading for mercy. "Your pleas are in vain." Ling Shuang soared above the Golden Rock King, the memories of his atrocities against her kin flooding her mind. She plunged downward, her foot landing upon him, her eyes ablaze with hatred. "No, I do not wish to die." The Golden Rock King's form disintegrated, flesh and blood scattering like dust, leaving only a demon core floating in midair, desperate to escape. Ling Shuang transformed into her human form, extending her hand to seize the demon core, crushing it effortlessly in her grasp. "For my father and my kin, I have avenged you." She closed her eyes, tears shimmering within. After what felt like an eternity, she approached the little saint, her voice weary as she spoke. "The master has missed you. Let us return." "Yes." The little saint obediently followed in her wake. "Princess Ling Shuang, please wait." As she prepared to depart with the little saint, the old Monkey King called out urgently. Ling Shuang paused, suspecting that the old Monkey King wished to detain the little saint, and clarified, "Old Monkey King, I have something to convey to my strength has surged because I encountered a wise one, and my survival today is thanks to the talisman bestowed upon me by this wise one." What the little saint told you earlier was no deception. His rapid breakthrough to the foundational stage is also attributable to this wise one. The wise one values him greatly. I must take him back to be with the wise one, where he will undoubtedly become the strongest among the monkey clan. The old Monkey King accepted her word without question, recognizing that Ling Shuang had no motive to deceive him. Moreover, the miracle surrounding her could only be the work of a true sage. "Little saint, it is the old monkey grandpa who has wronged you. Had it not been for Princess Ling Shuang, I might have ruined your entire life." Regret washed over the old Monkey King in an instant. Ling Shuang had only been with the sage for a brief period, yet she had ascended to the peak of the demon infant stage. Had the little saint been under the sage's tutelage as well, he would have approached that level, if not reached it. The opportunity to follow the sage had belonged to the little saint. The old Monkey King's actions had nearly deprived him of that chance. Old Monkey Grandpa, there's no need for you to blame yourself. The master is simply too formidable. It is only natural you would find it hard to believe. Besides, am I not about to reunite with Sister Ling Xuang and visit the master? The little saint reassured him with the wisdom of an elder. The old Monkey King nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. We should celebrate. Once explanations were exchanged, Ling Xuang prepared to leave with the little saint once more, only to be halted again by the old Monkey King. Ling Xuang furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Old Monkey King, do you have further matters to discuss?" "Princess Ling Xuang, a household cannot be without a master for a day, nor can a nation be without a sovereign for a day. The demon beasts of Chongqing Mountain cannot be without a demon king. I implore you to remain and become our ruler." The old Monkey King bowed slightly, beseeching her. Ling Xuang considered for a moment before shaking her head. "I am sorry, but I must return to my master and be his little fox. Whoever desires the position of Demon King may take it." There was no comparison between remaining in Chongqing Mountain and being by Xiao Fan's side. Moreover, Xiao Fan had come to take her and the little saint away, if she did not return with him. What if she incited his wrath? The demon clan of Chongqing Mountain could ill afford to incur Xiao Fan's fury. "Princess Ling Xuang, I beg of you." The old Monkey King, witnessing her reluctance, dropped to his knees. "Princess Ling Xuang, I implore you to stay. Our demon beasts of Chongqing Mountain are already the weakest. If you leave us, we may be bullied or even annihilated at that moment." The leaders of the other demon clans in the distance knelt in unison, with the Peacock clan's Kong Fairy representing them all, saying, "Princess Ling Xuang, your mercy gives us hope. We believe you will become a protective and formidable demon king for us. Beyond the eastern realm lies 100,000 great mountains. Deep within the depths of the 100,000 great mountains lie countless tribes of demon beasts, among which the Evergreen Mountains demons constitute but a small faction. The tribes often engage in fierce battles over resources, necessitating a powerful demon king to safeguard them." After a moment of inner turmoil, Ning Xuang spoke. "It is not impossible for me to become the demon king, but I shall not remain in Evergreen Mountain. I wish to return to my master's side. Do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to elaborate. Compared to the demon tribes of the 100,000 great mountains, our Evergreen Mountain's strength is vastly inferior. Even if I were to become the demon king, I would still be bullied when the time comes. Instead, it would be wiser for me to stay by my master's side and enhance my abilities. Once I am sufficiently strong, the other demon tribes will no longer dare to oppress us." Upon hearing this, all the demon tribe leaders fell silent. They had witnessed Ning Xuang's remarkable growth in strength during this period, and in the long run, it would be more advantageous for her to remain by her master's side. However, the notion of the demon king not residing in Evergreen Mountain was indeed perplexing. At this moment, the old Monkey King spoke. "Princess Ning Xuang, if you choose not to stay in Evergreen Mountain, it is acceptable, provided you designate a leader to manage in your stead. Furthermore, could you inform us of the residence of your master? In the event of a significant occurrence within our tribe, we could reach out to you." Hearing this, Ning Xuang's eyes sparkled with approval as she slowly nodded, indicating her consent to the old Monkey King's proposal. Upon witnessing this, Immortal Kong was the first to kneel, declaring, "I, of the Peacock tribe, willingly pledge allegiance to Princess Ning Xuang as the new Demon King. We bow before you, O Demon King." The other demon leaders quickly followed suit, kneeling in homage. Ning Xuang gestured for them to rise and continued, "Aside from myself, the strongest within the Evergreen Mountain Demon Tribe are the old Monkey King and Immortal Kong. They shall manage the Evergreen Mountain Demon Tribe from now on. Is there any dissent? We shall faithfully adhere to the Demon King's decree." The various demon tribe leaders held a high regard for the old Monkey King and Immortal Kong, and naturally, none voiced any objections. "Very well, it is settled. You may all disperse." Ning Xuang instructed the leaders to withdraw. Once the others had departed, the old Monkey King and Immortal Kong simultaneously inquired, "O Demon King, what commands do you have for us?" Ning Xuang replied, "I wish to discuss the pertinent matters of the demon tribe with you, as well as disclose the precise location of my master's dwelling, should Evergreen Mountain encounter any peril. You may seek me there. However, Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent for you to refrain from appearing, for my master has a penchant for consuming demon beasts that we would not want to be mistaken for a delectable snack. The old Monkey King and immortal Kong shivered at her words, hastily assuring her, "Rest assured, O Demon King, without your permission or in the face of urgent matters, we shall not approach the vicinity of your master." "That is for the best," Ning Shuang nodded, adding, "Old Monkey King, I shall be taking Xiao Shang with me, that I trust that when he returns, he will undoubtedly bring you delightful surprises." With that, Ning Shuang departed with Xiao Shang. The old Monkey King and immortal Kong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy, yearning to be cherished pets of the esteemed master. Yet, they understood that such opportunities were rare and not something one could simply wish for. Chapter 29. Who do you look down upon? In the grand hall of the Xian sect, Xianchong sat at the highest seat and was the first to inquire, "Junior brother, where shall we search for the soil that our master mentioned?" "Do you have any leads?" "Senior brother, I have no leads at all," Kong Yongchong replied with a wry smile. "You would be better off asking Yuer. She might know that I in an instant." Both their gazes fell upon Qin Yuer. "Master, Uncle Master, with your extensive experience, if you do not know where to find quality soil, I am even less likely to possess such knowledge." Qin Yuer furrowed her brow in contemplation before suggesting, "However, I do have an idea. The peak masters of the Xian sect often travel far and wide. They must have seen much and learned even more that we could summon them. They may know where to find good soil." "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Xianchong exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he soared to the top of the hall, his voice resonating throughout. "All peak masters, come forth to the grand hall at once." The summons from the sect leader commanded immediate attention, and the peak masters hastily flew to the grand hall. The master of the sword peak, Xiao Yuan Shan, inquired, "Sect leader, has something occurred within the sect?" "Everyone, please take a seat." Xianchong did not respond, but gestured for everyone to be seated before instructing Kong Yongchong, "Junior brother, please prepare tea for everyone," that he intended to first offer them tea before addressing the matter of the soil. As the peak masters settled down, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. Why would the sect leader summon them for tea? Recently, everyone has contributed greatly to the protection of the sect, and I have been remiss in expressing my gratitude due to my preoccupation with cultivation. Today I have procured some exquisite tea leaves, which I present as a reward. Xianchong stood up to elucidate the peak master's puzzlement. Anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the peak masters. If the sect leader claimed it was exquisite tea, it surely could not be subpar. Meanwhile, Kong Yongchong cautiously retrieved a small box, for which he extracted 8 tea leaves. These leaves appeared dull and wrinkled, seemingly having been steeped before, prompting the assembly to furrow their brows. The subsequent actions of Kong Yongchong left everyone speechless. He placed 4 of the tea leaves into a large teapot, while meticulously returning the remaining 4 to the small box, treating 4 pieces of subpar tea leaves with such reverence. Was it truly necessary? "Sect leader, are you mocking us?" Lu Panqing, the master of the Jade Flame Peak, spoke candidly. Rising to her feet, "Is this what you consider exquisite tea? Do you truly believe we cannot discern that these leaves have already been steeped? Are you asking us to drink leftover tea? Kong Yongchong, you regard this as a treasure, thinking that we have never had tea before. Who do you look down upon?" Although the other peak masters remained silent, dissatisfaction was evident in their eyes. Today, Xianchong's actions were indeed excessive. Even if he did not thank them, they would not take offense. However, presenting them with steeped tea was simply unacceptable as the leader of the sect. He was being rather stingy. "Lu Peak Master, please calm down. While these tea leaves have indeed been steeped, they were prepared by a remarkable individual. The effects of this tea are extraordinary. The esteemed one steeped it 3 times before discarding it. I felt it a pity and shamelessly requested that he gift me the remnants. Consuming this tea will undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Indeed, these tea leaves were obtained from Xiao Fan." Xianchong continued. "Good tea retains its fragrance even after being steeped multiple times. As for Xiao Fan's leaves, even after 10 steeps, they still possess formidable effects. Therefore, when Xiao Fan prepared to discard the leaves after 3 steeps, I shamelessly requested that he allow me to keep them." Xianchong understood why the peak masters were upset, as the appearance of steeped tea indeed left much to be desired. However, one must not judge the quality of tea by its appearance. Hidden within these leaves were countless essences, and once infused with boiling water, they could aid practitioners in achieving enlightenment. Sect leader, you have truly embarrassed our Xian sect. You actually requested steeped tea with such audacity? The master of the sword peak, Xiao Fan, lamented, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling that the sect leader had truly brought shame upon them. Do not say that I lack respect. Even if you begged me to drink this tea, I would refuse. The other peak masters simply turned their empty teacups upside down on the table, signaling their refusal to drink the remnants, as it was an affront to their dignity. Junior brother, since they are unwilling to partake in this tea, let us brew it for ourselves and savor its taste. After all, we have not had our fill. He Xianchong remained unperturbed, instructing Kong Yongchong. All right, senior brother. If Peak Master Xiao insists that he would not drink this tea even if begged, then even if he begs us for a taste, we shall not relent. Kong Yongchong chuckled to himself, anticipating that the Peak Masters would soon find themselves yearning for the tea. As he spoke, he poured boiling water into the large teapot. In a matter of moments, an alluring fragrance wafted from the pot, filling the grand hall with an aroma that lingered, enchanting all present. Wow, this tea smells incredible. One Peak Master could not help but exclaim. This tea seems to have invigorating properties. No, it appears to possess insights into enlightenment. I feel as though my mind has been illuminated, and the previously obscure aspects of my cultivation have suddenly become clear. Once again, the Peak Masters were struck with astonishment, soon closing their eyes to enter a meditative state. In that moment, a cacophony of shocked voices erupted within the grand hall. Many Peak Masters gazed at the large pot of tea, their eyes reddened with longing, for they had discovered that this tea could aid them in achieving enlightenment. The mere aroma of the tea had such profound effects. What might it yield if they were to consume it? Would they not be propelled directly into a state of realization? Esteemed Peak Masters, if you do not wish to partake of this tea, you may take your leave, He Xianchong remarked with a faint smile. No, please, I would like a cup, exclaimed El Jinghua, the master of the giant wolf peak, with a thick skin and a sheepish grin. Master El, you just covered your cup. What contempt you hold for me? Do you truly believe I would serve you this tea? He Xianchong chuckled, amused by their earlier pretensions of disdain. Master, I was merely jesting. You are the leader of our Xian sect. How could you hold a grudge against a mere Peak Master like myself? El Jinghua, desperate for the tea, shamelessly flattered. At first, we misjudged you, failing to comprehend your noble intentions, projecting our own petty minds onto your grand character. Although the other Peak Masters remained silent, they nodded rhythmically in agreement with El Jinghua's words. Very well, in light of your sincere apology, I shall personally pour you a cup of tea, He Xianchong said as he descended from his seat to serve El Jinghua. The remaining Peak Masters, witnessing El Jinghua's flattery rewarded with the precious tea, began to shower He Xianchong with similar praise. As He Xianchong poured tea for the Peak Masters, he intentionally bypassed Lu Panxing as he passed by her. Master, why do you not pour me tea? Lu Panxing glared at He Xianchong, indignant. This is blatant favoritism. Do you still wish for my assistance in cultivating female disciples? She was He Xianchong's junior sister, the only one in the sect bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. Sister, this is merely leftover tea. To offer it to you would be to look down upon you. And as for your desire to assist me in cultivating female disciples, how could I ever dare to underestimate you? He Xianchong sighed, secretly reveling in the situation, delighting in her discomfort. Brother, I was merely jesting. You needn't take it to heart, Lu Panxing said, somewhat embarrassed. I know you've always taken good care of your little sister. How could you possibly offer me subpar tea? I was just teasing you. Brother, look at my current low cultivation level. If my strength does not improve, I shall be bullied, and you would surely be distressed if I were to come to harm. With ye in Peak without a master, you would have quite the headache that tea has been ages since you have tasted my cooking, hasn't it? The weather is splendid today, perfect for a meal. Why not come visit me at Yin Peak later? The assembled Peak Masters internally scolded Lu Panxing for her audacity. They all knew of He Xianchong's appetite, particularly for Lu Panqing's cooking, but how was the splendid weather relevant to preparing a meal? It was a blatant bribe to the sect leader. Nevertheless, they thought to themselves that if it meant they could enjoy another cup of that extraordinary tea, they would gladly prostrate themselves before He Xiancheng. The tea's effects were undeniably potent. They all sensed their stagnant realms teetering on the brink of breakthrough. He Xiancheng smiled and poured Lu Panqing a cup of tea before returning to his seat. He then turned to Xiao Yuanshan and deliberately remarked, "Master Xiao, do not take offense at my failure to pour you tea. After all, you hold this tea in disdain." "Humph," Xiao Yuanshan scoffed, turning his head away. "Even if you beg me to drink, I shall refuse." However, at that moment, several peak masters who had just consumed the tea suddenly erupted in excitement. "Ha! I have broken through. Who would have thought I could achieve this in my lifetime? I too have broken through. My lifespan has greatly increased. This tea has aided our breakthroughs. It must be a top-tier treasure. The sect leader is magnanimous to share such a gift." Though not everyone had broken through. Even those who had not reached a breakthrough, since they were on the brink. With some time in seclusion, they were certain they would succeed. Seeing the others achieve breakthroughs, Xiao Yuanshan glanced at the diminishing tea in the pot and swallowed hard. "No, I cannot yield. Even if the sect leader begs me to drink, I must wait for him to plead." Xiao Yuanshan lowered his demands, thinking that if He Xiancheng asked him, he would grant him a concession. At that moment, He Xiancheng spoke up. Hearing his voice, Xiao Yuanshan felt a surge of excitement. Surely, his sword peak was the strongest in terms of offensive capabilities. The sect leader would never overlook him. Yet He Xiancheng stated, "Kong shitty, everyone has had their tea. There's a little left here. Why don't we share it?" "Haha, I was just thinking the same." Kong Yongchang chimed in. He Xiancheng immediately fetched 2 teacups and began to pour the tea. At that moment, Xiao Yuanshan grew impatient and interjected, "Sect leader, spare some tea for me as well." "Master Xiao, did you not just say you would not drink this tea? Now you wish to partake?" He Xiancheng smiled, teasingly asking, "You can't keep up the act anymore, can you?" Xiao Yuanshan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he lowered his tone, saying, "Sect leader, I was indeed short-sighted. How could the tea you provide be of inferior quality? Your wisdom is vast. Please do not hold my previous remarks against me. Once I drink this precious tea and enhance my strength, I shall be better equipped to nurture the disciples of Sword Peak." "Yes, very well. Since you have said so, if I do not grant you this tea, it would be an act of inhumanity." He Xiancheng recognized the rarity of Xiao Yuanshan's words, given his straightforward nature. So he instructed Kong Yongchang, junior brother, pour Master Xiao a full cup. Kong Yongchang complied promptly, filling Xiao Yuanshan's cup to the brim. Eagerly, Xiao Yuanshan drank from the cup, and instantaneously, he felt as if a light had dawned upon him. All the confounding aspects of his cultivation began to dissolve, akin to snow melting under the SU. As his realm ascended, his aura began to rise. After a single cup, those who were meant to break through did so, and those who were to gain insight found clarity. Once the peak masters regained their composure, He Xiancheng spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all experienced the effects of this tea. Tea was a gift bestowed upon me by a great sage after I performed a service for him. Now, having been entrusted with a task by this sage, I hope to complete it and receive further rewards. However, I remain at a loss regarding this matter and would greatly appreciate any useful suggestions you may offer." Upon hearing He Xiancheng's words, excitement surged among the gathered masters. If mere leftover tea could facilitate their breakthroughs, what could possibly be the nature of the sage's rewards? They even began to fantasize about ascending to the next realm. "Sect leader, please tell us what the task is." Lu Panqing was the first to inquire. "The sage's tea container is of insufficient quality. I seek high-quality clay to fashion a new one. Does anyone know where I might procure such clay?" He Xiancheng looked expectantly at the crowd. After his query, an eerie silence fell over the assembly. Given the tea's extraordinary effects, the container should surely match its quality. They could not fathom what kind of clay could be worthy of such tea. "Alas, I know the sage requires clay of exceptional quality. It is not surprising that no one knows," He Xiancheng sighed, sensing the silence. "Sect leader, I believe the 5-color clay of the Thick Earth sect could meet the sage's requirements for crafting a tea container. However, that 5-color clay is the sect's treasure possession, and given that the thick earth sect is stronger than our Xian sect, they are unlikely to part with such a treasure to curry favor with the sage. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly interjected. Indeed, how could I have forgotten the five-colored clay of the thick earth sect? He Xianchong slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his oversight. He immediately stood and instructed Kong Yongchong. Junior brother, come with me. We shall visit the thick earth sect. Sect leader, that is the clan's prized treasure. Asking them for such a gem would be akin to killing their father and stealing their wife. You must not provoke a conflict between our sects. As he Xianchong prepared to leave, Xiao Yuanshan hastily cautioned him. Lu Panqing similarly urged, Sect leader, please think this through. The other peak masters echoed their concerns. He Xianchong glanced at the gather masters and declared, as long as we flatter the sage sufficiently, what does the thick earth sect matter? Chapter 31. We have come to deliver opportunities. The Ho-Tu sect, situated at the northern border of Qi Prefecture, stands as the oldest and most formidable sect in the region, its comprehensive strength far surpassing that of the Yin sect. On this particular day, two figures descended before the gates of the Ho-Tu sect. One of them, exuding a formidable aura towards the gatekeeper disciples, caused a visible change in the latter's demeanor. The disciple stepped forward and clasped his hands, inquiring, May I ask which esteemed seniors have come to our Ho-Tu sect? Go and report to your sect master, informing him that he Xianchong, the sect master of Ziyin sect, seeks an audience, said Kong Yongchong to the gatekeeper. Under the influence of tea, Kong Yongchong had also achieved a breakthrough to the out-of-body realm. However, even though both he and Xianchong were formidable beings of this realm, they dared not act recklessly within the Ho-Tu sect, opting instead for a courteous visit. The legacy of the Ho-Tu sect is ancient, its foundation remarkably profound, harboring formidable artifacts within its confines. Should they act recklessly, the risk of perishing here, given their current levels of cultivation, was all too real. Understood, esteemed seniors, the gatekeeper disciple hurried off to convey the message. Kong Yongchong, he Xianchong, what brings you two from the Ziyin sect to my Ho-Tu sect? Shortly thereafter, an elderly figure landed at the foot of the mountain, demanding an explanation. He Xianchong, somewhat displeased, retorted, Is this how you welcome guests, my friend Zhong? My friend? Who among you dares to call yourselves my friends? Zhong Hao scoffed. You two mere Yuaning juniors presume to address me as such. Do you believe we are unworthy of such camaraderie? In an instant, both He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong fully unleashed their auras. Initially, they had withheld their out-of-body presence as a sign of respect for the Ho-Tu sect, wishing to avoid being misconstrued as aggressors and sparking conflict. However, their reluctance to reveal their true strength had resulted in a lack of respect from Zhong Hao. Such is the nature of the cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme. As Zhong Hao felt the overwhelming pressure of their auras, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The out-of-body realm represents a significant divide for all cultivators. There exists an essential distinction between those within and those beyond this realm. Only those who have transcended can cultivate their primordial spirit. The difficulty of breaking through to the out-of-body realm is even greater than that of advancing from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Based on his understanding of He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong, he deemed their talents merely above average, believing it impossible for them to ever reach the out-of-body realm. The revelation of their current levels left him utterly astonished. Particularly He Xianchong, who had astonishingly achieved the mid-out-of-body stage, matching his own cultivation level. Can I now refer to you as my friend? He Xianchong was quite pleased with Zhong Hao's astonished expression. Ah, He Daoyu, Kong Daoyu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my Ho-Tu sect? With their realms now aligned, Zhong Hao's demeanor shifted to one of cordiality. He Xianchong refrained from hastily revealing their intentions, instead inquiring, Is this your manner of receiving guests? My apologies, esteemed Daoyu. Please come inside. Zhong Hao gestured for them to enter the main hall of the sect. Please take a seat. Soon, the three were seated, and Zhong Hao brewed tea from his prized collection for the two guests. He inquired again, Now, esteemed Daoyu, might you share the purpose of your visit to my Ho-Tu sect? Zhong Daoyu, you must be quite curious about how my junior brother and I achieved our breakthroughs to the out-of-body realm. He Xianchong remarked with a smile, stroking his white beard. Indeed. Zhong Hao nodded. It is not that I underestimate you two, but given your talents, I believe it impossible for you to reach the out-of-body realm in this lifetime. Especially you. Yet not only have you broken through, but you have also achieved the mid-out-of-body stage, which is truly astonishing. I am genuinely intrigued by your ascension to this realm. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate your insights. Based on his deductions, he assumed that the two must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity to reach the out-of-body realm, an experience worthy of being classified among the sect's secrets, not to be shared lightly. Junior brother, you take the lead, he Xianchong urged Kong Yongchong. Kong Yongchong rose, clasping his hands towards Zhong Haoda. Zhong sect master, you may find it hard to believe, but the reason my senior brother and I managed to break through is entirely due to our encounter with a remarkable figure. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities, and with just a casual technique, we reaped unimaginable rewards, which enabled our breakthroughs to the out-of-body realm. Kong Daoyu, please refrain from jesting. Share the specifics of your extraordinary encounter. Zhong Haoda interjected, his displeasure evident. Your eastern region is the weakest among the 5 realms of Qi Prefecture. What kind of remarkable figure could possibly arise there? Moreover, even in the entirety of Qi Prefecture, it is improbable that anyone could assist you two in breaking through to the out-of-body realm. Are you telling me this was merely a minor technique of a high individual? Did you travel such a distance just to jest with me? How amusing. Zhong sect master, I mentioned that you might not believe me, but this is the truth. Kong Yongchong insisted. We have come to present you with a tremendous opportunity. Do not dismiss it lightly. Opportunity? Pray, enlighten me as to what this opportunity entails. Zhong Haoda's expression turned frosty. He sensed that Xianchong and his junior brother harbored ill intentions. Kong Yongchong elaborated. The situation is thus. This esteemed individual requires a few tea canisters but lacks suitable clay. I recalled that your Ho-Tu sect possesses colorful clay. If you were to offer this colorful clay to the esteemed individual, I firmly believe you would receive bountiful rewards in return. I suspected you two had ulterior motives. You seek my colorful clay. Zhong Haoda's voice turned grave. I now suspect that you are not truly Xianchong and Kong Yongchong, but rather possessed by some malevolent creature. With a heavy tone, Zhong Haoda declared, let me subdue you today and probe your primordial spirits to uncover your true nature. In his view, despite any fortuitous encounters, it was implausible for them to have reached the out-of-body realm. Such a breakthrough is exceedingly arduous. However, if they were indeed possessed by some ancient malevolent being, that would be another matter entirely. The colorful clay of their sect was rumored to be the powdered remains of the stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, significantly assisting malevolent beings in cultivating powerful physiques. Only those who practiced earth-based cultivation techniques, be they cultivators or malevolent beings, would covet their sect's colorful clay. Thus, he concluded that the two were not practitioners of earth-based techniques, but had indeed been possessed. As his words hung in the air, a potent aura of killing intent surged forth from him, enveloping the surroundings. Sensing this overwhelming killing intent, 2 early out-of-body elders from the sect swiftly arrived. Sect master, what is the situation? They inquired urgently. These 2 have been possessed by malevolent beings. Assist me in subduing them. Zhong Haoda commanded the 2 early out-of-body experts. All 3 emanated a formidable killing intent, advancing toward Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. Chapter 32. Prepare to apologize to me, Zhong Haoda. My junior brother and I truly came to present you with an opportunity. Are you certain you wish to engage us in combat? Xianchong, witnessing Zhong Haoda's intent to attack his junior brother and himself, let his white hair billow and unleashed a powerful aura. Ready to confront him, he had come to offer an opportunity. Yet Zhong Haoda was unwilling to even grant them the chance to explain. Even a clay figure has its pride, let alone a mid-out-of-body expert. Opportunity? You can take your opportunity to the underworld. Zhong Haoda scoffed, activating the protective formation of the main hall. He commanded the 2 elders, Elder Qi, Elder Liao, join me in subduing them. The 3 launched their offensive simultaneously, igniting a fiery battle as Xianchong and his junior brother were stirred to anger, leading to a fierce clash that caused chaos to erupt within the sect's main hall. After a brief struggle, Xianchong and his junior brother ultimately found themselves overwhelmed, retreating in disarray to a corner. With disheveled hair, he Xianchong glared and warned, "Zhong Haoda, if you do not cease, you will certainly regret this." "Humph. If I were to regret, I might as well cripple my own cultivation." Zhong Haoda soared into the air, forming seals with his hands as countless earth attribute spiritual energies swirled around him. With a decisive motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, transforming the earth attribute energy into a formidable earthen wall. Hurtling towards He Xianchong, "Junior brother, I will hold them off. You go brew tea and let sect master he witness what true exquisite tea is. The tea from their sect pales in comparison to ours." He Xianchong, aware that he was no match for the likes of Zhong Haoda and his companions, also recognized that they were on the territory of the Hotu sect. Prolonged combat could lead to him and Kong Yongchong being trapped here. Thus, he had no choice but to employ his trump card, using the precious tea to convince Zhong Haoda of the existence of a master. He could not bear to reveal such a rare tea in this situation. As he spoke, fiery spiritual energy enveloped him, enclosing Zhong Haoda and his two companions within an attack circle, all to buy time for Kong Yongchong to prepare the tea. Kong Yongchong, understanding the urgency, swiftly darted to the tea table, retrieving a precious tea leaf he had obtained from Xiao Fan, and tossed it into a cup. Then, flames ignited at his fingertips, rapidly boiling the water in the kettle, which he swiftly poured over the tea leaves. "He Xianchong, you and your two disciples are truly audacious. Oh, you really think I have never tasted tea before?" Zhong Haoda seethed, his body trembling with anger at the sight of Kong Yongchong brewing tea. At such a critical moment, He Xianchong had actually allowed Kong Yongchong to prepare tea, which was an utter display of disdain towards them. Moreover, the tea leaf Kong Yongchong had presented were clearly of inferior quality, already steeped. Yet He Xianchong had the audacity to claim them as exquisite, belittling the tea of his own sect. "You bring previously steeped tea to flaunt. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Zhong Haoda's expression darkened like storm clouds as he barked, "Elders, let us unleash our full might. Today, the Hotu sect will not rest until we annihilate them, while brewing tea may not have inflicted significant damage." The insult was profound. He felt it was more humiliating than having his face ground into the dirt by the opponent. There would be no retreat today. Initially, Zhong Haoda and his companions had held back slightly, but now they launched the fiercest assault on He Xianchong. Despite He Xianchong's formidable strength, confronting three equally powerful adversaries ultimately proved overwhelming, and he quickly fell into defeat, his energy waning. "Die," Zhong Haoda growled, unleashing a torrent of earth-affiliated spiritual power that transformed into a colossal mountain crashing down upon He Xianchong. He Xianchong conjured a wall of fire around him, desperately resisting. "Junior brother, is the tea not ready yet?" He Xianchong felt himself on the brink of collapse. "It will be ready shortly." Kong Yongchong replied hastily, "He Xianchong, do you truly believe that by serving me a cup of tea to apologize, I would let you off the hook?" Zhong Haoda coldly remarked, "Let me tell you, you have provoked this sect master. Both of you shall perish here today." However, before he could finish, he caught a whiff of an extraordinary fragrance, halting him in his tracks. What is that scent? Why is it so fragrant? I feel my previously expended spiritual energy replenishing instantly. Heaven above, what is that aroma? Miraculously, even my injuries are healing in an instant." Elder Qi was equally astonished. Elder Liao, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "Sect master, I sense that my long-stagnant realm is on the verge of a breakthrough upon inhaling this fragrance." In an instant, the expressions of the three men turned peculiar as they sought the source of this enchanting aroma. They concentrated, ultimately locking their gaze upon the cup of tea before Kong Yongchong. Could this fragrance be emanating from that tea? They exchanged glances and approached the cup. He Xianchong, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. He had resorted to asking Kong Yongchong to brew this cup of tea out of desperation, and as expected, its miraculous effects captivated the three. As Zhong Haoda and his companions drew closer to the tea table, they were certain that the extraordinary scent originated from that very cup. The nearer they got, the more they could feel its wondrous properties. Unable to resist, all three swallowed hard, yearning to snatch the cup and drink its contents. Yet, they feared that if they attempted to seize it, Kong Yongchong might destroy it. Zhong Haoda completely suppressed his animosity towards He Xianchong and his two disciples, forcing a smile as he said, "Sect Master He, I retract my earlier words. As long as you are willing to offer me an apology with this cup of tea, I shall forgive you. From now on, we shall remain allies." And the Hotu sect can maintain amicable relations with the Zi Yin sect. He sensed that once he drank this tea, his stagnated realm might finally show signs of movement. "Offer you an apology with this cup of tea? Just wait. You shall be the one to apologize to me." He Xianchong approached the tea table, seized the cup, and drained it in one gulp. Upon witnessing He Xianchong's action, Zhong Haoda nearly exploded with rage. The value of that tea was immeasurable, yet He Xianchong had just consumed it so recklessly. However, he ultimately restrained himself and asked, "He Xianchong, what do you mean by this?" "Zhong Haoda, my purpose in brewing this tea is simply to inform you that this is a gift from a master. And moreover, this tea has already been steeped 3 times. You can only imagine the effects of those initial brews," He Xianchong retorted coldly. "The reason my junior brother could break through to the out-of-body realm and I could reach the mid-out-of-body stage is entirely due to this cup of tea. Such tea is merely a common trinket from the Master's abode, a place that resembles a celestial realm, filled with treasures, if you wish to meet the Master and elevate to a higher realm. Now is the time for you to sincerely apologize to me and my junior brother." Chapter 33. Indeed, I was reckless that a master. Given the current drastic changes in the world, breaking through to the out-of-body realm is exceedingly difficult. Where could such a master possibly be found? Surely, you must have obtained this treasure from some ruins. Zhong Haoda's gaze fixated on the tea leaf within the cup, still doubting He Xianchong's words. "A treasure from ruins?" He Xianchong chuckled, then produced a painting, unfolding it as he remarked, "This painting, I believe sect master Zhong should recognize. Isn't this your sect, Se Yinling too?" Zhong Haoda scrutinized it for a moment before shaking his head. "No, there is an exceptionally rich essence of fire within this that I have seen your sect Se Yinling too. It is impossible for it to possess such a profound essence." He could sense the essence of fire contained within. But since it was not a fire tribute cultivation technique he practiced, it offered him little benefit. Otherwise, he would have gained something upon seeing the Zi Yinling Tuesday He Xianchong stroked his white beard and replied, "To tell you the truth, this is indeed our Zi Yin sect's Yinling too, but it has been modified by a master, which is why it contains such a rich essence of fire. It is true that there are treasures within the ruins, but do you truly believe there are living beings capable of altering our Zi Yin sect's Ling too? Are you truly not deceiving me?" Zhong Haoda found himself believing He Xianchong's words a little more. To be honest, without the Master's consent, I cannot casually display this Zi Yinling too. But today, to convince you of the Master's existence, I had no choice but to reveal it. If you still do not believe in the existence of such a master, then I, He Xianchong, shall take my leave. He Xianchong, disinterested in further explanations, instructed Kong Yongchong. "Junior brother, we should depart. Sect master He, please wait." Zhong Haoda called out to He Xianchong, now mostly convinced of his claims. Even if He Xianchong had some ulterior motive, he was an out-of-body expert himself, and believed he could escape unscathed should He Xianchong attempt to harm him. He Xianchong had no intention of truly leaving. He paused to regard Zhong Haoda. Zhong Haoda recalled He Xianchong's earlier words and inquired, "If I offer my sect's 5-colored earth to the master, will he truly bestow upon me double the benefits?" Having conversed with the master for a while, I can assure you that he is a man of great courtesy. He reciprocates gifts, and those he bestows are often far more valuable than what we offer him. He Xianchong paused before continuing. "To be honest, had the master not needed 5-colored earth, I would not have come seeking you. You would never have had the opportunity to meet the master in your lifetime. I will now bring the 5-colored earth to introduce you to the master. You had better not be deceiving me, or the Hotu sect will truly be at odds with your Ziyin sect." Zhong Haoda was finally swayed. "Sect Master Zhong, you may have misunderstood something. The master is not someone you can meet at will. I can take you to the edge of the master's small courtyard, but you must wait for the master's consent before you are qualified to meet him." He Xianchong felt a surge of anger, having already revealed the tea and the Zi Yinling too. Zhong Haoda still did not believe him. Had it not been to assist the master in obtaining the five-colored earth, he would have long since walked away. As I mentioned earlier, if you wish to accompany us to meet the master, you must first apologize to me and my junior brother. Moreover, you must compensate for the injuries you inflicted upon me today. Zheng Haoda felt a surge of frustration as the esteemed leader of the Thick Earth sect. He found it utterly unacceptable to be threatened by Xiancheng on his own territory. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly resorted to violence by now. However, he had come to acknowledge the existence of a formidable figure, one who represented a beacon of hope for his ascension to a higher realm. For the moment, he could not afford to be at odds with Xiancheng. Master I must admit that I acted rashly today. I extend my sincerest apologies to you and your junior. Moreover, our sect has recently acquired a piece of Qiyang wood, which I believe will be beneficial for your cultivation. Consider it an offering of reconciliation. With a sense of reluctance, Zheng Haoda retrieved a segment of Qiyang wood from his spatial ring, its ruby glow shimmering under the light. This was a high-grade, fire-attributed treasure, immensely advantageous for those practicing fire-related techniques. Haha, Master your generosity is commendable. Come, allow me to escort you to meet the esteemed figure. However, I cannot guarantee whether he will be inclined to meet you. Xiancheng accepted the Qiyang wood, his expression brightening with delight. And cautioned, by the way, we typically refer to the esteemed figure as Master. He is currently immersed in the path of mortal existence, so he perceives himself as an ordinary person. Should he agree to meet you, it is imperative that you refrain from mentioning anything related to cultivation in his presence. Furthermore, even if you were to present him with five-colored earth, if he chooses not to bestow any benefits upon you, you must not ask for them. As Xiancheng led Zheng Haoda towards Phoenix Town, he diligently shared various protocols to observe when meeting the master. Upon reaching the town, they landed outside and ambled towards Xiao Fan's small courtyard. Old are you certain this isn't a ruse? This is clearly a rustic dwelling. Would a master reside in such a place? Zheng Haoda expressed disbelief upon seeing the modest courtyard. One would think that someone of such high caliber could occupy a palace of grandeur. I have already informed you that the master is currently practicing the path of mortal existence, fully embracing the role of an ordinary person. Therefore, you must not be taken aback that if you disturb him, you will be suppressed without him needing to lift a finger. Xiancheng replied. Exasperated, he continued, you and my junior should wait here while I seek the master's permission for your entrance. Approaching the courtyard's entrance, Xiancheng clasped his hands towards the guard dog and said, Mr. Dog King, could you kindly inform the master of my visit? The Dog King, appearing somewhat lethargic, glanced at Xiancheng with indifference. Nevertheless, fulfilling his duty as the sentinel, he sluggishly rose from the ground and sauntered inside. From a distance, Zheng Haoda's eyes nearly bulged out. That was no ordinary guard dog. It possessed the strength of a fully fledged demon infant and exhibited signs of imminent breakthrough to the out-of-body realm. Who was the true master of this abode? In that moment, he found himself increasingly convinced of Xiancheng's assertions. Woof woof! The Dog King entered the house, casting a glance around, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Inside, Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng were cozily nestled in their designated bedding, both beasts napping contentedly. While they resided within the house, he remained stationed at the courtyard entrance. The disparity in the density of Tao rhythm between the inside and outside was stark. Woof woof! The Dog King, having dispelled his earlier lethargy, joyfully barked as he wagged his tail upon sensing the arrival of guests. It appears we have visitors. Xiao Fan, recognizing the Dog King's utility as a living doorbell, stood up and walked toward the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing Xiancheng, his eyes brightened, and he greeted him with great warmth. Ah, it is Master Please come in. Xiancheng, being the master of Qin wearer and a high-ranking cultivator of the Xian sect, knew the importance of maintaining good relations. Master, my junior and another friend are still outside. Xiancheng did not enter immediately, but spoke up. Last time, you mentioned needing high-quality clay for crafting a teapot. My friend happens to possess ancestral clay, and, upon hearing that you required it, has brought some for you. Since it is ancestral clay, it must be quite precious. How could someone I do not know gift such a valuable item without reason? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. Xiancheng found himself momentarily speechless. worried that he might have inadvertently angered Xiao Fan by bringing Zhong Haoda without prior consent. After a brief pause, he quickly concocted an explanation. Well, my friend has a fondness for working with clay and wished to connect with you for mutual learning that he thought it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, hence the gift of ancestral clay. The leader of the thick earth sect, wielding earth-attributed spiritual power, is indeed the progenitor of clay enthusiasts, is he not? Ah, I see. It seems we are kindred spirits, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Let us go and welcome them inside. Guests deserve ample respect, and it is only proper to greet them personally. All right, relieved that Xiao Fan was not upset, He Xianchong followed him outside the small courtyard. Outside, Kong Yongchong had his gaze fixed on the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Fan emerge, he nudged Zhong Haoda beside him and said, Zhong Daoyu, the master has arrived. Let us hurry over. That is merely an ordinary person. Are you certain he is the esteemed figure you speak of? Zhong Haoda asked in astonishment. In his mind, the esteemed figure should be adorned with celestial splendor, not appearing so mundane. Remember, the master is currently an ordinary person, Kong Yongchong reminded him. Only then did Zhong Haoda come to his senses. After Kong Yongchong spoke, he swiftly approached Xiao Fan and bowed, saying, I have the honor of meeting the master. Zhong Haoda imitated Kong Yongchong's gesture, bowing as well. I am Zhong Haoda. It is a pleasure to meet you. Master, greetings to you both, Senior Kong and Senior Zhong. Xiao Fan returned the salutation before inviting, Please, esteemed seniors, step inside, that He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong had visited several times and were accustomed to the surroundings. So nothing surprised them. However, upon entering the courtyard, Zhong Haoda was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of the Tao, causing a shift in his very essence. He felt as though he was bathing in the ethereal glow of celestial radiance. This place was a true treasure for cultivation, surpassing even the finest training rooms of his thick earth sect by a multitude. Upon entering the house, he was nearly overwhelmed, his spirit almost detaching from his body. He had assumed that the courtyard's environment was already exceptional, yet the richness of the Tao within the house was so profound it seemed almost tangible. This was truly a heavenly abode. Here he sensed that a breakthrough was within reach at any moment. Those jade ornaments, that guzheng, that longbow. Zhong Haoda surveyed the living room, and with each item he beheld, he was struck by the divine radiance emanating from them. These were indeed unparalleled treasures. He Xianchong had spoken no falsehood. This individual was a genuine master, unlike any sage he had encountered in the thick earth sect. How formidable was this master truly? He dared not contemplate the specifics of Xiao Fan's realm. Yet everything he witnessed transcended the limits of his understanding. He had visited numerous ancient ruins and lairs of legendary beings, but none could compare to the grandeur of Xiao Fan's abode. Here, esteemed seniors, please enjoy some water. Xiao Fan poured a cup of water for each of the three. He Xianchong and his junior recognized that this was no ordinary water and savored it thoughtfully. Zhong Haoda, seeing the commonplace appearance of the water, initially hesitated to drink. However, since Xiao Fan had already poured it for him, to refuse would imply a lack of courtesy. Thus, he politely brought the cup to his lips. This is spiritual liquid. In an instant, he was taken aback. Spiritual liquid, a liquid formed from spiritual energy, was a precious commodity for cultivators, particularly in this era of dwindling spiritual essence that he never expected to encounter such a treasure in Xiao Fan's home. Once all three had sipped the water, Xiao Fan inquired, Senior Zhong, I hear from Master He that you also have a penchant for working with clay. Zhong Haoda was momentarily flummoxed. Playing with clay was a child's pastime. As the dignified leader of the thick earth sect, how could he engage in such frivolity? He transmitted a message to He Xianchong, asking, playing with clay, what did you say in front of the master? Ahem, the master merely means to ask if you are also skilled in crafting clay objects and firing them into pottery. Just respond affirmatively, saying you wish to exchange ideas with him. Additionally, seize the opportunity to present the five-colored earth when the time is right. He Xianchong conveyed through sound, and the two engaged in their covert dialogue in an instant. Then, Zhong Haoda replied to Xiao Fan, Indeed, our family has been working with clay for generations that I can effortlessly mold any ceramic piece and subsequently fire it into pottery. His cultivation of earth attribute techniques allows him to transform soil into any desired shape, a statement devoid of exaggeration. That's so. That is truly splendid. It seems we have some time before mealtime. I too am preparing to fire some ceramics. Why not take this opportunity to exchange ideas? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan became intrigued. Usually, he found himself languishing in boredom, so discovering someone else who also crafted ceramics was a chance he did not wish to forfeit. I came here precisely to engage in discussion and seek your guidance in the presence of Xiao Fan. He felt unworthy of mere conversation, thus choosing to frame it as a request for instruction. However, considering that Xiao Fan was pursuing the path of understanding worldly affairs while masquerading as an ordinary person, he felt compelled to prefix the term exchange to elevate their statuses to parity. Recalling Xiancheng's earlier suggestion, he produced some colorful clay and continued, "By the way, I have brought some treasured family clay for you, and I hope you find it to your liking." Initially, he regarded this colorful clay as a prized possession. Yet it now seemed trivial in the presence of Xiao Fan that he hesitated to present it, fearing Xiao Fan might deem it of inferior quality. Nevertheless, since Xiancheng had already mentioned bringing the clay, he felt obliged to present it. This clay is magnificent. It possesses 5 distinct colors. The ceramics crafted from it will undoubtedly be stunning. The moment Xiao Fan beheld the colorful clay, he was enamored, exclaiming, "This gift is truly too precious. How can I accept it? Sir, my family possesses an abundance of this colorful clay, so please take as much as you wish. Moreover, it is often said that a fine sword is gifted to a hero. I believe that in your hands, this colorful clay will truly realize its utmost potential." Though Zhong Haoda felt a pang of regret in his heart, he feigned indifference in his words. As usage progressed, he knew his sect's supply of colorful clay was limited, yet he had laid it all bare to please Xiao Fan. "Very well, then I shall accept it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a sense of relief as he accepted the colorful clay. Smiling as he said, "Now I have found the perfect soil for crafting tea jars. Let us proceed to create the jars while exchanging insights on pottery." Chapter 35. Crafting the tea jar. The art of pottery is a profound craft. A skilled ceramic master can harness the essence of nature, ultimately shaping the clay into exquisite forms, where the finished pottery gleams with smoothness and splendor. The type of clay used greatly influences the aesthetic quality of the final ceramic product. The finer the clay, the more precious and visually appealing the ceramics. Behind the small courtyard lies a dedicated clay pit, specifically designed for molding raw clay. Adjacent to it is a kiln, utilized for firing the molded clay, transforming it from mud to pottery. The term raw clay refers to the unburned ceramic form crafted from the clay. Xiao Fan led the group to the clay pit. "Zhong Xianbei, why don't we have a friendly competition to see who can craft the more exquisite raw clay?" His enthusiasm surged as he spoke to Zhong Haoda by the clay pit. Having reached the pinnacle of ceramic crafting skills, he felt confident he could hold his own even against these cultivators. "Since you are inclined towards this contest, I shall indulge you." Zhong Haoda replied with a smile. A master of clay. Forming a few pieces of raw clay was a trivial task for him. He could effortlessly shape the soil into any form with merely a thought. He even contemplated allowing his transformations to be somewhat casual, so as not to defeat Xiao Fan too decisively. The two agreed, with Xiao Fan guiding Zhong Haoda to the clay pit. "Let us warm up with some ordinary clay first. Your colorful clay is too beautiful to use right away." Xiao Fan intended to adjust his mindset before employing the colorful clay, wary of wasting it due to its limited quantity. Indeed, Zhong Haoda concurred. They then procured porcelain stone and began grinding it into powder. The clay used for pottery differs from ordinary soil. It is particularly refined and requires meticulous preparation. This fine clay is typically created by grinding porcelain stone into powder, which is then mixed with water to form raw clay, ultimately shaped by hand or crafted on leather tools. This is far too cumbersome. "I can't imagine how long this will take," Zhong Haoda lamented. Losing patience while grinding the porcelain stone, he could reduce the stone to powder with a mere thought, so why bother with such a tedious process? Seizing an opportunity when Xiao Fan was distracted, Zhong Haoda began to channel his spiritual energy, intending to decompose the porcelain stone. How could this be possible? Just as he prepared to channel his energy, he found that all his spiritual power was shackled, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Zhong Xianbei. Grinding the stone into powder requires patience if the powder is not finely and evenly ground. It will ultimately affect the quality of the finished product. Would you not agree? At that moment, Xiao Fan's voice resonated in Zhong Haoda's ears. Could it be that Sir has detected my intention to channel my energy and has thus imprisoned it? Zhong Haoda was taken aback by Xiao Fan's words, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had been cautioned by Xianqiong to refrain from using spiritual power in front of Xiao Fan, treating him as an ordinary man, yet he had failed to heed that advice. Fortunately, Xiao Fan did not seem angered. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. You are indeed correct. Grinding the stone powder does indeed demand patience. Zhong Haoda replied, no longer daring to entertain other thoughts, and focused on grinding the powder. Once the porcelain stone was ground, he would mix it with special water to reform it into raw clay, then proceed to shape it into the desired form. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Haoda could utilize his earth attribute spiritual energy to mold the raw clay into his desired shape. Yet now, with his energy restrained, he was left to rely solely on manual labor. Lacking experience in shaping clay, he could only furtively observe how Xiao Fan crafted his pieces. My heavens, how can there be such extraordinary techniques in this world? Is this not the work of divine craftsmanship? Zhong Haoda was astonished as he watched Xiao Fan mold the raw clay. He realized that every piece Xiao Fan crafted was flawless, each raw clay form a true masterpiece. Even feeling that they possessed an inexplicable charm that surpassed those he had shaped with his spiritual energy, in a trance, Zhong Haoda became engrossed in observing. Though these porcelain stones were ordinary, with sufficient dedication, one could possess the ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. See how my raw clay began as irregular pieces of porcelain stone, yet through a series of techniques, they have now become exquisitely refined. Noticing Zhong Haoda's rapt attention, Xiao Fan spoke while continuing his work. Of course, reaching my level requires relentless practice. It is akin to blacksmithing, where one must endure countless trials. There are no shortcuts in any endeavor. One must tread steadily, step by step. Hearing Xiao Fan's words was like a sudden revelation to Zhong Haoda. It felt as if he had grasped something elusive yet significant. He sensed that if he could capture this crucial insight, it would greatly benefit his own cultivation. Sir must be guiding me in my cultivation as a result of my gift of colorful clay. Zhong Haoda suddenly felt that presenting the colorful clay was indeed worthwhile, that he began to imitate Xiao Fan's technique in molding the raw clay. Being of the earth attribute, Zhong Haoda naturally possessed an affinity with the soil. Though it was his first attempt at shaping raw clay, he managed to produce commendable results, albeit lacking some of the charm inherent in Xiao Fan's creations. Haha, Zhong Xinbei, you are far too modest. You are intentionally letting me win. Xiao Fan chuckled as he surveyed the tea jars they had both crafted. Your skills are truly rare in this world, sir. I am not conceding. I simply find myself lacking. Zhong Haoda replied earnestly, his mind echoing Xiao Fan's words that with sufficient dedication, one could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Xiao Fan examined the few tea jars he had produced, feeling exceptionally satisfied as he realized he had fully immersed himself in the craft. Turning to Zhong Haoda, he declared, Zhong Xinbei, I am now ready to officially craft the tea jar using the colorful clay. Please assist me. Yes, sir. Zhong Haoda was filled with excitement. He realized that Xiao Fan was about to provide him with hands-on guidance. An exceptional opportunity for learning that he certainly would not miss. Xiao Fan commenced the formal creation of the tea canister using the multicolored clay, executing the process with remarkable speed and with Zhong Haoda's assistance. He completed the canister in merely 2 hours. Throughout this endeavor, Zhong Haoda felt a clarity in his mind that seemed to sharpen with each passing moment. Senior Zhong, lend me a hand and assist me in placing these clay forms into the nearby kiln. I am preparing to set them, instructed Xiao Fan once the clay forms for the multicolored tea canister were finished, as Zhong Haoda took 2 clay forms and stepped out of the earth pit. A surge of once constrained spiritual energy surged within him. In that instant, a distinct crack resonated through his body, marking his breakthrough to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Moreover, he sensed an enhanced affinity with the earth element, a connection that felt more profound than ever before. Could it be that my physique has strengthened due to today's experience of crafting clay alongside the master? A bold yet plausible thought flickered in Zhong Haoda's mind. leaving him astonished. Chapter 36. Just a simple dinner. After placing all the clay forms into the kiln, Xiao Fan retrieved the purple flame pearl. With this treasure, he saved an immense amount of time, no longer needing to gather firewood from mountains or deal with the ashes from his household's burning firewood. This item proved to be exceedingly practical, and he cherished it dearly. It was the esteemed purple flame pearl of the purple flame sect. Zhong Haoda recognized the pearl and silently acknowledged how he Xianchong had indeed spared no expense to curry favor with the master. However, reflecting on his own gains from the day, he felt that offering the multicolored clay was worth the trade. Go! Xiao Fan commanded the purple flame pearl, which immediately soared into the center of the kiln. Flames erupted forth, and shortly thereafter, a magnificent fire blazed from the pearl. As time passed, for exquisitely crafted multicolored tea canisters emerged from the kiln, their surfaces shimmering with starlight, reflecting a breathtaking array of colors akin to a rainbow. On the surface of the canisters, for ethereal little spirits flickered into view, as if adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Ah! Zhong Haoda and the others gasped in astonishment. The mere fact that these newly forged canisters had birth spirits was an astonishing feat, a display of skill that was truly formidable. What level of mastery does Xiao Fan possess? This ability is truly terrifying. Indeed, good tea deserves an equally exquisite canister. With these, my tea will be preserved far better. Xiao Fan expressed his delight at the sight of the canisters, after they had been completed. He glanced outside and realized it was already dusk. Oh dear! Esteemed seniors, I sincerely apologize for becoming so engrossed in crafting the tea canisters that I lost track of time and failed to properly entertain you, he said with regret. Given the hour, you must return home. Perhaps it is best not to impose upon you with dinner tonight. Master, I've already gained so much from today. Whether we have dinner or not is of little consequence. Zhong Haoda replied earnestly. Beside him, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong shot a sharp glare at Zhong Haoda. This fellow had never dined with the master and had no idea how invaluable the meals here were. Xiao Fan was clearly seeking their opinions. Had they expressed hunger, he would surely have invited them to dinner. Yet, Zhong Haoda had effectively sealed the conversation. Reluctantly, the two could only rise and follow Zhong Haoda in taking their leave. Senior He, Senior Kong, I truly apologize for today. Xiao Fan addressed He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. Master, you are too courteous, He Xianchong replied with a smile. Recalling something, he inquired, before we depart, my junior and I wish to seek your consent on a matter. What do you need my approval for? Xiao Fan asked with curiosity. The purple flame spirit diagram that you recently revised for the purple flame sect. It is undeniably more exquisite now, He Xianchong swiftly articulated. Having prepared his words in advance, such a masterpiece deserves appreciation. However, since the ownership of the artwork belongs to you, we would not dare show it to others without your consent. Since I entrusted it to you, it is now yours. You may handle it as you see fit. There is no need to seek my permission, Xiao Fan replied with a smile, feeling a greater appreciation for He Xianchong and his disciple. Both were exceptionally courteous and principled individuals, as evidenced by their restraint in not showcasing the artwork to others without explicit permission. Yes, master, I understand, He Xianchong responded, elated. Then my junior and I shall take our leave. The purple flame spirit diagram, imbued with the supreme essence of fire, would greatly benefit the cultivation of the sect's disciples through frequent viewing. Very well. I shall not see you off. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Turning to Zhong Haoda, Senior Zhong, please wait a moment. I have something to give you as he spoke. He walked toward the inner room. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged glances, both filled with envy. Xiao Fan was clearly preparing to bestow a personal gift upon Zhong Haoda. While they envied him, they held no resentment. The favors bestowed upon them by Xiao Fan were already substantial. Assisting him in the search for multicolored clay was their duty, and it was an honor to serve him. They believed that Xiao Fan would remember their contributions and would not forget them in the future. Zhong Haoda's offering of multicolored clay warranted a reward from the master, and such a gesture was only fitting. Before long, Xiao Fan emerged from the inner room, leaving only Zhong Haoda in the chamber. He handed Zhong Haoda a sheepskin scroll, saying, I noticed your keen interest in ceramic crafting. However, your technique in shaping the clay forms appeared somewhat unrefined. I have a compilation of insights regarding ceramic production that I wish to present to you. When you have the time, I encourage you to study it. I believe it will prove beneficial. Zhong Haoda, having brought the multicolored clay, felt it only appropriate to return the gesture, as is customary in the realm of courtesy. Lacking any other valuable gifts to offer, he decided to present the insights on ceramic crafting instead. "Thank you, master," Zhong Haoda exclaimed, elated as he accepted the insights with both hands. "That if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The value of Xiao Fan's insights on ceramic crafting undoubtedly surpassed that of the multicolored clay. Should he comprehend the teachings, it would be transformative for him, that he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home and delve into studying the compilation. "I shall see you off," Xiao Fan said. Accompanying Zhong Haoda outside the small courtyard, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong did not leave immediately, instead hiding at a distance. Upon seeing Zhong Haoda emerge, they waved him over. "Zhong Zhongzhu, do you have a moment?" Zhong Haoda approached them, whispering, "Zhong Zhongzhu, I swear I could strangle you." He Xianchong fumed, his anger boiling over. "What were you thinking, rejecting the master's dinner invitation without consulting us? It was just a dinner. Do you really need to be so dramatic?" Zhong Haoda replied, somewhat bewildered. "Just a dinner?" He Xianchong retorted incredulously. "Do you have any idea how precious the master's meals are?" His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Zhong Haoda. "Let me enlighten you. A single meal prepared by the master could equate to decades, even centuries of cultivation. Just a dinner. Where else could you possibly experience something so invaluable?" "Perhaps not." Zhong Haoda's voice trailed off, wavering with uncertainty. After all, given the master's immense capabilities, the efficacy of his meals might indeed be extraordinary. "Perhaps not." He Xianchong continued, his tone laced with disdain. "Did you not drink the water prepared by the master? The water he uses for cooking is of that exceptional quality. Just think of the loss you've incurred and the misfortune you've brought upon us. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot best you in a fight right now, I would truly confront you to my disciple, and I brought you to the master. You received his blessings, while we were left with nothing," recalling that one cup of water, which bore effects akin to a spiritual elixir. Zhong Haoda was overwhelmed with regret. The realization that the water used for cooking was indeed that remarkable made him feel as though he were drowning in remorse, and he slapped himself twice in disappointment. "He Zhongzhu, this is not the first time. I assure you, there will not be a next time. Tonight, I take full responsibility for my actions, and I apologize to you and your fellow disciples that in the future, I will make amends when the opportunity arises." Zhong Haoda chuckled awkwardly, expressing his gratitude to the two. "Thank you both for today. In the future, should you visit my Ho-Tu-Zong, I shall ensure you are received with the utmost respect." Had it not been for He Xianchong and his fellow disciples, he would not have had such a fortunate opportunity, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards them. "All right then, considering your sincere apology, I shall let this matter slide. However, do remember your words, and do not forget to compensate me and my junior brother when the chance presents itself." That, of course. "No problem." He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged knowing glances. Sharing a smile, they had been waiting outside precisely for Zhong Haoda's assurance. Chapter 37. A fortuitous encounter the following day. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan slung a basket over his shoulder and made his way to the market in Phoenix Town. It was customary in Phoenix Town to have an early market on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the lunar calendar. The morning market was bustling, far more lively than usual, with numerous small vendors and a greater throng of common folk eager to shop. Xiao Fan, fond of vibrant atmospheres, had risen early to replenish his household supplies of oil, salt, and daily necessities. Wang, upon seeing Xiao Fan head out, perked up immediately, his previously drooping ears now alert with excitement as he dashed to Xiao Fan's side, tail wagging in eagerness to please. This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with his master, and he would not let it slip by. "Come along with me to the town, but remember, no biting," Xiao Fan admonished, his affection for Wang growing. The dog possessed a remarkable intelligence and knew how to behave. The morning market, located in the eastern part of Phoenix Town, featured a spacious open area designated for ordinary folk without shops to conduct their trade. Typically, individuals would bring their homegrown vegetables, fruits, and dried goods to sell in exchange for small silver coins, which they would then use to purchase desired items. Sir, back to browse the morning market again. Are we? Here, have a basket of my farm fresh eggs, a vendor called out. Sir, these are my freshly picked greens from this morning. Take some home to taste. As soon as Xiao Fan arrived at the market, the small business owners recognized him. Having often lent him a helping hand, they greeted him with great warmth. Aunt Zhang, how much are these green peppers? Xiao Fan inquired, cheerfully greeting everyone as he squatted down at the pepper stall, his mouth watering at the thought of green pepper stir-fry, which he hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. Aunt Zhang wrapped a bundle of green peppers in lotus leaves and stuffed them into Xiao Fan's basket, saying with a smile, Sir, you healed my husband last time without charging a penny. How could I possibly take your money? These peppers are a gift. Next time you want some, just let me know, and I'll deliver them to your home. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Lin Yifan expressed his gratitude, departing with Wang Wang. Once they were a distance away, he placed a piece of silver in his palm and instructed Wang Wang. Now, quietly place this silver on Aunt Zhang's stall, but make sure she doesn't TC you. Xiao Fan would never take advantage of others. If they refused to accept payment, he would discreetly leave the money behind. Wang Wang excitedly grasped the silver and, seizing the moment when Aunt Zhang was distracted, placed it on her stall. This pup truly was remarkable. The more Xiao Fan observed Wang Wang, the more he adored him. After placing the silver, Wang Wang returned to Xiao Fan's side, wagging his tail in triumph. Xiao Fan couldn't help but crouch down and pat Wang Wang's head a couple of times. What an impressive master I have. Wang Wang was stunned. Just those 2 pats from Xiao Fan seemed to imbue him with an inexplicable power, causing the peak bottleneck of his demonic infant stage to loosen slightly. Oh, sir, you've come to the morning market too. At that moment, Lima appeared again, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Fan. Good morning, Lima. Xiao Fan greeted her with a smile. You're up earlier than me. Sir. Ever eager, continued. By the way, my niece lives just to the east. She is incredibly beautiful. Would you like me to take you to see her now? She had been insistent about this match, always bringing it up whenever they am Perhaps another time. I still have groceries to buy, Xiao Fan responded, feeling a bit exasperated as he politely declined. His thoughts were still occupied with Qinhua, leaving him little room for consideration of other women. Why wait for another time? There is no day like today. Come on, I'll take you to meet her. Lima was resolute, pulling Xiao Fan along. If you need groceries, I'll send a basket to your home later, Lima. Let go of me. I'll go with you this once, Xiao Fan relented, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being tugged around in public. But he had no choice but to comply. That's the spirit. Lima beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. If Xiao Fan and her niece, Feng Bailing, were to become a couple, she would become family to him. And with Xiao Fan's reputation in the town, she would stand tall in her community. In the eastern part of Phoenix Town, at the balustrade of a vermilion pavilion, a stunning woman clad in red leaned against the railing, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Her name was Feng Bailing. The very niece Lima spoke of that in that moment. Her thoughts seemed to transcend time, transporting her back to a previous life on a battlefield of slaughter. Draped in red, she stood proudly in the void, surrounded by a mountain of slain demon beasts, their blood turning the earth into a sea of crimson. Behind her loomed the majestic Beastmaster sect. Yet it was now a sight marred by devastation. Feng Bailing, if you surrender today, my demon army shall retreat. Otherwise, your Beastmaster sect will be reduced to ashes. The demon beast leader, towering and ominous, cast a shadow over the sun. Yet within his gaze was a flicker of fear as he beheld Feng Bailing. For she was the unparalleled prodigy of the Beastmaster sect, a talent unseen for millennia, mastering the ways of beast taming without a mentor. And in just a century, she had risen to become its mightiest. Should she break through further, she would possess the ability to command all beasts, invoking dread among the demon ranks. Her innate talent for cultivating the art of beast taming was the reason she had chosen this path, with no desire to dominate the world of beasts. Yet, this was not a justification for the demon race to spare her. Only her demise would grant them peace of mind. Thus, the demon beasts united, launching an assault on the Beastmaster sect, She could have fled, but her allegiance lay with the sect. To abandon her post would mean a bloodbath for the sect, with disciples and her parents falling prey to the jaws of beasts. Today, I shall willingly perish here, hoping the demon army will withdraw. Otherwise, even in the cycle of reincarnation, I shall seek vengeance upon you all. Feng Bailing closed her eyes, swearing an oath to the heavens. Her form dissolving into stardust, slowly fading into the ether. The term willingly perish originally meant to be killed by weapons. Here, it signifies self-liberation, leading to the scattering of her soul. She had assumed her essence would dissipate into the cosmos. Yet unexpectedly, she was reborn as Li Ma's niece, Feng Bailing. Did the demon race keep their promise and spare my Beastmaster sect? Is my sect still intact? Are my parents still alive? Feng Bailing murmured to herself. Recalling the celestial oath she made in her past life, that a sense of foreboding washed over her. Something must have gone awry with the sect, or else she would not have been reborn. Alas, in this life, I cannot cultivate. Feng Bailing sighed, yet her gaze hardened with resolve, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from her being. And no matter how arduous the path, I must find a way to cultivate. If my Beastmaster sect has truly fallen to the relentless beasts, I shall offer their blood in tribute to my fallen kin. Beneath her feet, a dog demon trembled in fear, sensing her formidable presence. Although she could not cultivate, as the transcendent daughter of the Beastmaster sect, she still possessed certain beast-taming abilities, making it effortless to command a foundation-building beast. This could very well be her chance at redemption. As she was lost in thought, the sound of approaching footsteps pulled her back to reality, and she heard Li Ma's voice calling out from afar. Bailing, this is the Xiao Fan I mentioned to you. Look, he is the most handsome and capable man in our town. You are sure to like him. Chapter 38. To me, you're nothing, aunt. How many times must I tell you that you need not concern yourself with my marital affairs? Feng Bailing turned, casting an exasperated yet affectionate glance at Li Ma. She could never truly be angry with her. Having lost her parents at a young age, Li Ma had been her caretaker. The bond of kinship weighed heavily on her heart, which was why, in her past life, she had willingly compromised for her sect and parents. So beautiful. As she cast a glance over her shoulder, Xiao Fan found himself captivated by her beauty. The intricately carved railings and jade steps reflect her rosy complexion. For millennia, she is the epitome of beauty, and I stand at the pinnacle. This scene was vividly enchanting, with the focal point being the woman before him, whose beauty surpassed even that of Qin Yuer. For a moment, Xiao Fan was entranced that of course, he harbored no ulterior motives towards Feng Bailing. His admiration stemmed purely from an appreciation of beauty. He was not a shameless lecher. You lost your parents at a young age. Naturally, your marriage should be decided by me. How can you claim that I am not concerned? Upon hearing Feng Bailing's words, Li Ma spoke earnestly. I understand you have always been proud and ambitious, but the gentleman is far from ordinary. His capabilities are truly worthy of your beauty. Only by marrying him can I feel at ease. After saying this, she turned to Xiao Fan, who was fixated on Feng Bailing, and her heart bloomed with joy. She pulled Xiao Fan closer, lowering her voice to say, "What do you think? My niece is quite beautiful, isn't she? If you agree today, I will arrange for her to marry you. Li Ma, this is rather abrupt. Let my relationship with your niece begin as friends." Xiao Fan replied, exasperated. "Are you selling your niece? Fine, fine. I will heed your wishes." Seeing that Xiao Fan had not entirely rejected her proposition, Li Ma felt a glimmer of hope and did not press too hard. She smiled and said, "Sir, allow me to introduce you. This is my niece, Feng Bailing." "Hello." "Beautiful," Xiao Fan greeted with a friendly smile. Nodding at Feng Bailing, however, she averted her gaze, showing no interest in him. As a formidable member of the beast-taming sect, she had little regard for countless talented individuals in the cultivation world. How could she possibly deign to acknowledge a mere mortal? "What is wrong with you? Girl, the gentleman is greeting you," Li Ma admonished, her irritation mounting at Feng Bailing's indifference. "Hello," Feng Bailing reluctantly muttered, not wanting to anger Li Ma further. "Bailing, don't blame Andy for being presumptuous. The gentleman is the most capable in town. Marrying him would not be a loss." Li Ma's satisfaction was evident as she continued. "I practically dragged him here. You must cherish this opportunity. Didn't you always love pets?" The gentleman enjoys them too. Look, this is the dog he raised. He also has a little fox and a monkey at home. When you have free time, you can exchange tips on pet care. Feng Bailing glanced at the disheveled black dog beside Xiao Fan. Her eyes filled with disdain. It was not that she looked down on Xiao Fan. They were simply from entirely different worlds. The pets Xiao Fan kept were genuinely pets, but hers were beasts. Was there any comparability? Yet, not wishing to provoke Lima, she suggested, "Why don't we visit your home to see your pets?" Going to Xiao Fan's house was merely a pretext for her to feign friendship and then to warn him to back off. Sure, Xiao Fan agreed. His interest in Feng Bailing was not driven by her beauty. He genuinely sought advice on how to care for the little fox and monkey. Dogs were easy. He simply fed them leftovers. However, raising a fox and a monkey was an entirely new endeavor for him, and he lacked experience. Seeing Xiao Fan agree so readily, Feng Bailing thought he was enamored with her beauty, and her disdain only deepened. "You young people can enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to," Lima remarked, pleased with her strategy of using pets as a conversation starter, allowing the two to find common ground. She left them with a parting reminder. "Auntie is experienced. I can assure you that marrying the gentleman will bring you happiness." Dante missed this chance. After glancing at Xiao Fan with satisfaction, she departed. Once she was gone, Xiao Fan extended an invitation to Feng Bailing, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you to my home." "You can't possibly think I want to visit your home, do you?" Feng Bailing shot him a cold look. "Didn't you just say you wanted to see my pets?" Xiao Fan was taken aback by her response. Realizing how quickly her demeanor had shifted, "I merely wanted to send my aunt away," Feng Bailing explained impatiently. "Everyone says you're the most capable person in town, but to me, you appear to be an utterly ordinary individual. Best not to entertain thoughts of a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. We are not compatible. This is 100 taels of gold, enough to buy 10 or even 100 of your small courtyards. Take it and leave Phoenix Town," she declared, tossing a bag of gold before Xiao Fan. She understood Lima's character well enough. As long as Xiao Fan remained in Phoenix Town, Lima would relentlessly try to matchmake them. The only solution was to make Xiao Fan leave that AS for the 100 taels of gold. She could easily acquire it by taming foundation-level beasts. Xiao Fan had been in good spirits until he heard Feng Bailing's words, which instantly darkened his expression. That he was not offended by her calling him ordinary. He knew he was, but throwing 100 taels of gold at him to leave Phoenix Town felt insulting. Did she think he was the type to be swayed by money? To him, Phoenix Town was akin to his homeland in this new world, and he had deep ties to his small courtyard. How could he leave for mere gold? "My lady, you overestimate yourself. You say I am a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Let me be frank. I had no intention of courting you. Were it not for Lima's insistence, I wouldn't have come at all." Xiao Fan's expression hardened as he continued. "Moreover, I do not see you as a noble swan. Someone who possesses beauty yet looks down upon others is, in my view, quite ugly. You deem me ordinary, yet I find you even more so. You want me to leave Phoenix Town? You shall never succeed. Next time I encounter Lima, I will candidly tell her that you are nothing in my eyes and that I have no interest in you." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away. "Stop right there." Feng Bailing's body trembled with indignation at Xiao Fan's words, and she let out a cold huff. For a moment, she even contemplated ordering her large wolf dog to intimidate him. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, choosing to restrain herself. Though angry, she was principled and would never harm the innocent, especially not a mortal. "Woof, woof!" The nearby dog demon sensed Feng Bailing's fury and stood up, baring its sharp teeth at Xiao Fan. The Dog King, having accompanied Xiao Fan to Phoenix Town for the morning market, had completely restrained its aura, resembling an ordinary dog. In contrast, the dog demon was far inferior in strength and had no idea that the Dog King was a vastly superior creature. Otherwise, it would never dare to snarl at Xiao Fan. "What? Angered by me? Do you intend to unleash your dog to bite?" Xiao Fan's sardonic smile only deepened at the sight of the large wolf dog baring its teeth. "Black Wolf, quiet!" Feng Bailing commanded, and the black wolf retreated behind her, its neck shrinking, after glancing at the Dog King and then back at the black wolf. A sudden idea struck her. "I apologize for the earlier incident regarding the gold. I should have considered better. While neither of us wishes to be together, My aunt will not heed our feelings and will try to match us up. I see you have many pets, so you must be quite experienced in their care. How about we compete to see whose dog is more obedient? If you win, I will find a way to convince my aunt to stop matchmaking us. If I win, you must figure out a way to deal with her. What do you say? Seeing Feng Bailing apologize, Xiao Fan did not wish to hold a grudge against her, especially since he too was troubled by Li Ma's persistent matchmaking. Feng Bailing's proposal offered a viable solution. He looked at the Dog King, knowing it was quite intelligent and would not embarrass him, and agreed. All right, let us see who comes out on top. A glimmer of intrigue lit up Xiao Fan's eyes as he smiled. How shall we compete? Quite simply, we will have our dogs perform a series of actions, and the other S-dog must imitate them. Whichever dog mimics better wins. Sound good? Feng Bailing's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. The black wolf was no ordinary dog but a beast with intelligence, capable of conversing normally with her. Xiao Fan's dog, on the other hand, was merely a common mutt. Even if it possessed some intelligence, it was limited and could hardly compete with the black wolf. She was eagerly anticipating the outcome, confident that Xiao Fan would be left to deal with his aunt. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded and glanced at the Dog King beside him, saying, whether we can gnaw on bones today depends on your performance. Woof woof. The Dog King understood Xiao Fan's implication. As long as they secured victory today, bones would be theirs to enjoy. It immediately felt invigorated as the esteemed Dog King. It could not possibly be outshone by a mere fledgling demon dog. Seeing the Dog King comprehend Xiao Fan's words, Feng Bailing cast a surprised glance at him. That it was said that ordinary pets raised by humans lacked such high spiritual awareness. Evidently, Xiao Fan possessed considerable skill in pet training. Lady first, your dog shall perform first, while mine will imitate. With the Dog King grasping his instructions, Xiao Fan felt emboldened. Feng Bailing concurred and instructed the black wolf. Go, showcase your routine. The black wolf, excited, wagged its tail and dashed to the open space, executing a series of agile maneuvers, culminating in a splendid somersault, thereafter proudly seeking Feng Bailing's approval. Not bad. Feng Bailing nodded in satisfaction, her gaze turning to Xiao Fan, a teasing glint in her eyes as she remarked, now it is your dog's turn. Even if Xiao Fan's dog exhibited some intelligence, it had its limits. The final somersault was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mutt. Thus, she believed victory was assured. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned by the black wolf's impressive display. And no matter how astute the Dog King was, it could not replicate such acrobatics. How had Feng Bailing trained her pet to such a remarkable degree? Nevertheless, Xiao Fan was a competitor at heart. The essence of competition lay in participation, but he could not forsake the contest simply because he anticipated defeat. He turned to the Dog King and commanded, give it your all. Woof woof. The Dog King, sensing Xiao Fan's lack of confidence, barked twice in discontent and raced to the open area. There, emulating the black wolf, it executed the same series of movements with exceptional fluidity. Upon finishing its somersault, it proudly added two more, seemingly to flaunt its prowess to Xiao Fan. Your agility is commendable. Xiao Fan was astonished by the Dog King's impressive performance, having previously overlooked its remarkable talent. Even Feng Bailing, standing nearby, was left speechless. Was this truly an ordinary dog? She began to doubt, suspecting it might be a demon beast. However, when she employed the secret techniques of the Beastmaster sect to scan the Dog King, she found no trace of demonic energy, thus confirming it was merely an ordinary dog. It appeared this dog had the potential to become a demon beast, yet no one had aided it in awakening its intelligence. Ultimately, Feng Bailing reached a conclusion. What do you think? My dog is quite impressive, isn't it? Xiao Fan smiled faintly, adopting a victorious demeanor as he regarded Feng Bailing. I'm afraid we must be objective. Your dog performed 2 extra somersaults, which means it did not merely mimic my dog's actions, rendering your dog unqualified. Feng Bailing offered no chance for Xiao Fan to claim victory, her lips parting as she coolly stated. Should she acknowledge Xiao Fan's dog's performance as adequate in this first round, even if she triumphed in the second round, they would be tied, necessitating a rematch. Her time was invaluable. She had no desire to waste it with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was rendered speechless. Although Feng Bailing's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. His dog had indeed performed additional movements. He directed an exasperated look at the Dog King. His expression, one of disappointment, threatening. "I told you not to overdo it. If you lose this second round, I might just stew you for dinner tonight." The Dog King trembled at Xiao Fan's words, fearing he might genuinely carry out the threat. For the sake of its life, it had no choice but to resort to some clever tactics in the second round. Woof woof, the Dog King, feeling aggrieved, ran to the open space, awaiting Xiao Fan's command to perform. "Begin," Xiao Fan instructed the Dog King. It commenced its routine, but due to its foul mood, the performance was considerably simpler than the Black Wolf's first round, lacking even a somersault. Once it completed its display, the Dog King glared at the Black Wolf, a subtle pressure emanating from it as it transmitted a warning. "If you dare to execute my moves perfectly, I shall crush your skull later." Chapter 40. The individual ahead is truly remarkable. This is a Dog King. The Black Wolf, sensing the Dog King's aura, felt its soul tremble, nearly collapsing in fear. On the verge of tears, the Dog King, corresponding to the realm of demon infants, had merely just begun to establish its foundation. In the Dog King's eyes, the Black Wolf was no more than an insignificant insect. What is a powerful demon dog like you doing as a pet to a human? This is an affront to dogs. No, it was inconceivable that the Dog King would willingly serve as a pet to a human unless this human was significantly more formidable. In an instant, the Black Wolf's gaze fell upon Xiao Fan, recalling how it had previously bared its fangs at him. Now, it could no longer stand upright, collapsing to the ground. "Miss Foam, it's your turn." Noticing the Black Wolf's reluctance to perform, Xiao Fan addressed Foam by Ling. "Black Wolf, step up and perform. Remember, do not add or omit any movements." Foam by Ling commanded the Black Wolf. However, after giving her instruction, she noticed the Black Wolf remained unresponsive and questioned, "What is the matter with you?" The Black Wolf, frightened of both Xiao Fan and Foam by Ling, struggled to maintain its composure, finally approaching the open area to perform. Yet, the Dog King's warning echoed in its mind, preventing it from concentrating, thereby rendering it incapable of executing a proper performance. By the end, it managed to mimic barely half of the Dog King's movements. "Haha, Miss Foam, it seems you have lost." Observing the Black Wolf's clumsy attempts, Xiao Fan could not help but burst into laughter. Foam by Ling shot a fierce glare at the Black Wolf, her delicate features icy. This ungrateful creature had fumbled at a crucial moment. Once Xiao Fan departed, she vowed to discipline it thoroughly. "Rest assured, I accept defeat gracefully. I shall find a way to settle matters with my aunt." Foam by Ling, despite her loss, was magnanimous and did not resort to tricks. Finally, she inquired, "I am quite curious. How did you train your pet?" An ordinary mutt had been transformed into something extraordinary under Xiao Fan's guidance. Had she not studied the art of beast mastery since childhood, she would never have achieved such a level. Perhaps Xiao Fan possessed unique methods of training pets that could inspire her and enhance her own beast mastery skills. "Why don't you visit my home, and we can exchange insights?" Xiao Fan, initially intent on seeking Foam by Ling's advice on nurturing Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng, extended the invitation once more. "Then I shall impose." This time, Foam by Ling did not refuse, but followed closely behind Xiao Fan. However, her keen eyes were constantly scrutinizing the Dog King before shifting back to Xiao Fan. She could not shake the feeling that this dog was extraordinary. And by extension, Xiao Fan seemed to possess an air of mystery. Could he be a cultivator? In an instant, an astonishing thought flashed through Foam by Ling's mind. Yet upon seeing Xiao Fan's modest courtyard, she dismissed her earlier notion as absurd. The courtyard resembled that of an ordinary farming household. If he were indeed a cultivator, how could he reside in such a humble abode? It seemed she had overthought things. With a murmured thought, Foam by Ling followed Xiao Fan into the courtyard at a leisurely pace. Her attention was so focused on Xiao Fan and the Dog King that she failed to notice the Black Wolf trembling in fear behind her. As a mere little demon dog, how could it not be terrified in the presence of a Dog King? If not for Foam by Ling, it would not even consider venturing into such a dangerous place. Upon entering the courtyard, Foam by Ling sensed something was amiss. The air felt remarkably refreshing. This invigorating atmosphere stirred her spirit, a sensation she had never experienced even while cultivating in the most auspicious locations in her past life. However, devoid of the ability to cultivate, She remained unaware of the courtyard's mysteries. Once inside, the black wolf discovered its fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort and euphoria. No, its astonishment. It felt its strength increasing at a perceivable rate. This was an unparalleled treasure ground. My heavens, it was confirmed. The individual ahead was truly remarkable. Initially uncertain of Xiao Fan's status, the black wolf became convinced of his extraordinary nature upon entering the courtyard and experiencing its unique aura. The cultivation environment here was genuinely exceptional. Within moments, the black wolf's strength surged from the initial stage of foundation building to the intermediate stage. What on earth was happening? Feng Bailing has forged a master-servant contract with the black wolf, and she can sense its enhanced strength. Given the black wolf's cultivation progress, such a rapid breakthrough seems implausible, prompting her curiosity to rest upon the creature. Master, this little courtyard is a supreme treasure, ideal for cultivation. The gentleman before you, Mr. Xiao, is an extraordinary figure, the black wolf swiftly conveyed through telepathy, sensing Feng Bailing's inquisitive gaze. Extraordinary figure. Feng Bailing's eyes reflected her bewilderment. The black wolf continued, indeed, the dog beside him is no ordinary mutt, but a dog king. I was bested by him earlier due to his telepathic warning not to win. I was terrified and completely forgot to mention this to you. Upon hearing the black wolf's transmission, Feng Bailing chose to believe it, as it was the only explanation for the black wolf's unusual demeanor moments ago. Turning her gaze back to Xiao Fan, her previously indifferent expression shifted into something more complex. In a world where spiritual energy is nearly depleted, a dog king corresponds to a beast of the demon infant stage, a being of significant stature. The fact that such a formidable entity willingly serves Xiao Fan suggests that his power must exceed the Yuan Ying stage, perhaps even at the out-of-body level or beyond. Her own physical condition presented a dilemma. Perhaps this powerful being could remedy her ailments. I must seize this opportunity, Feng Bailing silently vowed, resolving to find an opportune moment to request Xiao Fan's assistance. While she contemplated, Xiao Fan ushered her into the house, stating, "Miss Feng, please have a seat while I fetch you a glass of water. We shall discuss the matter of pet care shortly." "Thank you." "Mr. Xiao," Feng Bailing replied, her tone significantly more respectful than at the outset. She refrained from addressing him as senior, as she did not yet consider herself a cultivator. Referring to him as Mr. sufficed as a mark of respect. Drawing from her past experiences, she maintained her composure even in the presence of someone she regarded as a master. Glancing around Xiao Fan's living room, she noticed the figures of Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng in the corner. However, she no longer dared to underestimate these creatures. Recognizing them as demon beasts, it appeared that masters enjoyed keeping demon beasts as pets, though she pondered whether she might barter her knowledge of beast taming with him in exchange for assistance with her predicament. Well versed in the art of beast taming, she believed that Xiao Fan's treatment of Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng could hinder their growth, and she felt she possessed considerable value in his eyes. Chapter 41. Cooking hot pot with treasures here. Have some water. As Feng Bailing pondered, Xiao Fan returned with a glass of water. "Thank you, Mr. Feng Bailing exclaimed, taking a sip and instantly feeling a refreshing, sweet essence reminiscent of corn filling her throat. "What kind of water is this?" She scrutinized the glass before her, realizing the exceptional quality of the liquid, which sparkled like transparent jade, leaving her astounded. Although she could not cultivate, her experiences had granted her insight. This was clearly spiritual liquid. In an era where the Earth's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, Xiao Fan treating spiritual liquid as mere water was indeed extravagant. "I currently have 3 pets. Besides the dog you just met, I also have a fox and a monkey." Unaware of Feng Bailing's change in demeanor, Xiao Fan gestured towards Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng. "You needn't laugh at me. I had a dog when I was young and know how to care for dogs, but I've never raised a fox or a monkey. That if Miss Feng possesses any insights on their care, I would be immensely grateful." Hearing this, Feng Bailing's heart leapt with joy. It seemed she was indeed of use to Xiao Fan. "Mister, your approach to pet care is somewhat lacking. Take the fox, for instance. It dislikes moisture and would thrive best with its nest elevated 3 feet off the ground." She elaborated, "Moreover, the fox enjoys playing with small creatures, only consuming them after they have been thoroughly toyed with. Given the spaciousness of the courtyard, I recommend digging a small pond to house fish, shrimp, and crabs, allowing it to hunt for its meals, which would provide it with great amusement. Foam Bailing began to share her knowledge on fox care, though she deliberately refrained from delving too deeply, as she intended to reserve more intricate details for her potential exchange with Xiao Fan. She believed that even a cursory overview would yield significant insights for him, especially since not everyone was as well-versed in demon beast care as the beast-taming sect. She passionately explained, she overlooked a crucial detail. Ning Shuang was already a high-level demon beast capable of transformation. Currently, Ning Shuang would hardly find interest in such trivial creatures. Listening to Foam Bailing's advice, Ning Shuang's teeth ground together in irritation. How absurd! Who needs fish, shrimp, or crabs? I feast on the grand meals prepared by my master daily. Ah, it seems Miss Foam is indeed correct. I shall make time to catch some fish and shrimp for you. Xiao Fan chuckled, mistakenly interpreting Ning Shuang's irritation as agreement. Yao! Ning Shuang snapped in displeasure, as if to convey to Xiao Fan that he had misunderstood her intent. Regrettably, Xiao Fan continued to misconstrue her meaning. It appears you're quite eager. In that case, I will go fishing for you this afternoon. Having absorbed Foam Bailing's insights, Xiao Fan felt as though he had gained profound knowledge on fox care, prompting him to further inquire. Thus, unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until midday. Miss Foam, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. If you do not mind, please join me for lunch. I would be delighted to treat you to hot pot, which is quite delicious. Feeling guilty for taking up an entire morning of Foam Bailing's time, Xiao Fan proposed a meal. That would be troublesome for you, Mr. Foam Bailing replied, having no intention of leaving, as she sought opportunities to engage and trade with him. Simultaneously, she felt a spark of curiosity about what hot pot entailed. Having never encountered it before, it is no trouble at all. I've already prepared the hot pot ingredients. We simply need to wash the food, and we can enjoy a delightful meal while we chat. Xiao Fan smiled, retrieving an iron pot and 2 bricks that he set the bricks on the table and placed the pot atop them, then added his homemade hot pot ingredients in the pot, crafting a simple hot pot stove. Next, Xiao Fan arranged raw meat, vegetables, and other ingredients on the table. Foam Bailing observed his actions with confusion. Could it be that hot pot required no fire, and the food was merely dipped into the ingredients for consumption? After all, there was no stove available to produce flames. In the midst of her curiosity, Xiao Fan suddenly remarked, Miss Foam, I recently acquired a treasure that has simplified many tasks for me, including hot pot preparation. Allow me to demonstrate. Being young and in the company of contemporaries, particularly a beautiful woman, Xiao Fan felt a natural eagerness to impress. As he spoke, he positioned the purple flame pearl between the 2 bricks and softly commanded, Ignite! Instantly, the pearl ignited, emitting a brilliant glow. Remember, do not let the flames burn the bricks or the table. Only the pot above is to be heated. The purple flame pearl responded to his command, producing flames that distinctly separated into 2 layers. The lower layer transformed into a deep, cool blue, nearly transparent and devoid of any intense heat, while the upper layer blazed a radiant red, emanating palpable warmth. Foam Bailing stood in awe. This purple flame pearl was undoubtedly a treasure, an extraordinary one at that, possessing at least a spirit of its own. Artifacts with spirits were exceptionally rare, even in her past life. She had seldom encountered such items. What manner of extraordinary individual is this gentleman, possessing such a treasure? Heavenly treasures, particularly those endowed with spirits, were exceedingly proud, and it was a challenge for ordinary individuals to establish a bond with them. The high grade of the purple flame pearl was evident, yet it obediently responded to Xiao Fan's commands, illustrating the formidable nature of the man before her. In her previous life, she had become one of the strongest in her world. But she felt that even then, she could not wield such a pearl with the same ease as Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's prowess might indeed surpass that of her former self, of course. She remained unaware that Xiao Fan had not yet established a bond with the purple flame pearl. It was merely showing deference to him. Had she known, her astonishment would have deepened even further. Noticing Foam Bailing's astonishment, Xiao Fan reveled in her reaction. See, my treasure is truly remarkable. As the purple flame pearl emitted flames, The ingredients in the iron pot released an enticing aroma, the fragrance so rich that it made Xiao Fan unable to suppress his saliva. Beside him, Feng Bailing was also drawn back to reality by the delightful scent, unable to resist swallowing hard. So, how do you find this pearl? Quite useful, isn't it? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Indeed, it's incredibly useful, Feng Bailing replied, her lips twitching in an unnatural manner. This was undoubtedly a precious item, yet it was being used for hot pot, a luxury far surpassing the elixir she had just consumed. The world of the extraordinary truly eluded her understanding. Chapter 42. Hot pot and wine. The more you drink, the better it gets. There are indeed intricacies to enjoying hot pot. One must cook and eat simultaneously. And begin by placing meat into the pot. As the meat softens in the broth, it enriches the flavor when consuming the vegetables later. As Xiao Fan placed meat into the pot, he remarked to Feng Bailing. Today, the main ingredient for our hot pot is the meat of the golden ROC. It's been a few days, so it's not particularly fresh. We'll have to make do. The main reason I didn't purchase fresh vegetables was because your aunt dragged me along for a blind date this morning. Otherwise, I would have bought some animal entrails and fish to make it truly delicious. While he spoke, the meat of the golden rock was already cooked. He gallantly served Feng Bailing a piece, saying, "Here, try this." Feng Bailing frowned slightly. The golden rock was a magical beast, and she, a mere mortal, wondered if she could handle its meat. Xiao Fan, you are extraordinary, but I am just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, since he had already placed the meat in her bowl, she steeled herself and put it into her mouth. Upon tasting the golden rock's meat, she discovered it was not as tough as she had imagined. It melted in her mouth, transforming into a rich, savory juice that flowed into her stomach. Feng Bailing felt as if her mouth was enveloped in a wave of meat aroma, with a hint of spiciness and numbness, as if countless little sprites were dancing upon her tongue. The sensation was uniquely delightful, causing her body to relax and her spirits to lift. Is it delicious? Xiao Fan inquired at the right moment. Absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite, Feng Bailing replied sincerely, eagerly picking up her chopsticks and diving into the hot pot, disregarding her image as a refined lady. If you find it so delicious, I shall invite you to hot pot again in the future. Hot pot is best enjoyed with company. Eating alone is rather dull, Xiao Fan chuckled. Back in my hometown, a few friends gathering around for hot pot. Chatting away is what truly brings joy. Chatting away. At this, Feng Bailing felt a tightening in her heart. Good heavens, just how formidable is Xiao Fan, discussing the very essence of heaven and earth. Cultivators hold great reverence for the cosmos. The heavens have their laws, and the earth its principles, matters not to be trifled with. Only true masters can engage in such discourse, lest they incur divine retribution. By the way, Miss Feng, you mentioned how to raise foxes. What about monkeys? How does one care for them? Earlier, their conversation had revolved around foxes, and Xiao Fan was equally intrigued by the art of monkey husbandry, asking while he ate, "Sir, I do have some insights on monkey care, but it's not comprehensive. A friend of mine specializes in raising monkeys. I will consult him and get back to you," Feng Bailing replied, not overly eager to divulge her knowledge about monkeys, concerned that doing so might diminish her value to him, and he might not be inclined to assist her with her physical ailments. Most cultivators are known to be merciless once they've achieved their goals. She had to remain a bit guarded around Xiao Fan. "Very well. I look forward to your good news," Xiao Fan said, shifting the topic. "Now, let us enjoy some wine. This is my homemade rice wine. Hot pot and wine. The more you drink, the better it gets." With that, he poured some rice wine for Feng Bailing. Feng Bailing contemplated mentioning her aversion to alcohol, but fearing to upset Xiao Fan. She held her tongue and clinked glasses with him. The rice wine slid down her throat, its sweetness and coolness enveloping her slightly spicy mouth, creating a delightful fusion that invigorated her very soul. The cracks in her soul, caused by the cycle of reincarnation, began to mend under the influence of the hot pot and rice wine. Of course, she was unaware of it all. Xiao Fan's rice wine had a potent kick. By the time they finished the hot pot, Feng Bailing felt herself beginning to intoxicate after just 3 cups. "Sir, I feel a bit tipsy. I should head home now that I will pay you a visit another day," she said, struggling to rise. "Are you all right? Would you like to rest here a bit before heading back?" Xiao Fan asked, a hint of concern in his voice. And no need, I can make it back, Feng Bailing declined. She had great confidence in her beauty. What if she fell asleep and Xiao Fan took advantage of her? She bore no ill will, but she did maintain a degree of caution. Very well. Allow me to see you off. Xiao Fan escorted Feng Bailing to the entrance of the courtyard and then instructed the dog king beside him. Follow her. If she encounters any trouble on the way, come back and inform me, and I will give you some golden rock meat. He was somewhat worried about Feng Bailing, who had clearly indulged in drink. Woof woof, upon hearing the promise of golden rock meat. The dog king excitedly took flight and followed Feng Bailing. The dog king accompanied her to her doorstep and suddenly spoke. You must have sensed my master's extraordinary nature, but remember this. Never mention anything about cultivation in front of him. The dog king's initiative to speak with Feng Bailing had its reasons. Having overheard their earlier conversation while Xiao Fan treated her to hot pot, the dog king understood the implications. Feng Bailing had merely mentioned that Ning Shuang wished to eat fish, shrimp, and crabs. Xiao Fan was prepared to go fishing. Had she expressed that her nutrition was lacking and she needed to consume more meat, he might have offered her even more. The dog king aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Feng Bailing, hoping she might speak well of him in front of his master. Thank you for the warning, senior. Upon hearing the dog king's words, Feng Bailing gratefully clasped her hands. However, she felt a surge of anxiety. If she couldn't mention cultivation, what would happen to her own inability to practice? But before she could inquire further, the dog king continued, My master is currently cultivating the mortal path, seeking enlightenment as an ordinary person. If you mention anything regarding cultivation, it will disrupt his practice, and the consequences are yours to bear. Feng Bailing immediately understood, and no wonder someone as remarkable as Xiao Fan would go to the market to buy groceries, cook meals, and live in a simple farmhouse. It was all part of his cultivation of the mortal way. Thank you for your kind advice, senior. I understand now. She once again clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, Though you have only spoken a few words today, it feels like a life-saving grace. If you ever require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Had the dog king not warned her, she would have inevitably brought up the topic of cultivation next time, which could have jeopardized Xiao Fan's practice, leaving her with no hope at all. The dog king had indeed saved her. All I hope is that Miss Feng can speak a few good words for me in front of my master next time. The dog king said, Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly mention it to him. Feng Bailing assured, understanding the dog king's intentions. Having received his kindness, she felt it was only right to return the favor. The dog king nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave, but what to do now that she couldn't discuss cultivation? After the dog king departed, Feng Bailing leaned against the crimson railing, feeling utterly drained. Chapter 43. Going fishing. Having already consumed alcohol, Feng Bailing soon succumbed to sleep against the railing. In her dreams, she was haunted by visions of her past life, where she had been forced to disband. Even dreaming that after her disbandment, the myriad beasts had not spared the Beastmaster sect, launching an even fiercer assault. Without her presence, the sect was quickly annihilated. No, she screamed, jolting awake, drenched in sweat. Beastmaster sect. Father, Feng Bailing murmured in a daze, then realized it was merely a dream, letting out a deep breath. At that moment, she suddenly felt as if her body had changed, as though a surge of spiritual energy had entered her being. Feng Bailing initially thought it was an illusion, but after hesitating, she took a deep breath once more, and this time she distinctly felt the spiritual energy coursing into her body. Can I cultivate now? Feng Bailing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, filled with joy. That hot pot and wine were extraordinary. I must have eaten my master's hot pot and drank his wine, which resolved my physical issues. It must be that, in that instant, she recalled the hot pot and wine. Logically speaking, how could an ordinary person like her possibly consume the meat of a magical beast? Certainly, it must have been refined into essence long ago by Xiao Fan, using his extraordinary abilities. Although I am merely an ordinary person, 3 cups of rice wine could hardly intoxicate me. Thus, the rice wine must be exceptional, likely of spiritual brew. Could it be that the gentleman had discerned the issues with my body from the very beginning, inviting me to his home not for the purpose of imparting knowledge on nurturing, but rather to assist me in resolving my physical ailments? The more Feng Bailing pondered, the more this notion seemed plausible. And she was suddenly overcome with shame. The gentleman treated me with such kindness, willing to expend so much time and effort on my behalf, while I had been scheming against him, contemplating a transaction. This was truly inappropriate. The gentleman has bestowed upon me the grace of rebirth, and henceforth, I must be forthright with him, seizing any opportunity to repay his kindness. Quickly reining in her thoughts, Feng Bailing began to recall the cultivation techniques from her past life. Preparing to embark once more on the path of spiritual practice, as for Xiao Fan. After enjoying his lunch, he took a brief nap before stepping out with his fishing rod and stool. He only brought along Dog King, leaving Ning Shuang and Little Saint behind. In Phoenix Town, there were hardly any residents who kept foxes or monkeys, and taking them outside might attract peculiar glances, causing some inconvenience. Outside the town lay a freshwater lake named Xian Lake. Typically, the fishmongers from Phoenix Town would fish there, and of course, townsfolk would also come to fish during their leisure time. To reach Xian Lake, one had to pass through Shizhuang, the very place where the fishmonger Li Laosi sold his catch. "Sir, are you planning to go fishing?" Upon arriving at Shizhuang, Li Laosi noticed Xiao Fan carrying a fishing rod and greeted him warmly. "Indeed, it has been a while since I last enjoyed fish. I find myself somewhat craving it." Xiao Fan chuckled, refraining from mentioning that the fish he intended to catch was for his little fox. "Sir, recently a fish demon has emerged in Xian Lake, known to prey on people at night. With dusk approaching, it may not be safe for you to fish alone," Li Laosi advised kindly. "I still have some unsold fish here. If you don't mind, I could prepare these for you to cook, and tomorrow morning I shall deliver 2 plump golden-scaled fish to you after my catch." "Thank you. I appreciate your goodwill that I shall only fish for a short while, and will return before nightfall," Xiao Fan replied. Although he felt a tinge of fear upon hearing about the fish demon, he reassured himself that it only attacked at night. His fishing skills had also reached an advanced level, allowing him to catch plenty of fish easily that he was confident he could return before dusk, thus not wanting to trouble Li Laosi. "Very well, but please take care. When you return, do let me know. If you're not back by evening, I can send someone to look for you," Li Laosi said, knowing Xiao Fan was quite skilled at fishing and assuming he would likely return before nightfall, thus refraining from further urging. "All right, thank you." Xiao Fan replied with a smile that he greatly enjoyed living in Phoenix Town, primarily due to the friendliness of its residents. Leaving Shizhuang, Xiao Fan soon arrived at Xian Lake. He found a shaded spot, set down his stool, and began baiting his hook. Here comes a daring soul. While Xiao Fan prepared to fish, a fish with a pitch-black body, emanating an eerie glow, noticed him from beneath the water's surface. A glint of greed flashing in its eyes. It was another fish that had emerged through a rift from the underworld, having just reached Xian Lake. However, it had sustained injuries while traversing the fissure and now harbored a deep fear of sunlight. Hence, it only ventured out at night to harm others, hiding in shadows during the day. Ironically, the very shadow where it concealed itself was where Xiao Fan was currently fishing. What an opportunity this was. It would not let this chance slip by. There's also a puppy demon of the infant stage nearby. Such a creature would make a substantial supplement. If I could devour them both today, I shall no longer fear the sunlight. The netherfish's eyes gleamed as it locked on a Dog King. It was significantly stronger than Dog King and felt no apprehension that moment. Xiao Fan cast the baited hook into the water. Truly, the heavens assist me. Seeing Xiao Fan cast the hook, the nether fish chuckled to itself, thinking, although I cannot surface during the day, I can use this hook to pull this foolish human into the water. The nearby dog demon would surely jump in to rescue its master, allowing me to capture them both. With such thoughts in mind, the nether fish eagerly swam towards Xiao Fan's hook. The bait Xiao Fan used was specially crafted, possessing a unique fragrance that made it immensely alluring to fish. As he cast the hook, not only did the nether fish react, but many other fish also swarmed towards it, including a small fish demon. This little fish demon frightened away the surrounding fish and excitedly lunged towards the hook. Does a mere spark of light dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The nether fish scoffed, releasing a powerful aura towards the little fish demon, intending to scare it away. Initially, the little fish demon was indeed startled, halting its approach to escape. However, upon catching a glimpse of the enticing bait. Its instincts overwhelmed its reason, and it disregarded the threat from the nether fish, continuing its advance towards the bait, for the temptation of the bait was boundless. Even if it meant death, it was willing to take the risk. Seeking death, the nether fish snorted coldly and swiftly swam towards the little fish demon, opening its gaping mouth to swallow it whole. Immediately after, it gazed at the baited hook with a victorious demeanor. "Human, you're about to become my meal." Chapter 44. To die by their master's hand is their honor. The nether fish displayed an expression of exhilaration, biting down on the bait. Oh no! In an instant it felt a wave of deadly danger and attempted to retreat. Yet at that moment, it discovered an unknown force enveloping it from the hook, binding all its cultivation. The nether fish felt itself unable to wield any demonic power. Its physical strength constrained, as if it had become an ordinary fish. It's over. It's over. How could I have been so foolish? The nether fish suddenly came to a realization. The human on the shore possessed a pet dog demon of infant stage. Could they truly be an ordinary person? Yet it had underestimated them, thinking it could devour them. What made it feel even more foolish was that it had a little fish demon to test the waters. Yet it had consumed it prematurely. Just as the nether fish wallowed in regret, it felt a tremendous force pulling it ashore, causing it to crash onto the rocks, leaving it dazed and confused. Then, the human approached it. "Wonderful, wonderful! This human must be here to retrieve the hook from my mouth. Once the hook is removed, my powers will surely return, and I can escape far away. This human will be powerless against me." The nether fish realized the hook was peculiar. Once freed, its powers would undoubtedly be restored. As for devouring humans, it had abandoned that thought. This human exuded an aura of profound mystery, leading it to believe that escaping was the wisest choice. As it contemplated, the human indeed removed the hook from its mouth, yet contrary to its expectations, its powers did not return. It felt as if the human's palm contained a force that restrained its abilities. Next, the human tossed it into a fish basket. Upon leaving the human's grasp, the nether fish finally felt its powers restoring, leaving it utterly astonished. My goodness! This human strength is terrifying, without any visible actions. They confine my powers that seems I must return through the rift to the underworld. The human realm is too perilous. However, just as it prepared to flee, the fish basket suddenly emitted a pulling force, and its recently restored powers were once again shackled, reverting it back to an ordinary fish. What a terrifying realm it inhabited, where even the most commonplace items were treasures. The nether fish was utterly terrified. It had believed it could escape, only to find that even an ordinary fish basket possessed such divine might, effortlessly binding its powers once more. What an egregious bullying of fish! How extraordinary are these treasures! Meanwhile, the dog king beside it looked equally astonished. He recognized that the fish caught by his master was a nether fish, in its juvenile stage. A nether fish possesses strength comparable to that of a demon infant. And this particular specimen was an adult, boasting at least the power of the out-of-body stage, possibly even more terrifying. Such a formidable nether fish was effortlessly reeled in by his master, and in his master's hands. It behaved like an ordinary fish, offering no resistance whatsoever. The Dog King had initially thought he had adequately assessed Xiao Fan's prowess, but now he felt he had underestimated his master's strength. From now on, I shall cling to my master's side. As long as I hold onto him tightly, I can stride boldly through this world. The Dog King resolutely decided to continue his sycophantic behavior. Indeed, it was impressive that a fish was caught so swiftly. Xiao Fan, oblivious to having caught another fish, believed he had merely caught an ordinary fish and smiled contentedly. He then continued fishing. Almost every time he cast his line, within a minute, a fish would bite, and one after another, fish were pulled from the water. The Dog King observed Xiao Fan's catches, and his expression grew peculiar. He realized that the fish Xiao Fan was catching were not ordinary. They were all small fish demons, with not a single regular fish among them. Master S skills are astonishing. These fish demons must have encountered extraordinary misfortune to fall into his hands. To perish at the hands of my master is a privilege they do not deserve, the Dog King muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the evening sky. Alas, I have yet to fish to my heart's content, and the sun descends. There may be fish demons appearing tonight. Perhaps it is best to return. Xiao Fan sighed and began to pack his belongings. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the nether fish in the basket rolled its eyes and bubbled in frustration. A master indeed. Are you jesting with us? Every fish with even a modicum of intelligence in this lake has been caught by you. Where could there be any fish demons left? Moreover, with your extraordinary prowess, even if there were fish demons, surely they would fear you. Xiao Fan remained unaware of the netherfish's thoughts as he packed up his fishing line and rod and headed home with his cash. Passing by Xizhuang, he casually greeted the Laozai in the small courtyard. Xiao Sheng swung his tail from the eaves while Ning Shuang gazed outside. Sister Ning Shuang, that woman named Feng Bailing is truly insufferable. She actually had our master fish for you to eat. Xiao Sheng swished his tail for a moment before addressing Ning Shuang. These fish can't possibly compare to the fragrance of the golden rocks meat, which is rich with cultivation essence. I don't mind eating fish, but her mere words have compelled our master to fish, and that is what truly displeases me. Ning Shuang replied. Master is usually quite busy. I wouldn't want him to delay his own matters because of me. Sister Ning Shuang truly has a broad perspective. Hearing her words, Xiao Sheng felt his own understanding was lacking, not always considering what was best for their master. Yet, despite Ning Shuang's outward expression, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Feng Bailing. She had reached a critical moment for breaking through to the out-of-body stage, requiring vast amounts of heavenly and earthly essence. A few more days of consuming the golden rocks meat would have sufficed for her breakthrough. Now, thanks to that human woman's words, their master had gone to catch fish for her. Would she still be able to break through in a timely manner? Sister Ning Shuang, if you continue to eat these ordinary fish, it seems you may struggle to break through, Xiao Sheng remarked. The Dog King's foundational strength is already superior to yours. If you were to break through to the out-of-body stage before you, who knows how boastful he would become. That I truly cannot stand his sycophantic demeanor. He presents himself as high and mighty in front of others, yet has learned to wag his tail in front of our master. Hearing Xiao Sheng's words, Ning Shuang couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Xiao Sheng, remember, envying the Dog King brings no benefits. We must focus on enhancing our own strength. Only when our own power increases is it truly worthwhile. Xiao Sheng scratched his head, somewhat confused, thinking to himself, is Sister Ning Shuang suggesting I learn to wag my tail like the Dog King? Chapter 45. The remnant soul of the ancestor. While the two beastly creatures were engaged in discussion, Xiao Fan returned to the small courtyard. Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng paused their chatter and happily approached him. Are you so eager because you know I caught fish? Seeing the little fox run over, Xiao Fan affectionately stroked her head. Yo-yo. Ning Shuang expressed her delight, joyfully making a few sounds. Xiao Fan's hands seemed to possess a magical touch. Every time he caressed her head, she experienced an indescribable sensation, akin to a Buddhist monk bestowing blessings upon a young acolyte, as if there was some unseen benefit, though she could not quite grasp it. Indeed, you are quite eager, Xiao Fan remarked as he fetched a wooden basin, then took the fish from the basket and placed them into the basin, smiling. These fish are all for you. Choose one. At that moment, Ning Shuang noticed that all the fish Xiao Fan had caught were fish demons, which surprised her somewhat. However, these were merely small fish demons, offering no assistance for her current breakthrough, prompting her to sigh inwardly. Yet, as she began to select a fish, her fox eyes widened in astonishment. In the basin lay a fish as black as ink, its surface shimmering with divine light. This is an adult nether fish. Its strength is at least on par with that of an out-of-body stage nether fish. Its bloodline power not inferior to my own. If I were to devour it, I could not only break through to the out-of-body stage, but also evolve my bloodline power. Could it be that my master is aware of my critical moment for a breakthrough, and specially fished for me? The more Ning Shuang thought about it, the more satisfied she felt. It turned out that Xiao Fan had always placed her in a position of importance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to catch a nether fish for her. Ning Shuang gazed intently at the nether fish and extended her paw to probe it. Foolish fox, I'm a powerhouse of the out-of-body stage. You would do well not to touch me, lest I consume you, the nether fish warned, wriggling its body to evade her grasp. simultaneously sending out a telepathic warning. However, after attempting to communicate, it realized something was amiss. It seemed that Ning Shuang could not hear its words. Her paw continued its advance without hesitation. "Can you all hear me?" The nether fish inquired telepathically to the other small fish demons in the basin. Yet these little fish demons swam about aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to his words. What the heck? Not only is the fishing hook and basket a treasure, but what's up with this wooden basin? The nether fish discovered that both its physical body and spirit were bound. Unable to communicate telepathically, it had truly become an ordinary fish devoid of any cultivation. As Ning Shuang's paw approached, the nether fish felt despair. Woof woof! Just then, the Dog King barked excitedly in front of Xiao Fan. "What? You want to eat fish too?" Xiao Fan, drawn by the Dog King's barking, inquired. The Dog King barked a couple more times, eagerly wagging its tail and raising a paw to point at the nether fish with a remarkable sense of intelligence. "This nether fish is an extraordinary tonic, beneficial to any beast. If I consume it, I am certain to break through to the out-of-body stage and possibly enhance my bloodline as well that I've already promised this fish to the little fox. Why not choose another fish instead? After all, dogs don't particularly enjoy fish," Xiao Fan stated seriously, regardless of whether the Dog King understood him. "Furthermore, you are all my pets. I hope you can coexist amicably. Do not fight over food, and do not bully the little fox, understood?" In Xiao Fan's eyes, the Dog King was significantly larger than both Ning Shuang and Xiao Sheng. Should there be a dispute over food, the smaller pets would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the Dog King shivered. It had been entirely focused on claiming the nether fish, unaware that it might anger its master. Now, it realized just how fearsome its master truly was. Its thoughts could not escape his keen perception, hence the warning to behave more appropriately in the future. In contrast to the Dog King's reaction, Ning Shuang felt a wave of satisfaction upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. The first to be a pet to their master. He truly cared for her most, and the Dog King's attempt to snatch her nether fish was nothing more than a delusion. Xiao Sheng nearby also displayed a proud expression. "See, you were told to be a sycophant. In the end, what do you have left?" Xianshui sect, the largest sect in the western region of Qizhou, is home to a young man who has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Seated in the most prestigious cultivation chamber of the sect, he clutches a precious pill known as the breakthrough infant pill. As its name suggests, this pill aids golden core cultivators in their ascension to the nascent soul stage. The breakthrough infant pill is exceedingly rare and invaluable, however, to facilitate the young man's advancement. The sect leader, Shui Haotai, has bestowed this pill upon him, given that he is his beloved disciple and yet to reach the age of 20. Achieving the nascent soul realm before the age of 20 is a sign of a potential immortal, prompting Shui Haotai to spare no expense to ensure the young man breaks through before his 20th birthday, as he represents the future hope of the sect. Zhou Chong, the young man in question, clears his mind of distractions and prepares to strive for breakthrough. He understands that successfully reaching the nascent soul stage today would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, paving a smooth path for his future cultivation. Just as he is about to consume the breakthrough infant pill, a raspy voice emanates from within him, offering a warning. Zhou Chong is the son of the Emperor Zhou, and the voice belongs to the lingering soul of the first ancestor of the Zhou dynasty, which recently entered his body after he unexpectedly acquired the legacy of his country. Under the meticulous guidance of the ancestor's remnant spirit, Zhou Chong has rapidly advanced, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, with the ancestor's assistance, he successfully joined Xianshui's sect and was accepted as the personal disciple of sect leader Shui Haodai. "Rest assured, ancestor, today I shall break into the nascent soul realm," Zhou Chong solemnly declared. "Once I attain the strength of the nascent soul, my standing within the sect will elevate, and I will utilize the sect's resources to assist you in seeking the rare treasures necessary to restore your soul and reform your body, facilitating your rebirth." With that, he swallowed the breakthrough infant pill and closed his eyes to commence his breakthrough. However, shortly after consuming the pill, Zhou Chong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling and his spirit waning. What has transpired? Shui Haodai, who had been waiting outside the cultivation chamber, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pushed the door open, inquiring loudly. Chapter 46. A request for retribution at the critical moment of his breakthrough. Zhou Chang was haunted by the humiliating memory of his engagement being annulled, which adversely affected his state of mind. His pallor deepened as he expressed his concerns. Master, does this failure to break through today affect my future cultivation? Indeed, during this pivotal moment, the image of his engagement being called off by the Qin Emperor resurfaced in his mind. Not long ago, his father had granted the Qin Emperor 7 days to arrange for the marriage of Qin Yuer to him, only to be met with an annulment. Being rejected by a weaker nation was a disgrace for the entire Zhou dynasty, and an even greater humiliation for Zhou Chang. The Emperor Zhou had personally led several elite warriors to the Qin kingdom, intent on subduing the Qin Emperor, only to discover that Qin Yuer had joined the Zenith sect and become a personal disciple of He Xianqiong. Ultimately, the emperor returned home in disgrace. Zhou Chang had been deeply troubled by this incident, destabilizing his Dao heart. Since the annulment occurred prior to his acquisition of a legacy and joining the Xianshui sect, the ancestor was unaware of his predicament. Had he known, he would have insisted that Zhou Chang repair his Dao heart before attempting to break through. Zhou Chang had not cultivated for long and was similarly ignorant of the fact that an unstable Dao heart could hinder his breakthrough, resulting in the unfortunate incident of his blood expulsion. Annulment? What is the matter? Shui Haodai pressed for further details. Zhou Chang then recounted the events surrounding his annulment by the Qin Emperor. Qin Yuer, how dare she disrupt my disciple's Dao heart? Shui Haodai's aura surged, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Zhou Chang trembled at the intensity of this murderous energy, while the remnant soul within him retreated deep into his consciousness, unwilling to reveal itself. Perceiving Zhou Chang's trepidation, Shui Haodai reigned in his imposing presence and asked, how do you wish to resolve this matter? Should we annihilate the Qin kingdom, or eliminate Qin Yuer? As Zhou Chang's Dao heart faltered due to the annulment, it was essential to address the root of the issue. Much like a restless spirit unable to find peace due to unfulfilled regrets, the only way to grant closure was to rectify the source of the grievance. I will marry Qin Yuer before the entire Zhou kingdom and subsequently divorce her, Zhou Chang declared, a glimmer of resentment igniting in his eyes. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Since Qin Yuer had shattered his Dao heart, nearly pushing him into madness, he resolved to reciprocate by destroying hers. Very well, I shall accompany you to the Zenith sect to propose, Shui Haodai responded, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. Zhou Chang's breakthrough was of great significance. Anyone obstructing it would become an enemy of the Xianshui sect. Today, if He Xianqiong was amenable to handing over Qin Yuer, Shui Haodai would spare the Zenith sect. If not, he would not hesitate to forcibly take her and obliterate the sect. Although the Zenith sect was the strongest sect in the eastern region of Qizhou, it remained the weakest overall in terms of cultivation strength. Furthermore, the techniques practiced by the Xianshui sect were inherently superior to the Zenith sects, rendering them utterly defenseless against their might. Inside the Zenith sect, in the foremost cultivation chamber, Qin Yuer sat cross-legged, with He Xianqiong standing beside her. He Xianqiong produced the Zenith spirit map, gifted by Xiao Fan. Now, with Xiao Fan's consent, He Xianqiong felt no burden in allowing anyone to view it. He spoke, Yuer, closely observe the master's Zenith spirit map. I hope it aids in your breakthrough. Like Zhou Chang, Qin Yuer had also reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage and was on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul realm. He Xianqiong regarded her breakthrough with utmost seriousness. However, lacking the resources of a Xianshui sect, they could not procure a breakthrough infant pill. Thus, he hoped the Zenith spirit map would prove beneficial. Understood, Master. I will study it diligently. Qin Yuer maintained a tranquil state of mind, confident that Xiao Fan's Zenith spirit map was powerful and would certainly assist her, just as she prepared to enter seclusion for her breakthrough. An overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the Zenith sect, surpassing even the full force of He Xianqiong's aura. This is not good. He Xianqiong's expression shifted dramatically as he instructed Qin Yuer, do not rush your breakthrough. I shall investigate the situation that he feared an enemy attack, which would undoubtedly disrupt Qin Yuer's breakthrough. Sensing the approaching pressure intensifying, he had no time to retrieve the Zenith spirit map and swiftly soared outside. Upon reaching the skies above the Xian sect, he was relieved to find Shui Haotai on the opposing side and inquired with a bow, "Sect leader Shui, might I ask what grievances my Xian sect has caused your esteemed sect to warrant your personal visit?" At this moment, Kong Yongchong also appeared, and both he and He Xianchong unleashed the powerful aura characteristic of those in the out-of-body stage, counteracting Shui Haotai's oppressive presence upon the sect's disciples. Shui Haotai recognized that the Xian sect lacked any out-of-body stage experts. Initially, he intended to exert pressure on He Xianchong to compel him to surrender Qingyue. However, he was taken aback to discover that both He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong had actually attained the out-of-body stage. Moreover, He Xianchong had reached the mid-tier of the out-of-body stage. While Shui Haotai himself was only at the mid-tier stage, he had remained at this level longer than He Xianchong, resulting in a more substantial aura. These two had evidently acquired unexpected fortunes, which piqued his interest. He had been stagnating at the mid-tier for quite some time, yearning for an opportunity to break through. In an instant, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Yet he kept it concealed. Although he was stronger than He Xianchong, the presence of Kong Yongchong posed a significant threat. Should a confrontation occur, he would find himself at a disadvantage, placing Zhou Chong in peril. Therefore, he intended solely to retrieve Qingyue today, while the matter of the two disciples' fortuitous encounters could be addressed later. Sect leader Daoist Kong, congratulations. I did not expect both of you to have reached the out-of-body stage. Shui Haotai said, slightly tempering his aura and forcing a smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. Kong Yongchong scoffed, responding bluntly, "No need for congratulations. Had we not broken through, you would likely have dismantled our sect today. Wouldn't you?" Shui Haotai neither confirmed nor denied this, swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Sect leader I have come today to request the presence of one individual. Sect leader Shui. Before you make your request, might you elucidate the situation? He Xianchong addressed Shui Haotai, stating, "I cannot possibly relinquish my sect's disciple to you, without just cause that I in the past." He Xianchong lacked the confidence to utter such words in front of Shui Haotai, as he was merely a junior in the latter's presence, devoid of any standing. However, the circumstances had dramatically changed. Since forging a bond with Xiao Fan, the strength of the Xian sect had undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly after Xiao Fan consented to allow the disciples of the sect to appreciate the Xian spirit map, which significantly enhanced the overall power of the sect. Although the Xian sect still remained weaker than the Xianshui sect, the disparity was no longer outrageous. With the protective grand formation of the sect, even if the entire Xianshui sect were to mobilize, they might not succeed in breaching the defenses of the Xian sect. Chapter 47. Come out and face your death, your disciple. Qingyue has shattered my disciple's Dao heart. I demand her surrender, Shui Haotsue proclaimed with formidable authority, making it clear that he would not relent without compliance. Sect Master Shui, I must insist that you take your leave. Qingyue is my disciple. I cannot possibly hand her over to you. He Xianchong coldly rejected. Moreover, to my knowledge, my disciple would never intentionally harm another's Dao heart. He Xianchong, your disciple is bound by a marriage contract with mine, yet she unilaterally dissolved it, causing my disciple's Dao heart to suffer. If that is not her fault, then whose fault could it be? She must take responsibility for this matter, Shui Haotsue retorted, his gaze icy as a layer of frost enveloped his body. Preposterous, He Xianchong exclaimed. Sect Master Shui, I fear you may not fully grasp the entirety of the situation. The strength of the Zhou kingdom surpasses that of the Qin kingdom. The demand for my disciple to marry was unjust from the outset. How can there be talk of my disciple breaching her promise? He Xianchong had previously spoken with Qingyue about her family matters and was thus well acquainted with the events that transpired. In this world, strength reigned supreme. The Zhou kingdom's power allowed it to forcibly claim Qingyue. Yet with the Xian sect as her backing, the Zhou kingdom dared not act against her. This moment, Shui Haotsue, feeling superior to the Xian sect, insisted on compelling He Xianchong to surrender Qingyue. Does this imply you are unwilling to hand her over? Shui Haotsue inquired, his eyes narrowing. He Xianchong replied coldly, This matter is not my disciple's fault. Why should I surrender her? He Xianchong, are you not afraid of igniting a war between our two sects? Shui Haotsue warned. Indeed, I am apprehensive. A surge of battle intent emanated from He Xianchong as he declared, yet if I allow fear to dictate my actions and forsake my disciple, how shall the Xian sect maintain its standing in Qizhou? We may not rival your Xianshui sect, but if you seek war, what do I have to fear? What does my sect have to fear? For a moment, Shui Haotsue found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had perceived the Xian sect as a second-rate sect, unaware that He Xianchong and Kong Yongchang had ascended to the ranks of out-of-body stage experts. If the two sects were to clash, even if Xianshui sect emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, fraught with losses. However, Zhou Chong was the future of the Xianshui sect, and the issue of his disciple's Dao heart could not be overlooked. Reflecting on this, he turned to He Xianchong and proposed, Sect Master He, the matter of right and wrong is ambiguous. Why not allow the younger generation to resolve it themselves? And how does Sect Master Shui envision they should resolve it? He Xianchong inquired. He, too, wished to avoid a conflict between the two sects, knowing that such a confrontation would lead to heavy casualties among his own disciples. Quite simply, let my disciple and yours compete at a suppressed level. If my disciple wins, she shall submit to our terms. If yours wins, then the grievances between them shall be considered resolved, Shui Haotsue suggested, confident that Qin Yuer was inferior in strength to Zhou Chong. Even if Zhou Chong were to suppress his realm, his peak golden core consciousness would still be a significant advantage. He could only assist Zhou Chong up to this point. Should He Xianchong accept this challenge, they would secure Qin Yuer today. He Xianchong scoffed. Sect Master Shui, you truly have a clever scheme. If my disciple loses, her life and death are at your mercy. Yet if yours loses, you merely need to dismiss your so-called grievances? This is inherently an unfair contest. I cannot agree to such terms. What then do you propose? Shui Haotsue asked, his brow slightly furrowed. He Xianchong responded, I need to consult with my disciple. If Qin Yuer were merely his disciple, I could easily make a decision on her behalf. However, given her unique status and her close relationship with Xiao Fan, I must tread carefully. How about this? If your disciple wins, I shall gift her a breaking infant pill. Shui Haotsue offered, concerned that Qin Yuer might be reluctant to compete with Zhou Chong. A breaking infant pill? Upon hearing this, He Xianchong's eyes brightened. Qin Yuer was preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage, and possessing this pill would significantly increase her chances of success. Very well, I shall agree on her behalf, he stated, sensing that Zhou Chang's strength was also at the peak golden core level. Matching Qin Yuer, however, with her fire spirit body, the same techniques would be amplified in her hands, and he believed she could suppress Zhou Chong. Humph, this old fellow, indeed does not act until he sees the rabbit. Upon He Xianchong's agreement, Shui Haotsue smirked coldly to himself, anticipating He Xianchong's impending loss of his precious disciple. Feigning indifference, he said, then let Qin Yuer be summoned. Junior brother, please fetch Yuer, He Xianchong instructed Kong Yongchang beside him. Kong Yongchang swiftly made his way to the training chamber to inform Qin Yuer of the situation outside. Upon hearing the details, Qin Yuer wore an expression of intrigue and remarked, what audacity Zhou Chong possesses, challenging me to a duel. Today, I shall make him kneel and beg for mercy. Let us see how you perform. Should you triumph, you will receive a breaking infant pill, which will facilitate your breakthrough. Kong Yongchang chuckled, reflecting, a 20-year-old nascent soul expert. I have never heard of such a thing that, as they spoke, the two appeared in the sky. He Xianchong, no wonder you agreed to this match. It seems your disciple has also achieved the peak of the golden core stage. When Qin Yuer materialized, Shui Haotsue sensed her realm and was taken aback that he had believed Zhou Chong to be the only unparalleled genius in his sect. Yet he discovered this Qin Yuer to be equally exceptional. It was no wonder Zhou Chong was so infatuated with her. However, today, the Xian sect would lose this extraordinary talent. He assessed Qin Yuer's aura, noting her cultivation and fire-based techniques, while Zhou Chong practiced the pinnacle Xianshui technique of the Xianshui sect. In terms of elemental attributes, Zhou Chong possessed a decisive advantage over Qin Yuer. Should Zhou Chong fail to win under such circumstances, he might as well find a spirit stone to meet his end. You won't hold it against me for agreeing to this match on your behalf, will you? Xiancheng inquired upon Qin Yuer's arrival. You may still back out if you wish, if Qin Yuer chose to withdraw. He would only receive a few scornful remarks from Shui Haotsue, which he could easily endure, as long as Qin Yuer remained unperturbed. Master, I'm grateful for your support. I wish to resolve the lingering grievances between Zhou Chang and myself today. Qin Yuer replied with a slight smile. With that, she soared into the air, flames encircling her, and called out to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang, come out and face your death. Zhou Chang had visited the Qin kingdom years prior, during which he had dared to tease her. Had her father not intervened in time, she might have fallen victim to Zhou Chang's vile intentions. The Qin kingdom, being weaker than the Zhou kingdom, had left the Qin emperor with no choice but to let the matter slide. Nonetheless, Qin Yuer had etched this incident into her memory. Today, the score would be settled. Chapter 48. Raising the stakes, Qin Yuer. 3 years ago, I easily subdued you. Today, I can do so just as effortlessly. Zhou Chang emerged from behind Shui Haotsue, unleashing his full aura. Qin Yuer finally noticed that Zhou Chang matched her in realm, which surprised her. She touched the jade pendant at her waist, feeling reassured. With Xiao Fan's pendant in her possession, she stood invincible from the outset. However, unless absolutely necessary, she would not activate the pendant's power. She aimed to prove her superiority over Zhou Chang without relying on external. You think only you have reached the peak of the golden core stage? I have as well. Qin Yuer proclaimed, standing proudly in the air, her aura radiating as flames danced before her. How is this possible? Upon witnessing the imposing aura of Qin Yuer reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, Zhou Chang was momentarily rendered speechless. His swift ascent to such heights was attributed to the potent legacy bestowed upon him by his ancestral lineage, a fortune not easily attained by all. However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and, with a derisive smirk, declared, "It appears you too possess a stroke of fortune. Yet, regardless of your serendipity, you shall still be subdued by my might today." With the ancestral power coursing through him, Zhou Chang felt assured of victory, even if Qin Yuer shared his level of cultivation. Xian Shui done. With a mere thought, a layer of water-like energy enveloped his body, allowing him to traverse the air and appear a short distance from Qin Yuer. Xian Mingzhong. He unleashed a palm strike, causing ripples of water to manifest in the air, which swiftly morphed into a colossal hand of ice. Descending upon Qin Yuer with great force, before the hand reached her, the gust of its wind had already swept past, causing her garments to billow and her hair to dance wildly. Unfazed, Qin Yuer formed hand seals with her palms. Yanlong Zhan. A blaze erupted from her being, swiftly transforming into a roaring fire dragon that surged towards the icy palm. With a thunderous collision, the two attacks met in mid-air, unleashing a shockwave that stirred a tempest. Zhou Chang stood resolute against the storm, unwavering as a boulder, while Qin Yuer staggered back several steps. In their initial clash, it was evident that Qin Yuer was at a disadvantage, primarily due to the elemental interplay of water suppressing fire. Her fiery energy was effectively countered by Zhou Chang's watery essence. Humph, is that all you are capable of? With newfound confidence from his initial advantage, Zhou Chang's voice thundered. Xian Shui Bian. This was an unparalleled secret technique from the Xian Shui Ju, capable of temporarily boosting his attack power by 30%. Seizing the opportunity to strike while she was vulnerable, he intended to conclude the battle swiftly. Zhou Chang transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Qin Yuer, prepared to engage in close combat, where he held the upper hand. Xian Shui San Chonglang. His assault came in waves, initially modest in size, but growing in intensity, culminating in a relentless barrage of successive strikes, each wave surpassing the last in ferocity. His momentum and the potency of his attacks surged as he pressed the advantage against Qin Yuer. Desperately evading the relentless onslaught, Qin Yuer appeared somewhat beleaguered. Qin Yuer, is evasion all you know? Zhou Chang's ire flared as he observed her unwillingness to confront him head-on. Qin Yuer's expression turned grim. She felt increasingly outmatched. After the initial setback, Zhou Chang had denied her any opportunity to regain her footing, launching a continuous series of close-range assaults that left her gasping for breath. It was clear that Zhou Chang was not without merit. his battle experience was considerable. Conversely, as the cherished disciple of the Qin Emperor, Qin Yuer had scarcely faced life-or-death confrontations, rendering her notably inexperienced in combat. Xianchong, it seems your disciple is on the brink of defeat. From a distance, Shui Haoyan observed the unfolding scene, laughter escaping his lips. Xianchong's expression darkened. He recognized the inadequacy of Qin Yuer's combat experience, particularly in close quarters, where she struggled to keep up. Had he been in her position, he would have willingly endured a blow from Zhou Chong to gain a moment's respite before retaliating with full force. Alas, Qin Yuer was not he. Humph, Shui Haoyan, do not rejoice too soon. Xianchong retorted, my disciple's current disadvantage is merely temporary. She will not lose this match. That he was acutely aware of the protective jade pendant Qin Yuer possessed. Should she face genuine peril, he had no doubt the pendant would reveal its true power. Thus he remained untroubled. She cannot possibly lose. It appears you have great faith in her, Shui Haoyan remarked. A glint of mischief in his eyes. That, if that is the case, shall we raise the stakes? What stakes? If they're too trivial, I am disinterested. Although Xianchong felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a wager, he maintained an impassive facade. Feigning disinterest, he was certain Qin Yuer would emerge victorious. The greater Shui Haoyan's wager, the more painful the loss would be for him. Believing Xianchong was merely seeking an excuse to avoid betting, Shui Haoyan pressed on. Fear not. My wager will certainly pique your interest. You must be aware that my Xianshui sect possesses a Xianshui pearl, capable of refining the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into a liquid form. I propose we use it as the wager. Shui Haoyan, brimming with confidence in Zhou Chong, feared Xianchong might decline the bet. Driven by the adage of no risk, no gain, he placed a substantial wager. And if I were to lose, what would be my forfeit? Xianchong inquired, having heard of the legendary Xianshui pearl, a treasure of the Xianshui sect. The pearl could only produce a single cup of spiritual liquid each year, containing trace amounts of innate water, greatly beneficial to practitioners, potentially even enhancing their constitution over time. It was rumored that the founder of the sect, with an average physique, eventually ascended to immortality after long-term consumption of the pearl's essence. Of course, such tales were merely anecdotes, yet they hinted at the extraordinary efficacy of the Xianshui pearl. Regrettably, the yield of its spiritual liquid was far too limited. Otherwise, the Xianshui sect could cultivate numerous formidable experts. I am curious how you and Elder Kong managed to break through to the out-of-body stage, and how Qin Yuer achieved her rapid advancement to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Shui Haoyan continued, if you possess the method of breakthrough, you must share it with me. Should it involve the use of rare treasures or divine materials, you must relinquish those as well. He had long harbored this desire. And now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to ensnare Xianchong. Sect Master Shui, are you certain? Xianchong inquired, maintaining a facade of calm. I am certain, Shui Haoyan affirmed earnestly. Moreover, to prevent either of us from reneging, we must invoke a grand oath. Sect Master Shui, we are acquaintances. Must we truly go to such lengths for a mere oath? Xianchong countered, seeking to retreat while advancing his position. Shui Haoyan taunted. What is this? Does Sect Master he lack confidence in his own disciple? Do you fear she will lose? Are you afraid to wager? How could that be? Xianchong replied, his reluctance evident as he gritted his teeth. Since you have spoken thus, I shall accept your wager. Let us invoke the grand oath now. Despite his outward displeasure, his heart swelled with delight. Humph, Shui Haoyan, prepare to regret this wager. Chapter 49. Ancestral intervention. The battle between Zhou Chong and Qin Yuer grew increasingly intense. Initially, Qin Yuer appeared flustered in combat, yet she soon adapted to the rhythm of the fight, handling the situation with growing confidence. Although Zhou Chong still held the upper hand, he sensed that it would not be long before Qin Yuer began to turn the tide against him. This makes no sense. Zhou Chang's mind roared in frustration that he practiced the Xianshui Ju, while Qin Yuer wielded the Ziyangong. Both techniques belong to the same tier of cultivation, and according to elemental theory, water should extinguish fire. Thus, he believed he should be dominating Qin Yuer, yet he felt the tide was shifting against him. However, he failed to grasp that while water may extinguish fire, That principle applies only under equal circumstances. If fire is more vigorous than water, the latter will evaporate in the presence of the former, rendering the concept of suppression relative. Qin Yuer, as a fire spirit body, possessed an innate affinity for fire, enabling her to unleash fire-based skills with perfection. In contrast, Zhou Chang was not a water spirit body and thus could not fully realize the potential of water-based techniques. Consequently, as Qin Yuer acclimated to Zhou Chang's fighting style, the balance of power began to shift. Kid, this woman is rather formidable. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Unleash your ultimate move. The ancestral voice echoed within Zhou Chang, sensing his diminishing advantage and fearing that prolonged combat would allow Qin Yuer to seize the upper hand. Shui Longyin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang promptly closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy. From the air, a water dragon emerged, soaring towards Qin Yuer. Simultaneously, Zhou Chang formed hand seals. Xian Shui Fu. A curtain of water enveloped Qin Yuer, impairing her movements. Your disciple is finished. Shui Haotian's grin widened at this sight. He Xiancheng's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yuer, anxiety gnawing at him, but he worried that Zhou Chang's strike might lack the necessary force to activate the pendant's protective power, which would spell disaster for Qin Yuer. As the intensity of Zhou Chang's strike loomed, Qin Yuer felt the specter of death approaching, momentarily forgetting about the pendant's safeguard. Yet, under the threat of impending demise, her latent potential surged forth, and a flash of inspiration illuminated her mind, recalling the vision of a phoenix she had glimpsed while studying the Xian spirit diagram. A sudden clarity washed over her. Zhou Chang, prepare to receive my strike. Watch closely. The ethereal energy within Qin Yuer flowed in a peculiar manner, and in an instant, she vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she had already positioned herself behind Zhou Chang. With a mere thought, her right hand was enveloped in fierce flames, striking down upon Zhou Chang's back. Zhou Chang, be cautious, exclaimed Shui Haoza, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him. What was that technique employed by Qin Yuer? Was it a form of teleportation, such instantaneous movement, beyond the grasp of even a practitioner in the out-of-body stage? How could it manifest in a mere golden core cultivator? Could it be that a master had imparted this skill to Yuer? He Xiancheng and Kong Yongchang exchanged a glance, equally astonished by the sudden display of power from Qin Yuer. Boom! Qin Yuer's speed was astonishing. Even the remnants of the Zhou family's ancestral spirit could not react in time before her palm collided with Zhou Chang's back. The Xian Shui shield protecting Zhou Chang shattered instantly beneath her onslaught, leaving 5 distinct finger marks imprinted upon his back. Zhou Chang felt as though his very organs were being scorched. Just as he prepared to channel his water attribute energy to mitigate his injuries, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike him from behind, rendering him helpless as he plummeted toward the ground. Qin Yuer descended swiftly, her foot pressing down upon Zhou Chang's chest, gazing down at him with an icy demeanor. You have lost. Zhou Chang's eyes reflected utter disbelief. He could not fathom being defeated by Qin Yuer. This was an unbearable reality for him. Madness flickered in his gaze as he attempted to resist, but as he moved, he sensed a searing flame within him threatening to consume his very insides. Coupled with Qin Yuer's weight upon him, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting any defense. Master of the Water Sect, it appears you have lost. Are you prepared to relinquish the treasured Xian Shui pearl of your sect? He Xiancheng could not help but burst into laughter at the sight. Shui Haoza's expression darkened like the depths of water. If Zhou Chang were to lose, he would forfeit not only the Xian Shui pearl, but also suffer a blow to his heart of Tao, potentially forever hindering his path to the nascent soul stage. This accursed girl. The remnants of the Zhou family's ancestral spirit seethed with fury, fully aware that if Zhou Chang were to falter today, his heart of Tao would be damaged, leaving him with no hope of breakthrough for the rest of his life. He had been counting on Zhou Chang to restore his spirit and aid in regaining his corporeal form. It seems I must expend my own strength. For a time, I may once again be plunged into slumber. The ancestral spirit sighed, hoping not to be discovered by those present, were it not for the dire circumstances. He would loathe to deplete his own power, especially as he risked revealing his soul force to Shui Haoza and the others. However, Zhou Cheng's heart of Tao could not be shattered, and he found himself without alternatives. With this thought, the remnants of his spirit covertly gathered soul energy, launching an assault toward Qin Yuer. You dare! He Xianchong was the first to sense the surge of formidable soul energy emanating from Zhou Chong. Hurtling toward Qin Yuer, although he could not ascertain the source of this power, he recognized its overwhelming potency, one that Qin Yuer could not possibly withstand. Filled with rage, he surged toward her. Shui Haoze, too, detected the soul energy, albeit uncertain of its origin. However, he understood that this was advantageous for Zhou Chong, for only if Qin Yuer were to fall would Zhou Cheng's heart of Tao remain unscathed. Thus, he obstructed He Xianchong's path, stating with a smile, Master He, the contest between the younger generation is not yet concluded. What do you intend to do? Were anything to happen to my disciple, I would hold you accountable. He Xianchong realized he had missed the opportune moment to save Qin Yuer, and now hoping that Xiao Fan's talisman could withstand the imminent soul attack. Otherwise, she would surely perish today, as for Kong Yongchong. His abilities paled in comparison to the other two, and he was slower to sense the approaching soul energy. By the time he recognized its threat, it was already too late to rescue Qin Yuer. Die! The remnants of the Zhou family's ancestral spirit hissed as they sped toward Qin Yuer's soul. This strike aimed to obliterate her, restoring Zhou Cheng's heart of Tao. Qin Yuer felt the chilling specter of death looming. Aware that evasion was futile, and thus chose to stand her ground, in that moment. All she could do was pray for the talisman to display its power. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the talisman did not manifest its might. And the sense of impending doom intensified. Her complexion turned ashen. It is over. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged glances, both filled with despair. Qin Yuer was on the brink of death. How could they possibly explain this to Xiao Fan? Chapter 50. The reluctant gambler at that very moment. A scroll emerged from Qin Yuer's storage ring. The scroll unfurled rapidly before her, revealing a breathtaking scene of violet flames, where purple fire sprites danced within. Simultaneously, a golden sun rose from the eastern edge of the scroll, emitting boundless violet energy that surged toward Qin Yuer, enveloping her completely. In an instant, she seemed to transform into a violet sun, radiating immense heat that distorted the very air around her. What treasure is that? How could a mere golden core cultivator possess such an artifact? Shui Haoze's gaze shifted towards Qin Yuer, sensing a palpable threat emanating from the intense heat surrounding her. He harbored no doubt that if he ventured too close, he would be incinerated on the spot, leaving him in a state of shock. This is the violet flame spirit painting. He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged excited glances. They had not anticipated that while the talisman remained dormant, the violet flame spirit painting would reveal its power. Qin Yuer was safe today. Damn it, what kind of treasure is this? The remnants of the Zhou family's ancestral spirit felt his existence rapidly waning under the fierce and radiant heat. Daring not to approach Qin any longer, in a fit of rage, he retreated back into Zhou Cheng's body. Trembling in fear, he had come perilously close to colliding with the flame-enshrouded Qin Yuer. An encounter that would have obliterated him entirely. It is indeed the violet flame spirit painting. Feeling the threat to her life dissipate, Qin Yuer opened her eyes once more, instantly spotting the radiating violet flame spirit painting. Once again, my benefactor has saved me. She exhaled a breath of relief, turning her gaze toward Zhou Chong, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She had narrowly escaped death. Fool, we must leave. This place is no longer safe. The ancestral spirit of the Zhou family conveyed telepathically to Zhou Chong, adding, moreover, I may fall into a slumber for a time. From now on, you'll be on your own. With that, the ancestral spirit's remnants succumbed to slumber. Wounded, Zhou Chong was no match for Qin Yuer, and he understood that remaining would likely lead to his demise, but he chose to flee immediately, with Qin Yuer hot on his heels. Shui Haoze, concerned for Zhou Cheng's safety, prepared to pursue them. However, as he made to leave, He Xianchong intercepted him. Master Shui, you have yet to fulfill your part of the wager. Are you so eager to depart? There is still no victor declared. Why should I hand over the Xian Shui pearl to you? Shui Haoze retorted with a cold snort. Is that so? He Xianchong chuckled. Master Shui, you have sworn an oath to the heavens. Should you fail to uphold your bargain and relinquish the treasure, you must ask if the heavens will acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Shui Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly regretted having engaged in a gamble with He Xianchong to make matters worse. He had foolishly insisted that both parties swear oaths to the heavens, thus trapping himself in this predicament. It meant he was indeed obligated to surrender the Xian Shui pearl. Since both parties have sworn an oath, I shall not go back on my word. However, the Xian Shui pearl is a precious treasure. I do not have it on my person. Allow me to return to my sect first, and I will send it to you at my earliest convenience. Shui Haoza contemplated, addressing He Xianchong. Additionally, the breaking infant pill is also within my sect. I will retrieve that as well. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Zhou Chong had indeed lost, and according to their agreement, he was bound to deliver both the breaking infant pill and the Xian Shui pearl. Having sworn oaths to the heavens, failure to comply would invoke heavenly punishment, resulting in his demise. Thus, he knew he must relinquish the items. But the oaths did not specify when he must do so, and he intended to delay as long as possible, and no need for you to send it. I will accompany you. Xianchong was well aware of Shui Hao's intent to procrastinate and would not grant him the opportunity. Kong Yongchong interjected, Senior brother, as the sect leader, you must attend to the sect's affairs. That I believe it would be best if I accompanied Master Shui on this journey. He harbored concerns that Shui Haotai might pose a threat to He Xianchong. Yet he reasoned that should he accompany him, even if Shui Haotai harbored ill intentions, it would not adversely affect the sect. Very well. He Xianchong soon came to a realization and addressed Shui Haotai, saying, Master Shui, let my junior brother accompany you on this journey. What, does Master he not trust me? Do you doubt my ability to deliver the treasures? Shui Haotai inquired with a stern expression upon hearing this. He Xianchong chuckled softly and replied, as the leader of a sect, Master Shui surely has countless matters to attend to. I merely wish to avoid wasting your precious time. The matter concerning the Xian Shui pearl was of great significance, and He Xianchong had another elder to persuade back at the Xian Shui sect. Please have Elder Kong visit my Xian Shui sect in 3 days. Realizing that He Xianchong was insistent on having Kong Yong accompany him, Shui Haotai understood he could not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, Very well. I shall have my junior brother come in 3 days. He Xianchong understood that it was unrealistic to expect Shui Haotai to hand over the Ping Dan and Xian Shui pearl immediately. For now, he could only settle for waiting for 3 days. Kong Yong, we shall meet again in 3 days, Shui Haotai remarked, casting a lingering glance at Kong Yong before soaring into the sky and departing into the distance. Brother, why do I have the impression that Shui Haotai is concealing some ulterior motive? Kong Yong remarked to He Xianchong after Shui Haotai's departure. Indeed, I too sense something amiss. However, even if there's a scheme at play, you must go. If you do not, it would be akin to us willingly relinquishing the Ping Dan and Xian Shui pearl, He Xianchong stated. Given Shui Haotai's character, he would never proactively offer these treasures. At that time, exercise caution. Once you obtain the treasures, do not delay in returning to the sect. Understood, Kong Yong nodded slightly in affirmation. While the two were conversing, Qin Yuera returned, though her expression was far from pleasant. Did you let Zhou Chong escape? He Xianchong surmised, noticing her demeanor. Yes, Qin Yuera confirmed with a slight nod, presenting the purple flame spirit map to He Xianchong. Master, thank you for the purple flame spirit map. Without it, I would likely have met my end today. He Xianchong smiled and replied, This purple flame spirit map belongs to the master. If you wish to express gratitude, you should thank him. You are right. I should indeed thank the master. Qin Yuera agreed, nodding that I have not visited the master in some time. If I delay further, he may forget me. The master seems quite fond of game. I will procure some and deliver it to him. Why not take me and your master along when you go? Kong Yong suggested, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Though He Xianchong remained silent, his gaze equally reflected eagerness. After all, visiting Xiao Fan and indulging in whatever culinary delights he had to offer would surely surpass years or even decades of cultivation. Indeed, Qin Yuera recalled Xiao Fan's invitation for He Xianchong and Kong Yong to visit whenever they had the time. Thus, she believed he would not object to their company. Chapter 51. Is he your biological father? Within the cultivation chamber of the Hotu sect, Zhong Haoda was engrossed in the insights on ceramic crafting that Xiao Fan had bestowed upon him, utterly astounded. This was no mere guide to ceramic crafting. It was, in fact, a supreme treasure pertaining to the cultivation of earth attributes. Initially, he assumed the insights were merely sophisticated, but the more he delved into them, the more he was astounded. This was, without a doubt, an unparalleled gem. Nothing could compare. The document meticulously detailed the intricacies of the path of Earth, and it would not be an exaggeration to state that even someone with only the most rudimentary Earth attribute abilities could achieve monumental success by thoroughly understanding its contents. He had spent 3 days and nights studying this treatise on ceramic firing, yet had only grasped a very superficial portion of it. However, even this limited understanding had yielded immeasurable benefits. Although his current realm remained at the late stage of the out-of-body period, he felt on the brink of a breakthrough to the pinnacle of that stage. This treatise on ceramic crafting reminds me of Elder Liao from our sect. His path was indeed correct. If this knowledge were to fall into his hands, it would likely lead to earth-shattering changes. Zhong Haoda mused to himself in the cultivation chamber. The elder Liao Jiwei he referenced was a rather ordinary elder within the Hotu sect. Yet he held considerable esteem within the sect. His ordinariness stemmed from the fact that his talent was limited to a mere first-grade earth attribute. Even his full foundation establishment prowess was attained through the use of medicinal pills. Ordinarily, such a person would not qualify as an elder of the Hotu sect, yet he possessed a uniquely profound understanding of the path of Earth, insights that even higher-level cultivators lacked. He would periodically hold lectures, and any cultivator, regardless of their rank, who attended would inevitably gain from his wisdom. Thus, the Hotu sect made an exception, allowing him to serve as a teaching elder. The teachings of Liao Jiwei on the path of Earth bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Fan's treatise on ceramic crafting. However, compared to Xiao Fan's insights, Elder Liao's teachings seemed rather superficial and lacked sufficient depth. Master, Wei Yin and Xiao seek an audience. As Zhong Haoda pondered the merits of Liao Jiwei, the voice of Grand Elder Wei Yin echoed from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Haoda ceased his meditation and exited the cultivation chamber. Inquiring, Grand Elder, do you require my assistance? Elder Qi is on the verge of a breakthrough to the out-of-body stage. He now requires some multicolored soil to facilitate his advancement, Wei Yin informed Zhong Haoda. In the Hotu sect, any fully realized Yuanian cultivator, provided they had made sufficient contributions to the sect, could obtain multicolored soil. That be why infusing this soil into their magical artifacts, they could elevate the grade of their artifacts, which in turn would benefit them and enhance their own strength, thereby facilitating a breakthrough to the out-of-body stage. Of course, the multicolored soil could only improve their chances of breaking through. It could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Upon hearing this, Zhong Haoda's expression shifted uncomfortably as he replied, Grand Elder, I've already given away the multicolored soil. Perhaps we can find some other treasures in the sect's treasury that could aid Elder Qi's breakthrough. What? You gave away the multicolored soil? Wei Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke in a low tone. Do you understand what the multicolored soil signifies for our sect? The Hotu sect's esteemed position in the northern territory of Qizhou was greatly attributed to this multicolored soil. Given the current tumultuous changes in the earthly environment, achieving a breakthrough to the out-of-body stage had become exceedingly difficult, yet the Hotu sect still boasted 5 powerful cultivators in that realm. This was largely due to the sect's secret methods of incorporating multicolored soil into their magical artifacts, allowing them to nurture their artifacts, which would subsequently enhance their own power, facilitating breakthroughs. The Hotu sect strategically controlled the timing of this enhancement to coincide with the peak of the Yuanian stage. Once the enhancement occurred, the sect's cultivators could leverage this power to challenge the out-of-body realm, significantly aiding in their breakthroughs. That I understand, but trust me, our sacrifices will yield even greater rewards, Zhong Haoda replied earnestly. Trust you? Out-of-body cultivators are the foundation of a sect. I cannot fathom any reward greater than adding 3 more out-of-body cultivators to our ranks, Wei Yin exclaimed, his frustration palpable. The remaining multicolored soil could have been distributed among 5 peak Yuanian cultivators. With the aid of this soil, at least 3 of them would likely achieve a successful breakthrough. The emergence of even a single out-of-body cultivator holds profound significance for any sect, let alone three. At this point, Wei suddenly inquired, "By the way, you gave away all the multicolored soil, leaving none behind. None left." Zhong Hao nodded. "Master, how do I even begin to express my disappointment in you? Was it not agreed that any request for multicolored soil would require the consensus of you and the four of us out-of-body elders?" Wei said, visibly agitated. "You must provide an explanation to us elders. Otherwise, no one will respect your authority in the future." "Grand Elder, the multicolored soil was given to a certain esteemed individual," Zhong Hao attempted to clarify. But he was interrupted by Wei Master, "who in Qizhou is so esteemed that you would bestow the multicolored soil upon them. Even if you were to curry favor, you need not offer the multicolored soil. This soil is the very foundation of our sect. I must ask, is he your biological father?" Wei Yan's anger escalated, and he even resorted to vulgarity, were it not for Zhong Hao's superior strength. He might have sought to teach him a lesson, as the leader of a sect, to treat the sect's rules with such disdain and casually give away the multicolored soil. If he had to offer a gift, he could have at least given a fraction instead of the entirety. "Calm down, let me finish," Zhong Hao, somewhat at a loss for words, continued. "As I have just mentioned, our efforts will yield even greater rewards. Reflect upon my perspective. Have you discerned anything? Oh, Sect Master, have you advanced to the late stage of the out-of-body realm?" Wei Anha, previously too incensed to notice, now felt the shift and exclaimed, "You haven't given the five-colored soil to a master, have you? That master assisted you in breaking through to the late stage of the out-of-body realm." "Indeed." Zhong Hao nodded affirmatively and remarked, "The methods of this master are truly celestial. You may not realize. But after merely engaging in some playful manipulation of clay with him, I achieved monumental gains, successfully breaking through to the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Sect Master, to be frank, your advancement to the late stage of the out-of-body realm is indeed a tremendous boon for our sect. However, I believe this decision was rather hasty." Wei Anha, still unsatisfied, retorted, "The transition from mid to late stage in the out-of-body realm is a minor leap. Considering your cultivation pace, you could have reached this stage naturally in a few decades. Yet, without the five-colored soil, our sect may never produce a single strong practitioner of the out-of-body realm in the future. You are jeopardizing our future for immediate gain. Do you not see? Why did you not consult with us, the elders, before making such a decision? You are disregarding the sect's regulations." Chapter 52. The Open Forum Elder, please do not be angered that I in truth. After gifting the five-colored soil to the master, he reciprocated with a tome on the art of ceramic crafting, which is of far greater significance to our Ho-Tu sect than the five-colored soil. Zhong Hao continued to elucidate. With this tome, the overall strength of our Ho-Tu sect will ascend by several tiers. Initially, Zhong Hao had hesitated to disclose the existence of this tome, as he was unsure whether it could be shared with others without Xiao Fan's consent, much like Xiancheng's reluctance to show the purple flame spirit diagram to the disciples of the sect. "Sect Master, I genuinely suspect that you have been possessed by some entity." Wei Anha gazed incredulously at Zhong Hao. Convinced that the Sect Master had lost his senses, he pressed on, "We are cultivators. And you have taken to learning the art of ceramics? You claim this tome will enhance our sect's overall strength. Come now, present this tome for my inspection. I am eager to discover what insights you deem so precious." "Let me be clear. If this tome turns out to be worthless, do not blame me for turning against you." Zhong Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and replied, "I am afraid I cannot show you this tome without the master's permission." Wei Anha was on the verge of exploding with frustration. "Zhong Hao, do not push your luck. You speak of this tome with such reverence, yet refuse to show it to me. What is your intention? Perhaps it would be best if I shared my experiences from the past few days during Elder Liao Jiwei's lecture today. You and the other elders should join me that if, after hearing my insights, you still believe my decision to be erroneous, I shall willingly relinquish my position as Sect Master." Zhong Hao understood that a resolution was necessary and thus volunteered to share his reflections from recent days. Although he could not reveal the tome on ceramic crafting without Xiao Fan's approval, articulating his own insights should pose no issue. Ho-Tu Sect, the Tao Forum. This was the designated venue for the elders of the Hotu sect to impart their teachings, where each elder was at least at the nascent soul stage. However, there existed one exception, Liao Zhiwei, who, despite possessing merely peak foundation establishment strength, commanded the platform and drew crowds each time he spoke. Though Liao Zhiwei's cultivation level was modest, his profound understanding of the earthly path allowed him to elucidate it from various angles, greatly enhancing the disciples' comprehension. Some disciples would experience breakthroughs, while others would resolve their cultivation bottlenecks after attending his lectures. Thus, whenever Liao Zhiwei took to the Tao Forum, throngs of individuals would gather, including prominent figures of the out-of-body stage, eager to glean insights from his teachings. Elder Liao, what do you plan to share with us today? An elder seated nearby inquired. Although others remained silent, they eagerly awaited Liao Zhiwei's response. With a light chuckle, Liao Zhiwei announced, "Today, I shall guide you in the art of playing with clay," unfazed by the puzzled expressions of those around him. He continued, "Everyone, pay close attention. This is no ordinary clay play. The depth of your understanding will depend entirely on your own perceptiveness." With that, Liao Zhiwei became utterly absorbed, preparing the clay he had brought along and beginning the meticulous process of grinding it in a fine powder. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, as if he had merged with the very essence of the earth itself. Indeed, Liao Zhiwei's focused demeanor and techniques while manipulating clay bore a resemblance to those of his teacher, albeit with considerable room for growth. Meanwhile, Zhong Haoda, accompanied by several elders at the out-of-body stage, arrived at the Tao Forum. Instantly captivated by Liao Zhiwei's actions, he increasingly felt that Liao Zhiwei had embarked on an unconventional path of cultivation, one that resonated with the principles laid out in the tome on ceramic crafting provided by Xiao Fan. However, Liao Zhiwei's methods were not nearly as refined as Xiao Fan's. Comparing the two was akin to contrasting a master artisan with a complete novice. Liao Zhiwei is truly a genius, Zhong Haoda mused. If only his innate talent were not so limited, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass my own. Zhong Haoda held Liao Zhiwei in high regard, recognizing that despite the latter's lackluster potential, his perceptiveness was exceptional, allowing him to carve out a unique path. Yet this path was still in its nascent stages, and navigating it further would prove challenging. Regrettably, without the master's permission, he could not share his insights with Elder Liao. Otherwise, the elder might experience a breakthrough. Observing Liao Zhiwei's clay manipulation, Zhong Haoda could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Elder Liao is truly remarkable. A mere gesture from him has illuminated my understanding. Indeed, while Liao Zhiwei's strength may have been modest, his insight was undoubtedly a rare talent, one that dissected the earthly path with profound depth. Most of us merely engage in the practice of the earthly path without questioning its origins. That I have learned immensely. I shall retreat for seclusion and undoubtedly break through to the nascent soul stage. As Liao Zhiwei played with the clay, a chorus of admiration erupted from the audience. They had all gleaned insights into the earthly path during his demonstration, feeling as if they could sense the primal forces of earth flowing through Liao Zhiwei's hands. The primal forces of earth represent a higher echelon of power than mere earthly spiritual energy, a wondrous result of tracing back to the source. That, of course, this was merely a fleeting sensation. Given Liao Zhiwei's current comprehension of the earthly path, he could not truly harness primal forces. As time passed, Liao Zhiwei eventually shaped the clay into a likeness of the founding patriarch of the Hotu sect, and it seemed as though primal energy was on the verge of erupting from the figure. The disciples present had all gained varying degrees of insight from Liao Zhiwei's clay manipulation, and even the esteemed out-of-body elders appeared to grasp something profound. "Sect Master, were you not to share your insights?" Liao Zhiwei had concluded his lecture, and it was now Zhong Haoda's turn to take the stage. Initially, Wei Anha had refrained from interrupting Liao Zhiwei's teaching, recognizing its immense value to all disciples. Chapter 53. Playing with clay. Zhong Haoda chuckled and stepped on the platform. "Sect Master, do you also intend to impart your teachings today?" A disciple inquired, eyes alight with excitement. Though Zhong Haoda's understanding of the earthly path lacked the uniqueness of Liao Zhiwei's, he was the highest-ranking cultivator in the sect, and his teachings would undoubtedly offer invaluable insights. If Liao Zhiwei's discourse represented the breadth of the earthly path, then Zhong Haoda's would delve into its depth, as both approach the subject from different dimensions. Indeed, today I shall elucidate the earthly path for our sect's disciples. Zhong Haoda stood confidently upon the platform, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. He possessed the assurance to do so. Sect Master, may I inquire as to the theme of your lecture today? In the realm of preaching, one must possess a theme to convey, such as the subject of Liao Zhiwei's sermon today, which revolve around the art of playing with clay. Zhong Haoda cast a sweeping glance over the disciples of the sect, smilingly remarked, "Today, akin to Elder Liao, I too shall demonstrate the craft of playing with clay. Master, will you also engage in this clay play?" Liao Zhiwei, upon hearing Zhong Haoda's words, exhibited a peculiar expression, quietly inquiring, "Is it that only you can indulge in clay play, while I am to be excluded?" Zhong Haoda retorted, "That is not the case." Liao Zhiwei shook his head, advising, "However, Master, I would suggest you select a different theme. After all, I have just demonstrated clay play, and should you choose to replicate it, the outcome may not be as favorable." His words, though subtly phrased, carried a clear implication. "Your clay play cannot surpass mine. Fear not. Once I showcase my clay play, you shall witness its remarkable effect. Prepare to be astonished." Zhong Haoda laughed heartily, in response. Liao Zhiwei respectfully replied, "Master, do not boast too much. Why recent clay play was a profound exploration and analysis of the way. While your prowess is indeed formidable, I can assure you that my comprehension of the way of earth runs deeper in the entire Hotu sect. If you were to claim the second position in understanding the way of earth, none would dare assert the first." Acknowledging his own limitations, he had thus labored more diligently than most in his studies. "I may not have understood the way of earth as profoundly as you in the past, but now I can surpass you by a considerable margin." Zhong Haoda jested. "Then I shall await your performance with bated breath, hopeful for a delightful surprise." Liao Zhiwei replied, his countenance tinged with displeasure. His pride lay in his understanding of the way of earth, and Zhong Haoda's assertion of surpassing him was a slight on his capabilities. However, as Zhong Haoda was the master, he dared not utter any derisive remarks. Choosing instead to let results speak for themselves, Zhong Haoda offered a smile, advancing to the position recently vacated by Liao Zhiwei, and commenced to knead the clay with the remnants of the materials. Meanwhile, among the disciples, for elders in the out-of-body realm gathered to converse with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing that their master had exchanged the colorful soil for mere insights, they were immediately taken aback. "Grand Elder, are you certain you are not deceiving us?" they inquired, incredulity evident in their voices. "That he told me as such." Wei Anha coughed lightly, masking his embarrassment. The notion that the esteemed master of their sect would barter colorful soil for insights on playing with clay would surely tarnish the sect's reputation if it were to be disclosed. "Grand Elder, what shall we do now?" the other elders pressed. "Let us observe for now," Wei Anha sighed, directing his gaze towards the Tao platform. Below the platform, the disciples, initially intrigued by Zhong Haoda's sermon, found their interest waning upon witnessing him engage in clay play akin to Elder Liao. Their sentiments were unmistakably clear. Could his clay play possibly rival that of Elder Liao? Yet soon, they were captivated by Zhong Haoda's technique. They suddenly perceived that his approach to kneading the clay bore an uncanny resemblance to Elder Liao's, albeit executed with greater finesse and imbued with a distinct charm. This charm was ineffable. They simply found it superior to Elder Liao's. Might it be that Elder Liao's clay play techniques were learned from the master? In an instant, the disciples entertained an absurd thought, yet it seemed quite plausible. Elder Liao's methods appeared childlike in comparison to the master's. Has the master attained such profound understanding of the Tao? The layman, lacking the discerning eye, could not perceive the depth of Tao embedded within Zhong Haoda's clay play. However, the elders, particularly the four in the out-of-body realm, could subtly sense it, given the master's current grasp of the Tao. I believe a breakthrough to the spirit separation realm is merely a matter of time. Our sect has not produced a master of that level in over a millennium. If the master truly achieves this, our acquisition of insights through colorful soil will prove exceedingly worthwhile, one elder mused. How ironic that we once dismissed the master for his clay play. Who could have anticipated that such artistry could emerge from it? No number of out-of-body elders can compare to a single spirit separation master. If we can exchange colorful soil for a spirit separation master for our sect, it would indeed be a tremendous bargain. At this moment, another elder inquired, "Have you considered the level of expertise required to produce such profound insights?" The other out-of-body elders exchanged astonished glances, the gravity of the question weighing heavily upon them. Could someone of such caliber truly exist within the realm of the Qi Prefecture? At this juncture, it was not only the four out-of-body elders who were astonished by Zhong Haoda's technique, but also Elder Liao Zhiwei. How is this possible? He realized that in the presence of Zhong Haoda, his clay play felt akin to a child's playtime, while Zhong Haoda's approach was laden with sophistication. Each of his movements resonated with the way of earth, eliciting the full potential of its power, a palpable Daoic rhythm flowing through his hands that I never anticipated the Master's understanding of the way of earth to be so profound. I had just claimed that the Master's clay play was subpar. In comparison to his technique, mine appears crude and unrefined. Elder Liao Zhiwei, once brimming with self-importance, now recognized his own limitations, realizing that the master surpassed him by a considerable margin. This will not do. Once the master concludes his sermon, I must seek his guidance. No, I must request to become his disciple. A fervent notion ignited within Liao Zhiwei's eyes. He perceived this as the greatest opportunity for his cultivation. For without seizing this chance, he feared he might never attain the golden core realm through gradual comprehension. This opportunity, he vowed, he could not afford to let slip away. Chapter 54. The lamentable elder Zhong Haoda delivered his sermon for a full 2 days. During this time, he simultaneously sought to validate his understanding of the insights gifted by Xiao Fan. For an ordinary individual, 2 days may seem lengthy. However, for cultivators, it is but a fleeting moment. After 2 days, Zhong Haoda's aura fluctuated, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Although ultimately it receded, as for the elders and disciples of the sect, despite having witnessed 2 days of clay play, they felt an insatiable yearning for more. They had never encountered such a vivid and engaging sermon. Zhong Haoda had essentially deconstructed the way of earth into countless delectable morsels, allowing them to savor each one upon concluding his discourse. The elders and disciples sat in meditation, each absorbed in their own reflections. Around the Tao platform, the sounds of breakthroughs echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers, ringing continuously. The cacophony of breakthroughs persisted for nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding. The four out-of-body elders each experienced varying degrees of enlightenment. With a single retreat, they were likely to ascend a small realm. Grand Elder, do you now see the value in my exchange of colorful soil for these insights? Zhong Haoda inquired, a smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze on Wei Anhe. Wei Anhe, eager to flatter, responded, "It is indeed worth it. You are the most sagacious leader in the history of our Hotu sect. I shall unconditionally support any decision you make henceforth. Master, might we glimpse your insights? Or perhaps you could introduce us to the esteemed figure, so that he may guide our cultivation." The two elder leaders looked at Zhong Haoda, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, while the third and fourth elders mirrored their eagerness. Not just anyone can meet the esteemed figure. Zhong Haoda sighed, shaking his head. I chanced upon him through serendipity. Should I take you to meet him without his consent? It may displease him, and we would bear the consequences. As for the insights on cultivation, I cannot rashly share them without the esteemed figure's permission. Once I have the opportunity to meet him again and secure his consent, I shall share them with you. In that case, we shall await your good news. The four elder leaders expressed in unison, their smiles brimming with hope. Enough of this. I must return to meditating on the insights bestowed upon me by the esteemed figure. Zhong Haoda concluded, before making his way towards the cultivation chamber. Master, wait. The exchange among them was secluded from the outside world. Thus Liao Zhiwei was unaware of their conversation. Upon seeing Zhong Haoda preparing to depart, he hastily pursued him. There's something you need? Zhong Haoda regarded the other with an inexplicable smile, as if he had anticipated Liao Zhiwei's pursuit all along. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Liao Zhiwei suddenly knelt before Zhong Haoda, startling him. Rise, Zhong Haoda replied. I understand your thoughts. You are an elder, and I am the sect master. It is beyond my capacity to accept you as a disciple. With your disposition, I fear I would lead you astray, he continued. The insights I possess were bestowed upon me by a great master. Yet without their consent, I cannot share this wisdom freely. Once I have their permission, I assure you that the benefits of this knowledge will be far greater for you than for any of us. Upon hearing the first half of Zhong Haoda's words, the light in Liao Zhiwei's eyes dimmed. But hope ignited within him upon hearing the latter half. However, he was not one to resign himself to mediocrity. Had he been content with such a fate, he would not have attained such a status within the sect given his talents. Master, could you inform me of the great master's whereabouts? I wish to pay them a visit, Liao Zhiwei said earnestly. Rest assured, if my actions offend the great master, I shall bear the consequences alone, sparing the sect from any repercussions. You may rise, Zhong Haoda said, shaking his head. The great master's methods are unfathomable. It is easy for them to discern who has guided you. Why reluctance to assist stems from a desire to protect the sect. After saying this, he turned away, dismissing Liao Zhiwei. In that moment, Liao Zhiwei suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Master, you can never comprehend the anguish of my inability to cultivate, and no matter what, I will find a great master. I wish to take them as my teacher. Once I have grown powerful, I shall protect the Ho-Tu sect. With those words, his eyes were filled with determination as he resolutely walked into the distance. Intent on proving to all cultivators that talent does not define one's destiny, and that even without innate gifts, one can cultivate against the odds. Zhong Haoda and the elder at the out-of-body stage could only shake their heads and sigh, refraining from stopping Liao Zhiwei. Though they could not fully grasp his anguish, they could sense its weight, which had become his inner demon, one that could not be swayed by others from that day forth. The Ho-Tu sect would no longer have an elder at the foundation establishment stage to expound teachings. Time flew by. The 3-day deadline set by He Xianchong and Shui Haoyan had arrived. Kong Yongchong prepared to head to the Xian Shui sect to retrieve the breaking infant pill and the Xian Shui pearl. Junior brother, why not take the purple flame spirit map along? Just in case, He Xianchong said, escorting Kong Yongchong to the sect's gates, offering the purple flame spirit map as a precaution. Senior brother, with the heavenly Tao's oath in place, I do not believe the Xian Shui sect would dare to act dishonorably. Unless they fear the heavenly Tao, Kong Yongchong replied. Moreover, I do not yet know if the purple flame spirit map will manifest power when I encounter danger. If I carry it and something goes awry, the sect will lose its treasured artifact. I shall make a quick trip. Nothing major should transpire. He Xianchong found Kong Yongchong's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Very well. Let it be as you say. If anything happens to you at the Xian Shui sect, I shall not let it go unpunished. Indeed, Kong Yongchong nodded and departed. The Purple Flame sect lay to the east of Qizhou, while the Xian Shui sect was positioned to the west. The distance between the two was considerable, yet for a master at the out-of-body stage, it was hardly significant. Kong Yongchong arrived at the base of the Xian Shui sect's mountain in just half a day's time. Greetings, esteemed elder. What brings you to our Xian Shui sect? The gatekeeper disciple quickly noticed Kong Yongchong and, feeling the powerful aura radiating from him, asked respectfully, I am Kong Yongchong, an elder of the Purple Flame sect. Inform your sect master that I have arrived. He will understand, Kong Yongchong replied coolly. The gatekeeper disciple did not dare delay and swiftly reported to Shui Haoyan. Upon hearing the report, Shui Haoyan's eyes gleamed with cold light, and a hint of murderous intent laced his tone as he remarked, Humph, Kong Yongchong truly fears no death to dare come to my Xian Shui sect for treasures. With that, he soared into the air, descending upon Kong Yongchong from a position of superiority. Elder Kong, since you have come, please do enter. It is a rare occasion for you to visit, and I would hate for others to say that the Xian Shui sect lacks hospitality. I would rather forego the tea. Has the sect master prepared the items? Kong Yongchong replied, wary of entering the Xian Shui sect, insisting, I will take the items and depart. However, Shui Hao interjected, the items are ready. If you wish to obtain them, follow me. If you do not come, consider it a voluntary forfeiture. With that, he disregarded Kong Yongchong and flew back to the sect. At this point, if Kong Yongchong chose not to enter the Xian Shui sect, it would be seen as an intentional relinquishment of the treasures, absolving him of any breach of the heavenly Tao's oath. This situation hinted at a potential conspiracy, observing Shui Haoyan's insistence on his entry into the Xian Shui sect. Kong Yongchang's expression fluctuated, his heart torn with indecision. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and followed Shui Haoyan. Chapter 55. Borrowing a dog. Feng Bailing sat cross-legged on a mat, endeavoring to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, after a prolonged period, she conceded defeat. It seems I must inscribe the beast circle. Feng Bailing sighed, opening her eyes. Her constitution was that of a beast spirit body, which distinguished her cultivation methods from those of other cultivators. While other cultivators could easily break through a major realm once their level and internal spiritual energy reached the critical point, she was not afforded such ease as a beast spirit body. She required not only to reach the critical point in both her realm and internal energy, but also to inscribe a beast circle. The so-called beast circle was a contract forged with a demonic beast upon each breakthrough to a major realm, resulting in a bond that manifested as a mark within her body. The larger the inscribed beast circle upon breaking through, the greater her strength thereafter. To inscribe a powerful beast circle necessitated a contract with a formidable demonic beast. While other cultivators with a beast spirit body might casually choose a demonic beast to inscribe their beast circle, she was no ordinary practitioner. She was a reborn sovereign. She understood that every realm in cultivation was immensely significant. The more solid the foundation at each level, the stronger her future power would become. Therefore, she had to navigate each realm with precision. In her previous life, she had the assistance of sect elders to capture formidable demonic beasts. But now, who could she rely on? Feng Bailing felt a headache coming on. In her last life, when she broke through to the foundation establishment stage, the first demonic beast she inscribed was one at the peak of that realm. The most formidable she could manage. If the beast's strength exceeded hers by too great a margin, the risk of the servant devouring the master loomed. If she could not find a peak foundation establishment demonic beast to inscribe her beast circle in this life, she would not even reach the height she attained in her previous life. Such a prospect was unbearable. Given the opportunity to live again, she was determined to make this life even more illustrious than the last. Yet with her current strength alongside that of the Black Wolf, facing a peak foundation establishment demonic beast would be tantamount to striking a rock with an egg. Suddenly, an idea struck her that I can seek out Xiao Fan. Moments later, Feng Bailing's eyes sparkled with inspiration, but she quickly shook her head. He is focused on the path of the mundane. I cannot bring up any matters of cultivation in his presence, nor can I request his assistance. But what if she sought out that Dog King instead? Ultimately, Feng Bailing set her sights on the Dog King. Its strength would make capturing a peak foundation establishment demonic beast a trivial task. With this thought, she hesitated no longer, gathering some fresh vegetables before heading to find Xiao Fan. She opened the courtyard door. She quickly said, "Xiao Fan, these are vegetables grown by my aunt. She asked me to bring them to you, hoping you would enjoy them. You are very thoughtful, Miss Feng." Upon seeing Feng Bailing bring several types of fresh vegetables, Xiao Fan's heart brightened. "These vegetables are so fresh. How about I treat you to hot pot at noon?" "I would rather not eat hot pot." Feng Bailing knew well the potency of Xiao Fan's hot pot, but without having inscribed her beast circle, she could not absorb the essence within. Thus, her priority was to inscribe the beast circle. "Xiao Fan, could you lend me your dog for 2 days?" she asked nervously. "Borrow a dog?" Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the lazy Dog King, and without questioning further, he replied, "This dog is quite lazy. All it does is sleep. But if you need to borrow it, feel free to take it. In the countryside, it is not uncommon to borrow dogs, primarily for the purpose of guarding vegetable gardens and orchards. To prevent theft, Feng Bailin's aunt, known as Lima, cultivates a substantial vegetable patch, and her intention in borrowing a dog is likely to oversee her garden. Alas, Lima has truly exerted great effort in attempting to bring us together, even going so far as to send Feng Bailin to borrow a dog. I am grateful." Upon seeing Xiao Fan's consent, Feng Bailin heaved a sigh of relief. Wang, the Dog King, who had been eavesdropping nearby, let out a couple of displeased barks in protest. After all, he is the esteemed Dog King, not just any ordinary dog, so the notion of being borrowed is rather unacceptable. Yet he dared not voice his grievances to Xiao Fan and instead cast a warning glance towards Feng Balan, clearly indicating that he did not wish for a repeat of this arrangement, and should it happen again, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Observing this situation, Feng Balan furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before addressing Xiao Fan. By the way, I am concerned that Dahei may not adjust well to the food in my home. Could you kindly provide me with some of Dahei's preferred meat, so I can feed him? You are quite thoughtful, Xiao Fan replied. I have some meat from the golden phoenix bird at home. I shall fetch it for you. Xiao Fan promptly nodded and went into the kitchen to retrieve the meat. Initially, the Dog King was quite incensed by Feng Balan's borrowing of him, but upon hearing that she intended to provide him with meat, his anger dissipated immediately. Xiao Fan handed the golden phoenix meat to Feng Balan while advising the Dog King. Dahei, remember to behave at Miss Feng's home these next few days. Biting aloud. If I find out you misbehave, I will not hesitate to stew you. Woof. The Dog King was taken aback, lowering his head in submission. Seeing this, Feng Balan quickly reassured. Rest assured, Dahei is very obedient and will not bite indiscriminately. With that, she hurriedly took the Dog King and departed from Xiao Fan's courtyard. Once they had distanced themselves significantly, Feng Balan turned to the Dog King and said, Esteemed Dog King, my borrowing of you from the master was truly unavoidable, that I hope you can understand and not take offense to in the future. I will certainly speak favorably of you to Xiao Fan whenever I have the chance. She understood that with her modest strength, the Dog King would hardly regard her highly. However, she could speak on his behalf to Xiao Fan, something the Dog King could not accomplish. She offered the Dog King the respect befitting a powerful being while subtly reminding him that as long as he was wise, he would recognize the mutual benefits of their cooperation. Little girl, had you not helped me secure some golden phoenix meat from the master, I would have considered devouring you myself, the Dog King quipped, glancing at Feng Balan and inquiring, What assistance do you require from me? But let me make it clear, my help will not come without compensation. Remember to advocate for me with the master for items like a dog pen. Recently, the Dog King had learned that the reason Ning Shuang was able to defeat the Golden Phoenix King was not solely due to her own strength, but rather the identity token granted by Xiao Fan that had empowered her. Given that even a casually written identity token by the master could wield such power, a dog pen crafted for him would surely be extraordinary. All right, I will take care of the dog pen matter and find a way to persuade Xiao Fan to create one for you. After assuring the Dog King, Feng Balan revealed her true purpose. I now seek to forge a contract with a peak foundation building beast. But my current strength alongside Hei Lang is insufficient that I would like to request your assistance. Chapter 56. The flaw in the Heavenly Oath Peak Foundation building. Are there specific requirements regarding the type of beast? The Dog King inquired lazily. There are no strict requirements regarding the type of beast, but the higher the bloodline, the better, Feng Balan replied thoughtfully. Suddenly, she suggested, perhaps you could take me to Chongqing Mountain. We can decide once we encounter a suitable beast. In her previous life, the beast she used to imprint the bee circle was at the peak of Foundation building. In this life, having been reborn with a significantly stronger soul power, she hoped to imprint the circle using an even more formidable beast. Thus, she wished to select carefully. Chongqing Mountain. The Dog King lifted his drooping eyelids slightly, speaking sparingly. We shall not go to Chongqing Mountain, but rather to West Realm Beast Mountain. The reasoning behind avoiding Chongqing Mountain was twofold. First, he was familiar with many of the beasts there, making it challenging to act. Second, the current Beast King of Chongqing Mountain was Princess Ning Shuang. And as both he and Ning Shuang were Xiao Fan's pets, capturing beasts there could potentially offend her. As for the 10,000 Great Mountains, even with the Dog King's current strength, he would not dare to venture inside lightly. Feng Balan, puzzled, asked, Esteemed Dog King, I sent Chongqing Mountain much closer? The Dog King, uninterested in replying, pressed, Will we go to Beast Mountain or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Let us go. Despite not comprehending the Dog King's preference for a distant destination, Feng Balan was primarily focused on capturing a beast, so she had no objections to the location. Meanwhile, Shui Haotian had brought Kong Yongchang to the back mountain of the Xian Shui sect. Sect Master Shui, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought me to this place? Kong Yongchang questioned warily, keeping a cautious eye on Shui Haotian. What could my intentions be but to present you with treasures? Shui Haoqian scoffed, tossing 2 jade boxes towards him. Upon receiving the 2 jade boxes, Kong Yongchang opened them to find they contained break infant pills and Xian Shui pearls, which made him exhale in relief. Could it be that I was overthinking? He pondered, realizing that no matter how formidable Shui Haoqian might be, he could not surpass the heavenly Tao. Since a heavenly oath had been sworn, it was impossible for Shui Haoqian to go back on his word. Having grasped this crucial point, Kong Yongchang bowed slightly to Shui Haoqian, smiling, "Thank you, Sect Master Shita. I shall take my leave now." "Take your leave?" Just as Kong Yongchang prepared to depart, a weary voice echoed. "The Xian Shui sect is not a place you can come and go as you please." Following this, a frail old man emerged Di Qingtian. Upon seeing this figure, Kong Yongchang gasped, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Di Qingtian was a figure from an earlier era. Even when Kong Yongchang was a novice cultivator, Di Qingtian had already reached the peak of the out-of-body realm. He had thought Di Qingtian was dead, only to discover he was still alive. As he attempted to gauge Di Qingtian's cultivation, he found himself unable to discern the specifics of his realm. This only indicated one thing. Di Qingtian's strength was far superior to his own. Kong Yongchang, it seems you still recognize the old man." Di Qingtian chuckled and said, "Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Hand over the break infant pills and Xian Shui pearls, and I will allow you to leave safely. Otherwise, next year on this day will mark your death anniversary." Upon hearing this, Kong Yongchang's expression darkened as he glared at Shui Haoqian, questioning, "Are you not afraid of the heavenly Tao's punishment for what you are doing?" "You are indeed naive. Even the heavenly oath has its loopholes," Shui Haoqian sneered, explaining, "I did indeed lose the bet, and according to the heavenly oath, I was to deliver the break infant pills and Xian Shui pearls to you. However, since I have already provided them to you, the heavenly oath no longer binds me. My master can retrieve the break infant pills and Xian Shui pearls from you, and the heavenly Tao cannot intervene." As he spoke, Shui Haoqian began to laugh triumphantly. "Shui Haoqian, you are clever. You dare to play word games with me. Consider me defeated today," Kong Yongchang growled before tossing the 2 boxes back. He then turned to Di Qingtian, asking, "Am I free to leave now? Since you have come to my Xian Shui sect, do not think to leave so easily." Di Qingtian coldly replied, turning to Shui Haoqian, "Haoqian, let us work together to subdue him." He wished to resolve matters quickly, as prolonged conflict could attract the attention of the sect, and the actions he was currently undertaking were hardly honorable. If the elders or disciples of the sect were to discover this, it would not bode well. Di Qingtian, did you not say that as long as I returned the treasures, you would let me go? Kong Yongchang's face turned pale as he coldly demanded an explanation. "Haha, do you truly believe I would let you go?" Di Qingtian laughed heartily. His previous statement had merely been a ruse to reclaim the break infant pills and Xian Shui pearls, as he feared Kong Yongchang might destroy the treasures in a desperate attempt to survive. "Di Qingtian, you despicable scoundrel, you are not a man of your word." Kong Yongchang was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. The two of them were cut from the same cloth, relishing in deceitful games, utterly shameless. Purple flame escape. As Kong Yongchang's thoughts stirred, a violet flame erupted from his body. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing with a considerable distance now separating him from Di Qingtian. This maneuver was precisely the technique that Qin Yuerer had employed against Zhou Chang, which he had proactively sought to learn in anticipation of his arrival at Xian Shui's sect. This skill allowed him to deftly evade the encirclement of Di Qingtian and Shui Haoyu, after which he swiftly soared into the distance. "Damn it, not this move again!" Shui Haoyu, initially confident with his master by his side, found himself taken aback by Kong Yongchang's unexpected secret technique, his face darkening as he pursued. Without hesitation, Di Qingtian followed suit. This violet flame technique could only be executed once every day. If they failed to catch up, Kong Yongchang feared he would meet his demise here. Kong Yongchang dared not be careless, propelling himself forward with all his might. However, both Di Qingtian and Shui Haoyu possessed superior strength, and the gap between them continued to close. "Kong Yongchang, you cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end." After approximately half an hour, Shui Haoyu caught up with Kong Yongchang. With a swift motion, he unleashed the control technique of Xian Shui's sect. Xian Shui binding. Countless droplets of water materialized around Kong Yongchang, swiftly coalescing into water ropes that ensnared him, immobilizing him in an instant. Struggling futilely, Kong Yongchang realized he could not break free and understood his escape was no longer possible. With this thought, he murmured, "Senior brother, it seems I am destined to perish here today. You must avenge me." Without hesitation, he reversed his cultivation technique, channeling his spiritual energy. "How you? I am going to self-destruct. Retreat now." In the distance, Di Chengtian was startled by Kong Yongchang's actions and shouted a warning to Shui Haoyu. Chapter 57. The Terrifying Power of the Dog King Boom. Just as Kong Yongchang prepared to self-destruct, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Suddenly, a bloodied Luo Yin bird emerged from the direction of Beast Mountain. Her eyes filled with terror. Hot on her heels was a black dog. This moment, the black dog, moving leisurely as if on a stroll, remarked, "Little one, I am not going to kill you. Why do you flee?" This black dog was none other than the Dog King. He had encountered the newly ascended Luo Yin bird in Beast Mountain, and upon Feng Bailing's suggestion to test its mettle, the Dog King began to pursue it. However, he had not anticipated the bird's fierce resistance and attempts to escape using secret techniques, leaving him no choice but to pursue at a leisurely pace. "This is my master's dog." Upon spotting the Dog King, Kong Yongchang's face lit up with elation, interrupting his self-destruct sequence. With the master's dog here, there was a considerable chance that the master was also nearby. "Dog King, has the master arrived?" Initially absorbed in chasing the Luo Yin bird. The Dog King, upon hearing Kong Yongchang's voice, glanced over with a hint of annoyance and retorted, "The master is currently cultivating the path of the mundane. Do you truly believe he would come?" Hearing this, Kong Yongchang's heart sank as his hope was once again dashed. If the master did not come, relying solely on the Dog King would not suffice to contend with Di Chengtian and his disciple. "Ha ha, Kong Yongchang, I was just pondering why you halted your self-destruction. Turns out you thought you encountered a familiar face." Shui Haoyu's derisive laughter rang out from nearby. You really think that this dog demon's master could deal with me and my master? Even if he were present, we could slay him as easily as one would butcher a pig or a dog." Though the dog demon possessed significant strength, it was evident that in the Western territories, Xianshui sect reigned supreme, and no individual, regardless of power, could rival their sect. Moreover, his master was an unparalleled figure at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, the strongest in Shizhou. The Dog King's languid demeanor vanished in an instant, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he coldly stated, "Care to repeat what you just said?" While he was unaware of the identities of the two individuals before him, their audacity to insult his master warranted their demise today. "Threatening me?" Shui Haoyu scoffed, dismissing the Dog King entirely, and reiterated, "Listen well. What I said was, killing your master would be as simple as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Seeking death." The Dog King's gaze turned icy, and without further ado, he accelerated, appearing before Shui Haoyu in an instant, his jaws snapping open to bite. Shui Haoyu swiftly dodged the Dog King's massive maw, retorting coldly, "Since you have come to meet your end, I shall oblige." Xian Shui slash. Countless streams of water coalesced in Shui Haoyu's palm, rapidly forming a gigantic water blade that surged toward the Dog King with overwhelming force. While water typically exuded a sense of gentleness, Shui Haoyu's Xian Shui slash could cleave through metal and stone. However, as the water blade approached, the Dog King regarded it with contempt, showing no inclination to evade, allowing the water blade to strike him directly. Boom! The water blade collided with the Dog King, sending ripples of spatial distortion radiating outward, a testament to the sheer power of the blow. "I thought you were formidable. Who would have thought you couldn't even dodge my strike?" Shui Haoyu believed this blow was sufficient to vanquish the Dog King, and, with a disdainful smile, turned his gaze to Kong Yongchang, sneering, "Kong Yongchang, the dog demon you place your hopes upon is now dead. It's your turn to follow. Finished. Your Xianshui sect is doomed." Kong Yongchang's expression was one of shock, his eyes glimmering with a mix of pain and clarity. "Shui Haoyu, do you know who this dog demon's master is? You have slain the master's dog. The entirety of your Xianshui sect will pay the price." In response, Shui Haoyu merely chuckled dismissively. "Kong Yongchang, Let's not even discuss whether the dog demon's master possesses the strength to annihilate Xianshui's sect. Even if he does, once I kill you, who would know that I was the one who killed this dog demon? With that, he focused his thoughts, and countless streams of water converged in the air, swiftly transforming into another water blade that descended upon Kong Yongchong. Is that all? Yet at that moment, the heavily injured dog king, seemingly unfazed, scoffed, was that attack merely a scratch for me? Having dined daily on various treasures alongside his master, his bloodline had evolved, and his physical prowess had significantly increased. The full-force strike of an out-of-body realm cultivator posed no threat to him whatsoever. He was thoroughly satisfied with his current physical strength. How can you still be alive? How you stare at the dog king in disbelief, unable to fathom how his previous full-force attack had failed to harm this dog demon. Serving as a gatekeeper for his master had evidently accelerated the dog king's growth. Kong Yongchong's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled that the dog king had been far weaker than him when he had gifted it to his master. Now, it seemed the dog king's strength had surpassed even that of his senior brother. The dog king, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter with Shui Haoyu, surged forward, instantly appearing before him and slashing out with his paw. This strike left Shui Haoyu with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, prompting him to hastily summon the Xianshui shield. However, within the Xianshui sect, this defensive technique was among the most formidable. Yet under the dog king's paw, it shattered like a mere bubble in an instant. The power of the dog king's strike remained undiminished as it slammed into Shui Haoyu's chest. In that moment, Shui Haoyu felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force, his internal energy surging violently, nearly forcing him to spew blood. How is this possible? A wave of terror washed over Shui Haoyu as he realized how utterly outmatched he was by this dog demon. He bellowed, "Master, this dog demon is peculiar. I cannot contend with it. You must deal with it while I confront Kong Yongchong." Shui Haoyu understood that if he continued to battle the dog king, he might very well perish here today. Understood, Di Changtan did not sense any anomaly from Dog King. He swiftly flew forth to launch an attack. With a roar, Dog King suddenly howled towards the heavens, and a colossal phantom of Dog King emerged. Swallowing Di Qingtian's attack hold that a full-force strike from a pinnacle expert in the out-of-body stage was unexpectedly devoured without a trace, dissipating into the essence of the Dog King's illusion. Following this, as the phantom faded, Dog King lunged toward Di Qingtian at that moment. Di Qingtian finally discerned the extraordinary nature of Dog King. His attacks failed to inflict any damage upon Dog King, despite being at a higher realm than the dog demon. He found himself consistently suppressed. Conversely, Dog King's assaults effortlessly shattered his defenses. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Hao Hui, quickly deal with Kong Yongchong and come to my aid. Di Chengtian sensed his impending demise, his vitality waning. Without the assistance of his disciple, he feared he might be worn down to nothing. "Yes, master," Shui Haohui replied, his aura rapidly escalating within him, reaching its zenith in the blink of an eye. It seemed that even with Dog King present, it would be a grueling battle. Kong Yongchong, witnessing the situation, could not help but sigh. Although Dog King's formidable strength surprised him, he still felt it improbable to confront both Di Qingtan and his disciple simultaneously. However, at that moment, an astonishing turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Whoosh! Shui Haohui did not advance to assist Di Qingtian. Instead, he transformed into a streak of light and fled. The sect leader of Xianshui sect actually abandoned his master to escape? Shui Haohui, you ungrateful disciple. Di Chengtan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shui Haohui flee, then erupted into furious curses. He never anticipated that his disciple would disregard his life and escape so brazenly. Master, do not blame me. The strength of this dog demon is too astonishing. Even united, we are no match for it. Rather than both of us perishing here, it is better for you to die alone. Considering your time is drawing near. Shui Haohui shouted as he retreated, I am the leader of Xianshui sect. The sect cannot be without me, that I will forever remember your teachings and the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Upon my return, I shall erect a statue in your honor and worship it day and night. Hearing this, Di Qingtian was so enraged that he coughed up blood. Already at a disadvantage, he soon fell prey to Dog King's keen senses, suffering a grievous wound. Before long, Di Qingtian was rendered utterly defenseless, pinned to the ground by one of Dog King's claws. Pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Nothing more, Dog King remarked disdainfully, raising a paw to strike at Di Qingtian's head. Great Dog King, spare me. I am willing to submit. In the face of life and death, Di Qingtian prepared to acknowledge the dog as his master in exchange for survival. But before he could finish, Dog King crushed his skull with a single swipe. His primordial spirit, filled with terror, fled in a panic. Dog King opened his mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, causing Di Qingtian's primordial spirit to uncontrollably fall into his maw, devoured as if it were mere morsels. Thus, a pinnacle expert in the out-of-body stage vanished from existence. Submit? You are not worthy. After consuming Di Qingtian's primordial spirit, Dog King exhibited a look of insatiable satisfaction. He cast a glance at the fleeing Shui Haohui, ultimately dismissing the thought of pursuing him any further. Although his strength surpassed Shui Haohui's, it had its limits. With Shui Haohui having escaped so far, he could not hope to catch up. Thank you, brother dog, for saving my life. Witnessing the demise of Di Qingtian and the flight of Shui Haohui, Kong Yongchang flew before Dog King, respectfully bowing, his face betraying a hint of envy. When he first encountered Dog King, the latter had been a mere captive, his strength only at the peak of the Demon Core stage, severely injured. Now, not long after, Dog King's combat prowess could easily outstrip him by several mountain ranges. All of this was due to Dog King serving as a gatekeeper for his master. Indeed, one might say that a man is not as fortunate as a dog. Do not thank me. This may very well be the arrangement of fate. Dog King replied nonchalantly to Kong Yongchang, then turned his gaze toward Luo Yinyao, threateningly stating, I have lost patience. I am giving you one final opportunity. I am willing to be tamed. Luo Yinyao, recognizing Dog King's might, understood that refusing to be tamed would lead only to death, ultimately choosing to submit. Dog King then disregarded Kong Yongchang, taking Luo Yinyao toward Feng Bailing. Upon reaching Feng Bailing, Dog King instructed Luo Yinyao to approach her, saying, I have captured Luo Yinyao for you. Try to see if you can imprint the bee circle. With that, he found a large tree, climbed to the top of a thick branch, and closed his eyes to bask in the sunlight. I tea this moment. Kong Yongchang also caught up, observing Dog King sunbathing, and found a spot to begin recuperating from the injuries sustained from his reverse cultivation technique. Feng Bailing expressed her gratitude to Dog King and then turned her attention to Luo Yinyao, beginning the process of imprinting the beast's circle. An unusual aura emanated from her, a unique essence that exerted an innate pressure upon beasts. Upon sensing this aura, Dog King slightly opened his eyes before closing them again. Luo Yinyao, being considerably weak and already prepared to submit to Feng Bailing, obediently lay down. Gather for me. Feng Bailing unleashed her full power, attempting to imprint the beast's circle onto Luo Yinyao. However, strangely, no matter how hard she tried, she could not succeed in imprinting the circle. Could it be that my current limit for imprinting demon beasts is only at the peak of foundation establishment? Feng Bailing murmured, reluctant to accept that she could not surpass her previous self at the same realm. Again, she forcibly attempted to imprint the beast's circle onto Luo Yinyao. At the moment she exerted herself, she was met with a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling. Although Luo Yinyao was willing to submit, the disparity in their realms was too vast for Feng Bailing to contend with. It was akin to an adult lying down and allowing a baby to strike, with the baby unable to even lift a knife. Currently, Feng Bailing was simply too weak compared to Luo Yinyao. No, I must surpass my previous life. Feng Bailing refused to abandon her attempt to imprint Luo Yinyao, determination gleaming in her eyes as she once more unleashed her full aura against Luo Yinyao. Little girl, you should give up. I fear that the backlash might be too great and lead to your demise, in which case, Great Dog King would kill me. Luo Yinyao advised. It was not that she looked down upon Feng Bailing, but rather that their strength truly differed too greatly. I will not give up. Blood seeped from the corner of Feng Bailing's mouth, yet she remained steadfast, her eyes filled with resolve to contend against heaven, to fight against earth, and ultimately to struggle against oneself. That is the true essence of cultivation. As she once more released her aura with all her might, an even more terrifying energy suddenly erupted from her body. This force sent shivers through Luo Yinyao's soul, even startling Dog King from his slumber atop the tree. However, this aura from Feng Bailing was fleeting. Dog King's gaze scrutinized her for a moment before he closed his eyes once more. In the instant this aura manifested, Feng Bailing's momentum surged dramatically. Subsequently, a luminous circle emerged from her body, shooting toward Luo Yinyao. Under this circle's influence, Luo Yinyao was ensnared with no capacity for resistance. And then the circle rapidly vanished in her body at 8T that moment, alongside the Black Wolf. A miniature Luo Yinyao materialized in Feng Bailing's mind. I succeeded. A gentle smile graced Feng Bailing's face as two differently colored beast circles manifested around her. Chapter 59. A momentous event with Feng Bailing successfully imprinting the beast circle. Her aura, bolstered by Luo Yinyao, surged rapidly, soon reaching the brink of a breakthrough. Crack. Moments later, a distinct cracking sound resonated from within her body. This sound signified the unique explosion accompanying a transition from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. From this moment forth, she had officially become a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage. However, after her initial breakthrough to the early foundation establishment stage, Feng Bailing's aura did not cease. Rather, it continued to ascend. Mid-foundation establishment. Late foundation establishment. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment did her momentum stabilize. Having just transcended to the foundation establishment stage, she swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of that realm, illustrating the extraordinary nature of the beast spirit body. This, of course, is also tied to her reckless disregard for her own safety, as she forcibly inscribed the golden dance stage of Luo Yani. For cultivators of the beast spirit body, the more formidable the beast inscribed upon success, the richer the feedback received. It is important to note that Feng Bailing was previously only at the peak of Qi refinement, a full 2 major realms below Luo Yani of the initial Golden Dance stage. Thus, the power feedback following her successful inscription was sufficient to forcibly elevate her to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In her previous life, her rapid ascension, which left her peers far behind, was also due to her possession of the beast spirit body, which significantly reduced her cultivation time. However, once her momentum reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, her breakthroughs came to a halt, unable to proceed further. Despite the might of the beast spirit body, it is still that of a cultivator. A sudden leap across so many realms necessitates a period for grounding and stabilizing her current stage. Only after solidifying this realm completely and reaching the threshold for another breakthrough could she inscribe a new beast circle and ascend to new heights. What was that peculiar power within her just now? Logically, such a force should not exist within her body. After the breakthrough, Feng Bailing closed her eyes, consolidating her realm while deeply contemplating. She surmised that it was highly improbable for her to successfully inscribe Luo Yani of the initial Golden Dance stage. Her eventual success seemed to stem from the sudden eruption of an extraordinary force within her. This energy had never manifested in her before, leaving her utterly perplexed. With curiosity piqued, she began to meticulously sense every inch of change within her body. After a considerable time, astonishment washed over her face, and she pondered uncertainly. Could it be that my physique has evolved into the 10,000 beast spirit body? Do not be deceived by the mere difference of a single character between the beast spirit body and the 10,000 beast spirit body. For the disparity between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The term 10,000 signifies the utmost extremity, an absolute concept. The 10,000 beast spirit body denotes an unparalleled and absolute mastery over demonic beasts. Her ability to successfully inscribe the beast circle of Luo Yani likely stems from this evolution of her physique. Such a conclusion is the only one that clarifies the sudden surge of power at the last moment. Could it be the result of consuming Xiao Fan's hot pot and drinking his wine? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her hypothesis, exclaiming, "I initially thought I could merely resume my cultivation. Yet I did not anticipate such an evolution in my physique. After all, the only event that altered her fate after her rebirth was sharing a hot pot with Xiao Fan. Who exactly is Xiao Fan? Could he possibly be an immortal? Feng Bailing murmured to herself, uncertain about Xiao Fan's true identity. It is crucial to understand that in her previous life, she was the supreme being of her world, standing at the pinnacle of power. Even her former self could not achieve such a feat consequently. In her eyes, to be able to resume cultivation and even experience a breakthrough in her physique due to a single hot pot meal could only be the work of an immortal. Yet, given that the current 7 realms are fragmented, even in a complete world, ascending to immortality is no simple task. Could such a world possibly harbor the presence of immortals? At that moment, Kong Yongchang gazed at Feng Bailing in astonishment. He had never witnessed a cultivator who had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, only to surge forward to its pinnacle in such a manner. Such terrifying aptitude likely surpassed even that of Qin Yuer. Truly remarkable. However, upon further reflection, he found it rather reasonable, considering Feng Bailing had borrowed the Dog King from her master. Her relationship with him was certainly extraordinary, and how could anything or anyone associated with her master be ordinary? Take the Dog King, for instance. It had been but a short time, yet not only had its injuries healed, but its strength had also far surpassed his own. Such a miraculous recovery, once connected to her master, appeared entirely natural. After all, even the most mundane knife from her master's kitchen would be a rare treasure in the outside world. Calming himself, Kong Yongchang approached the Dog King once more and inquired, "Dog brother, you mentioned earlier that saving me was the arrangement of my master. Did he truly send you to my aid?" The Dog King shifted its position, lying down as it replied, "My master lent me to this little girl, and she just happened to need to inscribe a demonic beast. Chongqing Mountain could not accommodate her, so I brought her to the West Beast Mountain, only to find you being pursued. What do you think?" Indeed, it was the master's arrangement. Upon hearing the Dog King's words, Kong Yongchang was immediately convinced that this was Xiao Fan's design. While gratitude surged within him, he was also deeply impressed by Xiao Fan's strength. To foresee danger before it arrived, even predicting the precise location of that danger, what a terrifying ability that must be. "Dog brother, once I return to the sect, I will personally visit to express my gratitude for my master's life-saving grace." Kong Yongchang clasped his fists, tears of gratitude in his eyes. "If given the chance to relive this, I would not wish to save you again." The Dog King's tone grew increasingly frigid as it rose from the branch. "My master was insulted and called a pig and dog for your sake. Considering the humiliation he endured because of you, do you think you are worthy?" With that, the Dog King ceased to acknowledge Kong Yongchang, turning instead to Feng Bailing and stating, "Let us return to Phoenix Town." Yes, Feng Bailing's objective was to inscribe the demonic beast. Now that she had succeeded, she was naturally disinclined to linger in the Beast Mountain. Due to her physique, she possessed a certain dominion over demonic beasts. Yet simultaneously, those beasts were filled with animosity toward her. Remaining in the Beast Mountain could pose a danger. After the Dog King had taken Feng Bailing a considerable distance away, Kong Yongchang suddenly slapped himself across the face. Muttering, "Kong Yongchang, what are you? Your master was humiliated and called a pig and dog to save you. Even your death could not atone for your sins. No, the disgrace suffered by my master is a matter of utmost importance. I must return to the sect immediately to inform my senior brother. In any case, the Xian Shui sect must pay the price." With that thought, Kong Yongchang soared into the sky, swiftly heading toward the direction of his sect. Chapter 60. Someone insults the master outside Phoenix Town. The Dog King brought Feng Bailing down, that he shook off the dog hair from his body and, in a languid manner, addressed Feng Bailing. "I have inscribed the beast circle for you. If there is nothing else, I shall be taking my leave now." Though the Dog King uttered these words, he remained standing in place, showing no intention of departing, as if awaiting something. Feng Bailing, being perceptive, immediately grasped the Dog King's intention. "Dog Elder, thank you immensely for today as assistance." Feng Bailing expressed her gratitude and then continued, "As for the matter of the beast circle, please do not rush. I will pick some fresh vegetables for my aunt to send to Xiao Fan, and then I shall take the opportunity to discuss this matter." Little girl, you are quite commendable to this. The Dog King finally revealed a satisfied expression before rising and returning to Xiao Fan's small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Fan was busy in the kitchen. The Dog King did not disturb him, but instead noticed Ning Shuang inside and transmitted silently. Princess Ning Shuang, may I have a word? Ning Shuang was somewhat taken aback, filled with curiosity. The Dog King seldom initiated conversation with her, so today's approach indicated something significant had occurred. She followed the Dog King outside the small courtyard. Meanwhile, the little saint, who had been cultivating, noticed Ning Shuang and the Dog King exiting the small courtyard and, driven by curiosity, followed suit. Dog King, what is it you wish to discuss? Upon reaching outside the small courtyard, Ning Shuang lowered her voice to ask. The Dog King glanced at the little saint who had joined them, but did not shy away from him, and spoke directly. Today, my master was humiliated by the sect master of Xian Shui's sect, Shui Haoyan, who insulted my master by calling him a pig and dog. What? Ning Shuang and the little saint exclaimed in unison in their minds. Their master was a being of celestial stature, and to be insulted in such a manner was no trivial matter. How dare he insult our master? We must go and crush him to dust. The little saint, being hot-headed, immediately flared up and shouted about killing Shui Haoyan. Little saint, be quiet, Ning Shuang admonished the little saint, urging him not to speak rashly. The little saint shrank back, grumbling. Sister Ning Shuang, how can we remain indifferent when Shui Haoyan dares to insult our master? Such an affront cannot be allowed to live. A cold glint flashed in Ning Shuang's eyes as she continued. However, this matter is of grave importance. We must deliberate carefully, not act impulsively. Let us hear the Dog King's thoughts first. The Dog King had already devised a plan on the way back, and, upon hearing Ning Shuang seek his opinion, responded, My thoughts align with the little saint. We should go to Xian Shui's sect and eliminate Shui Haoyan. I sought you out to ask if you were willing to join me in eradicating this wretch who has insulted our master. Upon hearing these words, Ning Shuang did not immediately acquiesce to the Dog King. Xiao Fan had bestowed upon her a life-saving grace and even helped her exact vengeance. She had long regarded Xiao Fan as her master. Now that her master was being humiliated, she naturally could not remain indifferent. However, after some contemplation, Ning Shuang spoke, Dog King, could we perhaps hold off for now? Why? Are you not furious that your master has been insulted? The Dog King inquired. Of course I am enraged. I would wish nothing more than to slay Shui Haoyu this instant. After a brief pause, Ning Shuang continued, However, when my father was still alive, I heard him speak of the Xian Shui sect. It is an ancient sect with unimaginable depth, far more formidable than the Xian sect. Given our current strength, even if we were to approach the Xian Shui sect, we cannot be certain of defeating Shui Haoyu. My suggestion is to wait until our powers have increased further, ensuring absolute certainty before we take action. In the presence of our master, our strength is advancing rapidly, and it shall not be long before we are ready. Ning Shuang's reasoning was not without merit, for their adversary was indeed the Xian Shui sect, a sect even more powerful than the Xian sect. Within the Xian Shui sect, there were surely numerous cultivators at the out-of-body stage. Should they recklessly charge in, it would be exceedingly perilous that moment. Xiao Sheng suddenly interjected, Sister Ning Shuang, you possess the token granted by our master. Even the Golden Peng King was easily vanquished by that token. Dealing with Shui Haoyu should pose no challenge at all. The Dog King looked enviously at Ning Shuang's token, urging, Indeed, with the token bestowed by our master, there is no need to fear Shui Haoyu. If the token still holds power, I would certainly be willing to slay Shui Haoyu. Ning Shuang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless as she replied, The last time we faced the Golden Peng King, the token did indeed exhibit its might, but since then, it has lost all efficacy that I cannot guarantee that it will be effective again. The Dog King was taken aback, questioning in confusion. It has lost its power? Is it not a one-time use? That is a possibility. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. This token was merely a casual creation by our master. The fact that it could slay someone at the out-of-body stage is already extraordinary. How could it possibly remain effective indefinitely? Upon hearing this, both the Dog King and Xiao Sheng fell silent. They had originally hoped to rely on a master's token to eliminate Shui Haoyu, only to discover that it was a one-time use. With the token rendered useless, they would need to devise alternative strategies. Suddenly, the Dog King recalled Ning Shuang's identity and suggested, "Are you not the Demon King of the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan? Why not rally the myriad demon beasts to join forces and assault the Xian Shui sect to avenge our master?" Ning Shuang hesitated at these words. First, the appearance of a multitude of demon beasts in the human realm attacking human sects would easily attract the siege and pursuit of human cultivators. Second, the strength of the Xian Shui sect was far too formidable. Even with the addition of the Chongqing Mountains Demon Clan, they would likely not stand a chance against the Xian Shui sect, rendering their efforts tantamount to seeking death. Although she longed to avenge her master, she was internally resistant to involving the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan in such a venture. Seeing Ning Shuang's hesitation, the Dog King pondered briefly and grasped her concerns that "I understand your worries, but if you think carefully, 2 of the 5 largest sects in Qizhou are eager to befriend our master. We have already eliminated one, leaving only 2 and some minor sects, which are hardly formidable as for the potential losses to the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan. We can lead the charge. Moreover, our demon clan has always grown stronger through battle. When have we ever feared conflict? This time, Xiao Sheng rarely sided with the Dog King, urging, "Sister Ning Shuang, the Dog King is right. Let us return to Chongqing Mountain and rally the myriad demons to confront the Xian Shui sect." After listening to the words of the Dog King and Xiao Sheng, Ning Shuang fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, her eyes suddenly gleamed with determination, as if a resolution had been reached. "Very well, I shall heed your suggestions. Once our master departs, we will return to Chongqing Mountain together." Chapter 61. Your awareness is insufficient in Chongqing Mountain. Within the territory of the Monkey Clan, the old Monkey King was peacefully cultivating beneath a great tree. Presently, the Chongqing Mountain was harmonious among the 100 clans, brimming with vitality and vigor, devoid of the fear that had once loomed during the reign of the Golden Punk King. Allowing the 100 clans to cultivate in peace, I could see that moment. 2 streaks of light appeared in the distance. The old Monkey King sensed them and immediately halted his cultivation, opening his eyes to gaze in their direction. His face alight with jade. As the lights descended, the old Monkey King bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the Demon King." The visitors were none other than Ning Shuang and the Dog King, who had hurried from Xiao Fan's courtyard. Ning Shuang slightly nodded, then added, "Old Monkey King, I would trouble you to summon the leaders of the 100 clans. I have matters to discuss with them." "Yes, my Lord Demon King," the old Monkey King replied. Not daring to delay, he promptly instructed the young monkey demons in the clan to travel to the various clans of Chongqing Mountain to invite the leaders of the 100 clans. Before long, the summoned leaders of the 100 clans gathered at the Monkey Clan's territory. Once all the clan leaders had arrived, the old Monkey King bowed and announced, "My Lord Demon King, the leaders of the 100 clans have assembled." Ning Shuang nodded and turned her gaze upon the leaders, stating, "I have gathered you all today for an important matter." While Ning Shuang was the Demon King and could command the clan leaders, she did not wish to emulate the tyrannical nature of the Golden Punk King. "Demon King, please feel free to command us. There is no need for formalities," Kong Xinzi chuckled, sensing Ning Shuang's courteous tone. "The matter is as follows." Ning Shuang took a moment to organize her thoughts before speaking. "The master of the Xian Shui sect, Shui Haoyu, has insulted our master. After discussing with the Dog King, we plan to launch an assault on the Xian Shui sect to slay him. However, we are concerned about unforeseen circumstances, so we intend to bring the myriad demons of Chongqing Mountain to assist in the assault. Would you all be willing to accompany us?" Upon hearing Ning Shuang's words, the atmosphere, which had been relatively enthusiastic, fell into silence. Not a single clan leader stepped forward. "My Lord Demon King, may I offer a few words?" At that moment, the old Monkey King stood up and said tactfully, "The Xian Shui sect is one of the 5 major sects of Qizhou with profound foundations. Even if our entire Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan were to mobilize, we would not be able to make a significant impact, and it could lead to heavy losses among the 100 clans." Kong Xinzi chimed in, "As far as I know, Shui Haoyu is a powerful cultivator at the out-of-body stage, while our Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan lacks even a single cultivator at that stage. Attacking the Xianshui sect would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The other clan leaders nodded in agreement with the old Monkey King and Kong Xinzi sentiments. Although the 100 clans were aware that they had escaped the clutches of the Golden Peng King thanks to Ning Shuang's leadership and had been longing to repay her kindness. Such a reckless course of action seemed irrational. Oh, this is what you were concerned about. Upon hearing the leader's concerns, Ning Shuang could not help but smile. You may not yet realize that both the Dog King and I have already broken through to the out-of-body stage. Moreover, not long ago, the Dog King eliminated Shui Haoyu's master, who was a peak cultivator at the out-of-body stage. You can imagine just how formidable the Dog King's strength has become. My strength is no less than that of the Dog King. So, in terms of high-end combat power, we're stronger than the Xianshui sect. Your participation would mainly serve to act as a diversion, and the risk to your lives would be minimal. The clan leaders looked at Ning Shuang and the Dog King, their expressions filled with disbelief. One clan leader voiced his skepticism. Demon King, the last time you defeated the Golden Peng King, you were still at the Demon Infant stage. How could you have broken through to the out-of-body stage in such a short time? And the Dog King, did he not have injuries? How has he suddenly reached the out-of-body stage and even slain a peak cultivator? Ning Shuang understood that to gain the trust of the clan leaders, she could not rely solely on words. She needed to demonstrate sufficient strength. After all, the speed at which she and the Dog King had advanced was astounding. And even she would have doubted it in the past. Dog King, the leaders do not seem to fully believe in your strength. Why not showcase it? Ning Shuang smiled as she turned her gaze to the Dog King. The Dog King lazily lifted his eyelids, scanning the clan leaders before unleashing his full aura, even fully manifesting his bloodline power. Boom! An invisible storm radiated from the Dog King, as if a terrifying primordial beast was lowering its head to gaze upon the clan leaders. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the clan leaders could only endure for a brief moment before they collapsed to their knees. Their hearts were filled with terror. Dog King, quickly retract your aura. We can hardly bear it. The venerable Monkey King felt a profound sense of submission towards the Dog King, a sentiment stemming from the innate superiority that higher beings exert over their lesser counterparts. The Dog King, having achieved the desired outcome, finally retracted his imposing aura. The leaders of the myriad tribes swallowed hard, their hearts tumultuous and restless. The old Monkey King inquired with curiosity, Dog King, having suffered such grievous injuries. The fact that you have recovered is already a remarkable stroke of fortune. How then did you break through to the out-of-body stage? The Dog King replied with pride, to follow the master is the greatest fortune of all. My master possesses boundless abilities, and for him, healing injuries and transcending realms is a trivial matter. Previously, the leaders of the tribes would have dismissed the Dog King's words outright. However, the present circumstances rendered disbelief impossible. Dog King, does the master still require pets? Look at my physique. None are more suited to be a steed than I, exclaimed the leader of the Golden Lion tribe eagerly. Our celestial somber tribe boasts the most melodious voices. We could sing for the master, proposed the leader of the celestial somber tribe with a melodious tone. Other tribal leaders rushed to present themselves, vying to become Xiao Fan's pets. For if even the injured Dog King had become so formidable, their own power would surely amplify as pets. Suddenly, Ning Shuang sighed. Addressing the tribal leaders, you must understand the extraordinary prowess of our master. Should he desire it, even the mightiest beasts could serve as pets. What right do you have to aspire to be his pets? The absence of strength is not the most terrifying aspect. After all, Xiao Sheng was once weak, yet still became a cherished pet of the master. The true horror lies in your lack of enlightenment. Lack of enlightenment? What do you mean? The tribal leaders looked at Ning Shuang in confusion. With a smile in her heart, she refrained from immediately explaining, but instead posed a question. Do you know how Xiao Sheng reacted when he heard someone insult the master? No. The tribal leaders shook their heads in unison. Ning Shuang continued, without a second thought. Xiao Sheng rushed to Xianshui's sect, ready to confront Shui Haoyu, eager to show you all. Yet you were reluctant to join him. Now, tell me, is your enlightenment not woefully low? Upon hearing this, the tribal leaders suddenly grasped the implication, each one filled with regret. I have made my decision. I shall follow the Demon King to annihilate Xianshui's sect. Whether I become a pet is inconsequential. What matters is my desire to elevate my enlightenment. We shall destroy Xian Shui's sect, slay Shui Haoziu, and avenge our master. My head may be severed, and blood may flow. But the master shall not be humiliated. In an instant, the tribal leaders erupted with fervor, eager to charge towards Xian Shui's sect. Chapter 62, A Debt of Gratitude at Zhiyin's sect. He Xiancheng awaited outside the sect with Xiao Yuanshan and others. Amidst their anticipation, a streak of light appeared in the distance. The newcomer was Kong Yongchong. The eyes of all present brightened. He Xiancheng stepped forward and inquired, "Junior brother, did you retrieve the treasure?" All gazes turned towards Kong Yongchong, filled with hope and smiles. They believed that with the heavenly Tao's oath binding Shui Haoziu, he would not dare to play tricks. However, Kong Yongchong shook his head and said, "Senior brother, I was unable to bring back the treasure. In an instant, the fervent hopes of everyone were doused with cold water. After a moment of silence, He Xiancheng spoke, "Junior brother, you must be jesting with us." The others regarded Kong Yongchong with skepticism, thinking it a mere jest. "I am not joking," Kong Yongchong replied solemnly, gritting his teeth. "Shui Haoziu is a treacherous and cunning individual. He initially did provide me with the treasure, but later colluded with his master to seize it back and intended to eliminate me to silence me. Had I not been fortunate, I fear I would have been eternally severed from you." "What a despicable Shui Haoziu! Not only did he reclaim the treasure, but he also sought to take your life," exclaimed Xiao Yuanshan, who had a close relationship with Kong Yongchong. Unable to contain his fury, he exuded a powerful aura and declared, "Come, Lao Kong, let's go to Xian Shui's sect and demand an explanation." Utilizing the Zhiyin spirit map, he had broken through to the out-of-body stage, and as a sword cultivator, his offensive power was formidable. Though they could not deal with Shui Haoziu, they could certainly vent their anger. "Count me in," said Lu Panxing, her brows arching and her lips parting with a refreshingly spirited demeanor. Her talent rivaled that of Xiao Yuanshan, having also broken through to the out-of-body stage with the aid of the Zhiyin spirit map, her presence radiating an undeniable aura. The other peak masters who had befriended Kong Yongchong also expressed their willingness to seek justice for him. "Everyone, let us not be hasty. My personal honor is of little consequence. It is the honor of our master that truly matters, that we must indeed seek justice from Xian Shui's sect, but not for my sake, rather for the sake of our master." Upon hearing the intent of the group, Kong Yongchong felt a warm current flow through him, yet he had initially returned to seek justice for Xiao Fan. He Xiancheng, puzzled, asked, "How does this matter pertain to the master?" "It was the master's dog that saved me." Kong Yongchong paused, his face revealing his anger. "And while the master's dog was rescuing me, Shui Haoziu had the audacity to insult the master, calling him a pig and a dog." "What?" He Xiancheng and the peak masters gasped in unison. First, they marveled at the strength of the master's dog, capable of rescuing Kong Yongchong from Shui Haoziu's grasp, indicating that its strength was at least equivalent to the late out-of-body stage. Secondly, they were astonished that Shui Haoziu would dare to insult the master. Using such lowly terms, Ti Xiancheng's expression turned grave as he remarked, "If Shui Haoziu's ire was solely directed at you, we at Zhiyin sect could still seek an explanation. However, if he has insulted the master, then this matter cannot be resolved so lightly." Kong Yongchong nodded vigorously, stating, "Shui Haoziu's intent to kill me is trivial, but the fact that the master has been insulted makes this a grave matter." "Lao Kong, what are your thoughts?" Xiao Yuanshan pondered for a moment, suspecting the implications, yet still posed the question. Kong Yongchong first glanced at Xiao Yuanshan, then at the others, hesitating before declaring, "I intend for Shui Haoziu to pay with his life." "You mean to kill Shui Haoziu?" The peak masters instantly grasped Kong Yongchong's meaning, shaking their heads in disapproval. While Shui Haoziu's insult to the master was unforgivable, he remained the sect leader of Xian Shui's sect. If it were merely to seek justice for Kong Yongchong, Zhiyin's sect might still manage, but to kill Shui Haoziu was an altogether different matter. Although Shui Haoziu's insult to the master incites our anger, to annihilate Xian Shui's sect merely for revenge would be excessive, risking the very existence of our own sect. If it were only to vindicate Kong Yongchong, Zhiyin's sect could still pursue it. But to eliminate Shui Haoziu was deemed impossible, given that he was the sect leader, and Xianshui sect's overall strength surpassed that of Ji Yin's sect, that I believe we should consider this matter further. However, just as all the peak masters expressed their dissent, He Xianchong suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the peak masters turned to him, puzzled as to why the usually composed sect leader would entertain such a radical proposal from Kong Yongchang. He Xianchong regarded the other peak masters and calmly inquired, "Do you not see this as an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the master?" The peak masters exchanged perplexed glances. He Xianchong elaborated, "Have you not considered what would happen if the master learned that Ji Yin's sect was willing to go to war with Xian Shui's sect on his behalf?" The crowd fell silent, their eyes gradually sparkling with realization. They were astute individuals, quick to understand. Should the master become aware of their dedication, he would surely regard them favorably, and they had all witnessed the master's prowess firsthand. The remnants of tea leaves, in their eyes, were treasures beyond compare. A casually bestowed jade pendant could save their sect, and even a slightly modified Ji Yin spirit map could effortlessly assist someone in breaking through. Thus, it was no exaggeration to assert that even the slightest glimpse of the master's capabilities was an unparalleled boon, a rare opportunity. Tea that moment. Xiao Yuanshan interjected, "Sect leader, while that may be true, our overall strength is still inferior to that of Xian Shui's sect. How can we possibly kill Shui Haoziu?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. The previously enthusiastic crowd fell silent. No matter how favorable the opportunity, their strength was insufficient to seize it. "Brother, while we at Ji Yin sect may not suffice, what if we were to ally with the Ho-Tu sect?" Kong Yongchang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "The Thick Earth sect presents an excellent strategy," He Xianchong remarked, his eyes lighting up. Lu Panxing, however, curiously inquired, "Our Xian sect has no prior ties with the Thick Earth sect. While it may be feasible to solicit minor assistance from them, to annihilate the Xian Shui sect, one of the 5 great sects of Qizhou, seems implausible, does it not?" Kong Yongchang replied, "The leader of the Thick Earth sect owes my senior brother and me a favor. Leveraging this debt should enable us to secure their assistance. Junior brother, your assertion is misguided." He Xianchong countered with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips. "We have provided the Thick Earth sect with an exceptional opportunity to ingratiate themselves with our master. They should indeed owe us a greater debt of gratitude." Kong Yongchang, taken aback, quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Senior brother, your wisdom is unparalleled." Chapter 63. He is already a dead man in the training chamber of the Thick Earth sect. Zhong Haoda was immersed in the insights of ceramic crafting. Suddenly, he sensed 2 familiar auras approaching the sect from afar. His heart stirred, and he soared into the air towards the sect's entrance. "Master He, Elder Kong, what brings you here?" he inquired, standing proudly in the void outside the sect, bowing to the 2 visitors. Despite their inferior strength, he recognized their close association with Xiao Fan, making it prudent to treat them with respect and personally welcome them. "Zhong's sect leader, to speak candidly, my junior brother and I have come to invite you to join us in annihilating the Xian Shui sect," He Xianchong stated directly, foregoing any pleasantries. "Annihilate the Xian Shui sect." Zhong Haoda gasped in surprise, pondering the implications. "Master He, as far as I know, the Xian sect and the Xian Shui sect have always maintained an amicable distance. What has prompted such a drastic turn of events?" "The situation is as follows." He Xianchong proceeded to recount the details of the wager, then continued, "However, when my junior brother went to retrieve the wager, Shui Haozi shamelessly exploited a loophole in the heavenly laws and launched a deadly attack on him." Zhong Haoda was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom such treachery from the Xian Shui sect. Nevertheless, he urged caution. While the Xian Shui sect's actions are indeed reprehensible, they're still one of the 5 major sects of Qizhou. Outright annihilation may be excessive. Perhaps I could mediate, compelling them to apologize to Elder Kong, and we could consider the matter settled. What do you think, Master He? He was reluctant to take action against the Xian Shui sect, fully aware of the considerable ramifications involved. Had it not been for He Xianchong's close ties with Xiao Fan, he would have preferred to avoid entanglement altogether. "Senior brother, let us depart. I have already stated that Zhong's sect leader is not worth our assistance. Yet you insist on seeking him out." Kong Yongchang interjected that we should instead allow this opportunity to be seized by others. There are plenty eager to curry favor with our master. Curry favor with our master. In an instant, Zhong Haoda appeared electrified, abruptly turning to Kong Yongchang and asking, Elder Kong, what did you just say? This is an opportunity to curry favor with our master. Indeed, it is an opportunity to ingratiate ourselves with our master. Kong Yongchang replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice laced with indignation. Shui Haotsai not only sought to kill me, but also had the audacity to insult our master, likening him to a pig or a dog. In the face of such humiliation, my life is of no consequence. That he paused for a moment, then turned to Zhong Haoda. Initially, my senior brother and I wish to ascertain whether you could forge a deeper connection with us. But alas, we are left disappointed. He Xianchong sighed. Very well. Let us seek out other sections after all. It is our honor to wage war against the Xianshui sect on behalf of our master. Should he learn of our efforts, he may regard us with greater esteem in the future. In truth, the two could have easily divulged Shui Haotsai's insults toward Xiao Fan and invited Zhong Haoda to join them in eliminating Shui Haotsai. However, doing so would mean Zhong Haoda would not owe them a favor, and they might find themselves indebted instead. After all, at that point, they would be the ones seeking Zhong Haoda's assistance to rectify the situation for Xiao Fan. Yet now, Zhong Haoda sought their collaboration, thus ensuring he would owe them a favor. They were confident he would not let this chance to curry favor with their master slip away, as anticipated. Zhong Haoda, upon hearing their words, initially stood in shock before a look of regret crossed his face. He had recently ingratiated himself with Xiao Fan and gained invaluable insights into ceramic crafting, benefiting the entire sect. If he were to curry favor once more, even a modicum of grace from Xiao Fan would elevate the thick earth sect to great heights. Thus, he hastily replied, Master Elder Kong, please do not take offense. It appears you have misunderstood me. I have already agreed to mediate, which entails considerable risk on my part. You may not be aware that Di Chengtian is still alive. With him at the Xianshui sect, how could we possibly confront Shui Haotsai? A peak out-of-body stage cultivator holds immense deterrent power, and Zhong Haoda revealed this secret to indicate that he was, in fact, assisting them. However, upon hearing this, both He Xianchong and Kong Yongchang merely scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for Di Chengtian. Zhong Haoda's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed as to when a peak out-of-body stage cultivator had lost such intimidating presence. He continued, Di Chengtian possesses extraordinary strength. When he reached the out-of-body stage, I was merely at the foundational level. Even after all these years, even if he has not broken through to the spirit-severing stage, he remains one of the top-tier cultivators within the out-of-body stage and should not be underestimated. Underestimate? He Xianchong retorted proudly, a dead man is hardly worthy of our consideration. Acknowledging his existence is already a form of respect. Kong Yongchang, seeing that Zhong Haoda remained oblivious, elaborated, Did we not just mention that those who sought my life were not merely Shui Haotsai, but also his master, Di Chengtian? I was certain to meet my end until that black dog raised by our master appeared and saved me. He paused, gazing at Zhong Haoda. Do you believe the black dog would stand idly by while Shui Haotsai insults our master? No, Zhong Haoda replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Kong Yongchang nodded. Exactly. Had it not been for Shui Haotsai's swift departure, both he and Di Chengtian would have perished at the hands of our master's black dog. Zhong Haoda felt a tremor within. While he had always known that the seemingly unremarkable guard dog raised by Xiao Fan was, in fact, a demonic beast, he had never imagined its strength to be so formidable as to slay even a peak out-of-body stage cultivator. With this realization, Zhong Haoda no longer hesitated, proclaiming, Master Elder Kong. You need not say more. Shui Haotsai, a traitor who goes back on his word and slaughters fellow cultivators, is a disgrace to the cultivation world. Even if you do not invite me, I shall not let such heinous deeds go unpunished. However, he added, I do have a suggestion. As righteous cultivators, we should be wary of excessive bloodshed. If Shui Haotsai is willing to step forward and accept his fate, we will only eliminate him, sparing the Xianshui sect from repercussions. Should he remain obstinate, we will launch a full-scale assault against the Xianshui sect. What say you? After all, they were prominent figures, Indiscriminately annihilating a sect was an act of wickedness that required careful consideration of the implications, even if they had agreed to it. This was akin to Shui Haotsai's intentions to kill Kong Yongchong, which he planned to do discreetly, not daring to let the sect's disciples know. Yet upon hearing Zhong Haoda's proposal, both He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong remained silent. Seeing their reaction, Zhong Haoda sighed inwardly and continued, "Of course, if you share with me the unspeakable actions of Shui Haotsai, I will remember this kindness." Upon hearing this, He Xianchong finally smiled and replied, "Zhong sect leader, you are indeed a man of justice. In that case, let us proceed according to your suggestion." Without further ado, they decided not to disturb Zhong Haoda as he gathered the sect as disciples. And He Xianchong and his junior brother prepared to return, ready to confront the Xianshui sect. Chapter 64. The beast tide, after 2 days of recuperation, Shui Haotsai emerged from the training chamber. The injuries inflicted by the Dog King had fully healed, and he was restored to peak condition. Upon leaving his healing session, Shui Haotsai's first destination was the hidden chamber deep within the back mountain of the sect. This hidden chamber, constructed from unique materials, allowed for cultivation that could delay the aging process. Di Qingtun, approaching the end of his lifespan, spent most of his time within this chamber unless pressing matters arose. "Master, if you yet live, I shall grant you release. Your time is nigh, and hope for a breakthrough is futile. Living only prolongs your suffering," Shui Haotsai murmured to himself as he stood outside the chamber. Truth be told, he did not wish for his master to survive. After all, during the battle between Di Qingtian and the Dog King, he had fled. Had Di Qingtian remained alive, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. He surmised that even if his master managed to escape, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Consequently, he hastened to the chamber's entrance, prepared to send his master on his final journey, if he delayed until Di Qingtian regained his strength. It would be his own misfortune. Shui Haoyan took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the secret chamber. To his surprise, the chamber was entirely empty, and a surge of joy flooded his heart. However, his gaze soon shifted to the corner of the chamber where the life token lay, only to find that the token, which was intrinsically linked to his master's fate, had shattered into 2 pieces. A whole token indicated his master was still alive, whereas a broken token signified his master's demise. Unable to contain himself, Shui Haoyan erupted into laughter. "Haha, master, may your journey in the underworld be smooth. Your disciple will surely avenge you." At that moment, he no longer feared that Di Qingtian would kill him. Of course, his desire for vengeance against Di Qingtian was sincere. He had already made an enemy of the Dog King. And if he did not eliminate the Dog King, the latter might one day turn against him. Only by taking the initiative to vanquish the Dog King could he rest easy. Yet, the Dog King was immensely powerful. With his current strength, it was inconceivable that he could defeat such an opponent. Shui Haoyan calmed himself and began to ponder how he might slay the Dog King, ultimately conjuring the image of Zhou Chong in his mind. Zhou Chong possessed extraordinary talent and would undoubtedly break through to the Spirit Division realm or even higher in the future. Once Zhou Chong achieved that level, killing the Dog King would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Shui Haoyan sat cross-legged in the chamber and commenced using the secret art of distant communication to contact Zhou Chong. "Zhou Chong, how severely are you injured? Why have you not returned?" Recently, he had taken Zhou Chong to Xian sect to confront Qin where Zhou Chong had engaged in a duel but was overpowered. The Zhou family ancestor had attempted a sneak attack, only to be repelled by the might of the Xian spirit diagram, resulting in Zhou Chong sustaining severe injuries while fleeing. Before returning to the sect, Shui Haoyan had contacted Zhou Chong, who had mentioned he was injured and would return only after recuperating that time. Shui Haoyan had not given it much thought, but Zhou Chang's prolonged absence now seemed quite abnormal. "Master, Qin has inflicted grievous wounds upon me. I am still recovering and cannot return to the sect." Zhou Chong replied evasively that it was not that he did not wish to return, but rather that he could not. When Zhou Chong had initially joined Shui Haoyan's tutelage, it was due to the Zhou family's ancestor using special means to disguise his ordinary talent, making him appear exceptionally gifted. However, now that the ancestor was in a coma and unable to employ those special techniques, Zhou Chong feared that returning to the sect would reveal his true lack of talent to Shui Haoyan. Should Shui Haoyan discover his ordinary abilities, he might very well meet an untimely end at his hands. Thus, Zhou Chong had to wait until the ancestor awoke before daring to return to the sect. "Where are you? I will come find you." At present, Zhou Chong represented Shui Haoyan's only hope for avenging himself against Di Qingtian, as well as the future strength of Xian Shui's sect. He did not want anything unfortunate to befall Zhou Chong, so he prepared to personally check on his condition. Zhou Chong hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his location to Shui Haoyan when a faint voice suddenly resonated from within him. "Tell him you will return to the sect shortly." The voice belonged to the Zhou family ancestor, who had awakened from his slumber, albeit in a weakened state. "Ancestor, you have awakened," Zhou Chong exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing the ancestor speak. "Yes," the ancestor replied weakly. "My soul has sustained severe damage. I require soul-reviving grass to restore it. Upon your return to the sect, have Shui Haoyan assist you in locating it." Understood. With the ancestor present, Zhou Chong felt a sense of reassurance. He conveyed to Shui Haoyan, as instructed, "Master, you need not come find me. I will return to the sect immediately." That very moment, at the gates of Xian Shui's sect, two mid-foundation disciples were idly chatting. One disciple inquired, "Li Jiping, I heard you participated in the Beast Mountain trial and slew a serpent demon of formidable bloodline. The Xian Shui sect periodically organized trials for its disciples at Beast Mountain, and those who participated often relished in showcasing their achievements, especially when they captured exceptionally powerful demonic beasts, as it brought them prestige among their peers from other sections indeed." Li Jiping replied with a grin. "That serpent demon possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon at the time. It was severely injured, which made it easy for me to defeat it. The flesh was not only delicious, but also incredibly nourishing. I even managed to break through a minor realm because of it. Brotherly, in the future, if such an opportunity arises, could you take me along?" the other disciple asked, unable to suppress his envy as he swallowed hard. "Haha, if the chance arises, I will certainly invite you." Li Jiping laughed heartily, enjoying the camaraderie. "Thank you, Brotherly." The other disciple clasped his hands in gratitude, and then curiously asked, "Do you think our Xian Shui sect's frequent hunts of those demonic beasts will provoke the ire of the beasts deeper within Beast Mountain to launch an assault against us?" Li Jiping confidently replied, "Fear not, such a thing is impossible. Our Xian Shui sect is one of the 5 major sects of Qizhou. For those beasts to attack us would be akin to seeking their own demise." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the horizon, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Their attention was immediately drawn to the sky, where they beheld a scene that filled them with terror. A massive Titan fire ape, towering at over 100 meters, was charging toward the sect, its entire body drenched in crimson. Perched upon the shoulder of the Titan fire ape was a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, enveloped in an aura of chilling cold. Following the Titan fire ape was an innumerable horde of demonic beasts, blotting out the sky like a locust swarm. The entire area surrounding Xian Shui sect had transformed into a realm of beasts. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, a beast tide. "It's a beast tide." Li Jiping and his companion found their legs trembling in fear as they stumbled back toward the depths of the sect in a panic. "This is bad. The beasts of Beast Mountain have launched a beast tide." Li Jiping stammered in fright. As their voices echoed, the cultivators of the sect began to soar into the skies above Xian Shui sect. Soon, a wave of dread washed over them in the distance. The horizon was teeming with demonic beasts, their roars and howls reminiscent of a raging flood, surging toward Xian Shui sect with relentless ferocity. Their target was unmistakably the sect. It had been over 1,000 years since Qizhou had experienced a beast tide, and ordinary cultivators had never witnessed such an event. The sudden emergence of so many formidable demonic beasts instilled fear in the hearts of the disciples who were typically held in high regard. The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, wore a grim expression as he ascended into the air, flying toward the sect's exterior. He unleashed his formidable aura, unreservedly displaying his mid-out-of-body strength, and bellowed at the horde of beasts in the distance. "You wretched creatures, return to Beast Mountain at once." Do you wish to provoke a war between humans and beasts? As he shouted, 3 other elders appear beside him, each exuding their own mid-out-of-body strength, rushing toward the throng of beasts. These were the 4 great elders of Xianshui's sect, all possessing out-of-body realm capabilities. The elders had initially believed that their combined might would instill fear in the horde, compelling them to retreat. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The horde, spurred by their overwhelming aura, became even more frenzied, charging toward Xianshui's sect at an accelerated pace. The Grand Elder sensed the imminent danger and began issuing commands with composure. 4th Elder, go notify the sect master. 3rd Elder, activate the sect's great formation. 2nd Elder, summon all disciples above the Golden Core realm and prepare for battle. The 3 elders promptly obeyed and departed, as activating the sect's great formation required time. The Grand Elder stood resolutely ready to momentarily halt the advance of the beasts with his own strength, but he continuously formed hand seals, conjuring a massive water dragon in front of him, which surged forth to confront the Titan Fire Ape leading the charge. The Titan Fire Ape instinctively recoiled in fear, slowing its pace slightly. That moment, the stunning maiden on its shoulder made her move. With a gentle grasp into the void, a colossal claw shadow materialized, slicing through the water dragon, which shattered into countless fragments. The Grand Elder stared in shock at the girl atop the giant ape. In an effort to intimidate the horde, he had unleashed his full strength in that attack, only to see it effortlessly dismantled by the girl before him. Despite her apparent initial stage of out-of-body cultivation, her combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. If this maiden led the horde in a forced assault, he would surely be unable to withstand it, facing certain death amidst the demonic beasts. This realization struck him. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, the maiden's subsequent actions allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The young maiden's right hand rose languidly into the void, and, at her command, all the demonic beasts promptly halted in their tracks. The scene transformed swiftly from fervent chaos to profound silence. The maiden was none other than Ning Shuang, the demon king of Chongqing Mountain. Her directives were obeyed by all demons without exception. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply and reiterated, fellow beings of the demon race, do you not fear provoking a great war between our 2 races by your brazen assault on my Xianshui sect? Are you the leader of Xianshui sect? Ning Shuang did not respond to the Grand Elder's inquiry, but gazed down upon him with a piercing glare. My identity is of little consequence. Today, you demons have crossed into the territory of my Xianshui sect. I ought to gather the full might of my sect to obliterate you here, but considering your arduous cultivation, I shall grant you a chance to retreat to Beast Mountain at once, lest this ground beneath Xianshui sect becomes your burial site. The Grand Elder spoke in a solemn tone. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Shuang and her companions hailed from Chongqing Mountain, just as the disciples below believed. He simply perceived this as a riot from Beast Mountain. The Grand Elder had no desire to instigate a sect-wide conflict, for the number of demonic beasts present was overwhelming, should a battle ensue. Even in victory, Xianshui's sect would suffer grievously. Observing the Grand Elder's failure to reveal his identity, Ning Shuang turned her gaze towards the Dog King, silently inquiring about the Grand Elder's status. The Dog King, understanding her intent, nonchalantly closed his eyes. Ning Shuang immediately grasped the situation and coldly declared, if you wish for us to retreat, then summon Shui Haoyu to dissolve his essence here, and I shall promptly lead the demonic army away. Should I be able to eliminate Shui Haoyu directly, I would similarly wish to avoid conflict that a great battle would surely result in the demise of many demonic beasts. And more critically, it could potentially ignite a war between humans and demons. Are you coercing my Xianshui sect into warfare? The Grand Elder inquired darkly upon hearing her words. Shui Haoyu was the leader of Xianshui sect. If he were truly compelled to dissolve his essence before his own sect, Xianshui sect would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. If he does not perish, what have I to fear from battle? Ning Shuang's jade foot stepped into the void, advancing a step, her aura fully unleashed. Kill, kill, kill. The multitude of demonic beasts behind her roared in unison, rallying for her, their momentum formidable. The Grand Elder found his breath momentarily caught in his throat under this overwhelming pressure. I shall see who dares to kill this sect's leader. At that moment, Shui Haoyu soared into the air, landing before the Grand Elder, with the other 3 elders also alighting beside him. The Grand Elder felt a surge of elation. With Shui Haoyu and the 4 great elders present, these demonic beasts were hardly a threat. Yet, just as Shui Haoyu emerged, the Dog King stepped forth from the horde of beasts and slowly approached Ningxuang. Casting a glance at Shui Haoyu before lazily lowering his eyelids, too disinterested to speak, the Dog King had refrained from appearing earlier because Shui Haoyu had not yet made his entrance. There was no necessity for him to reveal himself. A mere glance from the Dog King was enough to startle Shui Haoyu, causing him to stagger slightly, nearly losing his balance in the void. Initially, Shui Haoyu had overlooked the Dog King, thinking that Ningxuang, despite her advanced realm, was merely at the initial stage of out-of-body. Thus, he dismissed them as inconsequential. However, the appearance of the Dog King changed everything. The opponent had slain his master, making his own demise as effortless as slicing through tofu. Quickly, everyone, retreat to the sect with me. A glimmer of panic flickered in Shui Haoyu's eyes as he instructed the other elders. Sect leader, why should we retreat? With our sect's overall strength, we need not fear them. The elders looked at Shui Haoyu, their voices laced with confusion and mild anger. As the leader of the sect, Shui Haoyu symbolized the very foundation of all cultivators. His retreat would signify the collapse of that foundation in their hearts. This would be detrimental to the sect's future. This dog demon is peculiar. The supreme elder has already fallen at his hands. Shui Haoyu lowered his voice and uttered a single sentence before hastily dashing into the sect. The 4 great elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound shock. A dog demon that appeared utterly ordinary had slain Di Qingtian. How could this be possible? Yet they understood that Shui Haoyu would not jest at such a critical moment. And no longer hesitating, they followed him into the inner sanctum of the sect. The protective formation of the sect was activated, enveloping it in a transparent barrier. This was the protective array of Xian Shui's sect, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the spirit's severing stage. They were assured safety within its confines. Demon Dog, I acknowledge that my slaying of Kong Yongchang was unjust, but you have already killed my master. Thus we are even. Can we consider this matter resolved? Once inside the protective barrier, Shui Haoyu's panicked heart finally calmed, though his tone had shifted from defiant to conciliatory. Resolved, you say? The Dog King's voice was not loud, yet resonated in the ears of all present. Both cultivators and demonic beasts alike. Oh, you truly believe I am avenging Kong Yongchang? In my eyes, he is nothing but I seek to kill you, because you insulted my master. Chapter 66. The arrival of the rescue from Xian sect. Upon hearing this, the elders of Xian Shui sect felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. You have mobilized such a grand display over a mere insult to your master. Is that not a bit excessive? Of course, the one most aggrieved was Shui Haoyu. He had merely made a flippant remark, equating the act of killing his master to slaughtering a pig or dog. He had not intended to insult the Dog King at all. Yet he had summoned an entire horde of demonic beasts for a life-or-death struggle. Was that not a trifle ruthless? However, he was already terrified into silence by the Dog King and dared not voice his thoughts. Dog friend, I admit that insulting your master was my fault. I am willing to personally apologize and offer compensation. He suppressed the urge to spit blood as he appealed to reason. After all, if a war were to break out, we would both suffer significant losses, which would be detrimental to us all. The Dog King scrutinized Shui Haoyu coldly, remaining silent. Might we consider this matter resolved? Shui Haoyu tentatively probed once more. It can be resolved, the Dog King replied, retracting his gaze and speaking indifferently. Shui Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Dog King to be so accommodating at this juncture. However, before he could revel in his newfound hope, the Dog King continued. However, you must pay with your life as an apology. You wretched beast, do not take advantage of me. Upon hearing that the Dog King still demanded his life, Shui Haoyu realized that begging for mercy was futile, that he immediately turned hostile, declaring, I acknowledge your strength surpasses mine. Yet my Xian Shui sect boasts a long-standing heritage and profound foundation. You cannot break through this protective array. So how can you speak of killing me? Is that so? The Dog King cast a disdainful glance at the protective array, shaking off the lethargy from his form. Instantly, he unleashed an overwhelming aura that soared into the heavens, summoning a tremendous storm across the land. Roar! The Dog King bellowed that a colossal phantom erupted from within him, charging toward the protective array of Xian Shui's sect. The force was earth-shattering. The Dog King roared. This was a technique inherited from his bloodline after its evolution, possessing immense power. The scene that unfolded left the cultivators of Xian Shui's sect and even the demonic beasts in a state of shock. They watched as the luminescence of the protective array of the sect, like rivers flowing into the sea, was swiftly drawn into the maw of the Dog King's phantom. What was once a robust protective array began to grow increasingly tenuous. If this trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before the array was entirely devoured. You believe I cannot breach this sex array? The Dog King looked at Shui Haoyu with derision, his voice dripping with mockery. As the cultivators of Xian Shui sect observed the protective array thinning, a wave of panic began to seep into their hearts. The sect protective array could only be breached by those at the spirit-severing stage. If the Dog King could dismantle it, did that not imply he possessed such strength? Coupled with Shui Haoyu's earlier retreat into the sect upon encountering the Dog King, they were increasingly convinced that the Dog King possessed spirit-severing capabilities, or at the very least was not far from it. Shui Haoyu's complexion darkened considerably. This was the sect's protective array. That the Dog King could so easily threaten to breach, it was alarming. Should the array fall, the army of demonic beasts would storm into the sect, and the consequences would be dire. The Dog King's power exceeded his imagination, and a sense of foreboding enveloped Shui Haoyu. However, after the initial shock and panic subsided, Shui Haoyu regained his composure. Once the protective array was breached, and under the assault of a multitude of demonic beasts, Xian Shui's sect would undoubtedly be annihilated, and he would perish at the hands of the Dog King. Shui Haoyu had no intention of waiting idly for his demise. Grand Elder, activate the 5-sect covenant immediately. He swiftly instructed the Grand Elder. Inform them that a beast tide has besieged Xian Shui's sect, and we are in dire peril. Request assistance from the other 4 sects. If they help us withstand this beast tide, Xian Shui's sect will offer substantial rewards in return. The 5-sect covenant was an agreement jointly signed by the 5 major sects of Qizhou. The contract possesses a peculiar power, enabling the 5 major sects to communicate with one another. The essence of this covenant lies in the unity of the 5 sects. Should any one of them face a life-and-death crisis, the remaining 4 must lend their utmost assistance. However, this pact was established by the ancestors of the 5 sects and holds little binding authority over the current factions. Yet, Shui Haoyan does not require the contract to be enforced. He merely views it as a means of communication, sufficient for relaying messages to the other 4 sects, as long as the other 4 sects receive the news. Being fellow human cultivators, they will not remain indifferent upon learning of the beast tide. Second Elder, gather all cultivators of the sect to the back mountain. Third Elder, you shall activate the killing formation there. After issuing directives to the 2 elders, Shui Haoyan turned his gaze towards the 4th elder and said, You will exit the sect from the back mountain and wait at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Chong will appear there today. Once he does, take him away. If our Xian Shui sect is trampled by these beasts, Zhou Chong will be our hope for resurgence, so ensure you assist in his growth. Although he has sent a message to the other 4 sects, Shui Haoyan is uncertain whether his sect can endure until their support arrives. Thus he must prepare alternative plans as for fleeing. He has contemplated it, but he understands that escaping from the Dog King is futile. With the strength of the sect, he might withstand until the 4 major sects can provide aid. Fleeing would only hasten his demise. The 4 elders also recognize that Shui Haoyan's arrangements are the most sensible. Thus they swiftly set to action. Ning Shuang, once the formation is breached, you hold back the other cultivators while I deal with Shui Haoyan. The Dog King stated, gazing at the increasingly fragile protective formation. Certainly. Ning Shuang is not particularly eager for the death of Shui Haoyan. As long as he perishes, she is content. After all, she has always been by Xiao Fan's side. and he would consider her in his good fortunes, sparing her the need to ingratiate herself to him, like the Dog King or He Xianchong. During their exchange, the massive shadow of the Dog King ultimately vanished as its energy was depleted. At that moment, the protective formation was on the brink of collapse, poised to shatter with another strike. Ning Shuang, why not practice your skills? The Dog King, cautious of Shui Haoyan's potential hidden tricks, prepared to conserve some of his strength. Sensing the Dog King's reluctance to act, Ning Shuang surmised his thoughts. However, she did not mind being utilized by the Dog King as long as she could eliminate Shui Haoyan. With a delicate step, she soared into the air, positioning herself before the protective formation. Upon seeing Ning Shuang prepare to strike, Shui Haoyan's eyelids twitched violently. Ning Shuang, being the queen of these beasts, holds a status that subtly surpasses even the Dog King. If the Dog King is already formidable, Ning Shuang may well be even more powerful. If a Dog King is already proving difficult to contend with, the addition of another Beast King could very well lead to the imminent destruction of the sect's protective formation. I merely uttered a curse towards that dog's master. How could it bring such catastrophe upon our Xianshui sect? Shui Haoyan felt a wave of despair, just as he wallowed in hopelessness. Countless streaks of light appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching the sect. Upon recognizing the sources of the light, a look of wild elation broke through Shui Haoyan's previously despondent visage, for, at a crucial moment, the cultivators of the Ziyin sect had arrived. Chapter 67. We are here to kill you, Master He. Elder Kong, I never expected your swift arrival. It truly shames me. Shui Haoyan exclaimed, astonished yet feeling guilty as he addressed He Xianchong and others. If our Xianshui sect can weather this tribulation, I shall personally visit the Ziyin sect to apologize and seek Elder Kong's forgiveness. He felt remorseful toward the cultivators of the Ziyin sect because not long ago, he had intended to kill Kong Yongchong. Yet the Ziyin sect harbored no grudges and was the first among the four major sects to come to their aid, He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. However, paid no heed to Shui Haoyan, their gazes fixed intently upon Ning Shuang and the other beasts, their expressions grim. Brother, we have made a miscalculation. We should have immediately brought our sect's people to assist. As for Zhong Haoda, we could have sent word to notify him, Kong Yongchong whispered to He Xianchong. Alas, how was I to know that the master's watchdog would act so swiftly against the Xianshui sect? He Xianchong replied, equally frustrated, do you think they need to curry favor with the master every day, being in his presence? Indeed, they did not. Kong Yongchong nodded in agreement, then uncertainly inquired, but do you think it is possible they were sent by the master? Upon hearing this, He Xianchong, already vexed, nearly spat blood, sighing, we truly miscalculated. If they were indeed sent by the master, it signifies his profound anger regarding this matter. Should they act against Shui Haoyan before Ning Shuang and the beasts, Xiao Fan would undoubtedly regard them with newfound respect. In his frustration, He Xianchong began to pound his chest and stamp his feet in the void, noticing that He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong were ignoring him. Shui Haoyan felt no anger. After all, he had nearly killed Kong Yongchong not long ago, and he understood their lingering resentment. As long as help had arrived, that sufficed. People are inherently drawn to benefits. As long as he offers sufficient incentives, He Xianchong and the others will not be indifferent. Master He, this is a breaking infant pill. Shui Haoyan produced a breaking infant pill, flicking it towards He Xianchong while stating, moreover, if the Ziyin sect fully aids my Xianshui sect in vanquishing these beasts, I am willing to offer you the Xianshui pearl as well. Shui Haoyan, I shall accept this breaking infant pill. He Xianchong sneered, extending his hand to receive it. Although they were adversaries, the breaking infant pill was originally lost by Shui Haoyan in a wager, and given that it was the supreme treasure that facilitated Qin Yuer's breakthrough to the infant transformation stage, He Xianchong would not be foolish enough to refuse it. After receiving the breaking infant pill, He Xianchong continued, furthermore, the Xianshui pearl rightfully belongs to my Ziyin sect. Should you not present it to me first? Though He Xianchong had no intention of assisting Shui Haoyan, it did not prevent him from claiming the Xianshui pearl in advance. Haha, Master He, the breaking infant pill is my token of sincerity. The Xianshui pearl will only be granted once you assist my Xianshui sect in overcoming this crisis. Shui Haoyan replied, sensing that Xianchong had been swayed by the prospect of profit and felt more assured. Rest assured, I shall swear an oath to the heavens this time, guaranteeing I shall not reclaim the Xianshui pearl. He feared that if Xianchong refused the breaking infant pill, they would certainly not be inclined to assist him against the beasts. Shui Haoyan, your calculations are quite clever, leveraging the breaking infant pill and Xianshui pearl, which rightfully belong to my Ziyin sect, and yet you still expect me to assist you. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Xianchong mocked coldly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Shui Haoyan, oblivious to the malice, grew even more pleased as he noticed Xianchong attempting to negotiate. The very act of bargaining indicated that Xianchong sought to maximize his benefits. Yet it also confirmed that he was genuinely willing to assist. Master, my sect possesses one of the 9 celestial fires, the ice crystal fire. I believe it would serve your Ziyin sect far better than the Xianshui pearl. Would it not? Shui Haoyan suddenly presented an immense temptation for Xianchong. Each type of extraordinary fire offers tremendous enhancement for cultivators practicing fire tribute techniques. For instance, Kong Yongchong, whose innate talent is rather average, achieved prominence by fortuitously refining a celestial fire, thereby becoming the second strongest in the Ziyin sect. Should the Ziyin sect acquire a second type of extraordinary fire and bestow it upon Qin Yuer, her fire spirit body combined with such a fire would undeniably bolster her abilities. Present the ice crystal fire, and I shall assess it. Xianchong inhaled deeply, declaring he found it hard to believe that the Xianshui sect possessed the ice crystal fire, as theoretically, only cultivators practicing fire tribute techniques could subdue it, while the cultivators of the Xianshui sect focus on water tribute techniques. I know what you were pondering. Shui Haoyan chuckled as he noticed Xianchong's interest. Indeed, our sect has no cultivators practicing fire tribute techniques, but what if I simply contained it using the 9 netherwater? The location where the ice crystal fire is confined is known only to me. The implication in Shui Haoyan's words was clear. The members of the Ziyin sect had to ensure his survival, for if he perished, no one would discover the whereabouts of the ice crystal fire. Even if the other 3 sects did not arrive today, as long as the Ziyin sect assisted him, the combined strength of the 2 sects would stand a fighting chance against Ning Shuang and the other beasts. Upon overhearing their conversation, the old Monkey King found himself somewhat unable to remain composed. He approached Ning Shuang and whispered, Beast King, the people of the Ziyin sect seem poised to ally with those of the Xianshui sect. What shall we do? If the 2 major sects join forces, they may very well perish here. Beast King, shall we pretend to withdraw for now? Once the Ziyin sect departs, we can return to strike. At this moment, Kong Xianzi also murmured to Ning Shuang, and no need to worry about the Ziyin sect. Ning Shuang shook her head, responding calmly, My lord, the Demon King, have you taken a close look at the lineup of the Purple Flame sect? How could I possibly remain untroubled? The old Monkey King said with a grim expression. They have 4 formidable experts, and with the 5 from the Xianshui sect, that totals 9 powerful beings. Meanwhile, our demon clan boasts only you and the Dog King as our only 2 experts, which creates an insurmountable disparity in high-end combat power. Although the old Monkey King is merely in the demon infant stage, his keen sight, as a golden-eyed monkey, allows him to discern the realms of others, revealing the considerable strength of the 2 sections. This concern is not felt solely by the old Monkey King and the immortal Kong. Other powerful demons share their apprehensions. However, just as they were consumed by worry, and as Shui Haoch felt that Xianchong was about to act, Xianchong erupted into laughter, declaring, Shui Haoch, do you truly believe that the Purple Flame sect has come today to assist you? To be frank, our objectives align with those of these demonic beasts. We are here to eliminate you, Xianchong. Even if I wish to kill your junior apprentice, you wouldn't stoop to adding insult to injury at this juncture. Would you? Shui Haoch's expression darkened as he cautioned. You must understand that if you and these demonic beasts attack my Xianshui sect, the nature of the situation changes entirely. Since time immemorial, humans and demons have not coexisted. If Xianchong joins forces with the demonic beasts against the Xianshui sect, he will inevitably find himself in opposition to the other 3 major sections. Shui Haoch, cease your unfounded accusations that I am here solely to eliminate you. With no concern for the Xianshui sect, He Xianchong scoffed, continuing, "Moreover, I have not conspired with them. Our meeting is merely coincidental." "You are correct. Had you only intended to kill my junior, I would not have acted against you. However, you erred in insulting my master." Another insult. The elders and disciples of the Xianshui sect were momentarily taken aback. Shui Haoch's mind raced with a flood of expletives. Chapter 68. Sect Master, whom on earth did you insult? My tongue is truly a liability. Shui Haoch slapped himself across the face. He should have simply dealt with Kong Yongchang. Why did he feel the need to flaunt his superiority by insulting the master of the Dog King? Upon hearing this, the demon clan of Chongqing Mountain was initially stunned, only to be filled with joy. It turns out the Purple Flame sect shares the same objective as them, having come for the high-ranking individual, causing them to fret unnecessarily for so long. Shui Haoch, considering our shared identity as human cultivators. If you perish here today, I can guarantee the safety of your Xianshui sect. Simultaneously, He Xianchong continued. Only Shui Haoch had insulted Xiao Fan. Thus, if Shui Haoch were to die, this matter could come to a close. Upon hearing He Xianchong's words, many cultivators of the Xianshui sect felt their resolve waver. Though they were typically loyal to the sect, when faced with death, what loyalty could be discussed? If sacrificing only Shui Haoch could preserve the sect, it is likely that few within would object, save for Shui Haoch himself as their leader. Shui Haoch sensed the shifting emotions among the sect members and guessed their thoughts. He raised his voice to address the Purple Flame sect. He Xianchong, do not think for a moment that I, the sect master, am unaware of your intentions. Should I truly meet my end here, you would effortlessly seize my Xianshui sect. With his proclamation, the cultivators of the Xianshui sect realized that He Xianchong was attempting to manipulate their master into suicide, subsequently seizing the opportunity to take down the sect. Shui Haoch, it appears you intend to drag the entire Xianshui sect down with you. Seeing that Shui Haoch was unwilling to take his own life, He Xianchong ceased further conversation with him and turned his gaze towards Ning Shuang and the Dog King, bowing slightly. Esteemed friends, might you grant the Purple Flame sect an opportunity to demonstrate our worth before the master? What does sect master mean? Ning Shuang inquired of He Xianchong. With your strength, extinguishing Shui Haoch, or even the entire Xianshui sect would be a simple matter. If you were to act, the Purple Flame sect would have no chance to intervene. However, we too wish to achieve something for the master. He Xianchong slightly inclined his body towards the two beasts, stating, this protective array of the sect is on the verge of collapse. The Purple Flame sect seeks the chance to breach it, and we hope for your assistance. The Dog King's power exceeded He Xianchong's expectations. And Ning Shuang, who had preceded the Dog King as Xiao Fan's pet, was certainly even more formidable. With the intervention of these two, they would assuredly not have the opportunity to act. Yet they had come, and it was only right that they do something for Xiao Fan. Since Sect Master has such good intentions, we shall leave the matter of breaking the array to you. Ning Shuang lightly tapped her jade foot and retreated to the shoulder of the Titan Fire Ape. The Dog King lazily closed his eyes in the void, clearly acquiescing to He Xianchong's request. He Xianchong was immediately elated, commanding, everyone, follow my lead. Let us shatter the protective array of the Xianshui sect. As his words fell, the cultivators of the Purple Flame sect unfurled their treasures, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks upon the protective array of the Xianshui sect. The array was soon engulfed in a blaze of fire, and with each successive strike, the barrier grew thinner on the verge of collapse. Despair washed over the faces of the Xianshui sect's cultivators. Shui Haoch took a deep breath and asked an ordinary elder, has the third elder not yet activated the killing formation in the back mountain? If the protective array were to fall and the killing formation was not yet initiated, the Xianshui sect would truly be finished. Sect Master, activating the killing formation requires time, the elder reminded. We should prepare to retreat to the back mountain. Shui Haoch felt the weight of despair within. Yet, as the Sect Master, he could not allow himself to show it, if he were to collapse. The entire Xianshui sect would surely follow suit. Boom! Just as his words fell, the protective array finally could withstand no more, shattering into a myriad of stars, vanishing from sight. Cheers of excitement erupted from the cultivators of the Purple Flame sect. The Chongqing mountain demons let out earth-shattering roars. The two waves of momentum surged forth like a torrent towards the cultivators of the Xian Shui sect. The weaker cultivators of the Xian Shui sect quivered in fear, their legs turning to jelly, nearly unable to stand. It's over. The despair among the cultivators of the Xian Shui sect deepened. The Dog King sensed the collapse of the protective array and leisurely opened his eyes, subsequently locking onto Shui Haoch's aura, approaching him with deliberate slowness. Truly, the heavens have decreed the demise of my Xian Shui sect. As the Dog King advanced toward him, the despair in Shui Haoch's heart intensified. Just then, a multitude of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing toward the Xian Shui sect. Shui Haoch was the first to perceive the stirrings from afar, and as he turned to look at them, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his previously despondent face. It is the disciples of the Thick Earth sect. Fellow disciples, our brother sect has arrived. Everyone, muster your spirits and prepare for battle. Shui Haoch was confident that the Thick Earth sect had come to their aid. The demonic beasts and the Purple Flame sect sought to annihilate them due to the incident involving the Dog King and Kong Yongchong witnessing him insult a certain high-ranking individual. However, the Thick Earth sect had no knowledge of this insult. Thus, it could be deduced that the Thick Earth sect members had received the summons from the Five-Sect Pact and had come to assist. Upon hearing Shui Haoch's words, the previously disheartened morale of the Xian Shui sect's cultivators began to improve. Sect Master your arrival is truly timely. After arriving, Zhong Haoda spoke to He Xianchong with a hint of sarcasm. We clearly agreed that the two sects would jointly assault the Xian Shui sect, yet you initiated the attack on the Xian Shui sect first, denying us even the chance to curry favor with the Master. You of the Purple Flame sect feast on meat. At least provide some broth. He chuckled. Quite the unexpected turn of events. He Xianchong chuckled awkwardly, refraining from elaborating further. He had not intended to attack the Xian Shui sect initially. But upon witnessing the Dog King and Ning Shuang's demonic beasts spring into action, he realized he must seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Seeing Zhong Haoda engage in conversation with He Xianchong, Shui Haoch grew concerned that Zhong Haoda had mistakenly regarded the Purple Flame sect as allies. Thus he cautioned, Zhong Sect Master, the Purple Flame sect is an enemy, not a friend. They have allied with these demonic beasts against us. You must come to our side so we can confront them together. A peculiar expression crossed Zhong Haoda's face as he replied, Shui Haoch, you seem to have misunderstood. I too have come to deal with you. You wish to deal with me? Zhong Sect Master, as fellow human cultivators, do you truly intend to add insult to injury at such a time? Shui Haoch exclaimed in shock, if you desire sufficient recompense. Once you assist my Xian Shui sect through this crisis, I am willing to bestow upon you the Xian Shui Pearl, in addition to all the cultivation resources of my sect for the next decade. As a gift to the Thick Earth sect, he chuckled. Shui Sect Master, your terms are quite tempting. Under ordinary circumstances, I would certainly agree. Zhong Haoda initially smiled warmly, but moments later his eyes gleamed with coldness and murderous intent as he declared, however, today's affair is extraordinary. Killing you is non-negotiable. Zhong Sect Master, what is the reason for this? Shui Haoch, perplexed, asked with a pained expression. Zhong Haoda coldly replied, because you have insulted someone you ought not to have. What the hell? Another insult. In an instant, the gaze of the Xian Shui sect's disciples converged upon Shui Haoyu. A tumultuous roar echoed within their hearts. Master, whom on earth have you cursed to provoke such a multitude against you? Chapter 69. Ruthless and Unyielding. Zhong Zhongzhu, who is that esteemed figure? What manner of being compels you to mobilize the entire sect in his defense? Shui Haoyu was eager to uncover the identity of the individual he had inadvertently insulted. As the ramifications of his casual remark were far more severe than he anticipated, a horde of demonic beasts had been summoned. The entirety of the Xian sect was mobilized. The entire Huda sect had joined the fray. You are not worthy to know the identity of my master, Zhong Haoda scoffed, continuing, do not claim I have not offered you a chance. Should you perish here today, I can ensure the safety of the Xian Shui sect. Prior to this confrontation, he had conferred with He Xianchong, agreeing that as long as Shui Haoyu met his demise, the other disciples of the Xian Shui sect would be spared as for the demonic faction. It was expected that they would not wreak excessive havoc in the realm of humanity. Zhong Zhongzhu, can your words be trusted? Before Shui Haoyu could respond, the Grand Elder of the Xianshui sect interjected. With the three major powers converging, the Xianshui sect could not withstand their might. At this moment, he no longer cared for Shui Haoyu's fate, prioritizing the preservation of the sect above all else. Zhong Haoda unconsciously glanced at Ning Shuang, and he Xiancheng, as long as Shui Haoyu perishes here, my demon kin will retreat immediately. Ning Shuang, representing the demonic faction, was the first to express agreement. He Xiancheng added nonchalantly, as I mentioned earlier, it is merely Shui Haoyu's life that is at stake. Upon hearing the stance of the three factions, the disciples of the Xianshui sect collectively turned their gazes toward Shui Haoyu. The meaning in their eyes was unmistakable. The Grand Elder spoke first. Master, for the sake of preserving the Xianshui sect, you must consider self-termination. Master, the Xianshui sect cannot fall under your stewardship. Please make a decision swiftly. The second elder chimed in, Master. The other disciples of the sect echoed in unison. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Shui Haoyu painfully closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he declared, I am willing to self-terminate. But before doing so, I wish to pay my respects to the ancestral masters on the back mountain, hoping for your understanding. In that moment, Shui Haoyu appeared to age significantly, an air of desolation emanating from him, evoking a sense of pity among those present that he Xiancheng and Kong Yongchang, as fellow sect leaders, empathized with Shui Haoyu's sentiment. They, too, would feel remorse if they led their sect to such a fate, unable to face the ancestors in death. However, this matter was beyond their control, and both turned their gazes toward the demonic faction. After a moment of silence, Ning Shuang acquiesced to Shui Haoyu's request. Addressing the Dog King, accompany Shui Haoyu on his journey. Lead the way. Though the Dog King found this to be an unnecessary gesture, he nonetheless spoke to Shui Haoyu that a glimmer of joy ignited in Shui Haoyu's heart. Yet his expression remained impassive as he swiftly soared toward the back mountain, the Dog King closely trailing behind. However, as soon as they arrived at the back mountain, the killing formation was abruptly activated. A formidable aura of slaughter emanated from the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Haoyu accelerated and landed within the killing formation, turning to face the Dog King outside. He laughed uproariously, taunting, demonic dog, if you have the guts. Come in and kill me. This killing formation of the Xianshui sect was designed specifically to target external foes. Those who practiced the Xianshui technique would not be attacked by it. Shui Haoyu was safe within. Yet should the Dog King enter, he would undoubtedly be targeted by the formation due to his lack of the Xianshui technique. Sensing the imminent danger from the formation, the Dog King halted, casting a cold glance at Shui Haoyu. Demonic dog, did you not expect to be deceived once more? Shui Haoyu, gazing at the Dog King, laughed brazenly. Do you truly believe I would surrender so easily? You are far too naive. My arrival at the back mountain was merely to harness the power of the formation to thwart you. The Dog King's expression darkened, a surge of fury swelling within him. Indeed, he had been deceived by Shui Haoyu for the second time, but he longed to charge into the formation and eliminate Shui Haoyu. Yet he could sense the formation's intensity. Should he enter, he would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, the sudden activation of the killing formation drew the attention of the three factions, prompting them to rush to the back mountain. Shui Haoyu, if you do not emerge, I shall slay every last disciple of the Xianshui sect. The Dog King, feeling humiliated by the arrival of the three factions, threatened furiously. The disciples of the Xianshui sect trembled at the thought of the Dog King's wrath. The flickering hope they had felt was extinguished once more. Master, how can you be so untrustworthy? You must come out and self-terminate. Otherwise, our Xianshui sect is doomed. The Grand Elder, fearing the Dog King might truly act against them, called out loudly to Shui Haoyu. The second elder also pleaded, Master, you cannot sacrifice us all for your own sake. Master, we kneel before you. Please save us. Under the looming threat of death, the disciples of the sect knelt before Shui Haoyu. Unmoved, Shui Haoyu regarded his fellow disciples, proclaiming loudly, Do you genuinely believe that if I perish, they will spare you? Allow me to enlighten you. Their intent is to force my death and then effortlessly annihilate the Xianshui sect. To eradicate the roots of the weeds is to prevent their resurgence. Do you think they would allow you to live to seek vengeance in the future? Hearing these words, despair engulfed the disciples of the Xianshui sect. They felt an inescapable doom closing in upon them. Shui Haoyu continued, "Fear not. As long as I am alive, I shall find a way to avenge you, that I assure you, your deaths today will not be in vain. Mark my words, Chongqing Mountain's demonic kin, Xian sect, Hutu sect. Remember this, from now on, your people must tread carefully. Should I encounter any of you, I shall slay you without hesitation." After declaring this, Shui Haoyu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he laughed heartily, retreating deeper into the back mountain. Meanwhile, He Xianxiong and Zhong Haoda wore particularly grim expressions. Should Shui Haoyu escape, disregarding their identities and striking against their disciples, who would dare to join such a sect? "Dog friend, we cannot allow him to flee." The two exchanged glances before simultaneously addressing the Dog King. Roar. The Dog King was equally determined to prevent Shui Haoyu's escape, unleashing a thunderous roar. Shui Haoyu had already eluded him once. A second escape would be utterly humiliating. A colossal phantom re-emerged around his body, larger than when he first attacked the protective formation. He pointed a forepaw toward the killing formation, and the phantom transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling toward the formation, the killing formation, sensing the external attack, began to retaliate, unleashing a powerful strike that met the phantom head-on. "Demonic dog, with this formation in place, you cannot kill me." Shui Haoyu stood firm, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The formation's assault rivaled that of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, and even the Dog King's phantom would surely not withstand it. Boom! The two forces collided, the space fracturing around them, generating a violent shockwave. This shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, the one closest being Shui Haoyu. Not good. The sudden turn of events startled Shui Haoyu. The shockwave was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his ability to withstand. He swiftly retreated, yet he had underestimated the speed of the shockwave, which caught up to him in an instant. "Damn it, my reckless tongue." Shui Haoyu mentally scolded himself. Had he simply departed earlier, he would have encountered no troubles. Now, however, he had unwittingly drawn upon a calamity of monumental proportions. Chapter 70. Scavenging Treasures. Shui Haoyu was a decisive individual. He understood that now was not the time for lamentation. If he did not act swiftly, he would meet his end here. Resolutely, he abandoned his corporeal form, using it to shield himself from the shockwave, while his primordial spirit harnessed the shockwave's energy to swiftly retreat deeper into the back mountain. "Once again, you have escaped." The Dog King squinted at the retreating figure of Shui Haoyu, his canine visage clouded with gloom. He yearned to pursue the primordial spirit of Shui Haoyu, yet the deadly array posed a perilous threat to his life, forcing him to halt in his tracks. "Damn this mouth of mine." Shui Haoyu's fleeing spirit soared towards the foot of the rear mountain, simultaneously slapping his own face in frustration. It was precisely because of this mouth that he had been driven to the brink of annihilation. Once the crisis of dissolution was averted, he found himself on the verge of perishing again, all due to his own words. The primordial spirit and the physical body are intrinsically linked, should the body be destroyed. The spirit must swiftly seek a new vessel, lest it dissipate into the void of the universe over time. Naturally, Shui Haoyu did not wish to meet his demise in such a manner. As he fled towards the rear mountain, he contemplated whose body he could usurp to achieve rebirth. Soon, the figure of the fourth elder appeared in his mind. Conveniently, the fourth elder had been stationed at the rear mountain, and his cultivation talent was also commendable. Seizing his body would likely enable Shui Haoyu to regain his former strength. How foolish of me! Isn't Zhou Chong also supposed to come to the rear mountain? Suddenly, Shui Haoyu recalled Zhou Chong and set his sights on him. Zhou Chong possessed a 9-star water spiritual root and an unparalleled physique for cultivating the profound water technique. By acquiring Zhou Chang's body, he could swiftly reclaim his peak power. Moreover, with Zhou Chang's physique, he was confident he could reach even greater heights. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Shui Haoyu's spirits lifted unexpectedly, showing no signs of distress over the loss of his physical form. Previously, he had never entertained the thought of usurping another's body. It was only under the duress of being reduced to mere spirit that such ideas emerged. Otherwise, the very notion of coveting Zhou Chang's body would not have crossed his mind. Although Zhou Chang was his disciple, given his current predicament, did he really care about the master-disciple bond? This world has always been one where individuals act for their own benefit, regardless of the consequences. The cunning humans, upon witnessing Shui Haoyue's escape, the Dog King elongated his canine visage and approached the skies above the Xian Shui sect, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Having allowed Shui Haoyue, whose strength was significantly inferior to his own, to escape twice, the Dog King felt his pride wounded and sought to regain some semblance of face. Since Shui Haoyue had not adhered to their agreement to dissolve, he would not allow the Xian Shui sect practitioners to escape unscathed either. The practitioners of the Xian Shui sect trembled in fear as they sensed the Dog King's murderous aura. "Dog King, please hold your hand." He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda glanced at each other and simultaneously took flight. The Dog King regarded the two coldly, remaining silent. Dog King, with Shui Haoyue reduced to mere spirit. He cannot flee far. This is tantamount to killing him. And these practitioners are innocent. Why must you bring disaster upon them? He Xianchong spoke boldly. Zhong Haoda chimed in, "Dog King, excessive slaughter is detrimental to cultivation. I implore you to reconsider. I do not require your counsel on how to conduct my affairs." The Dog King coldly warned them, yet he reigned in his malevolent aura, possessing the art of divination. He understood that all matters are bound by causality. Excessive bloodshed would indeed hinder his future cultivation. He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda exchanged relieved glances. After all, this was the territory of the human race. Should they allow the Dog King to massacre their kind without intervention, they would undoubtedly face condemnation from other sects and be ostracized. Demon King, how shall we handle the Xian Shui sect? Although the Dog King had refrained from slaughtering the sect's practitioners, the matter still required Ning Shuang's judgment, and He Xianchong turned to her. "Human affairs are not for the demon clan to intervene in." Ning Shuang replied coolly. "How to handle it is for you to decide." Lu Xiangming, having originally planned to annihilate the Xian Shui sect upon Shui Haoyue's escape, now felt compelled to plead for the sect due to their shared humanity. He and Zhong Haoda were willing to intercede on behalf of the Xian Shui sect. He Xianchong immediately grasped the situation and addressed the Grand Elder of the Xian Shui sect, stating, "Now that Shui He's spirit has fled, if this matter reaches the ears of our master, we will have no explanation to offer. Thus, the Xian Shui sect must pay a sufficient price. We are grateful for the life-saving grace of both sect masters." Lu Xiangming said, bowing slightly. "Indeed, we must provide an explanation to the esteemed one. I am willing to offer all the treasures in our sect's treasury, if that suffices, as long as they could ensure their survival." The value of the treasures became secondary. "Then lead the way." He Xianchong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xiangming's heart surged with joy as he promptly guided He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda to the treasury of the Xian Shui sect. As one of the 5 major sects in Qizhou, the treasury was filled with countless treasures, igniting excitement in both He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda. They wasted no time, using storage rings to transfer all the treasures from the Xian Shui sect's treasury. Once they had finished clearing out the treasury, He Xianchong turned to Lu Xiangming. "Elder Lu, the most vital treasures of the Xian Shui sect must still be within the deadly array, correct?" "Indeed, they are inside. I shall retrieve them for you." Lu Xiaoming replied with a wry smile. He had initially believed he could safeguard the Xian Shui pearl, but did not anticipate He Xianchong's lingering interest, as Shui Haoyue's primordial spirit fled without time to retrieve his storage ring. It had fallen to the ground within the confines of the rear mountain's deadly array. Originally, he had intended to wait until the 3 factions departed before reclaiming the storage ring, but it appeared that luck was not on his side. Soon, Lu Xiaoming returned with the Xian Shui pearl in hand and presented it to He Xianchong. He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda exchanged satisfied smiles, holding the storage ring filled with their spoils before Ning Shuang. "Demon King, these are the treasures of the Xian Shui sect. I kindly ask that you deliver them to our master." These treasures were meant as an apology to Xiao Fan, and He Xianchong dared not keep even a single item. Presenting them all to Ning Shuang, Sect Master these treasures are beneath the Master's notice. You may divide them into 3 portions for us, Ning Shuang remarked, tossing the storage ring back to He Xianchong. The items within the treasury were indeed remarkable, yet they paled in comparison to even the most mundane possessions in Xiao Fan's courtyard. To present such trivialities to the Master would surely incite his ire. Thank you, Demon King. Upon hearing Ning Shuang's words, both He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda beamed with delight. While these treasures might be of little worth to Xiao Fan, they represented a considerable fortune for their sect, accumulated over countless years. Once they had dealt with the treasures in the storage ring, He Xianchong continued, Demon King, this is the Xian Shui Pearl, the sect's ultimate treasure. This pearl can produce a cup of spiritual liquid each year, which contains traces of innate water, greatly aiding practitioners in their cultivation. But He Xianchong felt a deep reluctance to part with this treasure. Originally, it had belonged to Shui He, who had lost it to their sect in a wager. But now it was as if the Dog King had snatched it from Shui Haiyue's grasp. He did not dare to claim it for himself. This Xian Shui pearl should be of use to the Master. You may take it and present it to him, Ning Shuang said, her eyes brightening as she glanced at the pearl before tossing it back to He Xianchong. He Xianchong and Zhong Haoda's faces lit up with sheer ecstasy upon hearing her words. Ning Shuang's suggestion to present the treasure to the Master offered them an opportunity to curry favor. Thank you, Demon King. Thank you, Dog King. The 2 men expressed their gratitude, recognizing the Dog King's role in this outcome. Ning Shuang nodded slightly, adding a cautionary note. By the way, our presence here is unknown to the Master. You must not mention us when you return. Chapter 71. The Devoured Primordial Spirit. Meanwhile, at the foot of the rear mountain of the Xian Shui sect, a middle-aged man awaited, gazing intently in that direction. He was Jiang Qinghong, the 4th elder of the Xian Shui sect, tasked by Shui He to wait for Zhou Chang. My Xian Shui sect is finished. During his wait, Jiang Qinghong sensed disturbances emanating from the deadly array and sighed deeply. The activation of the array signified that the sect was facing a genuine life-and-death crisis. Should the array's power be depleted, it was likely that all practitioners within the sect would be slaughtered. If Zhou Chang does not arrive within the span of an incense stick, I shall depart on my own. Henceforth, the revival of the Xian Shui sect shall rest upon my shoulders. Jiang Qinghong clenched his fists, gazing towards the sect's entrance. Possessing a 7-star water spiritual root, he had become a transcendent expert before reaching 100 years of age, making him one of the most gifted practitioners in the sect, second only to Zhou Chang. That he felt a measure of confidence in his ability to restore the Xian Shui sect to its former glory. However, with the mountain gate breached, the rear mountain was no longer a safe haven. That if he could not wait for Zhou Chang any longer, he would have to leave this place. Just as he pondered this, a streak of escaping light appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this light, his expression brightened, and he stepped out from the shadows, waving, Zhou Chang, over here, 4th elder, what brings you here? Zhou Changfei approached Jiang Qinghong, his brow furrowed with confusion. The sect has perished. I shall take you to another place for cultivation. When our strengths reach the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, we shall return to revitalize the Xian Shui sect. Jiang Qinghong sighed, a hint of bitterness gracing his features. The sect has fallen. How did this happen? Zhou Chang was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. He had merely sought a place to recuperate from his injuries. And in just a few days, how could the Xian Shui sect have been obliterated? The story begins with the sect leader taking you to Xian sect. Jiang Qinghong then recounted the events that transpired within the sect, detailing the circumstances and their consequences to Zhou Chang. How unfortunate. The ancestral spirit of the Zhou family, residing within Zhou Chang, felt a wave of frustration upon hearing Jiang Qinghong's words. He had urged Zhou Chang to join the Xian Shui sect for its abundant cultivation resources. Yet in such a short span since Zhou Chang's induction, the sect had already met its demise. Ancestor, the Xian Shui sect is on the brink of collapse. What should I do now? Zhou Chang, still youthful and unaccustomed to such drastic changes, quickly conveyed his thoughts to the ancestral spirit. You must act in the following manner, the ancestor instructed after a brief silence. Ancestor, won't this be unwise? Zhou Chang hesitated upon hearing the ancestral spirit's advice. What is unwise? One must look after oneself. Otherwise, one invites calamity. The ancestor responded with a cold snort, continuing, currently, Qingyue cannot be moved. If this method is not employed, you will never achieve a breakthrough. Zhou Chang's eyes sparkled at the mention of Qingyue, and he ultimately acquiesced to follow the ancestor's instructions. He approached Jiang Qinghong and said, Elder 4, it seems my spiritual sea has sustained an injury. Could your primordial spirit enter my spiritual sea to help me ascertain the issue? Here, the spiritual sea refers to the mind. For ordinary individuals, it is simply known as the mind, while for cultivators, it is termed the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea is where cultivators enhance their mental prowess and refine their souls, serving as the permanent residence for their primordial spirits. Jiang Qinghong hesitated. It was perilous for his primordial spirit to enter Zhou Chang's spiritual sea. Should Zhou Chang harbor any ill intentions, he could exploit the advantage of being within Jiang Qinghong's spiritual sea, potentially leading to severe injury or even death for Jiang Qinghong's primordial spirit. Elder 4, did the sect leader not instruct you to assist me in my cultivation? My spiritual sea has been tainted, and without your help, I cannot break through my current realm. How am I to progress? Seeing Jiang Qinghong's hesitation, Zhou Chang sighed again. I wish to rapidly cultivate to a high level to restore the Xinshui sect, but it seems unnecessary now. After all, I have only recently joined the Xinshui sect and do not feel a strong sense of belonging that I shall find another sect to join. Jiang Qinghong was taken aback by Zhou Chang's intention to seek another sect. While Zhou Chang's attachment to the Xinshui sect was tenuous, Jiang Qinghong had grown up within it, considering it his home, that if Zhou Chang were to join another sect, the hope for the Xinshui sect's resurgence would dwindle. Do not be hasty. I can certainly assist you, Jiang Qinghong said, gritting his teeth. You relinquish your resistance, and I shall enter your spiritual sea to discern the problem. Now at the out-of-body stage, Jiang Qinghong's primordial spirit was exceptionally powerful, while Zhou Chang was only at the peak of the golden core stage. Even if Zhou Chang intended to harm him, with carefulness, Jiang Qinghong could extricate himself unscathed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang sat cross-legged in the void. Closing his eyes, Jiang Qinghong mirrored his position, controlling his primordial spirit to fly out of his body and head directly towards Zhou Chang's mind. Your spiritual sea has been tainted. The issue is quite challenging to resolve. Jiang Qinghong began communicating with Zhou Chang through his primordial spirit. I find it rather simple, Zhou Chang replied. As Jiang Qinghong spoke, another primordial spirit suddenly appeared within Zhou Chang's spiritual sea. This new spirit was none other than the ancestral spirit of the Zhou family. Who are you? Jiang Qinghong exclaimed, startled by the unexpected presence, his voice laced with wariness. Who I am is of little consequence that I ask you this. If I possess a method to elevate Zhou Chang to the nascent soul stage immediately, but it requires a certain sacrifice from you. Would you be willing? The ancestor inquired. I would certainly comply, Jiang Qinghong affirmed, understanding the significance of Zhou Chang's situation. Should Zhou Chang achieve the nascent soul stage, his path to cultivation would be unobstructed and swift. With your assurance, I am reassured. The Zhou ancestor nodded in satisfaction, stating, Zhou Chang is hindered by his obsessions, preventing him from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. However, if you use your primordial spirit's light to cleanse the tainted parts of his spiritual sea, he shall be able to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Primordial spirit light is a manifestation of a cultivator's soul that transforms into a beam of wisdom upon breaking through to the out-of-body stage. If one loses their primordial spirit light, their soul will perish, leaving only the physical form. The primordial spirit light encompasses the wisdom of its wielder, aiding cultivators plagued by inner demons to dispel them. However, possessing inner demons does not guarantee a breakthrough merely by absorbing primordial spirit light. The magnitude of the light and the severity of the inner demons are both crucial factors, given Zhou Chang's current level of power. If Jiang Qinghong were genuinely willing to sacrifice, there was a high probability that Zhou Chang could break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing the Zhou ancestor's words, Jiang Qinghong did not hesitate to soar toward Zhou Chang's spiritual sea. This individual clearly sought to usurp his primordial spirit. How could he acquiesce? However, As Jiang Chenghong approached the edge of Zhou Chang's spiritual sea, his primordial spirit encountered an invisible barrier. Despite his attempt to breach this obstacle and return to his own body, he found himself unable to do so. "You are not Zhou Chang. Who exactly are you, and what do you intend?" Jiang Chenghong asked, his voice trembling with fear. A foreboding sensation washed over him, and he feared his primordial spirit might perish here. "Ah, did you not claim you were willing to make sacrifices for Zhou Chang? Prepare to sacrifice yourself," the Zhou ancestor declared. In an instant, a powerful force emanated from Zhou Chang's spiritual sea, drawing Jiang Chenghong in with immense strength. He was unable to resist, and his primordial spirit swiftly dissipated, scattering like starlight within Zhou Chang's spiritual. Jiang Chenghong's spirit merged into Zhou Chang's tainted spiritual sea. It began to purify. Chapter 72. Discovering a treasure. There are two methods to resolve inner demons, either to alleviate or to obstruct. Shui Haoyu's journey with Zhou Chang to propose marriage to the Xian sect was an attempt to alleviate the inner demons. The Zhou ancestors' use of primordial spirit light to cleanse the inner demons was an external means of suppression. The primordial spirit light is fundamental to cultivators at the out-of-body stage. Ordinarily, no one would willingly sacrifice themselves to aid another in overcoming their inner demons. Thus, this method was not initially considered for Zhou Chang's breakthrough. It was only due to the failure of the marriage proposal to the Xian sect, coupled with the destruction of a Xianshui sect, that the Zhou ancestor turned his attention to Jiang Chenghong. After absorbing Jiang Chenghong's primordial spirit light, Zhou Chang's aura fluctuated unpredictably, signaling an impending breakthrough. "He cannot break through here. Suppress it quickly." The Zhou ancestor's expression shifted as he hastily commanded. This was the back mountain of the Xianshui sect. Any breakthrough would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar, drawing the attention of figures like He Xianchong, putting both him and Zhou Chang in peril. Zhou Chang, realizing the gravity of the situation, forcefully restrained his burgeoning power and swiftly took to the skies. No sooner had he departed than Shui Haoyu's primordial spirit appeared in the vicinity. The moment Shui Haoyu arrived, he spotted Jiang Chenghong, who stood motionless. Unable to contain himself, he called out, "Elder Four, Elder Four." When Jiang Chenghong failed to respond, Shui Haoyu began probing the situation with his primordial spirit. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jiang Chenghong's spiritual sea was shrouded in darkness. The spiritual sea is where out-of-body cultivators dwell with their primordial spirits. Even if the primordial spirit were to leave the body, a faint light would still emanate from the spiritual sea. A completely dark spiritual sea indicated that the cultivator's primordial spirit had perished. At present, Jiang Chenghong was devoid of his primordial spirit, akin to a living corpse. Who could have done this? Shui Haoyu pondered, shaken. Given Jiang Chenghong's primordial spirit strength, there was no one capable of extinguishing it within his spiritual sea. As for Jiang Chenghong engaging in a battle of spirits outside, Shui Haoyu, knowing Jiang Chenghong's cautious nature, deemed it unlikely he would undertake such a reckless endeavor. Shui Haoyu began to extend his primordial spirit's senses, striving to uncover any clues. Moments later, he detected something unusual. He sensed Zhou Chang's lingering aura in the air. Zhou Chang had returned. Elder Four could not have been slain by him. Could he? No, he lacks the strength for such an act. Shui Haoyin murmured to himself before he gathered his thoughts. The pressing matter was not to investigate the fate of Jiang Chenghong, but rather to address his own physical condition, since Zhou Chang had come and gone. The prospect of seizing Zhou Chang's body had become unrealistic. If his primordial spirit remained without a physical vessel for too long, it would dissipate. In an instant, Shui Haoyin's gaze fell upon Jiang Chenghong's corporeal form, which at this moment seemed to be the most suitable vessel for him. And no longer hesitating, his primordial spirit entered Jiang Chenghong's spiritual sea, which flickered back to life once more. Yet now, it was Shui Haotian who held dominion over Jiang Chenghong's body. Familiarizing himself with Jiang Chenghong's physical form, Shui Haotian chuckled to himself. After all, who had slain the fourth elder? I must offer my gratitude to this individual. Otherwise, my endeavor to seize a body might not have succeeded so smoothly. The fourth elder was already an accomplished out-of-body practitioner, having cultivated a primordial spirit. For Shui Haoyan to seize a body, he would have to do so within the fourth elder's spiritual sea, where the chances of success were not particularly high. After speaking, Shui Haoyan glanced in the direction of the Xian Shui sect and swiftly departed. He would return here. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang and the Dog King, having concluded their affairs of the Xian Shui sect, hurried back to Phoenix Town, as they had clandestinely slipped away. Upon arriving outside their courtyard, Xiao Sheng was already waiting there. This time, Ning Shuang had not brought Xiao Sheng along to the Xian Shui sect. Firstly, Xiao Sheng's strength was not particularly formidable, and his presence would not have made a significant difference. Secondly, someone had to remain at home to relay messages. From a distance, Xiao Sheng spotted Ning Shuang and the Dog King and rushed over, eagerly asking, "Sister Ning Shuang, you've returned. How did it go? Did Shui Haoyan perish?" "He did," Ning Shuang fibbed, then inquired, "By the way, after Dog King and I left, did the master return?" Knowing Xiao Sheng's impulsive nature, if he were to discover that Shui Haoyan's primordial spirit had escaped, he would likely raise a ruckus. Upon hearing that Shui Haoyan had been killed, Xiao Sheng appeared exceptionally elated. Once his excitement subsided, he replied, "Rest assured, the master has not returned." Ning Shuang and the Dog King exchanged relieved glances. Subsequently, Ning Shuang led Xiao Sheng into the house, while the Dog King lazily resumed his role as the watchful guardian. The courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Unbeknownst to them, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The Dog King's closed eyes slowly opened, and upon realizing that Xiao Fan had returned, he excitedly barked twice and rushed to Xiao Fan, wagging his tail and rubbing against his legs, displaying great enthusiasm. "You rascal! Don't tip over the fish in my bucket," Xiao Fan muttered under his breath, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. Having 3 pets brought a vibrant energy to the home. Today, he had spent the day fishing with Li Laosi from Xizhuang, but he had given all the fish to Li Laosi, keeping only some fry for himself. These young fish were meant for cultivation. Since he was digging a pond to rear fish, he intended to raise fry. Raising fully grown fish would diminish the joy of fish farming. He had already brought the fry back, and the pond had been excavated, merely awaiting water to be pumped in before he could commence his fish-rearing venture. This endeavor of filling the pond with water was a monumental task. He wished he had a pipeline to facilitate the water flow. Gazing at the expansive pond, Xiao Fan sighed. "To fill the entire pond, he estimated he would need to toil for another day." "Woof," just as Xiao Fan sighed. The Dog King's barks echoed from outside. Peering out, he noticed He Xianchong and others had arrived. He set down the fish bucket and quickly went out to greet them. "Greetings, esteemed sirs." Upon seeing Xiao Fan emerge to welcome them, He Xianchong and the others were taken aback and promptly bowed. "Dear seniors, you are far too courteous. Please do come inside." With He Xianchong, Kong Yongchong, and Zhong Haoda arriving simultaneously, Xiao Fan felt a bit overwhelmed, ushering the 3 into the courtyard. "It's rather muggy today, so I want to invite you inside. Instead, let me fetch some stools. Sir, allow me to assist you." Kong Yongchong swiftly followed in Xiao Fan's footsteps, with Zhong Haoda, not wanting to be outdone, closely trailing behind. This was an opportunity to impress Xiao Fan, and both were eager to contribute. Soon, the table and stools were arranged. Xiao Fan then poured 3 cups of water and placed them before He Xianchong and the others. Upon seeing the 3 cups, their excitement was palpable. They knew that the water in Xiao Fan's home was of the highest spiritual essence. Consuming just these 3 cups would sustain their cultivation for several years. It seemed Xiao Fan was aware of their expedition to eliminate Shui Haoyan and had prepared rewards for them. Looking at the water in their cups, they yearned to gulp it down in one go, but feared that such behavior would be disrespectful before Xiao Fan, so they cautiously sipped a couple of times before placing the cups back on the table. They could hardly contain their discomfort. "Esteemed seniors, your visit must pertain to some matter." After they had finished their water, Xiao Fan inquired. Sir, your foresight is remarkable," He Xianchong chuckled, producing the Xian Shui pearl. "This time, my junior brothers and I stumbled upon a small pearl, and we thought you might be interested, so we brought it to you for your perusal." He Xianchong mentioned the names of his companions to convey that finding this Xian Shui pearl was a collective effort. His words were not entirely deceptive. Indeed, they had found it, albeit within the lethal array of the Xian Shui sect. "Oh, What sort of pearl is this? Let me have a look, Xiao Fan replied, excitement evident as he accepted the Xian Shui pearl and began examining it. Chapter 73. The voice-controlled water tap. Xiao Fan scrutinized the Xian Shui pearl, only to discover that it appeared no different from an ordinary pearl at first glance. Esteemed seniors, what purpose does this small pearl serve? After pondering for a while, he still could not discern how to utilize the Xian Shui pearl and looked questioningly at the three who had presented it. Upon hearing this, Xianchong and the others intended to explain that the Xian Shui pearl could refine a spiritual liquid containing innate water. However, upon reflection, they felt that the innate water might not hold much significance for Xiao Fan. So they awkwardly remarked, "Sir, this pearl functions similarly to the Xian pearl. It can also emit substances. However, while the Xian pearl releases flames, this one releases water. Yet, due to the preciousness of the water it emits, which can prolong one's life, the quantity is limited. Approximately 1 cup of spiritual liquid containing a trace of innate water can be refined from the Xian Shui pearl in a year. This is an extraordinary asset for cultivators. However, before Xianchong could finish, he noticed Xiao Fan had begun to manipulate the Xian Shui pearl. In truth, Xiao Fan had not acted on a whim. Upon hearing Xianchong likened the Xian Shui pearl to the Xian pearl, he sought to conduct a test. Release water. Xiao Fan commanded the Xian Shui pearl. With a splash, to the astonishment of Xianchong and the others, the Xian Shui pearl indeed began to flow forth water. They could distinctly sense that the water being emitted was spiritual liquid, imbued with innate water. This is utterly astonishing. The Xian Shui sect revered the Xian Shui pearl as a treasure, producing only a cup of spiritual liquid containing innate water once a year. Yet in Xiao Fan's hands, with just 2 words, it continuously poured forth water. The volume it had released in such a short time likely equaled the Xian Shui sect production over 100 years. The time spent contemplating this had already surpassed 300 years. Indeed, as Xiao Fan beamed with delight, he remarked, "The Xian pearl is a voice-controlled lighter, while the Xian Shui pearl is a voice-controlled water tap. The magical artifacts of the cultivation world are truly wondrous. The Xian pearl had resolved his issues with firewood, and now with the Xian Shui pearl, accessing water would become infinitely more convenient. It is essential to note that he typically drew water from a well, thus saving him considerable time daily." Xiao Fan turned to Xianchong and the others, inquiring, "Esteemed seniors, you mentioned earlier that this small pearl's water output is limited. How much can it produce in a year?" Sir, how should we respond? The amount of water it has emitted in just this brief moment is equivalent to a millennium's worth from the Xian Shui sect. What a waste." Kong Yongchong hurriedly interjected, "Sir, if it is solely for your use, it would be more than sufficient." "Indeed," Xianchong chimed in, "if it is for your exclusive utilization, it is more than adequate. Then I can rest easy." Xiao Fan sighed with relief. He then recalled the pond he had recently excavated, which was in need of water. After a moment's hesitation, he gazed at the Xian Shui pearl and murmured to himself, "I wonder if it can fill the pond with water." Originally, he was merely curious. However, as soon as he spoke, the Xian Shui pearl suddenly soared above the pond, commencing a delightful spray of water. The intensity of the water stream was akin to that of a faucet, and gradually, the pond began to fill. Xianchong and Kong Yongchong exchanged glances. Although they had previously witnessed the phenomenon of the Xian pearl, they were still astonished that, in contrast, Zhong Haoda was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Rendered speechless by the sheer surprise, wasn't the Xian Shui pearl supposed to dispense only a cup of water per year? Why was it now continuously spraying? Could it be that any treasure, upon reaching the hands of the master, undergoes a transformation? Images of the Xian pearl flashed through Zhong Haoda's mind. It was said that the Xian pearl, when submerged in the waters of the Xian sect, would emit flames based on one's mood. But in the hands of Xiao Fan, it was utilized for hot pot, cooking, and even pottery, with complete freedom in its application. Meanwhile, the Xian Shui pearl, which only dispensed a cup of water annually within the Xian Shui sect, now demonstrated this remarkable capability in Xiao Fan's possession. Any treasure, once it graced the Master's hands, would undoubtedly become extraordinary. The Master's abilities were truly astounding. Zhong Haoda's heart swelled with astonishment, soon followed by a glimmer of desire in his eyes. wishing for Xiao Fan to touch his own treasured artifact. Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts. Witnessing the Xianshui pearl persistently spraying water, Xiao Fan broke into a joyous smile. With this pearl, his water supply issues were resolved, and he would no longer need to fetch well water daily. Moreover, there was no longer a need to carry water from the pond. He merely had to toss the Xianshui pearl above the pond, and it would fill with water. Stop! The Xianshui pearl ceased its spray. Go. With a splash, it resumed. Truly, it was exceptionally convenient. Xiao Fan's playful spirit ignited as he repeatedly controlled it. Discovering that the Xianshui pearl could not only be commanded vocally, but also allowed control over the water flow's intensity. Such a user-friendly design. The master certainly enjoyed feigning simplicity. He Xiansheng and the others observed Xiao Fan's feigned curiosity as he continually commanded the Xianshui pearl. Unable to suppress their wry smiles, they were well aware of how to utilize the Xianshui pearl, yet found it amusing that he felt the need to ask them again. Nonetheless, the trio felt a sense of joy. It was evident that Xiao Fan had taken a liking to the Xianshui pearl. Their offering had indeed been well placed, and each of them received a cup of spiritual liquid as a reward, which, while not extravagant, was certainly not insignificant. Thank you, esteemed seniors. The treasure you brought me is truly precious, he expressed, recalling that he had just treated the three to drinks. Please wait a moment. I have something wonderful to share with you. After speaking, Xiao Fan traversed the inner chamber towards the backyard. The three were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Fan's words. Had he not already rewarded them with the special spiritual liquid? Now, he had more treasures to bestow upon them. This truly seemed worthwhile. It was well understood that anything belonging to the master was extraordinary, and now that he himself deemed it a good thing, it must be even more remarkable. Anticipation washed over them, and excitement illuminated their faces. Xiao Fan's backyard was unlike his front yard, which was barren. The backyard boasted a quaint bridge and flowing water, numerous fruit trees, and various vegetables he had personally cultivated. However, the most striking feature was the clusters of grapes hanging beneath the vine. It was the season of grape ripening, and the delightful gift he intended to present to the three was the recently matured grapes. The growing conditions in the Seven Realms were exceptional, rendering the grapes akin to amber. Should these grapes be placed on Earth, they would undoubtedly surpass cherries in popularity. So exquisite were the grapes that Xiao Fan felt reluctant to consume them himself. Yet after receiving the Xianshui pearl from Xiansheng and the others, he felt compelled to offer something remarkable in return. Chapter 74. The marvelous use of grapes. Xiao Fan plucked a large bunch of grapes and returned to the front yard. When the three beheld the pearl-sized, purple jade grapes, their eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Fan intended to treat them to grapes, and such large, beautiful ones at that, grapes they had never encountered in their lifetimes. Most importantly, the grapes emitted an enticing fragrance that stirred their very spirits. Consuming these would undoubtedly bestow immense benefits upon their essence. As they contemplated this, saliva nearly escaped their mouths. Xiao Fan did not immediately present the grapes to them. Instead, he commanded the Xianshui pearl, release water. The Xianshui pearl began to spray water in the air as Xiao Fan retrieved the grapes and began to wash them. He was utilizing the Xianshui pearl as a faucet. The three watched in awe as Xiao Fan rinsed the grapes with the spiritual liquid containing a trace of innate water. Silently marveling at the extravagance in that moment, they felt as though they were inferior to a mere grape. They yearned to transform into grapes themselves, wishing for Xiao Fan to shower them with that divine liquid. The simplicity of such a high being's life was utterly exhilarating. Come, esteemed seniors, do savor the grapes I have grown. I hope you find them to your liking. Once he finished washing the grapes, he delicately placed them before the three. They had longed for these grapes, and as soon as Xiao Fan spoke, they swiftly plucked one and popped it into their mouths. The moment the grape entered, they felt as though they had consumed celestial nectar, a delightful shiver coursing through their bodies, followed by the grape sliding down into their stomachs. A refreshing sensation enveloped their bellies, coursing through their meridians and reaching their minds, directly impacting their spiritual seas. Soon, a gentle rain began to fall within their spiritual seas. The rain was light and purple, transforming the spiritual sea into a misty, violet haze. The rain carried a hint of tartness, and as it touched the periphery of their spiritual seas, it began to corrode the dark spots within. The spiritual sea is the most enigmatic aspect of a cultivator. Normally, any abnormality within it would trigger a reflexive instinct to defend against potential harm. However, they understood that a being of Xiao Fan's caliber would hardly concern himself with them. They firmly believed that consuming these grapes would yield tremendous benefits. Thus, they remained still, attentively experiencing the changes within their spiritual seas. As time passed, they realized that the purple rain did not erode their spiritual seas. Instead, it was the multitude of dark spots within that were being cleansed. These dark spots were remnants of the spiritual sea's pollution, representing the cultivator's inner demons. Typically, they remained undetectable and did not influence their state of being. Yet they always posed a latent threat. During moments of breakthrough or weakness, these inner demons would seize the opportunity to invade. The grapes assisted them in expelling these inner demons, ensuring that they would not manifest for a considerable time, greatly facilitating their future breakthroughs. Recognizing the potent effects of the purple rain, the three no longer hesitated, fully exposing their essences to its cleansing deluge, allowing it to wash over their very beings. The inner demons that clung to their essences were rapidly purged, rendering their spirits clear and luminous. When the purple rain subsided, they felt as though they had been reborn. Their souls and essences now radiated purity. However, as their essences and the dark spots within their spiritual seas had been eroded, they appeared somewhat tattered and loose, necessitating immediate seclusion to refine their essences and spiritual seas once more. Otherwise, they risked serious issues. At this moment, they disregarded the thought of eating a second grape, exchanging glances to signal their departure. So, how do you find my grapes? Xiao Fan inquired after they finished the first grape. Master, your grapes are truly exquisite. The balance of sweetness and acidity is simply delightful. Xianchong responded, with Kong Yongchong and Zhong Haoda nodding in agreement. The tartness, coupled with the cleansing effect, had indeed been immensely beneficial. If you find them so delectable, do indulge further, Xiao Fan smiled, adding, you three continue your conversation. I'll prepare a meal. You must dine with me before you leave. The Xianshui pearl gifted to him by Xianchong and the others was of great significance, and he felt it imperative to cook for them as a gesture of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged bemused smiles. They genuinely wished to stay for the meal, yet their essences and spiritual seas were unstable. Any further delay could lead to complications, and they needed to depart. Master, we will not trouble you today. Our sect has pressing matters to attend to, but we shall return next time to savor your culinary skills. Xianchong was the first to rise, followed closely by Kong Yongchong and Zhong Haoda. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed, and then spoke, well, how about this? Please wait a moment. I shall go and pick some grapes for you to take with you. That should be perfectly acceptable, right? The trio had presented him with such a precious treasure as the Xianshui pearl, and it would be remiss of him not to reciprocate. Thank you very much. Sir, the three exclaimed in delight. Although they were pressed for time to eat, they could afford to wait while Xiao Fan gathered the grapes. These grapes were unparalleled treasures for refining the primordial spirit and spiritual sea, and many in the sect had accomplished feats worthy of recognition. They were eager to bring some back for the practitioners in their sect to experience. Worried about the trio's haste to depart, Xiao Fan quickly returned with 3 bunches of grapes and handed them over. The three were overjoyed to receive the grapes. Expressing their gratitude once more, Xianchong and Kong Yongchong spoke in unison. Sir, we shall take our leave now. As for Zhong Haoda, he hesitated, as if he had something to inquire of Xiao Fan. Very well, allow me to see you off, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. He then escorted the three out of the small courtyard. Sir, I have one more matter I wish to seek your permission on, Zhong Haoda said, gathering his courage as he realized he would have no other opportunity to consult Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan inquired curiously, oh, what is it that you require my consent for? Zhong Haoda quickly responded, it is this, many disciples of the sect enjoy playing with clay that I wish to share your insights on pottery with them. But since these are your personal insights, I cannot lend them without your approval. Are the disciples of the sect so leisurely? Xiao Fan was taken aback. He had assumed that cultivators toiled diligently every day. Unaware that they had time for such play, he smiled and said, "Of course, you may. Since I have given it to you, it is yours to handle as you wish." "Thank you, sir." Zhong Haoda's face lit up with joy upon receiving the answer he desired. Chapter 75. Worthy Companions in Friendship. Master He, may I take a retreat at your sect? As soon as they left Xiao Fan's courtyard, Zhong Haoda spoke with urgency. The distance to the Ho-Tu sect was too great. He needed to return and enter seclusion, for his spiritual sea and primordial spirit would surely suffer otherwise. "Let us go." He Xianchong readily agreed to Zhong Haoda's request. He had matters to discuss with him. And once the three resolved their spiritual sea and primordial spirit issues, they could proceed with their conversation. Upon arriving at the Xian sect, the three immediately entered seclusion. Their spiritual sea and primordial spirit resembled a wall built of bricks, only to have many inferior bricks removed, causing the wall to deform. Thus, they needed to rebuild the wall entirely. Of course, this new wall would be slightly smaller due to the absence of the inferior bricks. Yet its structural integrity would be enhanced. The three devoted 3 days to compressing their spiritual sea and primordial spirit. In the end, although their sizes diminished, they became purer and less susceptible to the invasion of inner demons. The grapes bestowed upon them by Xiao Fan, while not providing an immediate boost to their strength, effectively alleviated the hidden inner demons within their primordial spirits for a long time to come. They would not be affected by inner demons during their breakthrough attempts. In a sense, their gains this time surpassed even a direct breakthrough. After their retreat, the three felt as if they had undergone a profound transformation. Naturally, this transformation was not physical, but rather spiritual. "Master He, Elder Kong, I am deeply grateful to both of you. If there are no further matters, I shall return to my sect," Zhong Haoda said, standing outside the Xian sect's training chamber. Bowing to He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. "And if there are any similar opportunities in the future, do remember me. Of course, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." He felt an intense envy towards He Xianchong and Kong Yongchong. The Xian sect was in close proximity to Xiao Fan, allowing He Xianchong to benefit greatly. "Master Zhong, are you certain you wish to depart just like this?" He Xianchong asked tentatively. "What do you mean?" "Master He, do you expect me to leave some grapes behind?" Zhong Haoda sensed something amiss in He Xianchong's tone and replied, "You both received 2 bunches of grapes, while I only received 1. Is that not a bit?" He left his sentence hanging, confident that the two understood his implication. "Master Zhong, do you think I desire your grapes? You truly disappoint me." He Xianchong responded, clearly displeased. "To be honest, without my disciple and me, would you have received the grapes from the Sir? However, we require no thanks from you. Yet, should the Demon King and Dog King choose to cede their accolades to us, should we not express our gratitude?" Indeed, He Xianchong's intention in bringing up the discussion with Zhong Haoda was to deliberate on how to thank Ning Shuang and the Dog King. However, the Demon King and Dog King often lingered by the Sir's side, and anything they consumed was a treasure. Surely, they would not covet these grapes, right? Zhong Haoda voiced, feeling reluctant to part with the grapes. "Master Zhong, your perspective lacks breadth." He Xianchong sighed, shaking his head. "Whether they need it or not is their concern. But whether to give it is ours. That if we do not express gratitude this time, do you think they will offer us accolades again in the future? They may not require it, but let us not forget the many beasts of the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan." Upon hearing He Xianchong's warning, Zhong Haoda felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "Master He, thank you for your reminder. Had it not been for your counsel, I would have committed a grave error." Zhong Haoda stated earnestly, then hesitated before asking, "So, how should we divide these grapes now?" Although he was the most formidable among the three, he realized that He Xianchong's mind was far sharper than his own. So he humbly sought advice. "To be honest, your sect's contribution in the recent endeavor against Yue Haoda was the least significant. However, since this was a joint effort among our 3 factions, it is reasonable for us to divide the grapes equally." He Xianchong continued, "Yet, these 2 bunches were personally handed to my disciple and me by the Sir. For us to relinquish 1 bunch while you contribute nothing would be unfair. Therefore, you 2 must make a sacrifice." Whether it was the Demon King or the Dog King, or even the Xian sect, Zhong Haoda dared not offend them, as their ties to the Sir were closer. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, That is only fair. How about each of us contributes 1/3 of a bunch of grapes? Master Zhong, do not misunderstand. My disciple, and I do not mean that. Xianchong pondered for a moment and said, since the Sir has already bestowed these grapes upon you, they belong to you. My disciple, and I are willing to donate 1 bunch of grapes to the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan. But we would like some form of compensation. What kind of compensation? The insights on pottery bestowed by the Sir. 1 bunch of grapes contained dozens of grapes and possessed extraordinary effects. A single bunch would barely suffice for the sect, and now the two were more interested in the pottery insights. Although this knowledge did not perfectly align with their Xian sect cultivation methods, it contained the character for fire, and thus they believed there might be something valuable to glean. Wanting to seize the opportunity, sharing the insights for observation is not an issue, but I still need them for my breakthrough. How about I lend them to you 3 months later? Zhong Haoda understood the duo's intentions and hesitated before speaking. In truth, the need for insights to break through was merely an excuse that he lacked the requisite level, and there was no way for him to comprehend anything further from the insights in the short term. However, now that the Sir allowed him to share the insights with others, he intended to show them to his own sect members first. Master Zhong, forget it. We shall not borrow your insights after all. Upon hearing this, Xianchong pretended to be somewhat displeased and said, in the future, when good fortune arises, I will not seek you out, for after all, you would not remember my kindness. Indeed, Master Zhong, please, Kong Yongchong chimed in support from the side. Wait, Master He, is it not acceptable for me to show you the insights first? Zhong Haoda was taken aback by Xianchong's words and hurriedly took out his insights. If Xianchong truly severed ties with him, any future opportunities to curry favor with the gentleman would undoubtedly be lost. He certainly did not wish to suffer a great loss for a trivial gain. I always knew that Zhong Zhongzhu was a person worth cultivating a deep relationship with. Upon seeing Zhong Haoda produce his insights, a smile spread across Xianchong's aged face. Chapter 76. Unable to consume a single grape in Xiao Fan's courtyard, the Dog King lazily kept his eyes closed, reveling in the rich spiritual energy that enveloped the yard. Under this baptism of spiritual power, even in slumber, his strength continued to grow gradually. At that moment, 3 figures appeared in the distance that he raised his drooping eyelids slightly before letting them fall once more. Dog King, is the gentleman at home? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. It was a message from Xianchong. He is not here. You may come another day, replied the Dog King, still with his eyes closed. That is fortunate. We are not here to seek the gentleman today. Upon hearing that Xiao Fan was absent, Xianchong's expression brightened, and his pace quickened as he spoke. Dog King, could you please summon the Demon King? We have matters to discuss with both of you. What matters? The Dog King cast an impatient glance at Xianchong and his companions, but still called out a couple of times towards the interior of the house. Ning Shuang emerged upon hearing the call and saw Xianchong and the others. Assuming they were also there to see Xiao Fan, she said, Zhongzhu, the gentleman is not here. You should return. Demon King, Dog King, we have come to see you. To Xianchong, concerned that Xiao Fan might return at any moment, spoke directly. Producing a bunch of grapes, we have achieved great merit in the mission to slay Shui Haotzen at Xianshui's sect, and thus we dare not claim the rewards bestowed by the gentleman for ourselves. Ideally, we should have shared the rewards with you on the very day we received them, but the potency of the grapes has rendered our primordial spirits somewhat unstable. We could only return to our sect to stabilize our spirits before daring to come back, though we hope you will not hold this against us. Logically speaking, our 2 sects did not contribute significantly and should not claim these grapes. However, since our disciples from both sects participated, we felt it necessary to secure some benefits for them. Hence we boldly divided the grapes into 3 portions, with each party receiving 1. Should the Demon King and Dog King have any objections, we can discuss a redistribution. The Dog King paid no heed to Xianchong's words, continuing to feign sleep, since Xiao Fan had already shared grapes with him the previous day in a moment of joy. These grapes were of no use to him now. Moreover, as a solitary canine, he had little need to concern himself with other beasts. Zhongzhu, your statement is rather incorrect. If not for the appearance of the 3 of you, we would not have found suitable individuals to present the Xianshui pearl to the master. Had the master not received the Xianshui pearl, none of us would be entitled to rewards. Ning Shuang interjected politely, a smile gracing her lips. Although you did not directly engage with Shui Haotzen, you played a significant role in this matter. Let us distribute the rewards accordingly. He Xiancheng hurriedly responded. Thank you, Demon King. Ning Shuang continued. The Dog King and I are unable to leave. Could we trouble Hizongzhu to make a trip to Chongqing Mountain? The grapes were of no use to her and the Dog King, but they would greatly benefit the Demon Clan at Chongqing Mountain. As the Demon King of Chongqing Mountain, she naturally had to consider the welfare of her kin. I am more than willing to serve the Demon King. He Xiancheng replied with a smile upon hearing Ning Shuang's request. Yes, for Zhong Haoda. After overhearing the conversation between Ning Shuang and He Xiancheng, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had it not been for He Xiancheng's reminder, he would have overlooked the portion of grapes meant for the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan, that if he had inadvertently offended Ning Shuang, it would have been a significant problem. He Zongzhu has assisted me numerous times. He is truly a person worthy of deep ties. Zhong Haoda reflected with gratitude. Dog King, I've already allocated this bunch of grapes to the beasts of my demon clan. Do you have any objections? At this point, Ning Shuang turned to the Dog King and inquired. Under normal circumstances, this bunch of grapes would rightfully belong to the Dog King, so it was indeed inappropriate for Ning Shuang to make such a decision on his behalf. However, she was aware that the grapes held no value for the Dog King, which was why she felt free to do so. Since you have already made the arrangements, why do you ask me? The Dog King lay on the ground, smacking his lips a couple of times. He Zongzhu, we shall rely on you then. With the Dog King's agreement, Ning Shuang turned once more to He Xiancheng. He Xiancheng promptly accepted, taking a bunch of grapes and making his way to Chongqing Mountain. Meanwhile, Kong Yongchong and Zhong Haoda prepared to return to their sect with the grapes, intending to distribute them among their disciples. Deep within Chongqing Mountain, the old Monkey King sat facing Kong Xianxi. Kong Xianxi, do you think we will receive rewards for accompanying the Demon King to attack Xian Shui sect this time? The old Monkey King had been preoccupied with thoughts of rewards these past few days. Yet after 3 days, he had received no news. I find it unlikely, Kong Xianxi replied. Consider this. The Demon King has granted the credit for this endeavor to the humans. Leaving aside whether the Demon King's master will bestow any rewards, even if he does, those humans may not be inclined to share. They are exceedingly cunning and self-serving. Upon hearing Kong Xianxi's analysis, the old Monkey King felt a chill run down his spine, yet he clung to hope. Even if those humans are cunning, they surely would not dare to offend the Demon King, right? But it has been several days, and we have yet to see any rewards. How do you explain that? Kong Xianxi countered. Listening to Kong Xianxi's words, the old Monkey King fell silent. Just then, a powerful aura emerged from the distance. Sensing this presence, the two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They soared into the sky, quickly reaching the air above Chongqing Mountain. Upon discovering that the person above was He Xiancheng, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, joy flickering in their eyes. The appearance of He Xiancheng at this moment likely signified the delivery of their rewards. They swiftly cupped their hands in greeting. He Zongzhu, have you come to deliver rewards? He Xiancheng smiled, producing a bunch of grapes as he spoke. Indeed, this is a gift of grapes from the gentleman. It is for your demon clan. The Demon King is unable to return and has entrusted me to bring them to you. He Zongzhu, are you certain this is the reward bestowed by the Demon King's master? Initially delighted, the old Monkey King's expression soured upon seeing that the reward was merely a bunch of grapes. Although the grapes shimmered with a radiant purple light and appeared crystal clear, a single bunch was hardly sufficient to share. The quantity is far too small. Moreover, they had no interest in consuming grapes. What they desired were miraculous treasures that could enhance their strength. Old Monkey King, do not underestimate this bunch of grapes. Its effects are extraordinary. I can barely manage to consume one, and you will likely only be able to tolerate half. He Xiancheng, sensing the old Monkey King's dissatisfaction with the reward, felt compelled to explain that in truth, had he not been aware of the grape's miraculous properties, he might have entertained similar thoughts. Could it be that these grapes are celestial fruits? The old Monkey King, skeptical of He Xiancheng's claims, took the grapes, plucked one, and bit down on half of it. After a brief wait, he felt nothing unusual, But just as he was about to consume the other half, his spiritual seed began to stir. Chapter 77. At most, half a grape under the stimulation of the grape, the old Monkey King's spiritual seed began to undergo a transformation. However, the changes in his spiritual seed differed from those experienced by Xiao. His spiritual seed manifested with swirling purple lines, radiating outward in concentric circles from its center. The closer one was to the center, the clearer the purple lines became. Conversely, they grew increasingly indistinct further away. As the purple lines appeared, fragmented memories of heritage surfaced in the old Monkey King's mind. He felt as if a six-eared macaque was seated in the void, listening attentively to the resonances of the Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao's resonances swiftly transmitted into his mind. Under the influence of this ethereal sound, a mysterious force emerged from his bloodline, triggering an evolution within it. Once the evolution was complete, a noble aura emanated from the old Monkey King. Kong Xianzi sensed this aura, her body trembling slightly, as she felt an overwhelming urge to submit. Such involuntary reactions had only occurred in the presence of the demon king Ning Xuan, and that was due to her possessing ancestral bloodlines. Yet now, a similar scene was unfolding around the old Monkey King. Could it be that he had just awakened his ancestral bloodline? As she gazed upon the venerable Monkey King, a look of disbelief flickered in Kong Xianzi's eyes. The aged Monkey King, whose bloodline was on the verge of depletion, should have been beyond the possibility of returning to his ancestral roots in his twilight years. Yet, the seemingly impossible was unfolding right before her. The more she sensed the aura emanating from the Monkey King, the more she felt he had awakened a bloodline of ancestral heritage, though she could not discern which beast's bloodline it was. Boom! While she pondered, the Monkey King's aura surged dramatically, breaking through from the mid-stage of the demon infant realm to the late stage. A profound shock illuminated Kong Xianzi's countenance. Boom! Before her astonishment could wane. The Monkey King's aura surged once more, propelling him from the late stage to the pinnacle of the demon infant realm. Moreover, upon reaching this pinnacle, his aura began to fluctuate erratically, as if hinting at yet another breakthrough. Ultimately, however, his realm stabilized, and he did not ascend to the out-of-body stage. In the blink of an eye, he had surged through two minor realms. Kong Xianzi stood speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. It had hardly been a short time, perhaps less than the burning of a joss stick. The Monkey King's bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots, and he had broken through two realms, reaching the pinnacle of the demon infant stage. And all of this was due to half a grape. She was acutely aware of the Monkey King's physical condition. Logically, at his advanced age, a return to ancestral bloodline should have been impossible, and further breakthroughs were not feasible. Yet, half a grape had altered everything. How could such a seemingly trivial fruit possess such extraordinary effects? Despite her reluctance to believe it, the reality was inescapable. It was laughable that both she and the Monkey King regarded the master of the Demon King as miserly, unwilling to bestow rewards upon her kin, oblivious to the fact that they were merely frogs in a well. With a self-deprecating smile, she mused that even if the grapes were not celestial fruits, they were likely not far from it, and yet she had dismissed them. After this realization, another persistent thought invaded her mind. If the Monkey King could awaken his ancestral bloodline and elevate two minor realms by consuming half a grape, might it also ignite the bloodlines and enhance the powers of myself or other demon leaders? With this contemplation, Kong Xianzi's eyes ignited with fervor, longing to snatch the grape and consume it immediately. However, given that the grape was in the Monkey King's possession and he was stabilizing his realm, she hesitated, concerned about disturbing him, and remained rooted in place. After what felt like a mere incense stick's duration, the Monkey King had fully stabilized his realm. He sensed his bloodline and power, and a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face. However, he soon realized that Xianchong and Kong Xianzi were still present. And feeling somewhat flustered, he reined in his excitement, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xianchong, and said, "Thank you, sect leader He, for the grapes you have brought. From this day forth, you shall be the dearest friend of the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan." Observing the Monkey King's gesture, Xianchong's face displayed a tinge of envy. He had consumed a grape, merely alleviating the demons that had plagued his mind, while the Monkey King had achieved the awakening of his ancestral bloodline and ascended 2 minor realms from just half a grape. This led Xianqiong to wonder if Xiao Fan's grapes were specifically tailored for the demon race. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Monkey King, but there's no need to thank me. With that thought, Xianqiong swiftly replied, if you truly wish to express gratitude, you should thank the master. You are absolutely correct. We should indeed express our appreciation to the master of the Demon King, that I can sense that these grapes are exceptionally suited to our kind. I consumed only half a grape, yet awakened the ancestral bloodline of the 6-eared macaque and elevated 2 minor realms. The Monkey King nodded earnestly, sheepishly admitting, please don't mock me. I initially thought the master of the Demon King was stingy. We mobilized to attack the Xianshui sect, and all he rewarded us with was a single bunch of grapes that I failed to recognize that I had underestimated him. The master's rewards possess miraculous effects for the demon race. With this grape, who knows how many beasts with awakened ancestral bloodlines the Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan will give birth to upon hearing the Monkey King's words. Kong Xianzi's eyes once again sparkled with fervor. She had indeed not misjudged. These grapes could awaken their ancestral bloodlines. She eagerly exclaimed, Monkey King, quickly give me a grape. However, the Monkey King handed over the remaining half of the grape he had consumed, saying, Kong Xianzi, sect leader, he is right. The effects of this grape are formidable. I could only consume half, and you should not be greedy, lest your spiritual sea be compromised, as he underwent bloodline evolution and realm breakthrough. He had already sensed that his spiritual sea was nearing saturation. Further stimulation would not only be unbeneficial, but could even have adverse effects. Initially, Kong Xianzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at receiving only half a grape from the Monkey King. But upon hearing that consuming too much could hinder her cultivation, she was immediately frightened and dared not eat even half. Yet, the allure of awakening her ancestral bloodline prompted her to take a deep breath and toss the half grape into her mouth. Immediately, her spiritual sea began to churn, igniting the awakening of her bloodline and a breakthrough in her realm. Chapter 78. A fortuitous windfall moments later, Kong Xianzi also ascended to the pinnacle of the demon infant realm. Moreover, her ancestral bloodline was activated, transforming her into a more enchanting figure than before. With joy radiating from her face, she exclaimed, Monkey King, the effects of this grape are truly astonishing. I feel as though I have been reborn. Indeed, the Monkey King nodded vigorously, exclaiming with excitement, our Chongqing Mountain Demon Clan is destined for a significant enhancement in strength. Should I summon the leaders of the 100 clans now? Kong Xianzi asked with anticipation. Then I must trouble you, Kong Xianzi, to notify the clan leaders. The Monkey King replied with a slight nod. Kong Xianzi agreed and bid farewell to Xianqiong before departing. Once Kong Xianzi had left, Xianqiong rose and said, Monkey King, the master's reward has been delivered, but there are still matters I must attend to in the sect. I take my leave. Seeing Xianqiong prepare to depart, the Monkey King produced a flask of wine with a flourish and said, Sect leader this is our clan's Millennium Monkey Head wine. Though its effects pale in comparison to the master's grapes, it can nurture the body of a cultivator. Please accept ITAS, the sect leader of the Xian sect. Xianqiong had personally come to deliver the grapes, and the Monkey King felt compelled to show his appreciation. After all, it is said that a small gift carries great sentiment. He was signaling his goodwill to Xianqiong. Your kindness is noted. I shall accept this monkey head wine. You are welcome to visit the Xian sect anytime, and I will ensure a warm reception, Xianqiong replied, recognizing the Monkey King's intention to cultivate a friendship and graciously accepting the offer. The two exchanged pleasantries before Xianqiong finally took his leave. After a while, the leaders of the 100 clans began to arrive. Monkey King, has the master's reward arrived? Let us see it. The impatient Shi Lang Wang was the first to speak, his eyes brimming with excitement. Although he had never met the master of the Demon King, he was certain that such a figure must possess immense power. This was evident from the rapid breakthroughs achieved by the Demon King and the Dog King under his tutelage. Thus, in his eyes, the master's reward could only be extraordinary. Yes, soon as Shi Lang Wang's words left his mouth, the other clan leaders turned their gazes toward the Monkey King, their expressions filled with anticipation. It appeared that everyone was eager to see what awaited them. Not wishing to keep them in suspense, the Monkey King revealed the grapes, saying, "This is the reward bestowed upon us by the master of the Demon King." "Is this it?" The clan leaders stared in disbelief at the bunch of grapes presented by the Monkey King, their eyes wide with astonishment. The master of the Demon King was a figure of terrifying prowess. Surely he would not be so stingy as to reward them with merely a single bunch of grapes. "Monkey King, are you certain you are not jesting with us?" Qi Lang Wang, unable to contain himself, was the first to question that, "Am I making a jest?" The Monkey King retorted, sensing the underlying tone in Qi Lang Wang's inquiry, and his displeasure began to surface. Qi Lang Wang opened his mouth to respond, but could only mutter under his breath. "The master of the Demon King is an entity of unimaginable might. He would not merely reward us with a single bunch of grapes. Who knows if you have hidden more?" In the past, the Monkey King would have been oblivious to Qi Lang Wang's murmurs, but now, with his awakened bloodline, he could hear them distinctly. Consequently, the Monkey King grew irate, his voice turning stern as he addressed Qi Lang Wang. "Do you believe I harbor ulterior motives?" Qi Lang Wang was left speechless by the Monkey King's inquiry. He was confident that his recent mutterings had gone unheard by anyone. So how could the old Monkey King have caught them? "I didn't mean that," the Red Wolf King replied, feeling somewhat guilty. In the past, he would have dared to spar verbally with the old Monkey King, but today he found himself somewhat intimidated. His aura diminished. Unbeknownst to him, the old Monkey King had awakened his ancestral bloodline, which exerted a suppressive force over him, instinctively placing him a notch lower in status. "Everyone, you need not engage in discussions below. I wish to clarify 2 points," the old Monkey King declared, raising his voice to address the leaders of the 100 clans, seeing that the Red Wolf King had remained silent. "First, I harbor no ulterior motives. The master of the Demon King indeed rewarded us with merely a bunch of grapes. Second, the master of the Demon King is not stingy. On the contrary, he is exceedingly generous, for the efficacy of this bunch of grapes surpasses your understanding." Having awakened his ancestral bloodline, the old Monkey King's hearing had improved exponentially, allowing him to discern the murmurs of the crowd as clearly as if they were spoken directly to him. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 100 clans felt as though their thoughts had been laid bare, and a tinge of fear crept into their hearts as they regarded the old Monkey King. "Old Monkey King, it is merely a bunch of grapes. Are you not exaggerating its effects?" The Red Wolf King mused, contemplating. "How about you share a portion of the 1,000-year monkey head wine with me instead?" "I would rather forego the grapes. The monkey head wine of the Monkey Clan possesses the ability to aid demon beasts in their breakthroughs, and the older the vintage, the more potent the effects." The Golden Pung King, who had been slain by Ning Shuang, had achieved his breakthrough to the out-of-body stage after consuming the Monkey Clan as a 1,000-year monkey head wine, but currently, the Monkey Clan no longer possessed any of that vintage. However, they still had some of the 1,000-year monkey head wine, which was extremely beneficial for demon beasts in the infant stage. Nevertheless, the 1,000-year monkey head wine was highly coveted, and the old Monkey King would not part with it lightly. The Red Wolf King's suggestion was made in jest. He did not truly believe the old Monkey King would agree to such a trade. However, the old Monkey King was momentarily taken aback. Then inquired, "Red Wolf King, are you truly willing to forego the grapes in exchange for a jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine?" "Indeed, as long as you are willing to provide me with a jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine, I shall relinquish my share of the grapes," the Red Wolf King eagerly responded. "Red Wolf King, think this through," the old Monkey King cautioned again to speak plainly. "The benefits of the 1,000-year monkey head wine for cultivation pale in comparison to the grapes bestowed by the master of the Demon King. I have made my decision. I want the 1,000-year monkey head wine," the Red Wolf King replied decisively without a second thought. The grapes were a gift from the master of the Demon King, and their benefits for cultivation would undoubtedly surpass those of the 1,000-year monkey head wine. However, with only a single bunch of grapes, and so many clan leaders present, he would not even receive a single grape. What benefit could such a meager portion offer for cultivation? "Very well, since you insist on the 1,000-year monkey head wine, I shall acquiesce," the old Monkey King conceded, seeing the Red Wolf King's determination. "Thank you, old Monkey King," the Red Wolf King exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he believed he had struck an incredible bargain. Chapter 79. The most regrettable exchange here. This is the wine you requested." The old Monkey King produced a jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine and tossed it to the Red Wolf King. The Red Wolf King caught the wine and eagerly uncorked it, gulping it down in one go. As soon as the liquid entered his stomach, a faint glow emanated from his flesh, signifying that his physical form was strengthening. Enhancing the physical body of demon beast is no easy feat, especially for those at the infant stage and above, where increasing physical strength becomes extraordinarily challenging. The clan leaders of the demon races had never witnessed the visible enhancement of a physical form before, and they were all astonished by the immense efficacy of the 1,000-year monkey head wine. Haha, this single jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine is worth a century of my cultivation. I am now on the brink of the initial stage of the infant realm, poised to break through into the mid-stage at any moment, the Red Wolf King proclaimed, releasing his powerful aura and bursting into laughter. Currently, the Evergreen Mountain Demon race only had the old Monkey King and Kong Xianzi as mid-stage infant realm demon beasts. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, he would become the third mid-stage infant realm demon beast of the Evergreen Mountain Demon race. Furthermore, given the Red Wolf clan's prowess in battle, he would undoubtedly emerge as the foremost warrior beneath the Demon King and the Dog King. Seeing the exuberance of the Red Wolf King after his physical enhancement, many clan leaders of the demon races felt envious, their eyes turning red with desire. Old Monkey King, I too am willing to trade my share of grapes for a jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine. The Flame Lion King was the first to step forward, breathing heavily, spurred on by the Red Wolf King's example. The Flame Lion King had become somewhat reckless, failing to consider that with the old Monkey King's sagacity, he would never engage in a losing proposition. The efficacy of this wine. As the Flame Lion King expressed his desire to trade, the old Monkey King attempted to interject, but was interrupted. Old Monkey King, I understand that the efficacy of the grapes surpasses that of your 1,000-year monkey head wine. However, with only a single bunch of grapes, my share will be minimal, and thus of little use. It is better to exchange it for the 1,000-year monkey head wine. The old Monkey King finally comprehended why the Red Wolf King had initially been willing to trade wine. The latter likely shared the Flame Lion King's sentiment, believing that a meager portion of grapes would yield negligible effects. Nevertheless, he was aware of the immense power the grapes possessed, were the Flame Lion King not the king of the Evergreen Mountain Demon race. He would not have hesitated to engage in the trade. However, he could not. As the representative of the Demon King, how could he deceive the demon beasts under him? He must first inform the clan leaders of the grapes' formidable effects. Only after clarifying their efficacy would he consider trading if they insisted on exchanging for the 1,000-year monkey head wine. Flame Lion King, although you may not receive many grapes, even half a grape's efficacy far surpasses that of the 1,000-year monkey head wine. Thus, the old Monkey King continued to persuade. I myself only consumed half a grape. He had intended to reveal that after consuming half a grape, he had ascended 2 minor realms, even preparing to demonstrate his own realm. But once again he was interrupted by the Flame Lion King. Old Monkey King, your willingness to exchange the 1,000-year monkey head wine with the Red Wolf King, but not with me, raises questions. Do you look down on me? The Flame Lion King, known for his fiery temperament as a fire attribute beast, spoke with irritation upon noticing the old Monkey King's reluctance to engage in a trade. Allow me to explain. The old Monkey King, exasperated, found himself at a loss. He was merely trying to help, yet the Flame Lion King was growing impatient. Old Monkey King, spare me your explanations. I have a single question. Are you willing to trade? He felt that the old Monkey King was treating him with disdain, which only deepened his displeasure. Very well, since you insist on the wine, I shall give it to you. The old Monkey King, perceiving the Flame Lion King's aggressive stance, decided against further explanations and directly tossed a jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine to him. I have been so patient in explaining, yet you think I look down upon you. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall no longer explain, prepared to regret this later. Old Monkey King, you know I'm an impatient sort. I was just a bit too excited earlier. Please bear with me. The Flame Lion King finally smiled as he caught the jug of 1,000-year monkey head wine tossed by the old Monkey King. He then seized the jug and poured its contents into his mouth. This is absolutely delightful. The Flame Lion King shattered the wine jug with his demon power, and the rich flavor of the thousand-year monkey head wine instantly filled his mouth before flowing into his stomach. A warm sensation enveloped him, followed by an invisible power coursing through his limbs. Under the influence of this unseen force, his physical body rapidly strengthened, emitting a faint glow as the flame Lion King's physique began to enhance. Many clan leaders could no longer contain themselves. Old Monkey King, I, too, am willing to trade the grapes my clan receives for a jug of thousand-year monkey head wine. I am willing as well. If it's insufficient, I can add more treasures. Me too. The clan leaders eager to exchange for thousand-year monkey head wine surrounded the old Monkey King, clamoring one after another. Leaders, please listen to me. Even if you receive only a little of this grape, its efficacy will undoubtedly surpass that of the thousand-year monkey head wine. Not press me further. Seeing the crowd closing in, the old Monkey King quickly raised his voice. I shall distribute the grapes to you now, allowing you to test their effects. Old Monkey King, this is rather unfair. You exchange a thousand-year monkey head wine with the Red Wolf King and the Flame Lion King, yet refuse to exchange with us. You claim that the thousand-year monkey head wine is inferior to the grapes, yet I believe you are reluctant to part with it. Indeed, Old Monkey King, you are treating us differently. The leaders of the myriad tribes were wholly convinced of the excellence of the Millennium Monkey Head wine, showing no inclination to hear further explanations from the Old Monkey King, growing somewhat agitated by their dismissive attitude. The Old Monkey King decided against further discourse with these beastly leaders. Instead, he unleashed his full aura, along with the power of his bloodline, in an instant, a formidable pressure radiated from him, sweeping outwards in all directions. Under this overwhelming force, the tribal leaders felt an irresistible urge to kneel before the Old Monkey King. Their faces displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. They were left in bewilderment, unable to fathom the extent of the Old Monkey King's prowess, which compelled them to contemplate submission. Ladies and gentlemen, my current strength is at the pinnacle of the demon infant stage, and my bloodline has undergone evolution, the Old Monkey King proclaimed loudly, and I have merely consumed half a grape. Now, tell me, do you still wish to exchange grapes for my Millennium Monkey Head wine? Anyone who insists on the exchange, I shall comply immediately. A.S.'s words settled. The tribal leaders who had intended to barter grapes for the Millennium Monkey Head wine stood frozen in place. The mere consumption of half a grape had enabled the Old Monkey King to ascend 2 minor realms and evolve his bloodline. Surely, this grape must be a divine fruit. The Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King exchanged glances, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to spit blood. They realized the folly of their actions in attempting to trade such a celestial fruit for the Millennium Monkey Head wine, even going so far as to pressure the Old Monkey King into the exchange. Old Monkey King, is this truly the effect of just half a grape? The Red Wolf King inquired, taking a deep breath to regain his composure, unable to suppress his incredulity. How could half a grape possibly facilitate 2-realm breakthroughs and bloodline evolution? Wild Boar King, step forward. The Old Monkey King did not elaborate further, but called to the Wild Boar King among the tribal leaders. The Wild Boar King hurriedly approached the Old Monkey King. The Old Monkey King then sliced a quarter of a grape and said, "This is your portion. Consume it now." Excellent. Without a moment's hesitation, the Azure Spirit Boar King seized the grape and swiftly devoured it. Instantly, his spiritual sea began to churn. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a unique aura emanated from him, causing several tribal leaders nearby to instinctively recoil in fear. This was due to the evolution of the Azure Spirit Boar King's bloodline, which now surpassed that of the surrounding beast leaders, eliciting a primal sense of dread. Boom! Yet, this was not the end. Following the evolution of his bloodline, the Azure Spirit Boar King's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the initial stage of the demon infant realm to the mid-stage, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of the mid-stage. The tribal leaders, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly astonished, erupting in exuberant cheers. "I want grapes, I want grapes. These grapes are simply extraordinary. Just a quarter of a grape yielded such terrifying results. Realm elevation, bloodline evolution. Who needed the Millennium Monkey Head wine? Previously, they had only recognized the power of the Demon King's master, but they had not anticipated reaching such a formidable level. Where even casually bestowed, grapes possessed the quality of divine fruits. The tribal leaders shouted and roared, expressing their uncontrollable excitement to ascend to higher realms. The demon beasts needed superior bloodlines. With their current bloodline strength, the pinnacle of the demon infant stage was their limit. Without fortuitous circumstances, they would likely never achieve the out-of-body stage in their lifetimes. However, the situation had changed. With the grapes bestowed by the Demon King's master, their bloodlines could evolve, granting them the potential to break through to the out-of-body stage. Such a prospect was enough to stir excitement among the myriad tribal leaders, except for the Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King. Their expressions were more dismal than if they had lost their parents, for they had traded their share of grapes for the Millennium Monkey Head wine. Now, do you believe in the miraculous effects of these grapes? The old Monkey King asked. Everyone, please form an orderly line as I distribute the grapes. Satisfied with the response, he began to hand out the grapes. Due to the limited quantity of grapes and the large number of tribal leaders, each leader could only receive approximately a quarter of a grape. In the end, half a grape remained, which was originally intended for the Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King. The recipients of the grapes eagerly tossed them into their mouths. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of bloodline evolution and realm breakthroughs. Naturally, not all tribal leaders experienced bloodline evolution. A few did not evolve, but their physical strength significantly increased, and their realms also elevated. Witnessing the continuous sounds of bloodline evolution and realm breakthroughs around them, the Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King were filled with regret. They could hardly blame the old Monkey King, for he had initially provided ample warning, informing them that the effects of the grapes surpassed those of the Millennium Monkey Head wine. It was their disbelief in the grape's efficacy that led them to insist on trading for the wine. What shall we do now, Red Wolf King? If we do not obtain grapes, life will be hard for our clans. The Blazing Lion King asked anxiously. The Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King held the highest positions among the tribal leaders, granting them significant influence and resource allocation. Yet now, the strength of the other tribal leaders had surpassed theirs, and their bloodline powers were stronger. In the future, these tribal leaders would have the opportunity to become out-of-body powerhouses. While they remained stagnant, over time, their clans would inevitably become the weakest among the myriad tribes, leading to dire circumstances. Come with me. We shall speak with the old Monkey King, the Red Wolf King replied, unwilling to resign to the notion of his clan becoming the weakest among the demon tribes. Subsequently, the two demons approached the old Monkey King. Old Monkey King, the Blazing Lion King, and I wish to discuss a matter with you. The Red Wolf King spoke first. You seek that half grape, do you not? The old Monkey King cast a knowing glance at the two demons, having anticipated their intent. The Red Wolf King promptly flattered. Indeed, your keen insight is unmatched. Might we inquire if we could swap back for that grape? Certainly. If you return the Millennium Monkey Head wine, I shall give you the grape, the old Monkey King replied nonchalantly. But we have already consumed the Millennium Monkey Head wine. The Blazing Lion King interjected. Perhaps I could offer an equivalent treasure for my clan in exchange. He speculated that the old Monkey King would acquiesce, as he was generally amiable within his clan, that if you bring other treasures, I will not trade you the grape. The old Monkey King immediately countered the Blazing Lion King's proposition. The Red Wolf King grew displeased, exclaiming, Old Monkey King, if you do not wish to trade, just say so. Why use the Millennium Monkey Head wine as an excuse? That wine exists solely among your monkey clan. Where shall we procure it? I indeed do not wish to trade. The old Monkey King affirmed earnestly you know why. The two demons shook their heads. You should be aware that Shui Haodong was merely insulted by a remark against the Demon King's master. Yet he was pursued by three major forces, including our demon clan, that if the Demon King's master learns that you consider him petty, think of the consequences. Hearing this, the Red Wolf King and the Blazing Lion King broke into a cold sweat. Old Monkey King, we acknowledge our mistake. We underestimated your stature, the Red Wolf King admitted. Might someone of the Demon King's master-esque caliber be so petty as to hold a grudge against us? Old Monkey King, please do not inform the Demon King about this matter. If we forego the grapes, that should suffice, no? The Blazing Lion King suggested. Very well, The old Monkey King replied that I shall keep this matter confidential. However, for now, the grapes shall not be distributed to you as a form of punishment. Once you demonstrate better behavior, I will allocate the grapes to you. Thank you. Monkey King, the Red Wolf King, and the Blazing Lion King expressed their gratitude profusely. Noticing that many tribal leaders were still engaged in their cultivation, the old Monkey King advised the two demons, "You may return now. Do not disrupt the training of the other leaders. Then we shall take our leave." They replied, "Two demons, having concluded their discourse, dared not linger any longer and swiftly departed." Once they had left, the old Monkey King turned his gaze towards the still meditating leaders of the various clans, unable to suppress a smile. With the assistance of the Demon King's master, Grape, the overall strength of the Evergreen Mountain Demon Clan would experience a significant enhancement. Chapter 81. The Sword Cultivator, Su-Mo, plummeting into the abyss of demons. This place is a perilous spot within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Further ahead lies the Demon River. Above the Demon River, a peculiar force exists. Any cultivator who ascends to its heights will find their essence, energy and spirit completely sealed, rendering them as mere mortals, thus plunging into the river below. Simultaneously, the waters of the Demon River possess a potent corrosive nature, and once one falls in, they will swiftly be reduced to nothing but bleached bones. At this moment, the abyss of demons was shrouded in a tempest of blood and chaos. A young man knelt on one knee at the cliff's edge, propped up by a long, black sword. He gasped for breath, each exhale accompanied by copious amounts of blood spilling from his lips. Surrounding him were demonic beasts, their eyes alight with greed and savagery. Su-Mo, surrender the Unity Sword, and I shall spare your life. Su-Mo, behind you lies the Demon River. You have no escape left. Hand over the Unity Sword, and I will grant you a path to survival. Su-Mo, possessing the Unity Sword in your hands is a sheer waste. You cannot unleash its true power. Better to relinquish it. The voices of the demonic beasts roared like thunder, unceasing in their demand. Su-Mo regarded the demonic beast before him, unperturbed and brimming with murderous intent. From a young age, he had exhibited an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, eventually being taken under the wing of the master of the 10,000 Swords sect as his personal disciple. He did not disappoint, comprehending the essence of the sword by the age of 12, thus breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Now, at merely 16 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Such talent was truly unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, he would have become a formidable sword master. Alas, the 10,000 Swords sect was annihilated, and he was pursued to the brink of despair. Who could have leaked the secret of the Unity Sword? Countless thoughts flashed through Su-Mo's mind. The 10,000 Swords sect was a unique establishment, its disciples distinct from ordinary cultivators, specializing solely in swordsmanship. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a sword mountain, which embodies the essence of 10,000 swords. Here, sword cultivators find it easier to grasp the path of the sword, hence the sect was founded in this very location. Legend has it that within Sword Mountain resides the Unity Sword. Whoever obtains this sword can unify 10,000 swords, grasp the true essence of the sword path, and ascend to become a sword immortal. For countless years, innumerable sword cultivators have journeyed to Sword Mountain in pursuit of the Unity Sword, yet none have succeeded. The Unity Sword seemed to exist solely within the realm of legend. However, as Su-Mo broke through the foundation establishment stage, he faintly sensed the sword path between heaven and earth, causing a resonance with Sword Mountain that stirred the entire sect. Upon his breakthrough, he discovered a sword before him, identical in description to the Unity Sword found in ancient texts. After multiple confirmations by the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, it was established that this sword was indeed the Unity Sword. The Unity Sword contained the profound truths of swordsmanship, an unparalleled treasure for sword cultivators. The master of the 10,000 Swords sect understood that should this sword's existence be revealed, the sect would face imminent destruction. Thus, he commanded all sect members to take a solemn oath to keep Su-Mo's possession of the Unity Sword a closely guarded secret. Yet, ultimately, the news still leaked. The essence of the sword is imbued with a potent inclination towards slaughter, presenting a deadly temptation for those demonic beasts yearning for greater power. Upon learning that Su-mo had acquired the Unity Sword, the demonic beasts wasted no time in rallying their entire clans to assault the 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Great Mountains belonged to the domain of the demonic beasts, and the 10,000 Swords sect, situated within, had little contact with other sects and could not seek external aid. Moreover, the attacking demonic clans were not singular but multiple. Although the 10,000 Swords sect was powerful, it was ultimately outnumbered. Faced with simultaneous assaults from several demonic clans, it soon fell into ruin. In a bid to protect Su-mo, the master of the sect utilized great magical powers to send him out of the sect. Yet Su-mo was still discovered by the demonic clans, forcing him to the brink of the abyss of demons. Master, I am sorry. Given another 100 years, I could slay their clans with a single stroke of my sword. Alas, I cannot provide you or the entire sect with vengeance. The clans he referred to were precisely the various demonic factions attacking the 10,000 Swords sect within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Now cornered at the abyss of demons, with the demon river at his back, he found himself with no means of escape, that he was destined to die here. Yet even in death, he would not allow these demonic beasts to succeed. The Unity Sword in his possession would not be allowed to fall into their hands. Steeling himself, Su-mo rose slowly from the ground, his long sword pointed directly at the demon clan as strongman. You seek the Unity Sword, do you not? This very sword in my hand is the Unity Sword. Upon hearing Su-mo's declaration, all the demonic beasts erupted into frenzied cries. To them, the Unity Sword, being so formidable, must appear as a magnificent and radiant weapon. They had not considered that the unremarkable black sword Su-mo wielded was indeed the Unity Sword. They presumed he would refine it or conceal it within his body. Among them, there were formidable beings at the out-of-body stage, yet they refrained from directly slaying Su-mo, intent on leaving him alive to uncover the Unity Sword. You truly desire it, Su-mo continued. However, you ought to know that should I leap backwards, the Unity Sword shall follow me into the demon river, and none of you shall possess it. Su-mo, do not act impulsively. Surrender the Unity Sword, and we shall grant you a path to survival. Su-mo, hand over the Unity Sword, and I can help you rebuild the 10,000 Swords sect. The demonic beasts, fearing Su-mo might indeed leap into the demon river, softened their tones. Su-mo scoffed coldly, pointing the Unity Sword at the black-faced centipede. Whoever assists me in slaying it, I shall grant the Unity Sword to them. The black-faced centipede was the most notorious among the demonic beasts for having slain the most disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect. While he could not eliminate all the demonic beasts present, he was confident he could leverage their hands to kill the black-faced centipede. Swish! The gazes of the demonic beasts fell upon the black-faced centipede. Its expression shifted dramatically as it hastily exclaimed, "Do not heed his words. He merely seeks to use you as a blade." However, before it could finish, a barrage of attacks struck it from all directions. The black-faced centipede had no time to react before being overwhelmed and slain by the collective might of the demonic beasts. Su-mo, I have slain the black-faced centipede for you. Now relinquish the Unity Sword. Having dispatched the black-faced centipede, the poison scorpion king looked eagerly at Su-mo, just a jest, and you took it seriously? Su-mo realized that the tactic of tricking the demonic beasts into killing the black-faced centipede could only be employed once. Should he attempt it again, they would not fall for it. With a mocking look he addressed the crowd, "The sword is indeed a fine sword, but in your hands it would be sullied, even in death. You shall not lay claim to the Unity Sword." With that, he took a step back, turned, and leapt into the demon river. Chapter 82. The sword spirit protects its master Su-mo. You seek your own demise. As Su-mo dove toward the demon river, the demonic beasts finally realized they had been outwitted. While being tricked was a minor inconvenience, Su-mo taking the Unity Sword into the demon river was a grave matter. Should the Unity Sword enter the river, none would be able to retrieve it. The Poison Scorpion King was the first to soar towards Su-mo, intent on preventing him from plunging into the river with the Unity Sword. The other demonic beasts followed suit without hesitation, all racing toward Su-mo. Yet, just as the Poison Scorpion King reached the river's edge, it felt a constraining force enveloping its body. Suddenly, It realized that all its abilities as a demonic cultivator had vanished, and it began to plummet straight toward the river. No. The poison scorpion king roared in despair. At that moment, it remembered the restrictions of the demon river. In the face of such constraints, it was no different from an ordinary creature. Desperate to escape back to the abyss of demons, it attempted various maneuvers, but to no avail. The more it struggled, the faster it descended. Much like a drowning individual, stillness could offer a chance of resurfacing. Yet frantic thrashing would only yield one outcome: sinking faster. The poison scorpion king plunged into the demon river, and in an instant, the water erupted into a flurry of splashes. As the waves subsided, a stark white skeleton emerged on the river's surface. The other demonic beasts looked on, their faces pale with horror, unable to suppress their apprehension. They had come perilously close to following the poison scorpion king into the depths. Had they truly done so, they would undoubtedly have met the same fate, reduced to nothing but bleached bones to be why the heavens. This lad is ruthless, daring to leap into the demon river. The demise of this young man is of little consequence. Alas, the Gi sword shall likely remain forever entombed beneath the depths of the demon river. How infuriating it is that after our prolonged efforts, we find ourselves with nothing to show for it. The demonic beasts, witnessing Su-Mo plummet into the demon river, seethed with rage, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. "Forgive me, Gi, our fates must part here." Hakati the moment Su-Mo plunged into the river. He clutched the Gi sword tightly and murmured an apology. The Gi sword, possessing sentience, chose to acknowledge him as its master. He had envisioned wielding this unparalleled divine weapon to reign supreme across the seven realms. Yet the harshness of reality proved otherwise. He had not yet grasped the true essence of swordsmanship, and now he faced imminent death in the demon river, feeling unworthy of the Gi sword. At that very moment, the Gi sword suddenly vibrated, emanating waves of radiant sword light from its core. In the blink of an eye, these beams coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping Su-Mo entirely. The barrier effectively isolated him from the river's treacherous waters, ensuring that even as he fell into the depths, he sustained no injuries. However, Su-Mo, gravely wounded and unconscious, remained oblivious to the fact that the sword spirit was self-igniting to shield its master. Look, the Gi sword actively protects its master. He is not dead. The sword's radiance illuminated the demon river, capturing the attention of the demonic beasts, who now wore expressions of ecstatic delight. As long as Su-Mo remained alive, they still had a chance to seize the Gi sword. "Follow me. We shall pursue along the banks of the demon river." A leader of a demonic clan, witnessing Su-Mo swept away by the river, cried out and dashed along the riverbank. The other demonic beasts, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. Morning broke. The sun cast its golden rays upon Xiao Fan's quaint courtyard. The air shimmered with ethereal light, and wisps of purple energy emerged spontaneously, enveloping the entire courtyard in an aura of transcendent Tao rhythm. Xiao Fan commenced his martial practice within the courtyard, while behind him, his three pets mimicked his movements, each with an endearing clumsiness. They soon discovered that Xiao Fan's punches bore a unique Tao rhythm, and during their practice, their absorption of the purple energy increased 100-fold. Xiao Fan practiced diligently for an hour, ceasing only when sweat streamed down his body. Yet Ning Shuang and the others did not halt. They continued their training, for each morning was the optimal time for them to absorb the Tao rhythm, and they were determined not to miss this opportunity. "You mischievous little ones, upon closer inspection, you seem to have some potential." Amused by their awkward attempts at martial practice, Xiao Fan chuckled softly before retreating indoors to wipe away his perspiration. Without Xiao Fan's exertions, the purple light rapidly dissipated, and the Tao rhythm within the courtyard diminished, prompting the three demons to finally cease their practice. The Dog King lazily lounged at the entrance of the courtyard, peacefully closing his eyes. The little sacred monkey swung playfully from the eaves, and the idle Ning Shuang squatted by the pond, her large, dark eyes fixated on the fry within. The courtyard thrived with vitality and exuberance. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Fan noticed Ning Shuang gazing at the fry. "What is it? Are you yearning for fish again? We'll go fishing today." The pond contained only fry, which were far too small for Ning Shuang to feast upon. Xiao Fan intended to catch larger fish to introduce into the pond so that Ning Shuang could have a tasty meal whenever she desired. Yay! Ning Shuang, hearing Xiao Fan's intention to fish for her, excitedly dashed to his side, playfully demanding attention. She could not forget the delectable taste of the last ghost fish, not only delicious, but also immensely nourishing. Woof woof, the Dog King, upon learning of Xiao Fan's fishing plans, shook off his earlier lethargy and came to Xiao Fan, seeking affection. Only pets that show affection earn treats. Even the little sacred monkey performed acrobatics in front of Xiao Fan. Haha. Once I catch the fish, there will be enough for all of you. Witnessing the three little creatures' spirited antics, Xiao Fan's mood lifted even further. After enjoying breakfast, he set out with his fishing gear. Ning Shuang and the little sacred monkey stayed behind, while the Dog King happily trotted alongside Xiao Fan. "Sir, are you off to fish again?" As he passed through Xizhuang, Li Lao Si greeted Xiao Fan. "Yes, my little fox is craving fish, so I'm off to catch some," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Lao Si suddenly remarked, "I suggest you fish a little upstream on the Xian Lake." "Why is that?" Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled, for he typically fished downstream, which was a considerable distance from Phoenix Town. "This morning, I went fishing and found the water downstream of Xian Lake to be murky, with dead fish appearing on the surface. I cannot fathom the reason," Li Lao Si explained, sighing. "To restore clarity to the downstream waters, we might need a rainstorm. I fear I will have to seek other fishing spots for a time." Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I shall go take a look." With that, he hoisted his fishing rod and carried his basket toward the downstream area of Xian Lake. Chapter 83. A human caught while fishing. Xiao Fan did not proceed directly to fish upstream. Instead, he ventured downstream to assess the extent of the pollution. The contamination here was severe, akin to having several tons of sulfuric acid dumped into the water. Upon arriving at the downstream area of Xian Lake, he immediately detected a pungent odor. Were he not in the Seven Realms, he might have believed himself standing outside a factory's drainage system. Such a degree of pollution would surely wipe out the fish population. It was evident that fishing downstream was no longer feasible. Henceforth, he would have to fish upstream. With a sigh, Xiao Fan noted that the upstream location was quite a distance from Phoenix Town, requiring a considerable trek. After assessing the pollution downstream, he anxiously made his way upstream, concerned about the potential for similar contamination. Fortunately, upon reaching the upstream area, he was relieved to find the lake's surface remarkably clear. Finding a shaded spot, he set down his fish basket and began to scatter some crushed corn onto the water surface. This method, known as baiting, was commonly employed in fishing. Without baiting the area, one would catch few fish. Only by creating a feeding zone would the surrounding fish be drawn in. After preparing the bait, Xiao Fan affixed a worm to his hook and sprinkled it with some homemade lure. This concoction possessed a potent allure for fish, significantly increasing the likelihood of a catch. Once all was ready, Xiao Fan deftly cast his line into the lake. Now, all that remained was the patient wait for a fish to bite. The Dog King lay quietly beside him, yet his gaze remained fixed on the lake's surface. Previously, when Xiao Fan had caught a ghost fish, it had all been devoured by Ning Shuang, leaving him with not even a taste. Today, he hoped Xiao Fan would hook a fish of remarkable lineage for him to savor as time passed. However, the Dog King's disappointment grew. Xiao Fan did indeed reel in several fish, all of which were minor fish spirits. Yet none of them exhibited any extraordinary lineage. Hey, last time we caught a plump, dark fish. Do you think we'll have better luck today? Xiao Fan expressed his own dissatisfaction with the day's catch, as the fish he had caught were all rather small. Woof woof, the Dog King perked up at this, excitedly barking. He understood his master's prowess. If his master mentioned catching an unusual fish, it was certain that one would soon be hooked. Ah, a fish is on the line. This one feels heavy. It must be a big one. Just as Xiao Fan finished speaking, he felt a substantial tug on the rod, and his face brightened as he began to reel it in. The more he pulled, the more he sensed that this fish was unlike any he had encountered before. Its weight seemed to surpass that of any fish he had ever caught. However, a puzzling thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind. This fish should be thrashing about, causing splashes on the lake's surface. Yet, the surface remained eerily calm, leading him to suspect that he was not dealing with a fish at all. But soon, the truth became evident. What he had caught was not a fish at all, but rather a person. Xiao Fan was startled to discover that he had hooked a person while fishing, but he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether the individual was alive or deceased, it was imperative to bring them ashore. If the person was indeed lifeless, he would need to contact the nearby villagers for identification, as the deceased deserved proper burial rites. Conversely, if the individual still drew breath, he would certainly require medical attention. As Xiao Fan pulled the person from the lake, he noticed that a small portion of their skin had decayed, as if corroded by some substance. Could it be that the polluted waters downstream were to blame? Yet that seemed improbable, for how could pollution from downstream manifest upstream? No, the individual must have sustained injuries before falling into the Xian Lake, as their chest was notably concaved. Surviving in such a condition was nothing short of miraculous. Xiao Fan observed the person for a moment, then steadied his focus, extending his hand to the individual's nostrils to ascertain their vital signs. There was a faint breath. Xiao Fan's face brightened as he felt the weak breath emanating from the person's nostrils. He mused, "It seems you encountered me. Had it been someone else, your life would likely have ended here." His medical skills had reached an extraordinary level, and he was confident in his ability to save the patient as long as they were not beyond help. After performing a brief assessment of the injuries, he administered a pill to protect the heart's pulse, preparing to carry the patient back for more thorough treatment. However, he soon realized that the individual was grievously injured all over, and transporting them would only exacerbate their condition. Hey, keep a close watch over him. I shall make a trip to the town, he instructed the Dog King, making his way toward the settlement. He intended to seek assistance from Li Lao Si, so they could use a stretcher to bring the injured back. Wang. Dahei nodded and barked twice to indicate understanding. "Good boy, I shall treat you to a special meal tonight." Xiao Fan replied with a smile before departing. Shortly after Xiao Fan left, a faint luminescence appeared around the drowning victim's body, as if possessing healing properties, gradually mending the injuries sustained. My master is truly remarkable. A mere cursory treatment and an unknown pill have the power to revive the nearly deceased. Dahei muttered, watching the scene unfold. In his eyes, the human lying on the ground was far too injured to be saved. Yet his master had managed to restore a dying individual with just a simple intervention. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, as Dahei pondered, a streak of light zipped through the air from a distance. Landing nearby, a figure emerged, gazing down at the unconscious Su Mo and bursting into laughter. "Su Mo, at long last, I have found you." Indeed, the person on the ground was Su Mo after the Gui sword had safeguarded Su Mo to the downstream of the Mo River. Its power had nearly been exhausted to prevent Su Mo from perishing in the Mo River. The Gui sword used its remaining strength to transport him to Xian Lake. However, Su Mo had landed downstream, and the small amount of contaminated Mo River water he carried had polluted a significant area of the Xian Lake's waters, rendering it highly corrosive, even causing harm to his own body. In a last-ditch effort, the sword spirit of the Gui sword had to sacrifice itself to channel its power, sending Su Mo upstream of the Xian Lake. To the moment Xiao Fan had hooked Su Mo while fishing, the preceding events unfolded. The figure now pursuing them was not human, but rather an enormous crocodile king, a formidable demon of the out-of-body realm. Upon witnessing Su Mo being transported by the Gui sword, it had employed its own formidable powers to chase after him to the Xian Lake. Ultimately, perseverance paid off, and it successfully located Su Mo. Chapter 84. It is you who should bow down simultaneously. Under Xiao Fan's care, Su Mo's injuries began to improve. Thus, upon being roused by the voice of the Crocodile King, he awakened from his unconscious state. "I can't believe I'm alive. Falling into the Mo River is a certain death sentence. How did I survive? Where's my Gui sword?" A myriad of thoughts flashed through Su Mo's mind in an instant. At this moment, the Crocodile King, noticing Su Mo's awakening, coldly threatened, "Su Mo, you possess remarkable luck. I can grant you another chance at life. Simply hand over the Gui sword, and I shall spare you." He understood that if he had found Su Mo, other demon kings would inevitably follow, and he had no time to waste. It was either the surrender of the Gui sword or death. "Kill me if you must. No one shall lay claim to the Gui sword." Sumo replied coldly, closing his eyes. Even if he were aware of the sword's whereabouts, he would never relinquish it. Many lives have been lost within the Wanjian sect to protect the Gue E-sword. Surrendering it would render their sacrifice in vain. Very well, since you wish for death, I shall grant it. The Crocodile King, irate at Sumo's defiance, revealed his brutal nature, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated from him as he struck a palm towards Sumo, intent on killing him first before probing his soul. Wong Wong. Just as the Crocodile King was about to strike Sumo down, Dahei leaped in front of him, barking defiantly at the Crocodile King. Following his master's instructions to protect Sumo, he could not allow any harm to come to him. Who is this insolent mutt? Get out of my way. The Crocodile King scoffed at the sight of a mere earth dog blocking his path, swiftly redirecting his attack toward Dahei. This black dog is finished, Sumo thought, a pang of regret flashing through him as he feared for Dahei's life. He desperately wanted to intervene, but knew he stood no chance against the Crocodile King, a powerful being of the out-of-body realm. However, unbeknownst to both Sumo and the Crocodile King, Dahei regarded the latter with disdain, showing no inclination to move. Die, the Crocodile King roared, initially frustrated at not obtaining the Gue E-sword. The Crocodile King was further infuriated by the barking of an ordinary earth dog. Without any surprise, he unleashed a strike that landed squarely on Dahei, producing a thunderous explosion. Yet the subsequent scene left both the Crocodile King and Sumo wide-eyed in disbelief. Dahei stood unfazed, his body completely unscathed, nonchalantly shaking off his fur and sneering. Is that all you've got? Dahei's physical form was remarkably robust. Attacks from adversaries of the same realm struggled to inflict harm upon him. Nevertheless, the moment he spoke, his concealed power was finally revealed, showcasing his true capabilities that I see. So you're merely an early-stage, out-of-body dog demon. And oh wonder you dare to act so brazenly before me, the Crocodile King realized, understanding why Dahei could withstand his attack. Yet, the dog demon's level was still insignificant in his eyes. Allow me to demonstrate my power. As he spoke, the Crocodile King unleashed his full strength. Scoffing, what's wrong? Are you scared now? In the face of the Crocodile King's overwhelming might, Dahei merely cast a dismissive glance, retaining an air of superiority, and uttered two words with disdain. Weak chicken. Taken aback by the dog's insolence, the Crocodile King's fury intensified. Consequently, he not only unleashed his formidable realm, but also activated his potent bloodline power. Humph, let me show you the true strength of my lineage. I am a descendant of the ancient giant crocodile. Do you still dare to call me weak? As his bloodline aura surged forth, the pressure emanating from him multiplied several times over. Still weak. Dahei continued to regard the Crocodile King with contempt, his expression unyielding. Weak. The Crocodile King, unable to tolerate the repeated provocations, bellowed furiously, "Bow down before me." He released his full power, combining his realm with his bloodline, unleashing an overwhelming pressure toward Dahei. The force of his realm, coupled with his bloodline power, was enough to incapacitate even a typical mid-stage, out-of-body demon beast. A mere early-stage dog demon would undoubtedly lack the courage to even fight back. He envisioned the dog king trembling before him in submission. The Crocodile King was immensely powerful. This dog demon was doomed. Sumo's thoughts echoed in his mind, fully aware of the ancient giant crocodile's bloodline coursing through the creature, which granted it an exceptional advantage over other demon beasts. Yet just then, Dahei shed his earlier disdain, an awe-inspiring aura and bloodline pressure erupting from his entire being. In that fleeting moment, the Crocodile King experienced a profound terror emanating from the depths of his soul. This fear was a manifestation of the superiority of his noble lineage over that of the lesser bloodlines.